because it's like it's built sort of 12, if you will, which is like a highly the number itself can be divided by uh the prime. Anyway, whatever. 12 is a great number for lots of fucking mysterious and intellectual reasons. And that's why sort of like it maintains a resolution at 360, because really 12 is just a bump up of 360 to a certain order, right? A magnitude. We're still measuring really out of 12, but we just have finer notches on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But that still doesn't incorporate every whole number. 360 cannot be divisible by 7. So I propose that for the greatest resolution of whole numbers into a divisor, we'd probably want to multiply 360 times 7 to get us 2520. And that maybe would be a better way to get accuracy on using a circle to measure degrees rather than trying to get to infinitely small ticks. You know what I'm saying? Because it's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah. It's better spacing, like on the dial itself, right? That's what I'm saying. That's probably an avenue to fucking nowhere for you, but I don't know. I just
Yeah, I don't know. I just know you're not chopping it up. Blue sent SE a thing saying these are the actual measurements. I mean, it boils down to these guys saying an average is a measurement, really, which is fucking ridiculous. An average
you can't physically measure it because you can't physically build a dial that like works enough to.
And if you come at me with some shit that's 3 digits past the arc second, even two digits, you got to chop it up in a third of a million.
Mm-hmm. Well, you could do it with math, but you could do it you could do the math to make that to give you a result like that, but that's not a quote unquote.
You can't do it.
No.
Yeah, you can do math shit, whatever, but you can't do a measurement.
Right.
Even to get to the second decimal after the second decimal was 129 million.
Yeah.
For the whole circle. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's that come down to? An arc second, right? So we're just trying to measure like, what is it, like 101 feet or something like that?
No, it's like an angle.
Arc second. I mean, for physical measurement of the nautical miles divided up into whatever, it gives you like a certain number. I forget what it is. It's like,
I don't know what you're even doing now. This was just an angle measurement.
Yeah, it is. But to try to get a numeric value for what that. Yeah. Okay. I'll come back at you with a more complete.
Yeah, you just can't. You're not going to get 2 digits after the arc second.
Okay.
Especially back then. I mean, maybe now. I doubt they can even do it now. You got to break a degree up into 360,000 pieces.
Yeah.
Parts to even be able to measure it. So.
Yeah. So, like if we try to say like 7 into 360, we're gonna get a decimal, since we can't really divide it in. So it's kind of like rejecting certain things, and then we have to do decimal math. So I just think a wider set of degrees would be better, since like how much of the circle are we really using? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. I can't believe they can even measure arc seconds, because even to have an arc second, you got to have 1 degree chopped up into 3,600 pieces. That seems crazy to me, or just that alone. Then 1 decimal is 36,000. 1 degree into 36,000 pieces. Just to get 1 decimal past the. Larry has a thing. He said he can only measure to a third of an arc second. In like the 50s or the 60s or some goofy shit. Larry GPS. So. But yeah, Blue gave SE some measurements and was like, yo, these are the measurements right here. This is the actual measurement. And it's 3 digits past the arc second. No fucking way, bro. Bev put me onto that shit. Bev's like, yo, there's no way you can measure that.
Yeah.
Bev, I was like, Bev, what's the problem with this paper right here? They went over this spherical excess thing for like 3 days straight at Gems once. Me and this Phil Ko guy. And Bev just instantly knew, like, you can't do it. Well, I'll tell you another thing what you're not going to do is what Kosho admitted last night. If you can only measure 2 digits past the arc second, you're definitely not going to come up with a third digit. That's fucking stupid as fuck. I already got Kosho to concede to that yesterday. It's your least value. You can't measure smaller than your least value. I don't care what the fuck you do.
You can still report it, and you can still average it out and kind of get
An
idea.
There's nothing to report, dude. There's no third number there unless you straight make it up.
No, you can kind of average out readings and null out the error with in your third decimal. This is a technique that's used to get more resolution in digital bits than you actually have access to. You can inject some noise and look at the statistical variance and infer what the real measurement is, even if you don't have the resolution to find it.
Yeah, if you do an average, that's cool.
Yeah.
An average, that's cool, sure, but you're not going to take a single measurement. You're never going to get the third decimal place if you can only measure to the second decimal place, and that's what we were talking about, an actual single measurement.
So the measurement is valid. There's just extra decimals. So every other decimal is valid to you. Actual measurement.
There is. If you have a tool that can only measure 2 digits past the arc second, back and you say, here's my single measurement, 3 digits past the arc second, you just fucking made up numbers.
So you're objecting to the last decimal and none of the others?
If you give me something where you made numbers up, I'm not going to believe you.
It's not made up. It's just in the noise of the measurement, and all the other digits are valid or significant. It's called significant digits. We went over this yesterday.
Yeah, if you have to the third digit and you can only measure to the second digit, you made and you're telling me it's a single measurement, you obviously just made the last number up. How am I supposed to believe you if you're just making numbers up?
Because it's in the noise of the measurement. It doesn't invalidate the other digits.
It's not in the noise of the measurement. You can't measure to the third decimal after the arc second.
So you have objection to only the last digit, none of the others.
No, I haven't. I now have an objection to all the digits because now I know you're just making numbers up.
No, only the last number because that's the only one that's in the noise of the measurement, according to your logic.
Okay, I got Kosho to concede to this last night.
I understand that the last digit
if you have a tool that can only measure 2 digits,
you have no objection to the other digits. I understand.
Yes, bro, what are you doing?
You have an objection to the last digit that it might be in the noise of the measurement, but that doesn't invalidate the rest of the numbers.
It's not in the noise. It's not in the noise of the measurement. You can't measure that much. So if you put a number there, we know you can't measure to that place. So if you have a number there, you just fucking made it. I know, bro. This is gonna be like yesterday when you just don't listen to anything I type in chat and just talk. Go ahead, dude.
Your head did explode.
You're not even worth talking to, honestly. So go ahead. Maybe Snacks will play with you.
I mean, Jeremy, you're frustrated because I'm teaching you something you don't know about metrology. You refuse to admit. Invincible ignorance. I understand. Do you ever use a digital caliper to measure the length of something?
I do.
Caliper? So can you always listen to the fourth digit? No, because that's within the uncertainty of the measurement, but you can always trust the other digits because those are well outside the uncertainty of the measurement. That's how it works. So you don't discard every single digit just because the third digit is reported. Doesn't mean that it's invalid. It's nonsense.
I don't know like how often I actually ever even use the half,
Half thou? Which half?
Like just the millimeters is pretty good for me usually.
Depends
half a
on
millimeter.
How accurate you need.
Like, I usually shim to half a millimeter because like my equipment is like 3D printing.
Okay.
But also does
that require more precision. So
exactly, but like something like metal lathing might be more appropriate for that kind of measurement. 3D printed stuff seems a little bit more difficult to replicate. But that's just my experience. So, like, what level of accuracy are you requiring for For what here?
Well, if we're talking about tool and die manufacturing, we're talking about microns. If we're talking about high precision engine piston fits, we're talking about microns. If we're talking about the angles here, I don't think the third digit is even necessary to prove the spherical excess at all. But he has an objection to the third digit, and he says the entire measurement is wrong because that third digit is reported, and that's just fallacious logic.
Well, first
Yeah,
off, we already know it's not. We already know that it's not a single measurement. I know for a fact that's an average. So
So what?
it being a single measurement isn't even a question. But if
So
you
what?
did have a tool that could only measure, if you did have a tool that could only measure 2 digits past the arc second, and you put a third one down, you clearly just made the number up because your tool
Third
can't
digit
even
is
measure. Your tool can't even measure that much.
so then the rest of the numbers aren't made up. They're actually believable and real. Is that what you're saying?
Your tool can't measure that much. You put a third
Didn't answer my
number
question,
down.
Jeremy.
You made a number up. You now have a made up
Third
number
digit.
on the page.
Third digit is within the noise, but the rest of the numbers in that measurement are not. And it doesn't matter that it's an average, it's still an average of measurements. So I don't know what desperate ploy you have
If your
left
tool
to dismiss
if your
this.
tool if your tool can't measure a third digit and you put one on the paper saying, "Hey, here's when I measured and there's a third digit there," I already know you're lying and you're making shit up.
No, because these have uncertainties associated with them, and it might be larger than the third digit. So for example, if I report the length of something and I go 1.032 inches, and I put a uncertainty along with that, plus or minus 0.01 inches, I can still do that. That's perfectly valid, even though it has 3 digits. You don't know with confidence more than those number of digits because your uncertainty is plus or minus 10 thousandths of an inch. That's the same thing that's going on here. And this is ordinary metrology, which you obviously know nothing about. So you don't have a leg to stand on.
This is the equivalent of having a tape measure that can say it can measure in increments of 1/16 of an inch, and you come back and tell me it's 10 feet and 1/32 of an inch. I'm gonna know that you're lying because that's not even a measurement you could have possibly made with the tool I gave you.
You know it's 10 feet plus or minus a 16th of an inch. You still
I'm gonna know you're
know something about the
lying.
length.
I'm gonna know
No,
you're
it's not
lying because
lying.
your
It's
tool
within the
doesn't do that.
uncertainty. No,
You,
it's
you
not lying. It's with the uncertainty reported. And if you have the uncertainty reported, it's not lying.
your tool can't do that. The thing that you claim
You're
that it
repeating
did,
yourself, Jeremy, but you're not listening to what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah. You're not listening to what I'm saying. The tool doesn't have 30 seconds on it,
That's
so you
right. So
can't
what you're
you
saying
can
is,
never come back and tell me it measured 1/32 of an inch.
so in that case that you just gave, do you not know the length at all?
You know that the guy that gave you the fucking number made some shit up because he couldn't have measured it.
No, he reported it within the best abilities of the instrument possible within the uncertainty.
His tool couldn't measure that, so he didn't report it the best of his ability. He just made it up because his tool doesn't even have that increment on it.
So you can ignore the third digit if you want. It doesn't help your case because all the other digits are fine.
I'm gonna ignore the whole shit. If I know somebody's
Why?
handing me some shit and making shit up in it, I'm gonna ignore your whole shit.
It's not being made up. The rest of the digits are not made up. They're directly within the uncertainty of the instrument. You have objection only to the third digit, which doesn't help your case because even without it, his measurements prove the globe. So what are you going to do now?
This is just calculation. You can't really measure that small.
It depends on the method. Like, for example, how do you measure speed? Does it involve any calculations? Are there any uncertainties in either of the
I mean, this is
calculations?
why I said like I don't bother with measuring such a fine measurement for my applications, but I'm shimming it, right? So it's like, well, that might mean I'm like putting something of the right thickness in between. I'm just fudging it. And this is essentially like what the calculus is doing.
Calculus of what? There are plenty of industries that do measure this accurately. Do you know what a coordinate measuring machine is?
You're talking about like observing a stellar body in the sky to a
Yeah.
degree of accuracy.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know actually what the real uncertainty is of those instruments. I know that every time I look it up, I'm impressed that they can do what they
Like,
want. So I don't know what Jeremy is saying is actually true, that they can't get that third decimal. I'm just
well,
taking
so
that at
like,
face value.
but
You
if like a
can't.
star, if a star is like a million times, so it's a really large object, right? So like you're trying to get the center value of that. How do you get the center value of a star and
It's a
accurately
point source.
do that?
A point source.
Yeah, but with accuracy, like, how do you even deduce that you're observing the light where it is in
Pointing the
physical
crosshair at the
reality?
center. Pointing the crosshair on the star.
Like gravitational lensing and all that stuff. I'm just saying, like, there's all types of skew that could be in there, and you're just going to chuck it out because and eventually you're just going to shim the numbers together.
That's
That's
really
all I'm
not
saying.
that's not what happens. I mean, we have
So,
entire catalogs of stellar objects built into a tiny little hand controller for any motorized equatorial mount, and they can pinpoint accurately the telescope right on any target that you want. But obviously, the records that we have for those coordinates are accurate.
right. Well, they've been doing that for a long time then.
Astronomy is an old science, yes.
So, like on an astrolabe, be familiar with that? It's a pretty archaic piece of surveying equipment, but they were
It's
able
just
to
for measuring
survey
angles.
it. Well, they were able to do surveying with it, and that's effectively a flat measuring tool.
I don't understand
The
why you
the
say it's a flat measuring tool.
because it's a disc itself.
Okay, I guess. I mean, I'm sure it has some curves to it
Everybody
to
wants to go to
hold on to it,
sextants. You guys always want to fly directly to sextants. I don't know, maybe
or
it's
an
a fun
octant.
word to say, but astrolabes are really interesting as well, and they are sort of more indicative that you do not require any kind of sphericity to survey something.
I disagree because it's necessary for
Why?
cartography.
Why do you disagree?
Because it's necessary for cartography. If you want to plot headings and distances between objects, locations on Earth, you have to account for
Astrolabe
Earth
is
being a
easy.
curve.
You know,
Astrolabe is just for measuring angles, so that's just one tiny part of this whole process.
you just basically have to know how to orient yourself to the motion of the sky, and then you'd be okay. You'd be able to maintain your uh, sort of position. Positionality is really what you're saying. I need to account for a curve going over a ball to maintain
Oh yeah,
positionality. Is that what you're
that's
saying?
how celestial navigation works.
Celestial
The entire
navigation
method
is
is
about,
based on a
like,
sphere,
it's about orienting one's position
on a spherical
using
Earth.
using the sky, not using the spherical Earth.
It does. To calculate your coordinates, it requires the geometry of a spherical Earth.
It requires that the sky is, like, observed as, like,
Concentric
at
celestial sphere to
well,
the Earth.
right. So the celestial sphere, right? So it's like an armillary sphere, as it was first invented by the Chinese.
I've
I
heard that
think
term, but
was it during the
celestial
Song
sphere is
Dynasty?
concentric to the
It's just
spherical Earth.
because you cannot map the stars as accurately on a flat surface as you can map it to the inside of a concavity, and that's how it was actually notated. That's how they notated the positions of the stars. They would rotate the concavity uh, as the night sky progressed, and that's just how, like, the first, like, accurate night sky maps were made.
Right ascension, declination, yes. It's a
They
good
didn't
coordinate system.
require they didn't require a flat. I'm sorry, they didn't require a curved Earth to do this.
It
Were
would
the
work
Chinese
maybe
good
from one location.
navigators? Were the Chinese good navigators?
I don't know what naval capabilities they had actually.
Okay, perhaps that's something you should research, their naval history, because it would, like, sort of belie the understanding of how to navigate using celestial navigation. In fact, a lot of people call them celestials. That's beside the point. Um,
Kind of. I
you're
don't know.
trying
The
to
Chinese
apply
weren't
sphericity
imperial
of the
though.
Earth to the observation that is not requiring anything like that. And in the meantime, like, all of the cosmologies that the Chinese had of where they lived were flat. Eh, So I don't know where you now want to twist the whole thing into some kind of, like, Western style spherized model, but
I mean,
why does it work without all that? Is my question.
I don't know what method you're referring to. I'm just talking about celestial navigation, like an ordinary one. I mean, we know that works, and we know that's what
I'm talking
navies
about
use to
the
navigate.
basis of it. So if you want to talk about a celestial sphere is made from the inverse of these sorts of observations that were made in concave, um, in order to map the stars, man. So
I don't know what
I
you're
don't.
talking about. I mean, yes, we are inside the celestial sphere, and the coordinate pointing system that we use is using that idea. So, for example, let's say that I want to point at Betelgeuse in Orion, and I have my telescope here where I'm located, the U.S. I can punch in the required target, and the math is done to point my telescope at it. Now, if I move to a different location, I can do the same thing, point my
You just
telescope at it
punch in your
automatically.
coordinates,
Yeah,
right?
it has to know my GPS coordinate and my local time.
So,
What
right.
math is it
So
doing to be able to point the telescope accurately? How does that work?
it's also using your time and date.
It's local time and GPS coordinates. That's it. It has no connection to the internet, anything. It just has all program and math software built into this hand controller. How does it do that?
It's. Let me explain it to you.
How do you think it's doing the math to calculate the altitude and azimuth or the right ascension declination angle for the
Well, one thing
telescope?
I don't know if what kind of math it's really doing. All right, it has to like its math that it's doing is like orienting its like rotation. You know, to know where zero is, to know where it starts from, to have a
It has to
bearing.
calculate how much to move the
Right. So
motor at a
what
certain angle.
the device is probably just doing device things. It's borrowing from like a set of coordinates that are like, you know, like a file,
Yes.
and
It
doing
has to
adjustments to that.
calculate the angles to point at in order to move the motors that amount of angle. So how does it calculate that? It uses the sphere. It uses globe Earth to do that.
I don't think that's necessary because
It
it
is
isn't.
absolutely yes necessary. That's how an equatorial mount
I
works.
think that's also probably like your assumption. And I mean, do you like have looked into the physical designs and blueprints and white papers of the circuit diagrams and the block diagrams of all that shit and each
Absolutely.
component, so you know like the absolute like way that works? Well,
Yes.
that's great. I have not looked into that. I've heard though other people like claim that a laser ring gyroscope on its own will allow you to do navigation, but that also is like plugged in with
No.
GPS as well. So like,
No, it's not.
um, what do
Everything.
you suggest that the GPS is not part of the internet, though? That's also something that you're saying,
No,
right?
I don't know what you're talking about. No, it's
You
not.
said that you said it doesn't have to plug into the internet. It just has to get my GPS. So you're saying that the GPS is independent of the internet.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you remember the handheld GPS navigators from like the late 90s, early 2000s? No internet connection, no Wi-Fi. GPS is satellite based. It has nothing to do with the internet. That's why the military can use it all over the world. Middle of the ocean, no internet connection.
It's not part of the internet.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Separate, completely separate.
What should I say here anyway? What's? Can you boil it down for me?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll boil
You're
it
trying to
down.
say
It's
that
easy.
I can't explain the inner functioning of an equatorial mount and
Right. No, that really is just a point to illustrate that the globe is used for those types of things. It's also used for navigation. So any hearsay disagreement to that, to the contrary, is just nonsense.
y'all good? You good now?
And also, Jeremy's wrong about metrology and doesn't know what he's talking about.
Why
Presence
is
of the
Jeremy
third
wrong?
digit doesn't
Where,
invalidate the
where did you
measurement.
even discuss metrology? Where was that up subject of discussion?
Before I started talking to you,
In what way were you discussing metrology?
with Jeremy, when he was objecting to the presence of the third digit in the angle measurement.
Why would there be a third digit
I don't know.
angular
I'd have to
measurement?
look at it.
And what does that have to do with metrology?
Oh, because he's questioning the accuracy and the uncertainty of the device measuring the angles, which is the science of metrology. Metrology is the science of measurement.
Of angles?
Angles can be included because an instrument measures angles. Other instruments can be included. It's a very broad topic.
Well, I think we begin with length and weight and pendulum before we get into angles, but maybe I'm wrong.
Length,
Otherwise,
mass,
like
time. Everything else is a function of that. Length, mass, and time.
because there's no degree on the pendulum, like to set for length to make a meter pendulum or seconds pendulum.
The angle standard is derived from the length standard.
Okay, so it's not primary.
No, it's a extension of length. Everything can be derived from meters, kilograms, seconds.
Right. So you're using like a type of scale for it to say arc seconds and such. I was discussing earlier the possible merits of using a different number base for a circle rather than 360.
Yeah, 360 is kind of silly.
What do you think about not being able to divide 360 by 7? Do you think it's okay to exclude 7 as a whole number that can be divided into what is supposed to be whole?
It's not being excluded.
It is. It's not. You can't divide 360 by 7.
It doesn't exclude it. That just means it's not divisible.
It's not welcome into the club. And so to welcome into the club, we must multiply 360 by 7, and then we can accept 7 in as a whole number and not exclude
You
him.
also can't divide by 0. Is 0 being excluded?
I don't want to talk about 0 right now. Okay?
I do.
Just talking about 7 because it's a natural number.
Not natural. What do you mean? It's not more natural than the others.
It's like a component of other number values of the digit 1, right? So if we take 1, multiply it by 7, we get 7. Not point fucking some shit. That's all I'm saying. Like to just not get a decimal value is nice. You know what I mean? It would kind of change the resolution of it. It's like we could say that for all intents and purposes, measuring something in Celsius is the same as measuring it in Fahrenheit. But I can tell you sometimes to the degree what temperature it is out because I just know what 82 degrees feels like. Whereas some other fool talking in Celsius is just going to measure a whole range of temperatures in the same way and call it whatever. Right?
He won't get
So
a
what I'm
whole
saying
range.
is
He'll get one number just like you do.
it's about condensing the scale of it in a way that accepts all numbers. So like we can either squeeze 360 into so many parts, but we still get the divisions that are proposed by it, which is good because it's part of 12 and 12 is this highly awesome number. Right? 12 is the first like number that like is the products of its divisors and is uh, compact enough to not be over a certain value. So it's like a very, very compact, highly ordered sort of number. You can get a lot going on with it, right? So we can take things, add them to it, take them out, right? It's easy, and that's what you want is an easy scale. And there's nothing that easy about arc seconds and trying to divide shit up into 1 million fucking slivers, right?
Okay, speaking of angles and degrees, tell me how eclipses are predicted.
Like when we look at a 90-degree slice of something, which is effective, we're not even using the whole circle for most of these measurements, right? Right, we're using half of a circle.
How are eclipses predicted? We're changing the topic, sorry.
So the resolution is what's important here. But also like it's just going to change the values out. What do you think about changing the math on the circle?
I think it's
Do you
interesting that you
oppose
have
such
to
a thing?
use the heliocentric model to predict all the
So
eclipses.
you have to just go dots and zeros back. I'm just saying like let's increase the amount of degrees in there generally. Does that propose a problem to your system? Like all your stuff should check out. It would just be that we would be able to like see the numbers in a sort of a different way.
How does satellite TV work?
You want to gish gallop? Get on your saddle, bro. I don't care. I'm stuck right here thinking about a 25-20 circle, man.
How does latitude and longitude work? So Jeremy, I'm just curious. You use an example of someone telling you the length of something within the divisions of the tape measure, but that doesn't mean that you throw out their entire measurement. You just put more uncertainty on it. So just because they reported more digits than you think they are capable of with a tape measure doesn't mean that the entire measurement can just be thrown out. It just means it has more uncertainty than they reported.
It means you made a number up.
Not really. It's just they gave you more precision than they were allowed to. It doesn't mean the number's made up.
They gave you more precision than they could have possibly measured.
That's right. So you can ignore those digits, but not the rest of them.
This
Are you just
conversation is
desperate?
silly, bro. I'm good.
Are you
You
just desperate
sound desperate.
you're desperate to just dismiss all those numbers because they destroy the flat Earth? Is that why?
First of all, you sound desperate because you can't admit that they're just making numbers up at this point. Second of all, I love these measurements because your boy Bacon went through about 50 some odd of the measurements, and 21 of them came back as measuring non-spherical.
I'm not going to take your word for it because I've seen you make stuff up.
Check
So I
with
have to talk to
Bacon.
Bacon
Go
about
ahead.
it.
Yeah, check with Bacon.
What are the numbers representing anyway?
Sorry, what'd you say?
What are those numbers representing anyway? What are they measurements of?
A non-spherical Earth.
No, that doesn't answer my question. What were they measuring when what angle of what?
A spherical excess.
Spherical excess. I didn't see that
Which
in the
was
table.
ironically less. What's up?
I didn't see that in the table. I think you're wrong about it. I think it's measuring angles of something else. I don't think you actually know what you're looking at.
Measuring spherical excess measurement.
No, I think they were angles that you could derive spherical excess from, and that was the point of them. I think you're misrepresenting it.
Dude, this is a spherical excess measurement.
How is spherical excess measured?
With a triangle on a spherical
Okay.
surface.
Okay, and how do you get spherical excess from that? What is spherical excess?
It's a triangle that adds up to more than 180 degrees because it's on the
Okay.
surface of a sphere.
Okay, and you're saying that did not happen in this table?
Sometimes it was less. Sometimes it was very close to. Bacon said there's 21 of them that registered that came back as closer to flat or non-spherical than spherical. He analyzed about 50 some odd measurements. He said 31 of them checked out for spherical, and then there was 21 that were closer to non-spherical.
Okay, interesting. So which
It
ones
is
are you
interesting,
dismissing?
huh? You sound like Jeranism at the end of that video. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand your logic. So I would have to confirm what you just said, but my question would be, for the ones that didn't show spherical excess, how far apart were they in what were the legs of the triangle? And is that method at that distance sufficient with the uncertainty of the device to reveal spherical excess?
Your
These are the
guys
questions
measured it.
you should be. These are the questions you should be asking.
Your guys measured it.
Oh yeah, I
These are the
understand
most
that.
accurate measurements they could get. They were averages, obviously, because you can't measure to that many decimals after the arc second. So they were averages. So they were super accurate according to you guys.
So my question still stands though, even though my guys measured it. What locations were chosen, and would the uncertainty in the measurement at those distances reveal spherical excess?
I don't know, but it measured non-spherical.
In some cases, that might just be due
Some
to the
cases,
uncertainty of the measurement.
maybe. I don't really trust your guys' measurements though, because we don't even have any of the actual measurements. All we have is averages. So there's no actual measurements, no single measurements we can look at, no data set to see if the guy even did that average right.
What's wrong with taking an average of measurements? That's a method to reduce error.
Yeah, averages are fine, right? But we still want to see the data.
The average is the data.
The average is compiled from a set of data.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Average is not the data. It's compiled from a set of data that I am saying I want to see.
Why?
You
Doesn't
said
change the
why?
number. Yeah, it doesn't change the reality of that number.
Well,
The
maybe the
number
guy
exists.
doesn't know how to do averages very good, or maybe he made a simple mathematical error. Maybe there's some anomalies in it. I just want to see it. Doesn't matter
Okay.
why. Who cares why?
That sounds desperate because people use these methods to do astronomy, to accurately point telescopes, to navigate the entire Earth. So your idea that some guy could have goofed and then we accidentally are able to navigate the entire Earth and know the size and shape of it accurately is just silly.
It's silly. I want to see the data. I know.
Yeah, that's silly.
Yeah.
I mean, you already
It's
have
silly
the
wanting to
data.
see the data. That sounds real fucking scientific, dude. Silly. You want to see data? That's fucking silly.
You're just moving the goalpost because you're desperate to find a way to dismiss this. Now, your only hope, your only way out of these numbers is to find some error in the averaging of the underlying individual measurements. That's just pure desperation, Jeremy. Come on.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I
look at
know.
the how you're bending over backwards to try to dismiss these numbers that destroy the flat Earth.
They don't. 21 of them measured non-spherical. They don't destroy flat Earth. They destroy your
21 of
fucking paradigm of a sphere Earth.
how does that destroy it when that could be within the uncertainty of the method?
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. As of right now, we have angle measurements of non-spherical Earth. So whatever, I don't care.
You have angle measurements with uncertainty that don't reveal spherical axis. That's the best you have right now. Maybe if what you're saying is true, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That's all you have. Your conclusion is unfounded. This destroys spherical Earth because this method is not
Yeah.
sufficient at that distance to show it. At the same
But
time, Jeremy, don't you have angles that destroy flat Earth? What do you do with those?
I don't know. We have angles that show that this is an uncertain method to use. First of all, okay, and second of all, we don't have any actual measurements. There are no actual measurements. All you have is this average compiled from the actual measurements that we don't have. And you're telling me it's silly that I want to see data. Does that
That's
how
good enough.
unscientific that sounds?
I
Imagine
mean,
a
it's not going to change
scientist,
the
two
number, Jeremy.
scientists in a lab. One scientist says to the other scientist, "Hey, I want to see the data from this." Another scientist goes, "That's you want to see the data? That's silly." You know how stupid this
No,
sounds? Like
it's
this is
silly
too
to
stupid
think you're
for
going
me
to
to
find an
continue.
average.
This is too
I mean,
stupid for me to even continue this conversation, dude.
I know you always have to give up and wave the white flag when you get stumped. But, here's my point. It's not going to change the
Dude,
number.
I'm not.
Underlying, you're not going to find an error in someone averaging numbers. That's just ridiculous. And that's just an act out of pure desperation. So it doesn't matter. It's not going to change the number. I mean, you're hoping that you're going to find a way to dismiss these numbers by looking at someone trying to do an average calculation. It's ridiculous.
Dude, you're straight up. You got to be like, I don't want to call you a troll, but you got to be trolling me at this point.
No, Jeremy, I'm not trolling. I don't understand why everyone comes up with that. It just sounds like an excuse to avoid dealing with what I have to say. Everyone does that.
It's
Better
not an
than that.
excuse to have. You're saying nonsense. I'm saying, hey, I want to see the data. You said that's silly. You think I'm avoiding what you want to say? I'm about to quote that shit. Gambino 2023.
That's not going to change the number, though, and you're not dealing with the number. You're just trying to find a way out of it, of trusting the number by saying, "Oh, I can't see the individuals for the average." Oh, yeah. Like that matters. It's not going to change,
The,
Jeremy.
the data. Yeah, I know. I want to see the data. That's crazy.
Looking at it, just looking at an average of the data, which is just as valid and doesn't change anything.
You don't know that. If I
Yeah.
send you out, if I have a 2x4 in my backyard and I send you out to measure the 2x4 and you come back and say the average was 10 feet and I'm like, all right, let me see your data. And you have a 5-foot measurement and a 10 and a 15-foot measurement. And you're like, yeah, but I averaged out to 10 feet. I'm like, dude, you don't know how to work a fucking tape measure. What do you mean you got 5 feet and 15 feet? But if you come back
The
and you say,
average would
oh,
have more significant digits
but
than
if you
that.
come back, hold on, I'm almost done. If you come back and say, oh, now I measured your 2x4, the average was 10 feet. And I'm like, let me see your data. And he's got one measurement at 9 foot, 11 and inches. And then the other measurement is 10 feet and an eighth of an inch. I'm like, oh, okay, that's good. You probably know how a tape measure works.
It's not analogous here, Jeremy, because the average that you're looking at here with the angles is reported to as many significant digits as the individuals. It's reported to the third decimal. So that's not analogous. If they cut off decimals and said it's 5 degrees, it's 8 degrees, then you would have an analogy, but you don't. So it's completely different. So the fact that they do report the third decimal it should give you more confidence in their numbers in the average.
I
shows
don't know.
they
I
know how
don't
to
have
use
any
it.
confidence in the numbers because I can't see them.
You're looking at them.
Because you guys
You're
don't
looking
have
at
them.
We do.
You don't show
Even
me
if
the
it's an
numbers
average,
that the average was made out of. Let's see it.
it's not going to change
Go
the
get
number.
them. Go ahead. Go get them. Come back when you get the numbers those averages are made out of. Then we'll talk.
Oh, the average is perfectly valid.
You don't have the data. I know. Super scientific.
You do. The average is the data, and it's sufficient for this argument, and it's sufficient
No,
for
the
this
average is
discussion.
made up of data.
It's not. It's not made up.
And now
It's
you're
a
crying. You're
calculation.
scared, and you sound desperate.
Oh, come on. You got to copy
You
me
sound
because you
desperate
can't
right
come up
now.
with anything. All you can do is project.
You sound desperate. What I'm just saying, you don't have the data. You said asking for the data is silly. Like, you sound desperate, bro.
It's not necessary for this discussion. The average is actually superior, and you can't deal with it, so you're trying to find a way to weasel out of it.
I can deal with it as soon as I see the data that the average is made out of,
Why do you need
which
that?
you don't have.
Why do you need that? You have the number that represents the angle as best we have.
Because I'm a fucking scientist and I want to see the fucking data.
You're a scientist? What degree do you
That's
have?
why I need it.
Or what engineering degree do you have, or science degree? What STEM degree do you have? Are you a
I
scientist?
explained to Extremistus what I do for work. Okay, he said I am a scientist. I do science.
You're not a scientist, Jeremy. Come on.
Well, according to Extremistus, I do fucking science. Okay,
It's
we're
pulling
gonna
your
check
leg,
with your
probably.
boy.
What do you do? What's your job? I'm curious.
I'm a janitor.
How do you do science?
It's something with I take data from the bathrooms, give it to my boss. She does things with it. It's all a whole bunch of science, according to your boy Extremistus. I don't think I'm a scientist. He does. Your Glober buddy.
Well, I don't know
I
if I
don't
would
think
agree with
that's
him there.
science at all.
Yeah.
It's your pseudo science.
So you're dismissing the average of numbers because you don't have the underlying numbers. I mean,
Well, I'm not dismissing anything, first of all.
okay, so
Okay.
let's discuss
I'm
these numbers
asking
since
for
you're
the
not
data.
dismissing them.
Asking
Well,
for the
before we get
data.
there, well, here you go. Here's the numbers that you say you don't believe. Why? Because you don't have the underlying numbers for the average? What does that matter? I mean, every instrument does that. I mean, when you put something on a scale, it's giving you like an average. I mean, do you not trust that scale because you can't see the individual data bits that it acquired over time that it averaged? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. You're not a scientist if you don't know this.
Scales give you an average for a one-time measurement?
Yes, they do. Yeah, because there's constant dithering in the electronics and the mechanics of a scale. So it has to have some kind of filter on it. So it's not just jumping around a whole bunch. I mean,
Dude, you
technically,
set
every
something on
measurement's
a
doing that.
scale. Bro, scales don't give you averages, dude. You can get an
They do.
average from taking multiple weight measurements. You can make an average, but
No,
just one
no,
single measurement is not an average.
no, no. Inside that scale, it's dithering some amount. It's not a perfectly solid reading. If you look closely enough at whatever digit it is, it's doing some kind of filtering to report a number, to make a stable number on the screen. It's doing an average. What about measuring temperature? There's no instantaneous temperature. You have some sampling time. You understand data acquisition? Have you ever used that in your job?
Yes, I've taken temperatures and weighed things, and you have a thermometer. You look at the number the thermometer reads. You write the number down. You now have a temperature reading. You could take multiple of them and come up with an average. One of them is not an average. Just same thing with weight. You set a rock on a scale. It moves the beam or whatever kind of scale you're using. Maybe a digital scale might do something goofy on the inside, but if you just got a triple beam or something, there's no average there. You set something on the scale, you get a number.
So let's talk about the digital scale then. Are those
You sound
invalid?
desperate,
Because
bro. You sound desperate.
let's talk about the digital scale. You brought that up. So is that an invalid method to measure weight because it's doing some kind of
That's what you
averaging to
brought up.
display? Yeah,
You
and I'm
brought up the
asking about
digital
it,
scale.
and you mentioned it as well. So do you think that's an invalid method of measuring weight or mass?
It sounds good. I don't know, but that's not the point.
Why? You don't have the underlying numbers that it's using to calculate and display the weight. You don't have those. Why
Well,
do you believe
what's
the
the
number
more
on the screen?
reliable mechanism?
Why do you believe a digital scale, Jeremy? Or do you think that's invalid?
You know that a triple beam scale is more reliable, and it doesn't require batteries. It cannot be affected by any
No,
kind of voltage changes. It doesn't
it
have
doesn't
a
have the precision that you can get with a digital electronics scale. Not even close. Reading something from a needle with your eye. That's silly. Not even close.
This is beautiful. More double talking. Way to go, Jeremy.
You sound
You're
desperate,
just
SE.
silly, You're just silly,
SE.
man.
You sound desperate, SE.
I know. It's just silly, man. This is
You
beautiful.
guys
Keep
do
it up.
anything you
This is good
can.
entertainment, Jeremy. Keep it up.
Look at you guys doing anything you can to not talk the technical details and just attack me.
Yeah, no, we're
Just to
desperate.
avoid it.
It's
Yeah, you are
just silly,
desperate.
Jeremy. Come on, give it up.
I just illustrated it because now Jeremy is stuck in a corner. He has to say that he doesn't trust the digital scale because he doesn't see what's going on
I
inside
didn't say
the
that.
electron. Oh, you
Beautiful
do
to
trust
hear
it.
the trolls double talk
It's-
and squirm. I
But
love it.
Okay,
like,
Jeremy.
why
Jeremy, so why do you
wouldn't a
trust the
triple
digital
beam
scale when
scale
you
be
can't see it? Hold on, shut
if
up,
you could
Snacks.
calibrate it?
Jeremy,
Like, why
why do you
wouldn't a
trust the
triple beam
digital scale?
scale?
Because you can't see the software. You don't know the numbers, what it's doing inside. Why do you trust it at all? You need those before you can trust it, don't you? Just like
You
you need
don't
the
have
individual
numbers.
measurements.
You got nothing. You got digital scales. You got nothing. Squirm.
Look at SE. He has absolutely nothing to contribute to the conversation, so he has to act like an idiot.
You see that? I just love, especially to hear this guy do that. It's beautiful. Keep it up, bro. Keep it up. Double speak for us.
Destroying you?
Come on.
Might
Tell
be
us how
destroying you?
measurements are not measurements. Go on.
How do you measure speed, SE? Tell me how you measure speed.
Go on. Tell us it's silly. I love it.
Go ahead, answer the question if you can. If not, I know you can't. It's fine.
You're a nobody, bro. We just laugh at you.
Look at this. Look at this guy. Desperate to cope with me destroying him.
It's just beautiful. I just woke up and it's music to my ears. Tell
So you don't
us.
know how
Tell us how
SE, you don't
actual
know how
measurements are silly. Say it again. I want to hear it.
do you measure speed? Can you measure speed? Do you even know? Or is it a
That's
calculation?
silly. That's just silly.
Look at him, stuck in a corner, unable to continue.
It's
Pathetic.
so beautiful to listen to. I just love it. Thank you,
Look at his
Jeremy.
projection.
And I'm going to have a coffee now thinking of how silly it is to ask for actual numbers.
He's got the numbers. Got all the numbers he needs to make the determination of what this says.
Yeah,
He's just
silly to
desperate
ask
to
for
dismiss
data.
them.
Desperate.
data.
You're
Don't have
desperate
the
asking for the data.
numbers. No numbers.
Numbers aren't
You're
numbers?
dead.
It's interesting.
I can imagine
Interesting
two
logic.
scientists sitting in a lab. One says, "Hey, you got the data for this average?"
That's just silly.
And
Come on.
the guy goes, and the other scientist goes, "You sound desperate. You're just being silly."
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, do you know what a gauge R&R means? You know what that term means in metrology?
You sound silly and desperate,
That doesn't
Gambino.
answer my question. Yes or no? Do you know? Okay, I'll take that as a
I don't
no.
I don't
That's
know
Okay,
a
what that
silly
is. No,
question,
gauge.
Jeremy. I
never
would
heard of
Oh,
it.
think that's
gauge.
silly.
Never heard of it.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'll tell you what it is because it sounds like you need to know this. So when you report data, you always have to, a measurement, even if it's an average, you have to report the uncertainty in that. And the way that you get that is called a gauge R&R, repeatability and repeatability, repeatability and reliability. So every instrument has this done. It's part of metrology. So when someone reports to you the average, they don't give you just the average number, they give you the uncertainty along with it. So for you to say that I need the underlying individual measurements to determine that reliability and repeatability, don't, because every properly done measurement will have that along with it built into the uncertainty measurement. So for this case, we have an average of the angles. I don't know what the uncertainty is in it, and it might be less than the third digit. I'm taking your word at face value there. It goes along with the measurement. So you know what the angle is within a certain band, regardless of the individual measurements, because we have uncertainty along with it. So you can't dismiss these numbers by saying I don't have the individuals, because these numbers are still valid. And that's what's silly is you trying to find a way to dismiss these by saying that you don't have the underlying individual numbers. That's the silly part. So you have to deal with these numbers. You can't just hand wave dismiss them.
Yeah, are they made up numbers, or is there an actual data set of numbers that they use to make the average? We don't know. I don't even know if these numbers exist. You know what? I'm going to
Being
just say it
silly
right now.
again.
Here we
You're
go.
so desperate
I'm
to
going to make
dismiss
a
them.
claim. I'm going to make a claim of non-existence, meaning anyone that wants to take the opposite stance, the burden of proof is on them, because that's how a claim of non-existence works. If I claim unicorns don't exist, the burden of proof isn't on me to provide you with a unicorn. It's for anyone else who takes the opposite stance, saying yes, they do exist, to show me a unicorn. So I'm going to just say it right now. These measurements that this average is made of, they don't exist. There you go.
So where
Have
did the
fun
average
with
come
that.
from? So where
Have
did the
fun
average
with
come
that.
from? No, no.
I don't know. They could have
Individuals.
made it up for all I know because these numbers that they're made up of don't exist.
Didn't you say the same thing if we presented the underlying numbers? You could just say those individual numbers are made up. So that's just silly.
Present them.
You're just going
No,
to say they're made
those
up.
numbers don't even exist.
You're just going to say they don't exist as well when you see them.
These numbers you're saying that I'm going to deny when you show them to me. They don't even exist.
So what would stop you from saying that those are made up themselves if you think the average could be made up?
What isn't it doesn't exist? The numbers that don't exist that you already don't have.
That's not what I'm saying. If you
This
were to
is
see
what
those, you could
desperation
just say,
sounds like. This is what desperation sounds like. It's beautiful.
yeah, him trying to say things are made up, that is pretty desperate. I agree. Especially when
There's
all
this
this
thing
is
that there's this thing you guys are saying exists. I'm telling you it doesn't exist. So show me the thing and then we can move on from there. Otherwise it just doesn't exist.
You said that the average could be made up. So what's stopping you from saying that the individual measurements could be made up?
Oh, the individual measurements that don't exist?
Yes.
Thing that doesn't exist, you want me to postulate on that now?
I want you to tell me what you would say when you see them.
They don't exist. I'm never going to see them. They don't exist.
So what if you did see them, if I did present them and prove you
Never
wrong,
going
that
to
they
see
do
them. You don't
exist?
have them. They don't exist.
Tell
So
them
if
what
I
the
were to,
unicorn would look like if you saw it, how you would feel if you saw the unicorn. Did it have a long horn? Was it white, Jeremy? How do you think it would look?
presupposing they don't, you're presupposing they don't exist. But let's
This
say
is
that
so
we did.
good. This
So
is so
let's
good.
say I understand you have to just talk over me because I'm going to make you all look stupid. So Jeremy, if we did find these individual measurements, what would stop you from saying that they're just made up like you did for the average? Doesn't that seem silly to you?
You're talking about something that doesn't even exist in the first place. So once you
It does
show me
exist.
these things, yeah, sure. Once you show me them and prove me wrong, then we can move on from there. Until then, there's not really much to talk about.
You're presupposing they don't exist, and I am
No,
going
they don't
to
exist.
suppose you presuppose that, but the fact that we have the average proves that they do exist. So you're wrong.
Okay, well, if they exist, show them to me. Let's see them.
Why? You're just going
Because
to
they
call them
don't
fake.
exist. You can't show them to me because they don't exist.
They do exist, obviously, because we have average of them.
Okay, if they exist, then show them to me.
I can't.
Because they don't exist. You can't show them to me because they don't exist.
Yeah, they do. 'Cause we have the average.
They don't exist.
So you think the average is made up?
I don't know. We don't have the numbers
You
that
said
they're
that.
made up from. We don't have the numbers that they're made up from, so I don't know.
What do you mean made up from?
An average is made up from a whole bunch of other numbers. We don't
How
have
can
those
made it from?
numbers. Those numbers
can
don't
made it
exist,
from?
so I don't know if this average is made up or what, because we don't. The numbers that it comes from, that it stems from, don't exist.
But why would you trust the individual numbers if you think the average could be made up?
I don't trust, and there's nothing to trust because this thing that you're saying that the average is made up from, they don't exist. So show them to me, and then we can move on. You sound desperate.
You're desperate to find a way to
You're
dismiss
desperate.
this number. So
And
what you're
silly.
saying
And
is,
silly.
so what you're saying is that the average could be made up, but you would be convinced that it's not by seeing the individual numbers that went with it, and you would not even think that those individuals are made up at all? So
Dude,
that's
this is
interesting
silly.
logic.
The
You have no
individual numbers.
Really interesting logic. You would trust the
individual
individual
numbers-
measurements. So could I
Individual
go measure a
numbers that the
2x4,
average is made
Jeremy,
up
and then
from.
come to you and make up a number? If you have me measure a 2x4, could I come back to you and make up a number? Or would
The
you trust it
individual-
wholeheartedly because it's an individual solitary measurement? Is it
the
impossible to
individual
make up an
measurement-
individual measurement?
Oh, bro, I thought you were done. Go ahead, man. I'm not even interested. You're desperate and silly.
Yeah, change the subject. He's desperate. He's silly. I'm fed up of this. Go
Look at
troll
you
somebody
guys.
else, Gambino.
Look
Go to
at your
the
projection.
Bigfoot. There's a Bigfoot site waiting for you.
Look at this projection from you guys, looking for any excuse to not deal with the words I have to say. 'Cause
Bro,
it makes
your
you look
game
stupid.
is up. We know who you are. Your 2 minutes are over. You don't have measurements. Now go play with somebody else.
Oh, poor
Yeah,
SE.
you ain't really saying nothing anyways. You're saying, if I had this thing that you're saying doesn't exist, if I had that non-existent thing, then blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't matter because you don't have them.
I'm just destroying your logic, but you can't just hand wave dismiss this because an average could be made up, because you would also be able to hand wave dismiss individual measurements. So what you're asking for contradicts your own logic.
We'll never know. We'll never know if I'm going to hand wave dismiss the individual measurements because you don't have them because they don't exist.
How would you know that you did receive the individual measurements? Like, let's say I found them and I gave them to you. How would you know those are the individual measurements anyway?
Go ahead.
Why
Give
are you
them to
asking
me.
for that? No,
Give them
how
to
would
me.
you know? How would you know those are the real ones? Why would you accept that?
I don't know. Give them to me, and I'll find out.
Why would you accept individual measurements but not the average?
Dude, I can accept the average if you have the averages are made up of individual measurements, right?
You can't accept the average because you don't have the individuals. But how would you know
Averages.
when you got the individuals?
Oh, this is
How would you
boring.
know
What's
that?
up, SE? SE, how's it going?
Yeah,
I know.
it's very good, bro. We had some snow
Dumped.
over here.
Destroyed.
Did the snow
Okay.
yesterday. Was
Bye.
amazing. Thank God for snow blowers. Now, if I didn't have a snow blower, Jeremy, I couldn't tell you, if I had a snow blower, then I would have done the snow in such a way. Now, because I had the snow blower, Jeremy, I can tell you, you know what? I cleaned the snow with my snow blower yesterday.
See, I have a giant snowblower, but I shoveled my whole shit. The snowblower is for the wife, right? I don't believe in snowblowers. That shit makes you soft, bro.
Yeah, well, if you saw the
You
freaking
get
amount of
soft
snow,
fucking around with
you
snowblowers.
wouldn't say that, bro. If you saw how much snow fell.
Okay, you
Dude,
guys
we
couldn't
got
hack it with me,
hammered
so
here
you
too.
gotta change the topic. I got it. Thanks. Bye.
Bigfoot,
We got
the
hammered.
servers need people. They need people. So,
We got hammered here too, bro. It was pretty thick and it was damp. It was that moist snow, heavy.
yeah, it was kind of heavy. Yeah, yeah. And you didn't use the snowblower?
Bro, I have a dope snowblower. Them shits make you soft though, bro. I'm telling you, you gotta fucking break your back once in a while.
You know what?
You gotta toughen these guys up.
I don't even know if you did the shoveling because I heard you yelling at one guy, "Hey, over here!" Were you shoveling?
Yeah, and they didn't help me. They didn't help me do shovel shit. Teenage boys in the house. I did all the fucking shoveling. These kids are soft these days.
Now imagine if you had 4 more kids.
To
How
what?
do you
Not
think
help me
the
not
industry would have
shovel?
went then?
If I had 4 more kids to help me not shovel?
Yeah, yeah.
Sweet.
It's amazing, eh? The desperation they have. Eh? Just listen to their voices, man. Just listen to the non-argument. It's quite entertaining, I must say.
Bro, I've been on about this data for at least a year and a half now of them not having the data that this average is made up from. Like, not denying anything. Just show me the data. Imagine a scientist. It's like, yo, I got a unicorn. I got a unicorn's average height. Like, huh? Show me the data for it. And I'm like, well, I don't have the data. Just it's an average. Here you go of the unicorn.
Could you imagine if he was in court presenting this argument and the judge said, could I see the data? And he said, you don't need to see the data. That's silly.
That's silly, Your Honor.
Yeah,
That's
tell the
silly,
judge
man.
he sounds desperate.
That's desperate. You don't need to see the data. Just take my word for it, yeah. You get laughed out of court.
That's all there's
Your
left
boy
is
Bev.
to laugh at these guys because they're desperate and they're silly.
Your boy Bev put me onto this whole thing because I didn't even know. I was looking at this shit. I'm like, I was like, something doesn't seem right about this. So I brought it to Bev, and he's like, yeah, you can't fucking measure that 3 digits past the arc second. He's like, you're just making up numbers at that point. I was like, oh, okay. So I brought it back to them guys, and they're like, yeah, it's an average. Oh, so all right, cool. But where's the measurements at? Because you're saying you have measurements of spherical excess. They're like, well, that's why for the past year and a half you've randomly heard me arguing about an average isn't a measurement because of that paper you posted.
Yeah, well done. Very good, solid argument. When I first heard it, I go, they can't be serious, right? They can't be arguing about averages, right? But yeah, they are. It's amazing.
It might check out. I don't know. Let's see the fucking numbers. I'll do my own average. That way I can actually make sure the math is right. Plus, you heard the thing I said, if I send you out to the backyard and there's a 2x4 out there and I send you to measure it and you come back and you're like, yo, the average is 10 feet. And I'm like, let me see the data. And you're like, all right, one of the measurements was 5 feet. The other one was 15 feet. So the average is 10. I'm like, dude, you don't know how a fucking tape measure works if that's the measurements you came out with, right? Whereas if you come out with 9 feet, 11 and 7/8, and then your other measurement was 10 feet and 7/8, I'm like, oh, okay, that's good. 10 feet, good average.
Yeah, yeah,
Whereas the 5
absolutely.
foot and the 15-foot one, I'm like, dude, do you even know how a tape measure works?
Yeah. Or I use the example, if you want to build a balcony, right? And you're cutting beams, right? Some beams got to be 3 feet, some beams got to be 2 feet, some got to be 2.5, whatever your slope is. You can't average those out. That's just silly. You want to cut each freaking beam to the right length. You're not going to average anything. That's just ridiculous. So we got them flailing, and it's just fun to watch. It's just fun to watch. Like the other time, where they're targeting a not actual position. Remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm targeting a mirage. Yeah.
That's how you got to do it with them guys. Just fucking change the subject, dude. You're gonna just loop us in circles all fucking day.
That's it. That's how to handle it. Like when you see a
There's no
troll,
point in
obviously
getting
going in
frustrated.
circles. Yeah. Just use a little troll spray and game over. He would have been happy doing this all day long with you.
All day,
All
right?
day.
I would have ruined
Yeah.
my Sunday.
Yep. Do you have the numbers? No, we don't have the numbers. But what about if you don't? If you did have the numbers, but we don't have the numbers. Yeah, but if you did, like seriously, that's a debate for you. My God, man. Yeah, we have them dancing, hopping, jumping. It's truly fun to watch this stage.
You guys talking about the survey?
Yeah.
Yeah, the spherical axis thing.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Like, I want to
really
see
look
the.
forward to it.
Are you in Florida?
I got back. I just got back.
I want to see the numbers that the average is made up of. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's too unreasonable. Just let me see the data.
Well,
Sounds
so I found
reasonable.
like they used the Clark ellipsoid, and they actually factor the sphere into everything they're doing, every single part of it, like as in observed angles, elevation relative to sea level, because it's obviously different on flat Earth and a globe. Every single bit of it is spherical geometry using the Clark ellipsoid. Every single bit of it. So they're just blatantly lying. That's all they're like. But McToon is just lying, right? Like lying or ignorant, whichever one.
Yeah, but he admitted that they're not actual numbers. McToon
Oh yeah,
admitted that. Yeah.
yeah. He admitted that they didn't have the actual, because what they say is they gave you the raw data. All you have to do is go look at it. If you think it's wrong, just go look at the raw data. And in reality, they didn't. And also, they
The
first of all,
raw.
they don't take averages. They take weighted means. That's different.
See, Kosho said though. I asked Kosho about that. I'm like, what kind of average is it? Is it just a regular average or is it weighted? Said it's just regular. So that's why I want to see the numbers, see the
Well, they
data,
just
the
make
raw
stuff
data.
up, dude. It says in the paper that it's a weighted equation.
There's 3 different papers going around right now, so it's kind of getting confusing.
Oh well, I'm focusing on the one. They're like 900 pages, so we can't really like mix them all up. So we're focusing on the triangulation, transcontinental triangulation, arc of the parallel, and yeah, at point blank. This is what I'm saying. How crazy are these people? Where they just literally make stuff up, like, oh, it's just an average. Okay, where's the equation? Where does it say that in the paper? Oh, well, everyone just knows that's how it works. Well, the paper says the opposite, though. It says there's a weighted mean. Like also they were saying that they take their observed angle, they write it down,
Well,
and then
hold
they
on.
take the average for the correction. Good.
Hold on. We're doing the transcontinental triangulation.
That's the one that I'm like pressing McToon on. Yeah,
All right.
because it's
Okay,
the
hold
primary
on.
one he always brings up.
And
This
those
weighted
observed, you're
mean.
saying the observed angles. Hold on a second. You're saying the observed angles that average is weighted.
Yes, absolutely. It says specifically in the paper, everything is weighted.
So just for the people that don't know, weighted means that they throw some numbers off, right? During the process, if I understand
Well,
correctly.
Yeah, more so what they do is they add a different weight to each number. So like if the number's closer to what they need it to be, then it has more weight in the equation, right? So it's going to like have more influence on the average.
Yeah, yeah. And the ones
Right.
that don't, the ones that are far
And
off, what are
they just well, they probably do throw really far off measurements out, but I'm just like the ones that are off from the prediction, they have such a small weight that they get like, they get drowned out.
disregarded?
They do
So this
throw
is
out.
even worse when they say this. The weighted average, the weighted mean, whatever. This is even worse.
Yeah,
Which
it's
they
way
do
worse.
throw out. They do throw out discrepancies. It says it in the intro, right at
Yeah.
the beginning of the paper.
Yeah, I
So
would
this is
imagine they
worse.
throw out outliers. But that's not even completely unreasonable. Like if you take like 10 measurements and one of them is like way off, you may think that you just messed up.
Yeah,
Yeah, understood. But
I
still,
can
the
see that.
whole process, and even if we give them everything as accurate, right? They still have 21 numbers that don't comply. So even if we give them that they have all the numbers, it still doesn't work.
Oh, we're not giving them anything. Like the whole thing is trying to make a straight ruler curved. That's what the whole thing is, right? So it's
Yeah,
like
no kidding. Yeah.
if you had a straight ruler but you tried to use a spherical equation to describe it, you can in no way describe a straight ruler. It's impossible. There is no straight lines in spherical geometry. You can't have a straight ruler if you use spherical math. It doesn't matter how straight the ruler is. Okay, so they went to the Earth. The Earth is flat. It's impossible for them to measure it to be flat as the final product because the equations are spherical. It's not like really complicated. It's like, yeah, it's just funny because they're to the point where now they just lie. They know they're making stuff up, which begs the question: do they actually think the Earth's a ball, right? Or like they think, oh, the Earth's a ball, so it's okay to lie about it? I don't know.
They're desperate, bro, and they just say stuff. That's all. If you had it, that's their argument. If you
I've
had
been
it.
asking for the raw data for this for over a year now, because it's obviously you want to see the data.
You know what's so funny though, Jeremy, is they were like shoving the word raw data in my face. They were like, they recorded all the raw data. Like they just kept saying it. Like, you're so stupid. You could just go look at the raw data if you think they're wrong. They provided all the raw data. Like that was like their main argument, and they literally didn't provide the raw data.
Okay, here's how I see it. If you're going to tell me you have a measurement of spherical Earth, I'm going to want to see the measurements, like the actual measurements, individual measurements. I would just tell. Did you hear what just happened with me and Gambino?
No.
I told him them shit, that raw data. I told him that shit don't exist. It's like me saying a unicorn don't exist. It ain't on me to do anything now. You need to come with it. Come with your unicorn or your raw data, and let's see it.
Well, yeah, that's what they're all doing. Is they're all trying to flip the burden. Like the Globers invoke this as alleged evidence that the Earth's a globe because of spherical excess. We start pointing out that it's not, and then they're like, "Prove it. Do the math, dude. This is your claim, dude. This is your claim."
Bacon said 21 of them. Bacon analyzed like 50 something measurements from this, and he said 21 of them registered non-spherical or closer to non-spherical, and then the other 30 were closer to spherical. So I mean, you have 21 that measure non-spherical. Oh, it's within the margin of error, and that's without the corrections, whatever. And that's also with their weighted mean. I don't even know. Like, I'm telling you, I want to see those numbers. I'm not doing
every
anything
time
with
they
this.
say Yeah, every time they say it's an average, every time they say the observed angle is an average, tell them to cite it. Like, where in the paper does it say it's just an average? Cite it. They all made it up. Objectively, they just made it up. And then they said it, and then they repeated the other Glover saying it. It doesn't say that in the entire paper. It doesn't say that. It specifically says that there are weighted equations. First, they were trying to say that they just take the raw angle, write it down, and then they apply the correction, and the correction is averaging the angles. But a 5-year-old could look at it and say, how are they averaging the angles to get the correction if it only has one angle, right? Like, there's only one angle for the observed. How are they averaging the observed angles to get the corrected? So now they backtrack to, oh, the observed angle is the average. Okay, so then what's the correction then? The correction is a spherical correction based on the Clark ellipsoid model. It says it in the paper. That's the heart of this whole thing. The correction is a spherical correction, but it gets even worse than that because the observed angle also has the ellipsoid data baked into it. That's how you get your weighted mean. Duh. It's like a bell curve. Yeah, it's like a bell curve, right?
Bro.
Yeah. Well, this is good though. This is, if we really like boil this down and like destroy it, and like we blast it all over the place. This is like their main argument for physical measurement of curvature for 5 years. The Globers are like freaking out. Now Coach is trying to act like he never cared. Like, oh, okay, well, you're the only anti-flat earther because everyone else, this is their go-to proof the Earth's a ball. And we've all been calling this out for years, right? I mean, yeah, for years we've been saying that it's a spherical assumption, and we were correct. So we've just been like, wow, this is so stupid. You guys are retarded. You think that assuming the Earth's a sphere, taking the data and bending it into a sphere somehow proves the Earth's a sphere. But, you know, I've been coming across people that are new to it that go look into MC Toon and his website. They find this and they believe what they say about it. And they're convinced like, whoa, people just went out into the world, made measurements, and it shows that there's not 180 degrees on triangle. And there's no way that can happen on a flat Earth. So like it actually is convincing people that flat Earth is wrong. So it needs to be like thoroughly exposed, in my opinion, which I'm just now like getting back. I have to write the script for the trailer and then run it through the AI for the voice. And then I'll have some time to look at it. But just keep encouraging the Glovers to help us out. Like if Bacon did that, then that helps us out a lot. And if Bacon will actually provide the 21 that are, you know, the 21 he's talking about, that would be ideal. Yeah, I don't know. So like you guys get it, right? So, like, I think you guys get it. Like if you have, okay, you have the Clark ellipsoid. Okay, it has a radius of, it's like 6,800 meters or 6,800 kilometers or whatever. So it's a specific radius that they're using for all this. And they literally have the R value in the equation. Literally. Okay, so me and India already found that. And so to pretend they're not using the R value or assuming the globe is remedial. You have like a window and it's like, okay, if you draw 3 lines on a piece of paper, draw 1 line to your left, 1 line to your right, and 1 line through the middle. That line through the middle is the perfect number that the globe predicts, okay? Then you start taking all your measurements and they fall all within these 2 outside lines, you know, closer and further away from that middle line that you need. What they do is as the data gets closer to that middle line, it counts more. It's like it has more weight. And as it gets further away, it counts less. So that you can take whatever data you get and make it work.
That's another reason why I want to see the actual data set that the average is made from. I just want to see what's going on with these numbers. Like that doesn't sound silly or ridiculous or desperate. It just sounds like we're going over a measurement and I want to see the data for it.
Yeah, but they're just going to have to try to dismiss that. We could try to actually reach out and see if we can get the field notes of the people.
That's what Larry. Yeah, I talked to Larry GPS. He said he was going to email the guy and try to get the field notes or something from this, but that was like 6 months ago, and I ain't heard from him since. So I don't know if they even exist at this point. I was just telling Gambino, I'm like, these shits don't exist. It's like a unicorn. Show me your fucking unicorn, and then we can move on.
Yeah, and remember this too. If they have a weighted mean, right, that means they're basing it on something. That means they're starting off with a pre-consumption from the beginning, which is the circumference. Yeah.
Yeah, it says it in the paperwork. It's called the Clark ellipsoid model. It's very specific.
It said it actually. Really? There you go. There you freaking go.
Yes, it's called the Clark ellipsoid model.
There it is. So it's a pre-freaking consumption from the get-go.
Like the actual average might show that it's non-spherical. The actual average, if you just did a real average, who knows? We don't know because we don't have those fucking numbers.
Dude, it guaranteed would show that, Jeremy. Like,
because you're basing it on that. Yeah. There's no way around it.
The paperwork's just all about discrepancies and corrections. That's what the whole paper's about. So obviously, if you take a weighted mean and then your average is still less than 180, oh my God, like it's getting bad out here. Oh, by the way, they also say in the paperwork that a lot of them they can't even see. They can't actually take the measurement. They can't even see it. So they're just supposed to fill it in based on the ellipsoid model.
I mean, I don't know. I'd love to know what they're. Yeah, I'd love to know what they're citing, the actual methodology of this. Like, what are you citing with a crosshair from that distance that you're getting, that you couldn't wiggle the crosshair all over? You know what I mean? Like, you know how much distance a crosshair takes up at I don't know how to phrase it correctly. Like, you could get a crosshair to cover up a fucking mountain if you get far away enough, or the whole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but this is what's so funny, dude. In the paperwork, it literally says that when you get further away, you're not able to actually even make the measurements. Just fill them in. Fill them in using the ellipsoid model.
There it is. There's another killer. We all know that you can't read something when it's far away. We've been saying that forever. And they're actually writing it into the paper. It's unbelievable.
It literally says that you can't see them. And what they do is when you start calling them out for this 180 or less than 180, they rush to the bottom where they find the really big triangles and they say, look, there's way more spherical excess here, right? Those are the ones that they couldn't see and they had to fill in.
Yeah, how are you going to see 10 miles, 12 miles with that? It's impossible. This is like a joke, guys. This is really a joke.
Dude, they're going to the ones that are like 150 kilometers, 180 kilometers. And that's the ones they're invoking for spherical excess. And
is there triangles that big? Is there triangles that big in it? Yeah, I told you they were 100 miles plus, some of them, yeah.
Yeah, just some of them, though. Like, the vast majority of them are not. But like, according to that paperwork, dude, they're not seeing anything that far away. According
There's
to their
no
own paperwork,
chance, bro. There's no chance.
They were showing me. Go ahead, Essie.
Listen, Jeremy, you know this. Maybe Witsit doesn't know this. Bev went on the beach. We did a live thing. We had an auto level and we showed the distance. Bro, after a few hundred meters, you can't see fuck all. Excuse my language. There's no way that those instruments were used at those distances. It's impossible. Literally impossible.
You wouldn't go to the beach. Like, you wouldn't be on the surface at the beach. Like, they're going on mountains. So for sure you would see further and clearer up high on a mountain.
No, you're not getting it, bro. No. Stop. It doesn't matter how high you are. It doesn't matter where you are. It's the distance between you and the measuring rod. It becomes blurry with it. There's no way. You
can't even make out the rod. Yeah.
You ain't measuring shit. That has to be really understood, that there's a limit.
Witsit said that a minute ago. You can't cite it. They're just making the numbers up because they can't cite it.
That's what it says in the paperwork. Yeah. But like, this is what's this is what everyone needs to really it's very simple. They were not making a document for Mattoon and anti-flat earthers in 2023. They just assumed the ellipsoid was true, and they were trying to make the measurements make sense.
Yes.
That's it.
A pre-consumption of the radius, of the circumference, and they got their weighted bullshit. It's as simple as that. Because you got to weigh it against something, right? What are you weighing it against? The pre-consumption of the sphere. It's crazy.
I want the Globers to come in and try to defend it because we need to use them to go through it, right, and try and get the best they have. Like MC Toon just has a script; he just repeats it, you know. So it's not really. But I've already I told MC Toon, I'm like, okay, look, go ahead and agree right now because you know I'm going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why you're freaking out. So just agree. We'll go through this survey live on Modern Day Debate. We'll go through the survey live. Agree. And he refused to agree to the debate, dude. He was like,
Obviously.
yeah, he's like, only once you do the math. I'm like, what's the math? Like, what do you the math? Like, just agree
Tell
to
him,
the
give me
debate.
the numbers, and I'll do the math. Give me the numbers, and I'll do the math. Tell him that.
It's like
The
if we
numbers
went
that
and
you
tried to do
already
this,
admitted, right? The numbers that he already admitted that they don't exist.
yeah, and only once pressed on it though, you know, like he only admitted it once I cornered him in the chat. It's like, you know, what's crazy is that if we went out and tried to do this in 2023 with way better technology, we could not see any of these triangles, dude. Like they're so far away. And to think that they did it in freaking 1900 is such a joke. And actually, that
Wasn't
survey
it
is
in
built upon earlier surveys.
1885, I think it was?
I think this is actually like in 1908 or something, but it's all built upon earlier surveys. So it says in the paperwork, it's like we're taking the data from all these other surveys and we're building
Okay.
upon that.
The original survey was in 1885, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are really old. Some of them are even from like the late 1700s that they built this survey on. But this is where they wanted to go coast to coast. You know, they wanted to map out the stuff they weren't able to, like mountain ranges and blah blah blah.
Yeah, the intro is very informative with that. It basically says that they had old surveys on the West Coast and the East Coast, and this project was to meet them in the middle, like across all of the United States. So I think it took
Right,
like 50 years or something crazy. But
right. So where you get
go
the
ahead.
word oscillating, not like
Yeah,
not like
oscillating
oscillation,
sphere.
but yeah, but the U. Yeah, that's just where you have the 2 points connect, like meet. You have like
Yeah,
say you draw like two lines on a sphere in different directions where they meet. It says like the oscillation.
yeah, I couldn't figure that out. I was looking it up, and it looked like they drew like a spiral off the like presupposed globe, and like the part of the osculating sphere was like a point on it that was part of a great circle but off to the side, like it wasn't. It's like they can change the radius of the circle that they're looking at for certain triangles that they were using. It was bizarre, but I couldn't fully understand that osculating sphere or whatever.
They've been
Yeah, just
trying to
where
do
the
this for years. They've been trying to curve horizontal. They've been trying to curve level. This is their go-to, and this is not good for them. This one, very
Yeah,
no,
devastating.
we should
you know
not
what?
let it go. We should 100% make this like the
Yep, yep.
2023 conversation because what ends up finding you end up finding out is this actually proves the Earth is flat. Like all of their corrections they have to do shows that the Earth is flat. It's actually a flat Earth evidence.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, all of the triangles measured like flat, like right at 180. And then it wasn't until they applied the spheroid that they ended up claiming that it was an arc of the parallel. It's crazy. And if you look at the cost breakdowns, they had a more expensive time doing the survey on one of the coasts than the other, right? But then when you break it down, the bigger triangles, which were done like the Midwest, sort of like near the Rockies, those cost less per square mile than the like flat plains, like towards the East Coast. And everything else was the opposite. So you could tell that it costs more or it costs a lot less for them to do the big triangles because it was all approximations and less measurements. I'll try to find where that is and post it.
Yeah, this is what I'm like anyone that's helping out here. what I need, because I was on the airplane and I put it through my documents app on my iPad, and I was saving pages, and I was highlighting and underlining certain things. That's what I really need, instead of like, I need people to screenshot and cite this stuff, right? So that I can compile it and have like put together like a concise reputation that has all the information needed. And what I think is going to be really funny is if I just share my iPad screen and I just do the math, I just do the trigonometry live, like super efficiently, and show where the assumptions are and what each character means. That's just going to they're going to go into hiding, because their whole narrative is like flat earthers can't do math. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, go tell my teacher that. So like, I think to the point where I'm just going to share my iPad screen and do the math with my Apple Pencil and just shut them up. And there's really no way around that. They're banking on this. Their safe window, in their opinion, is to say, do the math, because it's very dense, complicated math in there. So they're like, they'll never do it. They won't do it, but they're like, they'll never do it. And we can pretend we know how to do it and they can't do it. We can just hide behind this math. And so when you just rip that out from their hands, they're going to just cry about it. Anyway, like there's a lot to this. Another one is the sea level thing. It says specifically, like if you control F reference spheroid, if you go to the document and you control F reference spheroid, then you're going to see like 7 locations where it starts talking about the ellipsoid model that they're referencing for all of it. And one of them explains like the correction needed for sea level, which is important if you're getting an elevation above sea level, right?
Also, that's another average, by the way. Sea level is another average. A lot of people have a misconception of that.
Yeah, mean sea level, but like we treat the sea level as if it's horizontal, because that's what level is. So what they do is they use everything as if it's horizontal, then they make corrections as if it's a sphere.
But your low water mean sea level is a much more accurate sea level average. It only goes so low. That has less variation than, the mean between your tides.
Yeah, I'll go in and grab the PDF for a second, but like I'm just trying to sit in the sun and ground right now. I'm just on my phone. I don't know. I think it is beneficial that we talk about this though, like in detail. Just shut them up. Shut them up, bro. Like it's like you had all these surveyors trying to prove the globe. You dumbasses ran around talking about the survey for 7 years as if it proved the globe. Now we found out it actually doesn't. It does the opposite.
Dude, Blue Marble's in the chat telling me I sound idiotic because I want the data, and then he told me I sound desperate. He's just all mocking Gambino today.
But that's all they can do, dude. That's why they shouldn't even be. That's why I was thinking about talking to Gio. Like, I think that they should be limited in the text if they're not in VC. That's my opinion. It's not my server. But I think that what happens is they come in here and they know that they can blatantly lie and repeatedly lie. And if you correct them, they can just keep lying, and they can just make up narratives, and they can gaslight you and antagonize you and provoke you, because in VC, you get called out live time, right? It's like bang, bang, you're getting exposed. In the chat, you can pretend that you can just keep on saying it regardless and get away with it. In VC, you can't do that because everyone hears it live. But in the chat, you can just keep on repeating the lie over and over. That's just my opinion, because what happens is they get really ugly and nasty, and they just try and personally like berate people for hours and hours, but they're all scared to jump in VC. I don't think you can actually set it up to where you can't type in the chat if you're not in the voice call.
Yeah, that's dope. We should definitely have a chat just for the live stream. I feel you. I'm gonna put it to Gio later.
Yeah, because you can always
make the
have
live stream one for just make the live stream one, and then just make some bullshit general chat we don't even have to look at.
Exactly. That's one thing that the other server did do that I think is good. Like, because what you'll find out is that all the trolls will congregate in general and just say crazy stuff. And it's like, if you really want toxicity and you want to go to war with it, then you go to general and you can get your full dose of nonsense, right? But it'll make the voice like way more relevant to the conversation. etc.
Dude, I wouldn't be shocked if they just never come into VC to talk about this. Like, it's going to be really bad.
Yeah, it is because what they all just repeated MC Tune.
Yeah, and clearly he didn't read even the intro to this thing, because just in the intro alone, it tells you everything you need to know.
No, he just went straight to the charts and tried to find stuff more than 180.
100%.
And then put it on his website and then brags about it and brings it up in every debate ever.
Yeah, he really did. Like it's some home run.
They've been trying to curve a straight line for years now. They've been trying to do this for years, and it's not working. They've been trying to curve level. They've been trying to curve horizontal. Level is not horizontal. Yeah.
Yo,
And-
blue marble, blue marble. No one's scared, dude. Come in VC. Let's talk about these spherical excess measurements that you don't even have. You don't even have any measurements.
Yeah, I
So
think
what-
that you're the one scared, right, B-Ball, because you're afraid to come in VC and defend it. You're just trying to gaslight from behind a keyboard as a grown man. So I would say that's probably the epitome of being scared. Do any of the ballers in the VC? We got any ballers? Any ballers want to help us understand what we're misunderstanding about the spherical excess?
Yeah, not that it's going to actually help. No.
Okay, so do you
have
understand?
Go ahead, Whitson.
Do you understand it, Chucky?
A little bit.
Oh, so does this transcontinental
more than you.
triangulation? Really? Okay, so can you explain it to me?
What part are you having trouble with?
Okay, here's my first part I'm having trouble with. So we have observed angles, okay, and then you add up the observed angles.
Measured
right?
angles.
Okay, well the document says observed angle. That's the title of the column. Observed angle. So we'll go with the document, not your sophistry. Okay, cool. So the observed angles, some of them add up to less than 180. How does that work on a sphere?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Forgot a column. You forgot a column.
No. You're saying none of them
Yes.
are less than 180? Are you saying none of them are less than 180?
Did you add the correction column?
That's not how it works, Chucky.
Dude, one
That
at a
is
time,
how it
buddy.
works.
Hey,
No,
one
it's
at
not.
one, Chucky, one at a time. I'm talking about the observed angles. Why are the observed angles equaling less than 180? Why?
You for the measured angles, you always have to add in the corrections, or it's not.
Oh, what are the
measured.
corrections? What are the corrections?
For error. I don't know how they derive the corrections, but because I'm not a geodetic surveyor, but I have done plane surveying, and you have to add in your corrections for plane surveying. You always do that to increase accuracy.
The corrections are not for error. The corrections are not for error.
They are.
What's the error margin? What's the error margin?
I'm not aware.
Oh, I am though.
It's not about error margin, it's about accuracy. So when you do chain surveying, you have to you add in the correction for temperature, because the chain.
Oh. So you're saying they're corrections about temperature?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
chain surveying it is.
Oh, okay, but we're not talking about that.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay,
Surveying, you add.
You're smart guy.
Stop interrupting, cunt.
Well, you're just being a sophist.
Holy
let's
fuck.
relax.
You've heard the answer more than once and you ignore it. So that's why you're still stupid.
Chucky.
If you would listen.
Let's not do all the personal attack.
Chucky, he's stupid, but the correction column isn't added to the observed angle according to Kosho. So maybe you need to take it up.
Geodetic surveyor.
Oh, gotcha.
Who are you?
When surveyors measure, they correct for various things that cause errors in their measurements.
You're not a geodetic surveyor.
This is what it specifically says.
If you've taken surveying in school, speak up. I have.
Okay, we don't care. So what it specifically says?
Shut up then and listen to my answer. Okay,
no,
you can keep interrupting. Jesus fucking Christ.
You don't know the answer, and now you admitted that you don't know the answer.
Retard.
I said the answer. They add in the correction.
Chucky, what the fuck are you
Got it?
doing, dude?
What the
Relax. I
fuck
know
are
it's
you
tense
doing,
because
Jeremy?
there's some interruptions. I understand, but you can't call names just because there's interruptions. Relax, and let's try to go one at a time. Go ahead, Whitsit and Chucky. We'll clear the floor for you guys.
Okay, this is the point, man. We don't need you to talk about what you think other surveyors do in other situations. We're talking about hyper specific details about this specific survey. Okay, I asked you what the corrections were. You said you didn't really know. And now you're going on and tell us about what you've done with plain survey and what the corrections were. So that's completely irrelevant. What it says specifically regarding refraction, it actually details refraction. Okay. And it says that it's not that huge of a variable because this is azimuth readings and that the refraction is applied to the actual vertical based on elevation. Okay. So temperature and refraction have nothing to do with the corrections. So would you like to explain to us what the corrections are, please?
No. I say it again. I don't know what the specific corrections are. What I will say is that surveyors always add in the corrections for accuracy every single time.
Okay, but we need to determine how do we know what's accurate or inaccurate? And the answer applying to this survey is they use a Clark ellipsoid spherical Earth model. Okay. And if the measurements don't comport with that, they correct to make them work.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay, so we know it's an ellipsoid, so then it works. Do we
Okay.
know the distance? Sorry, I was about to ask a question, but go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead.
I was going to ask you if surveyors have correctly determined the distance between the known cities on Earth, specifically ports and airports.
The point is that we're talking about if
Was that a yes or no?
That's an irrelevant question trying to divert away.
Okay, so it's hard to answer yes because you know the answer is yes.
No, we have pretty accurate distances. There are some fluctuations, and they've changed drastically since this survey. So anyway,
have they?
well, they've changed. Let's just drop the word drastically. So the point here is, why are you changing the subject?
What distances have changed since that survey?
Does it, a lot of them, but I'm not changing the subject.
So,
we're not changing the subject.
Have they changed to become more or less accurate?
Why are you changing the subject?
I'm asking a question about surveying. Have they changed to become more accurate? Do they change to become more? Okay, they change to become more accurate. Yes, that's how surveying works.
Let's talk about the actual conversation instead of changing the subject. So the Globers have invoked this as if they went out onto the Earth, they made just raw measurements, and that it showed that the Earth's a sphere because there was spherical excess. But in reality, what they did was they went and made measurements. A lot of them actually added to less than 180. They've then taken a Clark ellipsoid model and they apply corrections based on the spherical dimensions to make the data work within the assumed sphere because the data didn't work.
Why are there some negative corrections?
Because sometimes there's negative and positive corrections based on what the globe prediction is. They take their angles and then they correct for them. What is your point?
The point is they're not just doing it to make it fit on a sphere. They're doing it for accuracy.
No, the negatives also make it fit on the sphere, dude. Okay, like if there's a 7, if you need to reach 7 and you get a 6 or an 8, you would either add 1 or subtract 1 to get the 7 of the sphere. Both the negatives and positive corrections are making it fit the sphere model.
So why do you keep bringing up refraction?
I'm the one that said refraction's irrelevant because you brought up temperature because you're changing the subject and you're desperately trying to avoid. You're desperately trying. Does this prove the Earth's a sphere if you have to assume the sphere and then make corrections to the data to make it match the sphere?
It does not prove a sphere. It is evidence for a sphere.
How is it evidence for a sphere if you have to take the data and then change it based on the assumption of the sphere?
You're incorrect again. They're adding corrections as surveyors do every time they make measurements.
Oh my God. Okay, let's do this. Let's start one by one.
So the observation is the angle they get. The measurement includes the correction. This is the conversation. The conversation is about accuracy and surveying.
Okay.
and how accurate they have been. And the fact that we know the size and shape of the Earth based on the surveying, and that we know the distances from city to city all the time, verified, can only fit on a sphere. That's
Okay.
Just skip the rhetoric, please.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all he has.
That's not rhetoric, Jeremy.
So look, we had.
How's it rhetoric to say that we know that the
Oh my
distances
God.
on Earth? We measure them every day. We verify them every day, I should say.
Chucky,
and they only fit on the sphere. How is that rhetoric?
stop changing the subject. Okay.
That
so
is
we
not
have
the changing
we
the
have
subject.
we
The
have a
subject is the
survey.
accuracy
Yo,
of
can you let
measurements.
Witsit respond, please? Are you gonna ever stop talking?
Sure. Well, I'm going to
Okay,
stop talking because I'm going on mute. I'm going to
Yeah, see,
listen
of course
to
you
them
are.
complain about
So
the Globers for the
so
next
you have
hour, or I'm going
you
to
have you have a spherical excess survey allegedly. Okay, so we have observed angle column, and then there's one observed angle for each location to the next. Now, what did they do to get that observed angle? Did they take multiple measurements, or did they just take one measurement and write it down? Yeah. So of course they wouldn't just take
All he
one
had was
measurement.
rhetoric and bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, they would have
No, I
obviously not
dropped
just.
out because I said I'm getting home. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure, they're all going to drop out right when it gets down to the heart of the actual conversation. Any other Globers that think they can actually defend it without sophistry?
They can't defend this. They haven't been able to. First of all, they don't even have a measurement. I don't know. You got an average. They don't even have the measurement. So I mean, there's nothing to even. Like, I don't want to do what Oakley does and just shut the conversation down like instantly without getting into it. Like, I love getting into arguments, but it's like you don't even have a fucking measurement.
You can't argue geometry, man. Don't even try. Don't even try arguing geometry or water. It's a lost cause. You're never gonna win.
It is neat though that the corrections are based on that whole ellipsoid model and shit. Of course,
Admittedly so. Admittedly so.
But
Yeah.
it's even worse than that, right? Because look, let me help you guys out. Okay, so what they're going to do is they're going to scroll down. This is what MC Toon did instantly, right? Because Shane called him out, showing that they were less than 180. So what he did was just scroll down, just ignored it, scrolled down to the bigger triangles, right? Where the observed angles added up before a correction show much greater than 180, right? Like 7 degrees greater, whatever. And he's like, so look, these prove it, right? The part that they've gotten away with is that the observed angles actually factor in the spheroid model as well. Before they even write down the observed angles, it factors in the spheroid, and then they apply corrections to that using the spheroid model. So what they do is they take the observed angles and they get a weighted mean, and that weighted mean comes from the ellipsoid model. So the observed angle column also assumes the sphere. It's not just raw data. It's nothing like that. It assumed the sphere, and then with the weighted mean is built upon the assumed sphere. That's how you distribute your weight. Then they take the observed angle, put it down, and it still doesn't work. So then they have to make an additional correction. Okay? So this is the part that they want to hide. And if we don't call them out for this, then they're going to be able to trick the audience by saying, well, look, when you come down here, even before the corrections, the observed angles are way greater than 180 when the triangle's bigger. That's what they're going to say.
But they're doing a weighted average, yeah.
Correct. That's the part that has to be exposed because they want to leave that part out. You know?
That's why I want to just see the actual average, which means we're going to need the fucking data set from these averages, which they don't fucking have.
Yeah, and you'll never get that.
Do they say that anywhere? What's it that they add on the observed is already the added mean? That does it say that anywhere in their thing?
Yes. It's specific. That's the first paragraph I read.
Clip that out, bro. Clip that out.
Okay, yeah, I will when I go inside. But it's 900 pages. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why like I need people to help me out with it. I'm way too busy to go through every word of a 900-page document and look through the math. And not to mention, it doesn't specifically say what is relevant in this conversation, right? It's not going to say, we assumed a sphere, and this is the corrections we did assuming the sphere, taking the flat Earth measurements and turning it into a sphere, and this is how it worked. You know what I'm saying? It's like the whole thing's written from the context of the assumption of the sphere.
Yeah, they're not gonna just come out and say it. Yeah.
So if they add the mean, what corrections do they add after on top of that?
Ellipsoid.
Well, that's actually what I'm trying to fully get to the bottom of, is the specifics of all the variables in the correction formulas, right? That's why I asked India also to try to help me out, because I
Yeah,
just
'cause
simply
if we know that they added the mean in the get-go, then we need to know what other correction they do put in. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely the ellipsoid model, but we just need to get into the specifics of the formulas. Look, so you have a weighted mean that isn't going to give you a sphere. Okay, like look, if you go out and you take 10 measurements and then you put it in your weighted equation. So it's just what they do with all surveys now. They do this with all geodetic surveying, just like what's his name, Main Survey admitted to me, right? They go out there, they make a bunch of measurements. If they fall outside the predetermined window, they just throw them out as outliers, as if there were errors. They just completely ignore them. If they fall within the predetermined window, then they write them down. And then what they do is they put it in a weighted equation. So it's like the closer it is to the globe prediction, the more weight it has. But you still have to use the actual data. So even when you use the weighted mean, you're not always going to get the actual number you need, right? Because depending on how off it is. If it's really off, even with the weighted mean, you're still going to be screwed. If 7 of the 8 measurements are closer to like way too less or way too little of an angle, even if you put like a little bit of weight on there and more weight on the 8th measurement that's closer to the one you want, your average is still going to be messed up because you don't have enough of the measurements closer to the prediction, right? Does that make sense? So it's like, even with the weighted mean, you're going to have problems. That's why they have an additional correction where they just are going to straight up take the ellipsoid, figure out the difference, and correct for it. Okay, and there's 2 different formulas there. But the first one is still using the sphere, because that's how you determine what your weighted equation is. To get your window and determine which measurement should have the most weight based on what they are and how close they are to the prediction, you have to have the prediction. The prediction is the ellipsoid. So they both use the ellipsoid, but in a different way, right?
Yeah, but let's not lose the fact that when they say a mean, a weighted measure, right? The takeaway from that is, and this is very important, is that they have an assumption which they compare it to, right? So right off the get-go, we got a problem. You
Yeah,
understand what I'm
that's all a
saying?
problem. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, well, it gets even worse if you go look into the Clark ellipsoid. You go read what Clark himself said. He literally says, well, we justifiably just assume the sphere at the onset. And then his evidence for this is, if you look at a boat on the ground, on the water, and then you go up to a mountain and look at the boat, you can see the boat further, and you can see with the telescope that the boat disappears. That's how we know the Earth's an ellipsoid. That's literally what Clark said. And then Clark explains point blank, that, and I haven't had time to look through all this, but he says point blank that they just assume the sphere and that corrections must be made upon this assumption. Like, that's what
that point has to be hammered in. They start off with tis globe right away. That's the main takeaway. They assume the sphere from the get-go. Yeah.
Yeah, they literally have a spherical excess formula that they use. And it says they have to increase it for the bigger triangles over like the Sierra Nevada mountains and stuff.
Exactly.
It's
So right
insane.
off the
It's
get-go,
insane that they think that this is proof.
But it needs to be exposed with specificity. Like,
For sure.
obviously on a sphere, as you have greater distance, you're going to have greater spherical excess, right? So that's why they had to make it happen. We need to get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, we'll never get all the way to the bottom of it because, like Jeremy keeps saying, we don't have the actual data. We don't even. They keep saying raw data, and we quite literally don't have the raw data. If this was a efficient survey, you would have all the data.
Yeah, I mean, for this, there's nowhere to even go for me with this, because I can't even look at the numbers, the actual measurements. So there's no, like, I have nowhere to go with this. I mean, yeah, it's cool to
especially in the West,
mess around and see how they made the corrections and shit, but
in the West, with the big triangles, they literally use approximation methods because they don't have line of sight. It's just insane, dude. They just add whatever they want to make it spherical.
That's right. But of course, they weren't like all getting together and be like, oh, the Earth's flat. Let's trick everyone and make it look like a sphere. They just believed it was a sphere, and they're just trying their best to map it out. Right? Like, that's what they're doing.
Look, this is like the government coming and telling you, okay, guys, for the year 2023, you owe 7,000 in taxes. And you say, okay, fine. Can I see the data how you work this out, please? And they tell you, no, we don't have it. We just averaged it out. What are you going to say?
Yeah, that's the insane thing about this PDF is they talk about what corrections were made, like the different categories that they took into account, but I can't find anywhere where they tell you, oh, we took this, we used it to do this, we added it to this, and then that's how we arrived at this coefficient or weighted average or whatever. It very briefly talks about some of the adjustments and what they did, but they never show you exactly this is what we did, from start to finish with these corrections, and we added it to this observed angle or whatever. It's just a giant mess.
Yeah, they just say they did it. Like when I ask him, okay, the Hasselblad camera, show me proof of the weathering. And they show me a paper that says, yeah, they did this. And I said, okay, but show me where, how? It doesn't say anything about the thing. Yeah, but they said they did it. Okay, fine. But you're just saying it.
This is a perfect example. Chucky is providing a perfect example of why they shouldn't be allowed in text without being in VC. Because now he's in there talking about, you guys all know more than people with 35 years in the industry, right? Then drop some random article, right? And he'll just keep on bragging like we're just so stupid, he's winning, blah, blah, blah. But you saw what happened when he came in VC, right?
Yeah, they have nothing.
He got completely exposed immediately, had to change the subject every single time, had to admit he didn't actually know what he was talking about. But in the text, he can pretend that he does know what he's talking about over and over and over. This is why they shouldn't be allowed to text unless they're in the VC, unless they want to be in a general chat, right? And if someone's a masochist, they can go in there and talk to them in chat and understand.
Yeah,
that
no, I'm gonna put it to Geo later. I'm gonna put that to Geo later. Yeah.
Yeah, because Chucky proved my point, right? You saw how different it is when he's in VC than in the text, and that's like, yeah, that maximizes the wasting of time thing, because almost all of us eventually, Jeremy, you do really good actually. You ignore the chat, but like occasionally I get like pulled in, to the text, and then it's like after like 5 minutes, I always realize like this is a complete waste of time.
Dude, they're not even reading what you write. Like it's text chat. I got locked in it with Gambino yesterday, and it's just fucking pointless. They're not even reading what you write, because QE has a story where he used to debate the evolutionists on a forum or a blog or some shit in text, and he would just write gibberish in like the middle of his thing, and like no one would ever like respond to it. Like you wrote stupid shit in there. Like they're not even reading it. They're not fucking reading it. They're just writing what they want to say. Same thing in VC sometimes. Like people aren't even listening to you. They're just waiting to talk.
Yeah, these are their tactics. Very well known. When they get put in a corner, they're either going to ad hom you, tell you how stupid you are, or they're just going to leave. Just going to leave and make it look like you did something bad. Like, yeah, it's pathetic, it's transparent, and it's just fun to watch, man.
Yeah, like it's crazy because like for sure what we've automatically, there's no going back, right, to this. MC Toon put it on his website, has went around saying it for years. FTFE has repeated it. Everyone's repeated it. All the anti-flat earthers repeat it. Jim Panda's repeated it for years, right? Okay. And then when pressed on it, well, what's these corrections for? He says, oh, well, they just take the raw data, they average it out, and the average comes out to this. That's a completely made up thing. We've already got MC Toon to admit that isn't the case, which anyone could just using like 100 IQ could have figured that out, because you just go look at the observed angle and then you see the correction angle. It's like, what are they averaging? If the correction is just an average, what are they averaging? Because there's just one number there. You know what I'm saying? So but the point is that they made up what the correction is. So now they still need to explain what it is, and they simply don't know. And we are correct. What it is correcting for the discrepancy in the assumed sphere. That's what it actually is.
Yeah, admittedly, they even say it. They admit it. So it's game, set, and match.
So automatically, we've already proven that everything that he's been saying for years and everyone's repeating was a lie. Already we proved that it's not just that it doesn't prove the sphere, it's that they're lying. Okay, so it sucks because the normal person comes in and they're like scared to be a flat earther, and so then they come across someone like him and they're like, oh man, like, oh, this proves it. Oh, well, how does the globe? And then for them, they're just like, sphere 180 degrees. They just understand the concept that a spherical triangle has more than 180 degrees, and then they're like, oh, well, that is impossible on a flat earth, and they get tricked into thinking that they proved the earth is not flat. It's just a lie. This is why it needs to be exposed, in my opinion. It's like their go-to. Every time I back a glober into it, I'm like, where's the physical measurements of earth curvature? They bring up spherical excess, like almost every time.
And listen to the comebacks, right? Listen to the logic. True earther. SC says it's wrong, but he thinks on the observations of over 100 kilometers that they use a story pole to measure. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
So something else that's interesting about this, so they use the Clark, and I think it's called like the Bessel model. So you have Clark from like 1866 and then Bessel from 1841. And they use the celestial longitude and latitude, right, to create their model. And that's their reference datum. So like the Bissell and Clark is the reference datum, and it's actually derived from the celestial longitude and latitude. So they use spherical coordinates for longitude and latitude, assuming a sphere, and that's how they actually create their model. Then they take that model as a reference, and then they bake the sphere into the angles. So
just the fact that anybody thinks that measuring mountaintops can prove anything is just laughable. Just
yeah,
laughable.
but you have to understand though, like for a normal person, if you hear this, okay, if you assume that it was possible that you could do it, that you could make these measurements from these distances, if you're a normal person, you just hear this. If the way they sell it would mean the Earth's a sphere, the way that they sell it, which is like you go out, you just make raw measurements, and it's always greater than 180 degrees every time, and that's only possible on a sphere.
And they did it, and they found out that's not the case. Oops.
That's what really happened. Yeah, they actually found out this is not working. But they didn't look at it like that. They're just like, well, this is how surveying works. We're coming up with new technology and new methods, and we're growing over time, and we're just trying to piece it together, and blah, blah, blah. Like they explained this in the paper as well. They explained this is the first time that they used spherical latitude corrections, and that they're just getting better and better over time. So what's funny is they don't, if they went and tried to do this now, they'd be in trouble. But now they just claim to use GPS and satellites for everything, right? So they don't have to. So of course that bakes the sphere in, obviously,
Yeah, I feel like we already did enough to prove that this is all just bullcrap. They measured flat triangles across the entire country, and the only way that it ends up being a sphere is after all the adjustments and corrections and approximations and everything that they did. And now somehow that's proof of a sphere? No.
Yeah, just the fact that they had to send in Gambino to argue this tells you everything.
Yeah, freaking NASA employee, allegedly.
Gambino?
Yes. I think he might be. I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm just laughing because I don't know. He doesn't seem. Every time I see him in here, man, he sounds ridiculous. But whatever.
Yeah, but when I just went to NASA, and you find out very quickly, like it's not like it's a bunch of geniuses that work there.
Yeah, this one is dead in the water. Nice try, guys. Once again, you tried to bend a straight line. You tried to bend level and horizontal. How do you think you did? I don't think you did good at all.
just crazy that they actually try to claim the fundamental basis, claim to change the fundamental basis of the understanding of what is flat, straight, or level. That's just ridiculous that we actually give room for this to be a debatable topic, you know, as if you can have a straight line bending or have level being simultaneously curved.
That's their whole game, bro. They tried
It's
it with
ridiculous.
plumb bobs not being parallel. Then, because we destroyed them on that, we made them look really silly. Then they went to converging. What did they call them? Converging lines, whatever. Then they went to the water. We destroyed them on the water, right? Then they went to level, horizontal. We destroyed them on that. Now they have this, and we destroyed them on this. The
Exactly.
whole thing is they can't have straight lines in their model. They have to get rid of the horizontal. Horizontal doesn't exist in their model. It's
Why
The
do
beautiful
they
to
make
most,
watch.
I think the
excuses of it?
most, I think the
Go ahead.
most pathetic thing actually lately is just this basis claim of winning something, you know, especially within the chat that we just talked about previously, right? Yesterday was a guy I challenged to go into the VC and start debating, you know. Do you think he got one word out? Nothing. Complete silence. But in the chat, he claimed to be the winner of some argumentation where I just didn't want to engage with because he's a time waster. They think because I'm not answering their stupid questions, okay, that they win something. No, I don't want to answer any question of time wasters, of people who are not here to learn, especially people who can't even say one word when they come into the VC, right? It's ridiculous.
See what happened in the
There's just
past, bro. What happened in the past? They were relying on their model, right? They were relying on all the scripts they had, all their model, the pressure, the this, the gravity. But as time progressed, right, a lot of us learned the model, and a lot of us knew the model. And a lot of us know the model better than they do. So when they say something stupid, we right away. What do you mean the Big Bang? No, the galaxy shouldn't have been there. What are you talking about? Quasar? No. That doesn't. You see, that's their problem. They think that we're stupid, that we don't know their model. But guess what? It turns out a lot of times we know their model better than they do.
exactly. Especially, and it's not even about the model, right? What is even more worse and really pathetic is the detachment of observable reality. Okay, so we observe in reality the very easy to understand properties of water. Every child, child that has not yet developed their brains to its fullness, okay, is capable of understanding the very principles of the mechanics of water. Still, they want to claim, yeah, it's just too big, you know. You can't comprehend when the water starts bending around the ball. It's just so big. You just cannot show it to be the case. So it's just an illusion, so to say, that water is doing what it does when it's at rest. Okay. The the bending of reality that these people need to do, right, is so pathetic. It's so sad, actually, that I just can't wrap my mind around it. And they think we're the crazy ones. If we just talk about reality for what it is, okay, we are the ones who are supposedly the crazy ones for accepting reality to be what it is without adding our fairy tale vain imaginations onto it. They are the ones adding vain imaginations of water at large bodies that we just can't comprehend starting to bend, for example. They're adding the Earth as a ball spinning through an ever-expanding universe. We just accept reality for what it is and for what it is observable. They are adding their vain imaginations and call us crazy for not accepting it because of this insufficient providence of evidence regarding their vain imaginations. And that makes me so angry. Really, it's just so pathetic that it's actually even being debated. That these people even have the nuts to think that we're the strange ones, the crazy ones, the special ones who somehow don't understand reality, even though we're not the ones who are constantly adding bullshit to it. Okay, let that
Well, that's
sink
just
in.
it. They thought they had the upper ground, right? The upper hand, because they had the model, they had all the science behind them. But guess what? We looked into every one of their claims and we debunk them using their own methods. This is the beauty of what I love the best is going into their own backyard and just throwing them around, showing them that in their own model that it has flaws.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, reality doesn't even need to be a model, right? We can clearly observe certain things. We have falsified the radius, we have falsified the claim of curvature, we have falsified the claim of what water is doing, okay? Because we have reality within our hands, we can clearly see what certain properties of things are, and we don't need to add our vain imaginations of things to it that we cannot prove within the realm we are living in. But still, these people have the fundamental patheticness to call us the crazy ones, the deluded ones, the insane ones, for not accepting their vain imaginations of things that they can't even prove in the first place to be the case. That's what drives me crazy. You know, that's just insane.
Well, you got to be easy on them, bro, because you have to understand, right? A lot of them are under the Stockholm syndrome. They've been Stockholmed, right? So a lot of them are trolls, yeah, but some of them actually believe this stuff.
Yes. That's the thing. It's just a belief, a vain belief into even more vain, foolish imaginations of men. Oh no,
Yeah,
you
like
can't
you could
trust
tell.
no, you can't trust your senses. Oh no, there is no real yes or no. Everything is relative. Oh no, there is no real up and down, because there's just space. There is no real direction, left or right. It's just that there is no up and down. There is no truth or lie, or true or false. It doesn't really exist. You need to look at it a different way. Actually, we can't prove anything, to be honest. There is no female or male, and it's just at the end of the day, it doesn't actually matter what the Earth is. That's what it all comes out with these maniacs. That's
Yeah, you're
where you
onto
end up.
something. The main objective here, bro, is to convince the average person that they're insignificant, that their sight doesn't matter, that their ear thing, the motion doesn't matter. You're insignificant. You don't matter. Don't trust your senses. That's job number one.
Yeah, it's pathetic, man. It is that we're living in this day and age. It's just pathetic. How low people have gotten to a point where they just dismiss the very usable senses. They use their senses for different things in life, and they trust these senses to be true. But when it comes to the bigger picture, they can just completely disregard it and throw it overboard and just say, actually, it just feels stationary. It just looks the way as if the sky is rotating above you like a perfect clock. But in actuality, you're just speeding through a universe. You're wobbling and you have all these motions going, but you just can't feel them. Okay, you just
Yeah,
can't
and
feel
you know
them.
what? Don't be under the misconception that the majority of the people think like this. You have to understand that these people that we deal with are a very minority. There's like a couple of dozen of them that think like that. A normal average person, when information is brought to them, they think about it in their head. They analyze it. These people are on auto tis globe. So don't think that these people are show what the average person thinks, right? They don't.
Yeah, no, I know, man. I know for a fact that I have talked to a lot of people, and normal people are way different. Okay, I have talked to so many people in school when I did my last year in school. I talked to many people about this topic, and normal people don't get emotional. They don't call you instantly crazy. Do you know what normal people's reactions were? Like classmates and stuff, what they say? Oh, that is interesting. I didn't know that. Wow. It seems like I should look into this. That was literally most of the normal reactions I got. Okay? Why, when I come here to the anti flat earthers, these people, they're not normal. They're emotionally attached to an idea of vain imaginations that they just can't let go of. And their emotions have been got to a point of a stronghold because they have been presented with counter evidence, and that they're in a constant state of Stockholm syndrome and permanent cognitive dissonance, which puts it into the emotional roller coaster where they constantly need to bash the topic and be the way they are, a typical anti-flat earther. A normal human being is not that way. If you talk to normal folks out there on this plane, they are open for discussion. They are capable of being interested. They're completely different to these people that we meet here. I'm not saying that everyone is. You will eventually find someone that is short and might try to have try to beat you up. You know, we have seen these kind of videos in live streams of certain people, but no, I'm just joking. You get the point, right?
Of course, look at the topics we've been discussing the past couple of days. I brought up the 6 massive super galaxies that disprove their Big Bang. Absolutely no comeback, nothing. Just rhetoric, right? We have this number thing. We tell them we don't have the actual numbers. They tell us it's silly to ask for the actual numbers. It's like everything that you bring them, they're gonna find an excuse for it. But having nothing, just rhetoric. So there's no, if you think you're gonna reach any ground with these people, it's just not gonna happen. The
No.
only thing we can hope for is people listening, and that's just it. I
Yes.
mean, yeah.
And at this point, I'm just saying it's up to the specific person, you know. If you want to keep on lying to yourself, go on, man. I can't change that. I mean, if you can live with that, you know, lying to yourself all day, even if when you have been presented with new information that contradicts the very belief that you had, that you never challenged in the first place. If you want to go on, that's okay, you know. I can live with that. But what I'm trying to say is most of the people that have been already challenged with their belief, and they're now anti-flat earthers on Discords, roaming around like NPCs, having these perfectly scripted answers to certain questions, or they fighting the flat earth, you know. These people are
It's easy,
gone.
bro. It's easy to like, for example, here, I'll make a prediction now, right? It's so easy because you know their game, you know their game plan. They made a discovery by their own account, by their own instruments, that they found 6 supermassive galaxies which are too old to be where they are, right? Now, are they going to say that their Big Bang theory is wrong? Absolutely, without certainty, I can tell you no, they're not. What they're going to do is they're going to rejig the numbers. And I'm waiting now to see what bull they're going to come up with. Mark my words. They're going to come up with an answer for these 6 galaxies. And they're not, I repeat, not going to say that the Big Bang was wrong. I'll bet anybody anything on this.
Hmm.
And they themselves admit it. It's an anomaly. It cannot be explained. In other words, if you give birth to a child and you lose it somewhere and you come back after 5 years, you're going to expect that child to be 5 years old, right? Now, if you look for that child that you lost and that child is 21 years old, you got a problem, right?
Hmm.
So the child could not have aged 21 years and 5 years, right? So this is what they have now. Now I'm dying. I'm waiting to see what kind of bull they're going to come up with. I call them patch, like tire patchwork. I'm dying to see what excuse they're going to come up on this one. I'm just dying.
Yeah. Well, in the minds of a believer in vain imaginations, the list of excuses can be endless, you know.
So keep in mind now, Clay, keep in mind that this single observation that they made themselves kills their theory, right? It's not us that did it. It's not us that said it. It's them with their own tools, with their own measurements. They found that discrepancy in their model, right? Now let's see what they're going to do. Are they going to declare their model wrong? Which I'm willing to bet no chance. They're going to come up with, I bet you they're working at it right now, what the excuse is. Because clearly, I don't know if you guys understand the significance of this one find, right? This one find throws the Big Bang completely out of the water. Wrong. Absolutely 100% wrong. It's incredible. So what do you guys think what excuse are they going to use? Ballers? Here's where the sophistry comes in now. What are they going to say? Did they get the Big Bang wrong? Were the instruments not right?
No, it's just all a big coincidence. I have some perfect equations to explain why all this is the most possible theory to be needed to be accepted, right? If you would ever come up with thinking that you're actually living on in a geocentric system, in an enclosed system, and you would come up with the idea of living on a topographical plane, then you must be crazy, okay? Because your senses clearly tell you that you're on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball that is sometimes pear-shaped, sometimes ellipsoid-shaped, flying, hurling around other planets while flying through an ever-expanding empty void of darkness, okay? If you don't believe that, you must be completely out of your mind and crazy, you fool. The sun is definitely 93 million miles away, and the moon was formed from an hit of a planet into our planet, and then these particles that have been flying around the earth have collected into creating that perfect spherical ball of the moon that you're now being seen as reflecting the sun. It's just a coincidence, dude, that the sun and the moon just look to be the equal size. It's just a coincidence that we have this perfect light that rules the night and this perfect light that rules the day as being described with biblical proportions. If you believe that to be the case, you must be completely out of your mind. And that the
But
stars
you know
never
what's funny?
change.
You know what's
And
funny, bro? Besides what you're saying. Now, I just made a statement, right? Of killing their whole cosmology. There's 27 people. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, to all of you. 27 people. There's another 15 people in here. That's like 40 people. I made a statement, right? I killed their cosmology. There's not one baller that will come in and challenge me on this. Not one. Not one of you listening right now would dare to challenge this super galaxy that they found. Not one of you. Yeah, the silence says it all, man. The silence says it all.
I sometimes just might wonder who are the people that are listening through YouTube. I hope that they are genuine people that really are seeking truth and not trying to lie to themselves. And I wish them all the best for their life. Much
Bro, we
love.
got like 30
You're
people watching on YouTube, dude. Shout out to everyone on YouTube. There's like 29 heads watching. What's up? Come on in
That's
if you
awesome.
wanna ask something or chit chat or just listen, whatever. Feel free to come on in.
And if, by the way, guys, this sounds like a crazy thing, right? I mean, I'm the stupid fat earther for saying this, but you are important. You have been created wonderfully. You are awesome. You have a purpose that you're here. This place has perfectly been made for you to dwell upon. And you're just being loved, okay? I send out love to all the people who are seeking the truth. And I appreciate you that you're being with us in this very moment, listening to my voice. I'd be able to listen to other people's voice. And I hope you guys come over here on the Discord and ask questions or just have fun within the conversations, whatever. But yeah, I'm the crazy guy, guys. I'm the stupid flat earther telling you how important your life is. Okay, just remember that.
You sound desperate
Yeah, I know.
and stupid.
Yes,
That's
completely
what,
out of my mind.
yo, Blue Marble, Blue Marble literally said the same shit in the YouTube text chat that Gambino was saying earlier. Because I was asking for the measurements. Literally, like almost verbatim.
That's all they have. What if you had them? Yeah. What if I had a freaking $1 million? Yeah. They have nothing, bro. Desperation. Nothing but desperation. Trust me, if they had anything, they'd be in here and trying to make us look like fools. That's what they dream. That's what they dream. Every night before they go to bed, they say, how could we make these guys look stupid? Yep. That's their whole game. And if they had something, just like the Hasselblad camera, just like the pendulum, just like all the stuff that we talk about, they have nothing.
I'll tell you
Nothing.
what, one of the ways they make us look stupid is when they come in and do a shit show, right? If you go anywhere and it turns into a shit show, like it doesn't matter for them. The whole world believes it's a globe. If it's a shit show, it makes us look stupid.
Yeah, bro, we've been saying that for how long now? To keep these guys on a short leash. If you don't want to get rid of them, yeah, absolutely agree with you. Yeah. Because if they can't win by information, they're going to win by ridicule. Like exactly what you just said. What Gambino was doing before and what's that guy named did yesterday? That's them winning. Exactly. Because they know they have no argument, right? So what recourse do they have? They have to slander you, make you look silly, or get you upset. That's all they have. That's their strategy. Like you're telling them,
Amen.
you don't have the numbers. Yeah, but what if we had the numbers? Are you afraid? What do you mean, what if? What do you mean, what if? It's like you have a Ferrari and you pull beside a guy with a Toyota and you ask him to race and he says, yeah, but if I had a McLaren, I would have mopped your ass. Yeah, but you don't have a McLaren. You have a little shit box and I have a Ferrari. Where are you going? Yeah, but if I had a McLaren. Okay, dude. Dream. See, if they had something, wouldn't they be in here right now? I see, you're stupid. Look, we have the measurements. Look. Yeah,
Explain
pendulum
you
does
why.
move.
I'm gonna explain you why you're a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, a void of darkness. I explain to you why that's the truth. I explain to you that you're just not made in the image of the Most High, and you're just useless. I'm waiting for these type of people. Wait, you're thinking that you're on a stationary topographical plane and that the sky above you is like a perfect clock capable of telling you times and seasons and things that have going to occur in a certain period of the next years. You want to tell me that you think that your senses are true, what you're sensing is actually reality? You want to tell me that water, when unmanipulated, lays out flat, like we observe with every pond, river, lake, or your bathtub? Are you out of your mind? Like, you must be crazy to not believe that the Earth is actually right now spinning, tilted, wobbling, flying through an ever-expanding void of darkness and spinning around other planets simultaneously, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is a rock that is reflecting the sunlight every night you're looking in the sky. You must be crazy, man, if you don't believe that. Like, how ridiculous. You think that there's like some kind of perfectly made dome above you or enclosure that reflects the hand of the Most High, the one created all things. You think that the verse on the gravestone of Werner von Braun has meaning to it? You really think that there's a reason why they put it on there? You must be crazy, dude. That's just a coincidence, you stupid fool.
Wait, what does his headstone say?
What?
What does his headstone say?
It's Psalms 19:11, I think, if I remember correctly. No, wait. Psalms. 1 second. It's Psalms 19:1.
Is it the firmament?
Yes, it says on his gravestone, Werner von Braun gravestone, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shewed his handiwork. Well, that's just stupid.
A rocket scientist, the best that the world had at the time. Quoted from the
actually,
Bible. Yeah.
the best we've ever had, because I don't think rocket propulsion technology's ever like advanced any further from that. It's all just essentially combustion that he,
Yep.
discovered.
Wait,
And
guys, it's just all coincidence, you know. Just like lately, when Artemis rocket has launched, that in the press conference, the NASA head guy says, "Oh, um, uh, and it took off and it shook the wicked out of the edges of the earth." Okay, just straight having a Bible verse from Hiob 38 that is right the one verse exactly after it says the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. It's just a coincidence that they would that use that one verse that is right before that verse, you know, just giving a hint to the real shape of the earth. No, that's just crazy to think, you know. But because I haven't heard of it, you're just assuming stupid things, Clay.
I think you're letting the NPCs get to you, man.
I think that's the only thing I can do, actually, you know, by talking this way. They I hope that they start switching in their brain something to actually see the ridiculousness of what they need to believe in. That's why I do this ironical speech, right? Because
Yeah,
they
but
have
you're actually
forgotten. They have forgotten
you're
how ridiculous it is, the leap of ignorance to accept vain imaginations of men that they themselves have never seen to be a reality within their life. But then pointing the finger at people like us that actually just claim to understand what they have observed within the realm of the reality that they live in to be the truth of the matter. But we are
Clay,
the crazy ones, according to
I
these
feel your
people.
pain, bro. I feel your pain. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to use logic on the unlogical. You understand? You
Well, you're
will
assuming
always
that they're
lose.
actually genuine
Yeah.
people. Like, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
you got to remember, Clay, you're dealing mostly with like paid provocateurs and NPCs. Like, these aren't genuine people like you and I, like trying to figure out what we're within here, and make sense of it. Like, they're not like us.
Yeah, I really think that just proves for me personally that's where gonna insert my own belief right now. Okay, it just proves the very proportions of prophecy regarding the times where people are going to be blinded intentionally because they have chosen the path of unrighteousness rather than seeking truth. They had pleasure in the unrighteousness, so they had been had. So it says they have been given a strong delusion that they might believe a lie because of that pleasure of unrighteousness. Okay, that's what I think turns people into NPCs, and the next step of it is to be given over into a depraved mind. That's where you start thinking that you somehow can be, as a male, become some kind of hybrid figure of a different gender that you made up in your vain imaginations and so forth. That's where the depravity of a mind is being lived out physically, and you don't even make stop when it comes to children. That's how far off you are with not having a moral compass anymore, because you're given over into that mind of, yeah, equal to an animal. And we see this a lot nowadays, unfortunately.
So I'll give you guys a new one. Wait till you hear this one. I heard this a couple of days ago. So now get ready. They are going to introduce a new planet soon. You heard it here first. They're going to find a new planet, the 9th planet.
Oh, okay. Part of our supposed solar system.
Yep. Apparently they did some calculations and they found some stuff was off, and it could only mean one thing. There's a new planet out there. So get ready for that one.
Yeah, I really can't wait for the new moon thingy to go on, new sci-fi movies to come out. But no, the recent Artemis thing was a very boring production this time, almost like, I think that was like one of the most pathetic imagery that we had in the past decades. Don't know what NASA did there, but let's see what the new moon stuff comes with. Let's see all these YouTubers go to the moon. I can't wait. How they're gonna make it look somehow close to the Apollo fakery. But I can bet you guys, I can probably bet to you 100% that you will never see any people running on the moon again.
So I just posted it in case you guys think I'm pulling your leg. Meet your new planet.
I bet to 100% that there will be no one running and on a supposed lunar surface. And I'm not implying that it ever happened, but
Yeah, but listen to the irony. They can see 13.8 billion years in the past, but they somehow missed a planet 5 times the size of the Earth.
well, that's just a coincidence. It's just there's probably like a mathematical equation that would give you an
Well, the reason
hypothesis of
why
why this is the case.
they missed it is because it was made out of dark matter.
Yeah. Dark planet. Oh, that's a good one, bro. Yeah. Dark planets.
Yeah, that'll be the next discovery after this 9th planet.
The 10th dark planet. We can't see it. We can't touch it, smell it. but we know it's there.
Has to be.
It has to be, yeah.
We're 75% certain.
Imagine they're gonna lay out a new planet 5 times the size of the Earth that somehow we just missed. All those freaking probes, all those things. We just missed a freaking planet 5 times the size of the Earth. Oops.
You know what's
Actually,
crazy, guys?
it was the math that discovered it. The math determined it had to be there, and lo and behold, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy, guys? I've posted a picture on a live stream. What do you think, guys, is the claim about this picture? Like, who made it? A high altitude plane, or the ISS, or a balloon?
I would guess the moon probe took this picture.
Where are we
No,
looking at?
it's actually a real-time render of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, that's just straight out of the game, you know?
No kidding. Wow. They've gotten good, huh?
Yeah. Okay, let me post you this, right? This is actually a NASA image of space, of the Earth taken from the ISS. Someone posted yesterday, and I wanted to make a gotcha moment because I wanted to show that nowadays you can render imagery in real time in a flight simulator that looks almost the same as the image that you think is from the ISS.
Yeah, and don't forget that's off-the-shelf software there. Imagine what the military has and NASA. Yeah.
Exactly. And you know, imagine how good a quality of image you can have when you render it through a software like for an hour or something, you know. Not something that is rendered in real time, you know. And still it looks almost exactly the same. That's what I tried to point out, right? So how can you use pictures and say, oh, this is real, this is fake? Like, it doesn't work.
You just have to believe. You just have to believe, and it'll be fine. Don't worry, ballers. Your ball is not under threat. You can still believe, but don't think you can come here and try to say you're nonsense and you're not going to be challenged, shall we say? Like if
Look
you
at the
think you can
picture I
come in
posted.
here and tell us a straight line can curve, well, yeah.
Is that picture I posted real?
Yes, that is real, and I think the city is Chicago,
Okay, give me a second.
if I remember correctly. But the building that you see right in front has been demolished, and I think many other buildings that look, you know, crazy cool also have been demolished, unfortunately. Question is, for me, why have we even erect these buildings in a time where heating and other things would be so insufficient according to the present times
Now
heating
look at this
systems?
next. Now look at the next picture. Is that real?
That I cannot say. Yeah, that's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, can't say if it's real or not, man. I don't know.
Well, it was all a model, dude. What if I told you that both pictures were a constructed physical model, a replica?
Yeah, but I know this one picture you posted, the first one, is actually of a city. I think it was Chicago, but I mean, it could be that they took taken parts of a picture that I know that had this building in front.
That's what they used in the past models. Like when you see the LEM, the LEM flying there, they show it, and you see how it turns and jaggedly. That's a model. That's a model hung from an apparatus, and the background superimposed.
Mm-hmm. So both pictures are models, or what?
Yeah, both. I'm pretty sure both pictures are models.
Can you give me like a source to the first one being a model?
Where did I get these? I stole these years ago, back in 24/7, I believe. Let me see.
I think the first one is not a model. Let me do a picture reverse. Image reverse.
As long as they have communicators like her, Neil deGrasse, the population will stay asleep. It's very simple. Put a couple of dunces like her, pretend they're smart, give them a couple of PhDs, and they'll believe anything.
Yeah, it's in the picture you can see it actually still exists. It's the Tribune Tower in Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, that first I knew that the building of the first picture. Wait, I can give you another one. It's the picture was taken in 1930 in Chicago. So this building still exists, but the other ones, most of them don't exist anymore.
There's your boy right there.
I think there was also a Chicago fire in
Yep, there's the man that
19.
every morning in the factory
Oh, look.
that he was the leader in, they hung the slowest Jew every morning out in the front so everybody could see the slowest worker of the day. This is the man that America put in charge of the space program. A confirmed Nazi.
Well, he's a great patriot, isn't he?
Nice smile though, huh? Could have fooled you, right?
And what is the other guy? Is that the 33 Club Disneyland boy?
That's Disney man, yeah. That's the main man.
Yep. There's your whole fucking cartoon illusionaires right there in front of you, man. The
A
two
Nazi
masters
and a
of the
movie
greatest.
maker.
Well,
what could
they
go
were
wrong,
the two
right, bro?
greatest. They were the two greatest illusionaires of our modern century, man. You know, they gave everybody cartoons, and whether one was fake and one was supposedly real or not, they entertained the masses to the fullest level.
Yeah. One supplied the hardware that just flew around and dropped in the ocean, and the other one supplied the fantasy, the visuals.
Yep.
Yep. Now, had he been anybody else, he would have been hung for war crimes. Had he not been scientifically inclined, shall we say. Yeah, so these are the people they elevate in high positions, tell us they're geniuses. And the real geniuses, they tell us, well, he married a pigeon. Yeah, that's Disney with his freaking fake moonball. Look at that.
Well, what's the connection between Werner von Braun, ex-Nazi and the father of the rocket technology, Jack Parsons, rocket engineer and Telemite occultist, Lafayette Ronald Hubbard, the founder of the Church of Scientology, Walt Disney cartoon films producer, and Aleister Crowley, the wickedest man in the world, an extraterrestrial aliens medium? They all helped to create NASA.
They all used to have sex parties together, by the way. All the boys at what's it called? Jet Propulsion Laboratory, all those guys, all these people that you mentioned, they all used to have sex parties, wife swapping, drugs, all these people behind the space program. People have no idea what they were like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the constant satanic references within NASA and these big public faces like Buzz Aldrin doing the 666 symbol and the one eye symbol simultaneously is just a big coincidence. Or the connection to the Freemasonry and the triple sixes all the time. It's just all a coincidence, man. It's just so much as a glober that you just need to do the ape thingy, right? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, right? That's what these pathetic, like what you need to do as a being that just is ignorant by nature, right? If you have been presented with the wickedness that we see within these people that work for the things you believe in, and you want to overlook this on
Look at that
purpose,
picture, Clay.
you are willingly ignorant of darkness. You just don't want to accept it. You just want to go on with your life and ignore the fact that all these people have very weird backgrounds and done very strange things. Are the same
Even
people you glorify as being your hero. That's actually the definition of pathetic.
Yeah, even when we show them the sketchy lives of these people that they believe in, right? That they're just degenerates and so on and so forth. Then we show them proof, like I tell them about the Hasselblad camera. Show them physical proof that absolutely no way those pictures were taken there, and they just refuse to see it. They won't see it. They won't look at it.
Yeah. But I mean, how can you give credit to people that we have obviously exposed to be connected with all kinds of strange things? Okay? How can you still ignore this and go on and even give credit to these people and say that they're reliable source and that they're great men of renown, It's insane for me. I just don't understand how most of these anti-flat earthers even live their daily basis. Like, you just need to be an ignorant. There you see the see there you see where the weed and the tear is changing, right? You see how fast the view count on YouTube changed when I got into real deep dark things of the very things the most people give credit to. That's where people just want to run away. No, I don't want to know anything about secret societies. I don't want to know anything about people being actually satanic in nature. I don't want to know about people having blood oaths for their life and keeping to secrecy until death. I don't want to know about all these things, especially when it has to do with the things I love so much, like space and NASA. Leave me alone. I don't want to know this. You're just stupid. This is just not true.
Yeah, you know what I've been enjoying lately? I've been in because we know they have nothing and they're just sophistry. I've been enjoying the sophistry, the stuff that they come up with, like especially on the fly. That amazes me. Like even though it's complete nonsense, right? It's like how do they come up with this stuff? It's I couldn't come up with stuff like that if I tried. I'd feel too silly.
Yeah, it's just sad, you know, how
Like
how how
imagine
weak
saying,
people are.
bro, yeah, imagine saying you can target a mirage. Imagine those words coming out of your mouth. Yes, I think you can target a mirage.
The funny thing is, man, they don't even hide it, right? I once had a discussion with a actual Mason on Discord, right? On a simulator Discord, Microsoft Flight Simulator Discord, and he was a guy from Paris, from France, and he had this Masonic profile picture, and I talked to him, and some older guy, you know, not extremely good at English, but he was like bragging, so to say, um, in a normal way about the architecture, and I've said, yeah, like I've gone to the point where I talk about, yeah, what about the architecture we see in Washington, right, with the owl and the pentagrams and whatnot, and he was like, yeah. You can, you know, doesn't it like in this French kind of way. He was like, yeah. You can see this, um, and I think that's what they're mostly proud of, right? The Masons, that they not only constructed the whole nation like the U.S. on Masonic principles, and especially architecture in many ways, the cities that they built. But yeah, that's just what they're bragging about, you know, being these architects, you know, physically and you know, as we can see, mentally with all the NPCs running around. I mean, they did a great job. And it's not only the Masons, right? I mean, it goes back to the Jesuits and the Templars and so forth.
You read
Uh,
German, right, bro? You can
I'm
read German?
yes, I can read German.
Yeah, I posted something. It's not very clear. Can you tell me what the title says there, please?
Card for passing the deepness of the ocean. Karte für das Passieren der Meerestiefe. Anweisung zum do you have a little bit of a better
No, bro. That's all I have. I unfortunately.
so I can read the first one, right? Karte für das Passieren der Meerestiefen. It just mean it's just a card for passing the deepness of the sea. That's what it calls. So it's probably a map or like a chart that gives an insight for a navigator of a U-boat, I guess, to know
Check
how
this
he's.
out. Check this out. It's Antarctica, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is I believe this is pre World War II. Germany had a base. I think they were the first country to actually go there.
No clue, man. That's something I actually not looked into much. But there's a lot of claims about Germany and the Nazi Reich and so forth.
What does Valkashirchen Ocean mean?
Volcanic ocean.
Volcanic ocean?
Yeah.
Volcanic
no,
ocean.
wait, no. Valkarischer, no. Sorry, no. Valkarisch is has no meaning that I know of. Let me see, Valkarisch. I mean, I think that this stuff is kind of like a distraction. I personally wouldn't say that this is serious, to be honest. There's nothing really that I ever heard or know from German language. It's just like made up titles for things.
Let me ask you, Meer means ocean in German?
Yes.
Meer,
Like,
okay.
I mean, like Ozean is ocean. Meer is the sea.
The sea, okay. Yeah, like
Yeah.
in French, la mer.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting to think that Germany was there before everybody. That place is the only place on earth we can't go. And somehow Germany had all kinds of crazy technology before everybody else. I think maybe there's a connection there.
Well, yeah, that's something where my mind breaks a little bit when I look at all the inventions that come from Germany regarding the day and age we live in nowadays. Like, people are not even aware of how much comes from Germany. It's actually ridiculous.
Most of it. That's my whole point. Yeah. Rocketry, a lot of circuitry, a lot of that stuff.
The computer.
And even now, Germany is like the leading country in technology. Yeah.
The computer, the TV, the car, the airbag, the aspirin, bacteriology, beer, or let's say the Reinheitsgebot, the bicycle, book printing, chip cards, like your credit card, whatnot, contact lenses, the glider, the helicopter, jeans, the jet engine, motorcycle, MP3 format, the nuclear fission, the record player, a refrigerator, a scanner, small format cameras, the trolley, the streetcar, electric streetcars, tape recorder, telephone, television, the theory of relativity, thermos flask, toothpaste.
That's where they screwed up. They let Einstein run the show. That's the big mistake they made right there. But hey, nobody's perfect.
X-ray technology, the Zeppelin.
No. X-ray was Tesla. Sorry, you can't claim that one.
Well, it says X-rays were discovered in 1895 by Wilhelm Conrad von Röntgen.
No, Tesla. He named it the Roggenberg tube. Yeah.
Okay.
But your point is well made. I mean, there's no question about the genius of German technology. No question about it. But the question is, why? We either have to think that the Germans are so much smarter than everybody else, or they found something down there in Antarctica. That's what That's what I'm like suggesting. It's just
But
a
that's where we
theory,
go
right? Yeah.
into the conspiracy theories, right? Or let's say into the realm of theory.
Yeah, but don't you think it's funny that Germany was there? Germany had all kinds of advanced technology. Basically,
Sorry,
the
man.
whole world had to fight them to win.
Actually,
And then
I'm
this
under.
place,
I'm
hold on,
under.
let me finish. And then this place that Germany went to, and so on and so forth, nobody's allowed to go there now. The only place on Earth full of minerals.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. We actually not entitled to talk about the secrecies of us German breed. So sorry, man. I can't go further. At this point.
You can't talk about the Aryan race. Why not? Are you under contract?
Secretly controlling the world.
Yeah. I was just going to say that it seemed that Germany really increased the knowledge once they got involved with the Thule Society.
Yeah. No, I just want to say that I really admire the German, like the way they work, the way they're structured, the way they're like they write everything down. They're very dogmatic. Like they're very, they work together, and it's brilliant. I mean, they come up with brilliant stuff. There's no question about it.
Well, that time is over, I would say. Now Germany is going to be more and more like a shithole, unfortunately. But I mean, it's just because we are implementing all this LGBT pride. You know, it says in the Bible that pride comes before the fall. Before the fall.
Yeah,
And that's
well,
literally
that's
what
the
happens
strength
to
of you have
Germany.
discipline. I would say if you were to describe the German people, it would be discipline. That's what puts you a breed apart, I would say, in that aspect. You know, that's why you got so much technological, because everything is methodical. You know,
Mm. But
so that's good in one way and not so good in another way. So yeah.
But let me tell you this, okay, about all the maps and stuff that you maybe sometimes find from the Nazi regime and whatnot. There was a time right after the war, or no, like there was a time, I think it was like in the 70s and 80s, there was a lot of big money being made by people who made themselves the mission to create a lot of faked papers and stuff, you know. Like there's like one documentary here from a German that made like I think 20 million D-mark, like before the euro, because he faked false diaries of Hitler, and he sold it to some journalist or rich journalist magazine. And at the end of the day, he just bragged about how funny he trolled everyone by creating these plagiats, whatever. And there was a whole business not only with books, but maps and flags and fake Nazi items and whatnot. Sold to a bunch of gullible Americans in the 70s, 80s, and so forth. So it's very hard. Like that's why I'm very, what is it called? I'm very critical of most of these maps and whatnots that is supposedly made by the Nazi regime. Also, the stuff that you post, because it's just very easy to fake. It's just easy to make up.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I wanted you to read it and see what. I don't claim anything of that. I just, it's one of those things going around. And since you speak and can read German, I figured let me ask you.
But there's not much to read, right? Because of the low quality.
Yeah, it's low quality. Damn it. Yeah. But it clearly talks about Antarctica. And why the hell would you send a naval battle group to Antarctica? There's no reason to do that. Zero. You can send like research vessels, but a naval battle group? Are you kidding me? Why? Unless you're expecting a threat of some sort, right?
Well, I find it just interesting that there is people who have found similarities in the philosophy of Hitler and the writings and the philosophy of Aleister Crowley during the same time period, which suggests that Hitler was probably reading books by Aleister Crowley or
Yeah, all
things
these
that
guys
are
would
connected
hang
to.
around together. They were friends. They
Yeah,
would have
I mean,
wife swapping
the
sex parties, bro.
the
Wife
Nazi
swapping. Yeah.
the swastika symbol, okay? The swastika symbol is a satanic perversion of the Buddhistic symbol of of the original. You know, there is a satanic, or no, there's an occult meaning that you can use a good symbol and you can change it a little bit. And what the Nazis did, they rotated the swastika, right? From being like horizontal, they rotated it to be uh I don't know what the term would be.
Yeah, I know
But
what you're saying.
but
They were
that's a
obsessed.
principle, that's an occult principle or satanic principle that I have learned from a priest that is an ex satanic priest. Okay, someone who came to be a disciple of the most high, because he was saved out of that miserable state of being actually once being a leader of a satanic church down in California. He was like
Yeah, did
about
you
to
know that they were obsessed with mythology, right? They
Mhm,
were obsessed. They thought they were from an ancient Aryan race,
mhm.
and Hitler sent out people all over the world, in India and the Himalayas, to dig for what they called runes,
Yeah,
runes. You know, the
guess
symbols in that. So
guess
now check this out. Check this out. This is
mhm.
the clincher here now. Hitler really believed in that stuff. Have you heard about the man root? The man root? Have you ever heard about that?
No.
Yeah. It's this root that goes in the ground, and they say, let me see if I can find it. And they say whoever finds that root, or they gave Hitler a root like that, and it's all tied into symbology. Whoever has the root will rule, and somebody made a prediction. They were highly into this kind of stuff. Let me see if I can find that. You're gonna freak out.
Like, and now get this, you know, this can't be coincidence. What do you think, who also thought it would be a good idea to kill disabled people and also thought that there's a superior race that needs to be elevated? And who wrote that down in his books? Guess the name, Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley lived during the time of the Nazi regime.
Yep. Check this out, bro. The roots of the Nazi mind. You guys want to freak out? Have a look at that. Highly into the mystical stuff. The Nazis were, especially Hitler.
Yeah, a lot of occultism, Satanism. Yeah.
That's Hitler's root, man root, right there.
I mean, what also could be that most of the technologies the Germans invented and most of the deceiving things was through the teachings of Crowley and using mediums, right? Using the teaching of fallen beings that just tell them what to do, you know, how to create certain technologies, like they did in the day of Noah, and it says in the end times will also be like the days of Noah, right? But that's just, a hypothesis of mine.
Yeah, I'd rather go with actual solid stuff, like thinking they could have found something there, as opposed to going that route, like the spiritual route. Because you can make an argument. Wait a minute, they went to Antarctica, and now nobody's allowed to go there except the military. That's strange. There's all kinds of resources there, and we know that the companies run the government through lobbyists, but somehow they can't exploit the government and mine the resources there. Something is definitely wrong. So could it be that they found something there? I think that would be a logical, not assumption, but a route, an idea to think of, instead of saying something from, some spirit gave him the knowledge. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But they were definitely into mysticism, runes, and this root here, this man root. They were definitely big time believers in that. They thought they were special. They thought they were the Aryan race and all that
Yes.
stuff. Yeah.
Hitler was also obsessed with finding relicts in different countries. That's why they would raid like museums and stuff, and get all the important books. He was obsessed by finding new information
Yeah,
regarding.
he thought that by finding those runes that he would prove the master race. Yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is, man. It happened. Now it's we need to learn from it, but it still happens nowadays, just more in secret,
Well,
and
like
just slide off fan cards.
that
Well, he's a
Aryan,
scar and otherwise a great people, He's a scar in your history. Yeah.
but like when you say like Aryan, right? It's like also like when you say Hungarian, also it's like the same thing it means, right? But the Hungarians are really the Hun Orients. The Aryans are effectively Orions, like the constellation Orion, or that's why the fixation, I think, was a swastika, no? Like he's trying to reclaim that like Eastern heritage to the Germanic tribes of. That's what I thought. If I'm wrong.
The Germanic tribes, whether we like it or not, had a big role in disintegrating the Western Roman Empire and then sort of like taking over that empire. So much so that it split into two. We had the Eastern Greek Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, which lasted 1,000 years, but that other side is basically was Germanic tribes that tore it apart. Yeah. They were the barbarians. And now they're making BMWs. How'd you like that?
What does barbarian mean?
Barbarian came from the Greeks when they met people that didn't know. When they heard them talk to them, it sounded like ba 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 ba. So that's where barbarian came from.
Also, we have a state
So
that's called
barbarian is just anyone who isn't me.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
We have a state that's called Bavaria in Germany. Actually, my ancestry goes back to Bavaria.
The education system we have now comes from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and that's basically, Germanic. To salute the flag, to feel proud of the flag, to want to kill somebody if he steps on your flag. That's all engineered.
Yo, what is going on with Demog, man?
Oh, he's muted. Somebody think he wants to get unmuted.
Well, I would have no problem with him being unmuted, but
Sorry,
I
who
hope
wants to get
just,
unmuted?
I
Who
just
is it?
hope that Demok doesn't start using profane
Would you-
words again.
Would you say, Essie?
I
Demok
said
wants to be
D-Mock wants to
unmuted.
get unmuted.
Who?
D-Mock, bro.
Demok
Damok, okay.
or
I don't know.
Demok.
We'll try it out. We'll see.
Yeah, so am I the only one that finds it strange? Germany out of World War II happens to have a base in Antarctica, happens to have the top technology, all of a sudden making jet this and jet that. Isn't that like
The word
suspicious?
Aryan. Pay attention to the word Aryan like you were, right? Put the word start in front of Aryan. Say the whole word. To start an
Aryan?
area. Yeah, the people that start Aryan. Tartaria. Start Tarian. Start.
Okay. Yeah,
Start the area. To start, to progress, to pick, to choose, to decide, to start the area.
Art barrier.
Yeah, the first people that go to the area to get it ready. The first miners, the first people to go there, the first architects, the first engineers, the first people before anybody else gets to go there to the area, they go there.
Or the
And they
first
said,
people with digestive problems. The fart
well,
But then they
area.
stopped. They blocked the area. The area got blocked.
right. So they decide who goes where through the principle of decision, and they're the ones that fucking have the schematics for shit. They might have started America too.
I'll just correct you on one point though. You said the Germans were the first one to invent the jet engine. So Frank Whittle invented it in 1920 before the Germans ever even did that. And
I
his
was going to
patent
mention that it was co-invented, actually. Yeah, he's right about that. The British were onto it. It's just that they got beaten to it in an actual aircraft. But yeah, he's correct. The British were it's like a co-invention, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Da Vinci.
He never got the finances from the RAF, so therefore they wouldn't actually promote his invention. So that's why the Germans were the first ones to be acknowledged for it. But he actually designed it, and he had a test model, and the RAF wouldn't put the money behind it to take it to production.
Yeah.
Leonardo
Some
da
say
Vinci.
that they got leaked information from the Germans.
The
The Da
Germans
Vinci
were
That's
just
not
the
clear.
Germans were just faster to build it, which again is also kind of interesting. The connection there, right? That you have someone who is a British guy who invented it, but the Germans were the first to completely make it a real thing to fly. That's kind of
So
crazy.
you agree that the British actually invented it, but the Germans were the first one to put it in production?
No, nobody invented a bird. Listen, little kids look at birds and they say they want to fly. Eli Whitley or no, Da Vinci was making the shit. People before Da Vinci. Nobody invented a bird. What the human does. Hold on. Why are you going to cut me off? All the human does is try to mimic what they see, right?
Has a bird got a jet propulsion system?
Yes, it's wings.
No, is that a
Next.
jet propulsion or is that aerodynamics?
That's propulsion. That's all it needs, right?
Is it jet
Does
propulsion?
it do what it does? Does it fly
So
just fine before you drew anything on paper? Yeah? Okay, so when you looked in the air and saw a bird fly, you were jealous and you wanted to do that too. Now we have an airplane. Lo and behold, a fake bird.
Yes, we are inspired by the creation of
hold on.
things.
How does a bird propel itself through the air?
With its wings. Are you okay?
Right, so does it flap its wings or do they stay stationary?
Who cares? How do you fly? You don't.
I don't.
Unless you get into a machine that mimics a bird. Unless you can mimic a bird, you're not flying, right? I know you want to laugh, caveman. You're talking caveman technology.
No, you're talking absolute rubbish because you're saying
No,
that I
you.
can fly because I'm a human.
I know for a fact
And
every little kid that was ever born wanted to fly.
Let me ask him a question, D-Mark. Hey, Kawasaki, what inspired Victor Schauberger to create the turbine engine? Do you know?
Why? Hold on. We're talking about something. So you interjected.
Yeah, you're talking about flying and planes, and he's talking about wings, and you're talking about a propeller or a turbine.
How does a bird define that you can actually do jet propulsion? What shows a bird flying which shows you jet propulsion?
Yeah, we're going into the weeds here. One is saying the wings flapping, and one is saying without. Yeah, but D-Mark is just saying the process of flying. Let's not get caught into the weeds now, because we were doing good, I think.
Right. Okay. I'll bow out, but I don't accept what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying to bow out, bro. You're both talking about flight, right? So let's keep it to that. Like,
yeah, but they're totally two different things. A bird flapping its wings is not the same as an aeroplane with stationary wings that's got jet propulsion.
agreed. Absolutely agree with you. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, technically, it kind of has a similarity due to the geometry. So, like when you're talking about jet propulsion or like a turbine, what inspired Victor Schauberger to create that engineering feat was the Sanjania route, and that route has a certain geometry, and that geometry is what propels things forward through a medium moving adverse against it. Meaning, like if you took that route and you put it in a body of moving water like a river, that route would swim against the flow of that current and propel itself up the stream. There's videos on that.
We're not talking about a liquid fluid. We're talking about an air fluid, which is low pressure over high pressure to give you lift.
Well, it's no different. It's a medium, right? Whether it be water or whether it be air, it's a medium. And the whole point is when you have a medium that's moving in a certain direction and you have a certain geometry, that geometry can exploit that medium's movement and propel itself through it. And that was what inspired Victor Schauberger to create the turbine engine, which is how we have jet propulsion to begin with. It's all based on geometry, no different than the geometry of a bird's wing.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you say so.
A bird's wing is just an extrapolation of that geometry of that Sanjania route. It's just a portion of it.
Same as the boat rides on the water like a fish, baby, and a bird rides on the air. So it all works out. Just because a fucking human said, "Hey, I want my bird to go faster," what the fuck does that mean?
It's just a different
mechanism. But most people don't.
Different
most
mechanism.
people don't know this, but I'll post a video. I'll post a video of the Sanjanela route actually flowing up the stream of a river, and it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, because the backdraft carries, like when an explosion happens and that back thing comes around to carry the explosion back into itself, it explodes to what it can and it goes back into itself. That's the same thing if you design your thing right with the little V at the back. That's why the V is the sign of NASA, because once you go forward with the little pyramid, the little hooks kind of like can climb, right? So the first portion will go through real easy, like the tip of the pencil, but then the other part's like a V or a wing. And when the air hits that edge and goes around it, now it locks around it and forces it forward, just as well as the air coming around the outside. It forces it forward like a vacuum or a suction. That's the propulsion from the just like a nuclear bomb, when you see it go up and out and back into itself. Well, if you make that design like a little bubble in the front and then a V in the back, it's going to catch. That's why the VW is a bad motherfucker.
Can you see that video?
On a rocket.
Disagree.
Yeah, when you spin the VW sign, it turns into a Nazi symbol if you spin it really fast. That's what I've seen on TikTok. Anyway,
It's a 2-minute video. Check it out.
No, I don't want to check it out. No, I actually disagree with you. Right, I've prepared my dinner anyway.
You disagree with the Nads and P symbol?
I don't want to check it out. Why are you? What's wrong with you?
It's a 2-minute video, man. What are you worried about? Just check it out.
I'm cooking the dinner. I'll be back later.
Okay.
He might learn something. It's all right.
Not from you, no.
Well, you didn't know little kids wanted to be superheroes. You think that's
Hey, does
weird?
this
The little
guy-
kids
this
want
guy
to
think he can't learn
fly
anything
and turn
from other
into a
humans?
chameleon and swim and hold their breath and
Hold on,
jump
hold on.
high
This
and
is
be
the part I
strong.
don't like, you know? Who here knew about this route? I'm big enough to say I had no clue about this route today. First time I hear about this route. See,
I
that's
heard
the
a little
problem with
I
these
heard a
guys,
little
man.
something about both your roots. It's just like the mandrake thing. When anything that looks like a man or designed like a man has some kind of special power, supposedly the mandrake's supposed to be fake, but then some people believe it's real. Some kind of
That's
fruit that
right.
looks like a man. It's along the lines. That's all.
See, we brought two informations here, two routes. One that swims upstream and one that's used by Hitler for supernatural beliefs. See, we bring the stuff out, man. These guys are they won't even look at it. It's fascinating.
Who's the guy who thinks he can't learn anything from other human beings?
Yeah.
Right. I
Who's
think
that
it's
guy?
weird when they keep telling you that you need some kind of weird guy named Bill or some British dude, right? When they're British too. Oh, you got to have that British guy tell you about airplanes because you're too dumb to think of flying yourself,
Yeah.
little kid.
Gosh,
You
we're
guys
dumb,
are
aren't
too
we?
dumb.
We're fucking dumb shits. Hey, who is that guy, real quick? The guy who thinks he can't learn anything from us. What's the name? That's Alberto, or who are we talking about? I just want to know.
I'm not sure what his name was.
Kawasaki Ninja or something.
Oh, so he's gone.
I think he left.
Oh, of course he did. Of course he did. Got to run from the truth, folks. Got to ostrich. Okay, put that head in the sand.
Why is a bird too simple for them, but they understand propulsion and jets? They understand rocketry that can't go anywhere, but they don't understand a bird that does what it do and does it good without any goofy man or any rocket bags or any dumb shit, right?
That's crazy. Good find, Dicelo. That's fucking crazy, man. You guys should check that video out. Yeah.
So there's an even crazier video involving that same route where the water. So basically, what he does is he takes a bottle of water, like a 2-liter bottle, and he starts to pour it out vertically onto the ground.
Helium.
And then takes the root and sticks it in that stream of water, and the root swims upward vertically.
Helium does that, and so do salmon.
It's kind of like
it's
sailing.
The same
yeah,
idea of helium.
Yeah, but you know when they sail, don't they sail into the wind type deal?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. This is kind of like what started kind of like triggering people to say that they're being ripped off on the fuel mileage, because the geometry, like once they get up into these certain jetties of flow, actually propel itself adversely against the flow and create propulsion.
So I went up in a glider
design
once.
of your ship.
Check this out.
Designing your ship will drag you forward, right?
Hang on. I went up in a glider once, well, a few times. My stepdad did the glider thing, and no engine on that glider. We stayed up for over an hour, and we were only a few thousand feet above the ground. Okay, we were rolling, going over and over, taking thermals up and down, and finally, we had to at some point land. Right, it doesn't stay up forever, but it just goes to show that like you don't need all that goddamn jet fuel to fly a plane. The aerodynamics are here for us to engage in. Okay, and we don't have to have a lot of fuel to get up there and use those thermals.
The engineering and design itself outdoes the idea of the motor. Okay, the weight, the ratio, the reason a bird is so badass is because the whole idea of rocket propulsion and all that came from a bird. If we never saw birds flying, I think it would be longer before we ever had the idea to fly. And the bones, the structure, design, the layout, how the bones are hollow, the design of the bird's wing, how it goes into the air, like at the front, it goes in like an
it's the
arrow,
geometry.
and it widens at the back and catches the wind. It resides,
Yeah.
it's propulsion. Yeah, it propels itself forward through the geometry of the fucking bird. Yes, 100,000,000%, you're correct. And the same thing the root does, same thing helium does. You know, when you drive your car and how the wind reacts, the helium does the opposite. It's the same fucking thing. That root or that thing has a magnetic effect. So when one magnetic field is propelled and is created off the sides and the thing from the resistance, you get the field. And then right in the back, the most predominant part of that field is in the back, propelling you forward. Just like magnetism.
And magnetism is a key factor in this. It's actually more importantly the dielectric field. I mean, this gets way further in depth. I got another video I can link you to if you want to start understanding how to.
I can visualize it in my head. I can visualize all that shit.
You think this is magnetic? To my head, it's like
100,000,000%. Yep, just like helium.
I don't want to say the word gravity, but this gets into like anti-gravity, based on this certain geometry.
Yep.
And it gets way further in depth. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't just stop there. But most people don't really want to dive that far into it. But if anyone is interested, I can post the link to something if you want to look further into what I'm talking about pertaining to geometry and the dielectric field. And
when I saw it, the first thing that went to my mind was a kinematic thing, like the flow, the curve. Magnetism didn't come to my head, I'll be honest with you, when I saw that.
No, but you got to think about static electricity and the conduction and kinetic energy too. Like whenever you have something, you got a hold of it. Like when the wind goes around something and it's aerodynamic, the wind fucking grabs it like a hand. It's like a magnet. And then what happens is the part that's like a hand, the part of the wind that first hits you hasn't created the field yet that propels you. Now, when it's going around you and you have the resistance from your thing, your material to the wind. And then when it gets behind you, the front of your jet is going at a certain rate and it's going the fastest, receiving the first part of the impact or whatever, right? The initial reaction. And then around the end of your jet is the part that gets the magnetic propulsion from the wind. You're going to say wind or static that we fly in, but it's actually like a magnet. Like it literally is going to react just like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like when the water's sitting still, it's going to be one type of thing, one field. You get the boat moving and the water moving now you create a resistance between the two like a magnetic layer. And the boat will go boom, 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 and bounce off the water. Right?
Yeah, well, look, when you have movement, you have static, right?
You have magnetism. Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I hear you. I was looking at it more like airflow from a wing, kinematics. I was looking at it like that, but yeah, I see. I guess
same exact thing. It's all the same. Now, the only part that the part that I'm telling you helps you like come to grips with is that we're not breathing air. It's electricity. It acts like a magnet. So when you talk wind and all this other stuff, it's just an electrical fucking medium that acts like another part of a magnet, like the positive or the negative or the neutral. The whole field itself, it's one thing, and then when you get going through it, it'll flip to another. The part you're going through will be a certain little field, and it'll radiate out until it stops into the next field. Just like radiant energy or heat. You know what I mean? Or coldness or whatever. Like it goes from the source, it goes outward. Or inward. Either way. So the air and the water are actually like magnets on the material that you're trying to ride on with.
I'm gonna post a link here. This gets into geometry and specifically this dielectric geometry.
Yeah, the bee and the beetle wings. How the bee flies and the beetle wings, pay attention to that too. And if you ever get a pair of beetle wings and you actually want to look at something cool and not no goopy space stuff, you want to look at something cool with your magnifying glass, look at some beetle wings. I mean, actually look, magnified down at some beetle wings, what they look like. They're pretty fucking cool. I don't know. And I think it's funny that they tell you a rocket, right, that's just basically a big missile, can do all this stuff and go so fast and do all this crazy stuff, right? But if you're the Department of Defense and any man-made object has to leave you, you have to be able to stop that, correct?
See, when I saw that route, I instantly thought of an aircraft carrier and planes taking off. Now, if I was to ask you guys, what direction do the planes take off? Do they take off against the wind or with the wind? What would you say? How do they orient the aircraft carrier for the planes to take off
Against the
facing
wind.
like the wind
Well,
forward or the
if you were
wind
to
behind it?
if you were to intuitively
corkscrew.
answer based on indoctrination, you would say it would go with the wind. But after seeing this video, you could clearly see which direction they take off.
Running against the
Exactly.
wind.
Against the wind, right?
Like a corkscrew, right? Like a corkscrew into the wind. So
Yes.
when the wind
Exactly.
blows and grabs the corkscrew and resides down the corkscrew, it creates a torque, right? So now
Have you guys
it's
seen
torquing.
have you guys seen those corkscrews they created? It's like I forget what type of material, but it's basically like three of these sticks essentially wound together in this like corkscrew fashion, and after a little bit of time they start to unwind themselves and they burrow into the ground, and they're actually talking technology to help repopulate certain species of plants using drones. Like they're going to drop the seeds within these this material so that it like self germinates. I don't know. I just
Bro, every summer here we get what we call these helicopters that come out of the trees. You ever see those things swirl down?
Oh yeah. I loved those things when I was a kid. I
That's
was like,
freaking
what
amazing.
kind of shit is that? That thing's gonna stop, slow down, and do what it wants to do? What?
Did you see how it spirals and it ends up that the seed
Yes.
buries into? Yeah, it's crazy, man.
That's why I'm telling that other dude, you're not gonna tell me that some British, like, no, I don't care who the guy is, no matter what person. If a little kid or a boy, girl, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're sitting there and you see things, your mind is gonna wander. If you understand certain things, you like when you're a little kid and you knew about comic books or superheroes or the powers of animals or something, didn't you want those attributes? Were you like, I'm the best wrestler, whether it be the toughest wrestler guy or the attribute of something that was tougher than the other guy? Like, I want to be a lion, I'll be a bear, I want to be this animal, you know, whatever animal you thought was going to be more powerful or cool than the next animal, right? I mean,
all
that's how.
right, settle down there, Hulk Hogan.
Well, that's how comic books are made, right? That's how Hulk Hogan was created. A guy that wanted the ability to go in there and pick people up and fucking break their necks in one hand and slam them down and spin them around and throw them, but fakely, you know, for fun. So you're doing it, but you're not really doing
Just
it.
for
It's
the
all
record, I was the ultimate warrior.
you were.
That was my choice of character, dude.
Yeah. I always had like 2 picks, but I did like the Ultimate Warrior because of how they did him. I did like the Ultimate Warrior. I can't lie. I like Dusty Rhodes too. For some weird reason, I always liked that goofy ass dude.
All right, I'm a little embarrassed about this one, but my second pick was Papa Shanga. I don't know if you remember him.
He was my funniest. He was my favorite
Fucking
comedian.
Dusty Rhodes
He
is a
spit in
legend.
your face.
Dusty Rhodes is a fucking legend.
You guys got to admit he was the funniest. Him and
Yeah, he was
Hacksaw
pretty
Jim
ridiculous,
Duggan.
bro.
Hacksaw, he was one of my favorite. Yeah. He was like tame but untamed.
I heard your mom liked Jake the Snake.
No, she like Marty, Jannetty. She liked the Rockers. She had their autographs and met them and all kind of shit. Yeah, she liked them dudes. She's the one that took me there like a couple times. I got to meet Dusty Rhodes and Macho Man Randy Savage. Oh yeah, brother.
You're the coolest.
No more leg drops, all elbows. This word to Macho Man.
I'll tell you what though, man. If there was some people that played their parts, I mean, that was some funny stuff during the 80s and 90s. Like, it was pretty cool. In that squared circle tonight, brother, be there.
It got to a point of ridiculousness, though.
Another
Remember those cage things they used to do?
Oh my god!
another train of the same company that derailed in Ohio has now derailed in Clark County. So, how many trains are actually derailing from the same company in just a short period of time?
What kind of chemical do you use to produce gold or other things? Like to mine on a big operation and do certain things to produce something that you might need, you might have a chemical spill.
Oh, just talking about that. Did you guys hear how the dam broke? That they had all that toxic spill waste contained within. I guess just the rainfall fucking caused that shit to get to a point where it could no longer like contain it, and it spilled out into all the waterways and shit. And then looking into it, the whole area that's greatly affected is called Palestine. I don't know if that's coincidental.
What the hell? That's weird.
Yeah.
And you mean to tell me
Yeah,
they
there's
couldn't
a
patch
region
a
of
little
Ohio
cement?
that they call
That's
East
crazy.
Palestine. Or stick a giant fucking commercial pump in there and fucking start like pumping that stuff. Like you mean to tell me they couldn't perceive the future rainfall coming and doing that? Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, like some Oak Island stuff, they pump out water all through. Come on, we know they can do it. They pump out
Or
swamps.
let's say you do pump it out, then what?
Then you contain it. You put it in an underground cavity somewhere, fucking like they do fucking with methane gas or any other toxic fucking waste, dude.
You just put it in like an oil drum and just bury it.
Yeah, fucking in some fucking salt field or some shit, salt mine or whatever.
I'd just rather just plug the hole and kept plugging the hole and be like, hey man, it's time to plug the hole every 3 years. We go over with a new sheet of cement and redo it and redo. Like, what the fuck?
Better yet, you hire Kosho to launch it to Mars, dude.
Right.
Those salt
Let's send
mines
this
are
stuff
crazy though. They use those salt mines as some of the biggest storage units in the world. Ever seen those?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should just send it to the moon. That way they can have something to eat when they get there.
But I just thought it was interesting how like they're like destroying this place, like another place called Palestine. I don't know, man. It just seems too ironic.
If I was McDonald's, I'd just send a couple Happy Meals to the moon. They would stay there and be good until the astronauts get there to eat them. Happy Meals don't go bad.
If you want to see who rules you, just look at who you can't talk about.
Right.
You know who you can't talk about.
Like some countries, it's apparent. Like take Turkey, for example. If you say, I think the president has a big nose, you're going to end up in jail the next day. Literally. A NATO country in the West. Yep.
Scary shit.
Yep.
I mean, I could see that, maybe 1,000 years ago being a thing, but in modern time, you kidding me, dude?
Today, our partner, a NATO country. Yep.
So if you tell a president they eat their boogers, they could just put you in jail for life. That's some crazy stuff.
See you later, dude. We wouldn't even know that you ever existed. They'd probably just fucking wipe your shit clean.
Imagine a law you cannot insult the president. Imagine now when the redhead monster, as they call him, the orange hair monster was in power. Imagine how many people would be in jail in the States. Every reporter, right?
Imagine our president right now sniffing people's hair and being a weirdo and not being able to talk or complete a full sentence. Imagine if you made fun of that.
You see what you just said right now? If you were in Turkey, you'd be in jail.
Right. But
Yep.
you understand the
Or have
point,
your
right?
tongue cut off and fucking
So-
Fenty.
So we got a crippled guy, right? Goofball, right? Just totally crippled and like slightly like not right. Something wrong with the dude, right? Why is he in the position he's in? How?
I don't even know if the guy's really alive, bro.
How did exactly?
This is almost like Weekend with Bernie.
You know,
You ever see that show? Weekend with Bernie?
exactly. That's what I was going to say. Do you
That was
know
that
about
was a
any of
movie.
them?
Yeah.
Were any of them ever what you thought they were? Not even to say that
That'd be
they're
great.
not. Well, not to say
Okay.
that they're not them, but think about this, man. The government can portray with a real Slim Shady stand up for anybody, dude. Any president, any lady, any guy. They can have a lookalike, a stunt double, an actor, whether they're dead, whether they get somebody to play it, whether who cares, you know. Yeah, people die. Ain't everybody just not dying. Some famous people fake their death so they don't get bothered. Some die. This is common sense.
See, they know they can rely on the auto believers, I call them, and the agent Smiths. They know they can rely on these two Stockholm individuals, and it's easy for them.
Right. They're going to fight you to back their claim over something they don't even have a clue about. It's like the same thing with the globe stuff. I'm going to fight you as a globe scientist or a globe professor when I haven't even done any globe stuff. I sat in the room all my life for 50 years and did nothing with a globe. I never did. I mean, I don't even understand. How can any of these people be what they are without doing the thing that's supposed to make them that? It's weird to me. And then we give them a job and we say, okay, we acknowledge them as a professor. We should acknowledge him as a bum. We should go down to the local store and acknowledge that guy as a professor because he ain't going to bullshit you as much as the guy in the lab coat. He going to just ask you for a quarter and move on about his business.
Well,
So
that
I give
ship has sailed. They have convinced people that if he's wearing a white coat and he has a title, his word is always better than yours.
Nah, that ship's coming back around the other way. That's why people like me are here, to show you that your kid, your 3-year-old child is smarter than that guy in the suit because of his dumb indoctrination, because of what he thinks he thought he knew, he thought he could think and whatever, but can't produce shit of it, right? Because of his thoughts or his imaginary thoughts that he thought, right? So how's that any different than a 3-year-old saying, I got an imaginary friend or I want to fly? I want to walk through walls, Daddy. I want to pick up the house with one finger. Like, how's it any different? It's not. So they just
What if
make
we
shit
could
up.
do all that though? What if?
No,
what
we
if
can't. I'm not saying we can't. With technology, we can. What I am saying is these guys take it to a different format of not touching the stuff, not lifting the house, not doing the stuff. They'll tell you can. Oh, you can walk through this wall. You can go through the future. You can do this. You can vibrate at this rate. You can sit still at this. You can do this. Gravity does this. Planets do this. No production of it. Now here on Earth, you and I, we can take a jack and lift a house. One guy, just turn the little thing. It'll lift your house. Yeah, you're right. 100% Daiso. I don't disagree. We can do a lot of shit. Actually, though, physically, that's the problem. If you can't do it actually or physically, why are these people given credit? Why? It's dumb. Stop reading their books. Stop feeding into it. They should be ridiculed at all costs. You don't got to be mean to ridicule. Just point out the absurd.
Everybody should be looking into magnetism at this point and try to understand it.
Yes, sir.
Since like we can all clearly see mainstream got it wrong and has never had it accurately right. Like that's what should be at the forefront of all,
Well,
thought processes
mainstream
of invention.
mainstream die slow, yeah, but there's guys like you, there's guys like me, there's guys who know it's electrical, right? So some people didn't slip through the cracks. It's just they got put they just got pushed back. They figure the shit out a little bit for whatever you can. I mean, whatever that means, but nothing's really
Yeah.
ever figured out. But it's like, what does magnetism come from? What makes it be it? What does intelligence come from, really? Because magnetism has to be intelligence. If you really want to break that down, you want to be unscary about it. That's another thing.
Magnetism is just the loss of the dielectric component, and
You wouldn't.
that's essentially what breeds magnetism. They're one and the same thing. They're different geometries of one and the same thing.
I see it as an action and a reaction. Right. I see it as an action and a reaction. And to me, it's weird. It's like when you decide to do something as a human, right? Or there's something you have to do, or something your body does, or a way, like the attribute of the geometry of what you do, like you can't get out of it, right? It's set.
Nah, it's virtual photons, man. You guys are delusional.
It's just mathematical construct that fucking determines everything. Mother Nature's just crunching fucking numbers on a calculator and directing the flow of traffic. It's literally what people
It's
think,
intelligence. That's what I'm trying to tell you. How can you determine action and reaction from intelligence? Memory. Like, how could you? How can you separate something happening to do what it has to do from intelligence that is that very epitome? Intelligence would be that flow. It would give magnetism what it is. The attributes or the ability, to do whatever magnetism does. It has to be a form of intelligence. If you're like, where does this come from and what causes it? It has to be intelligence. It has to.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't know if I completely understand all what you're putting down.
I know I'm trying to too. It's new.
I know. I've heard you say it before, and like I said, I can't necessarily disagree with it, but I can't necessarily make 100% honest, logical sense of it. So it's
right. It's deep.
Trying to digest that one.
Yeah, it's a deep one. It's literally like the question: can you tell action or reaction or the physical attribute of something that has to do something before or after? Like, does it know? Why does it have to, or why does it do this and not that? Like, there has to be a memory or an attribute or an intelligent factor to this. I mean, there just has to be. And that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of that intelligent factor because they want to call it science. Other people want to call it God. Do you understand? That's one of the things too.
Well, this is where you are right now. And whenever we reach this area, I always tell people, now we're in the God territory, right?
Right.
Well, just the intelligence. I mean, God has to be the intelligent thing. That's the thing that pushes things, right?
He's the unmoved mover. He's the designer of the whole system. I mean, he's the spark that gave it the initial push.
Right. Yeah. So I say intelligence. And then through intelligence, the medium we live in, you can say ether if you want, but I'm going to say memory. So intellectual memory is the format of everything. And with that, within the intelligent memory, right, begets design. Through design and intelligent memory, you get resistance, which is magnetism, which is electricity, which is flow, torque, current, and everything else we have. And I think that's how, and you want to call it non-physical, like bringing something non-physical into physical. No, it's all physical. It's all physical. It doesn't have to not be. Why would it have to be not fit? I mean, that's just weird. Like, if everything we do and everything we touch and everything around us is something that we can call physical, then everything has to be physical. Why be afraid of that? That's goofy. So God or intelligence or memory can be physical with a physical attribute of you and I residing
Yep.
in such.
And then the creator throws in a monkey wrench.
Yes,
He gives
sir.
us a magnet. He gives us a
Yep.
magnet.
And the magnet is also, when you have a computer, what do you have in there storing the information? What's really storing the information? The electrical components, the magnetic flux, like what's going on in the computer, like the best part that's like holding. Sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
That's
I
easy.
like to
That's
ask.
on
I
off.
like to ask these guys.
That's on off. Computers are easy to understand. It's basically on off.
I like to
essentially.
ask. I like to
Sorry?
ask these atomistic materialists, since everything in their mind is comprised at the base level of particles. How much more does a terabyte of a hard drive weigh prior to receiving information versus after the full terabyte? Like, what's the quantitative difference in measure between those two things, whether it be or however you want to quantify it? And they can never give
You
me.
know, it could lose weight. It could be less, right? Die slow. You just want to know
who's
the
to say,
differential,
right?
right? Yeah, it could be positive or negative. Don't forget that. It could be the terabyte can make it way less.
Check
For
this
all we
out.
fucking know.
Check this out, guys. Remember that 21 grams thing where the guy said people lost an average of 21 grams every time they passed away? Like right when they died, their body lost 21 grams of weight. Remember all that shit?
How long ago was that study?
I don't remember. It was there. It was a couple hundred years ago. It wasn't too far ago because they were using the silk weigher, a silk scale. And those have only been around for a little bit.
Well, I studied that, and I don't know, something about it, like, I don't know. I wonder if they did it right. You see what I'm saying? Because me and my friend were talking about that a long time ago, and we were really fucking interested in that. Like studying the soul and the spirit and trying to separate them. I mean, literally years before the flat earth thing. And we come to find out that there were certain gases and actions and reactions that certain people didn't know about back then either. So some of the weight might be considered to be something else, like a gastric reaction or something. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And then there's other things
today,
too. I was just gonna.
go ahead.
Sorry. I always thought it was this, like that, and that makes sense. That makes more sense than my opinion was that the heartbeat was creating a resistance that was making it seem like a pressure, giving it a little weight, and then all of a sudden the heartbeat stops, and so there's no more resistance pushing against the inside
field.
of the body. What's that? No field. Yeah, you know what I mean.
No
like
pumping
the heart
field.
stops, and then there's less. The heart stops, and then there's less like pushing against the side of the skin and the side of the ventricles and stuff, and so there's less movement. And so maybe it just detected less weight. I'm not sure.
I have a question.
Right.
Is the weight instantaneous upon death, or does it take?
You'll have to look
like
it up. Man. Here, let me.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
No, but that's the question I want to know the answer to. Is
right.
it
Well, I'm saying
instantaneous?
when you throw a guy underwater, what happens over time? It's not it couldn't be instantaneous, and I think that's what their problem was, the timing in which they said, okay, we weighed the scale at this point in time after death. Now, if they'd have waited another 10 hours, it might have been a different factor because the gases in the body react different over time as they're released or as they die down and your shit stops working, like he exclaimed. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but in this test, do they mention if the weight is lost instantaneously or it takes a bit of time? Do we know the answer to that?
I
yes
think
or no?
That's the contention. How could you, like, the idea is they want to weigh you when you die, right? But what is the exact point of death, really, for someone you're not inside of dying? Like, you know what I mean? What was that exact, like, so when their eyes close, when they stop experiencing it, when the electrical continuity leaves their body, like, when is death for them? You have to know that too, right? To declare a timing.
So listen, this was you had to declare what time, like the exact time.
Yes.
So in
that's hard.
Livestream text. Sorry, in Livestream text, real quick, I posted the wiki article on it. Obviously, we know Wikipedia is It's just a bunch of people's opinions put together, but that'll give you a bouncing board to research the whole thing yourself.
Just think about it. If you guys tried to weigh a soul, what would be? This is how I always do it. What would be your format or key way of doing it? Like your set, standards. Like what would be step 1? What would be step 2? And once you fucking get this down to a better understanding, I mean, you're never going to understand it fully. But once you can understand it as much as you think you can for fucking human knowledge, and then you make your decisions. They just made their decisions a little too hastily. You see what I'm saying? Because even before that, on the Egyptian walls, I'm not trying to be too crazy. The feather, right? Weighing your soul against a feather.
Yeah,
you remember that, right?
Yeah.
So they
If
were
your
doing.
soul weighs more than
They
a
were
feather,
doing
you're
it.
not fit to pass.
They were doing it back then.
Yeah.
So it's all about how would you do it today, right now? All the technology, wink, wink. Supposedly we have wink, wink technology, smarter today, wink, wink.
Yeah.
How would you weigh the soul?
I don't know, man. I wouldn't try. This guy was doing a scientific thing that I don't think that we're allowed to know. I don't think we're going to know that kind of thing. But whatever.
Well, the first question would be, what is the soul that you're trying to weigh?
Well, it has to be non-physical, and he was trying to say that it's physical.
No. It can't. No, hold on. If you weigh it, it has to be what?
Well, if it weighs, it has to be physical.
That's the word if. I know we got that there. We're good. We're both on if. That's not in contention. I don't know. I'm not saying I know. Fuck all. The idea is to try to figure it out. Yeah, the word if is a big word in many ways, and that's what we have to use for now. So what do you think? I mean, don't be afraid to think about it. I mean, why be afraid? Yeah.
Okay, so if Homeboy found patterns like this between 17 and 23 grams, the average was 21 grams, that it was quote unquote was lost within a window of whenever he started the timer of death, like all that. I'd want to know the conditions of these people, how long they were sick, how they died, what they died of, all that kind of thing first before I could even start thinking about what might be happening to their specific body.
Exactly. Just like taking apart a car, an ingredient, or something you've never touched before in your life.
Right.
You have to be very meticulous.
Yep, agreed.
Look, first of all, you have to agree what death means. Does it mean when the heart stopped beating? Does it mean?
Yes, that's when. So the doctor was given the experiment. The doctor was like, "Hey, let me know when this heart stops beating, or come get me when he starts to choke or something, because I need to get that exact moment when the last heartbeat happens." I think that's how it was supposed to have gone.
Okay, and is that when the weight is lost instantaneously?
I don't know.
Because why I'm thinking that, I'll tell you why I'm thinking that. Because I need to know the answer to that for my second suspicion, which is, could it have something to do with the air, like the lungs emptying?
Yes,
and that's
all
the
of
weight.
it.
Yeah.
Every single bit of it. Underwater, you get bloated.
Guys, I think they would have taken that into consideration, because if they just noticed that every time the person weighed less is when they exhaled that last breath, I think they would have noticed that. I don't know.
Right. So what point in time do you start the weigh process? And then and then when does it end? Because
this is my whole point.
You have way more gases than just your lungs. See, this is how they figured out that you have these.
While they were about to die, they had them, because you can't predict when someone's going to die like these seconds. So they had them lay on a silk scale while they were dying, and then just kept an eye until they started to die or they took their last breath.
Right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Unless you can put a radio on a scale and turn it on so that as it's receiving that signal, there's a difference in weight measure, then I don't think we can accurately say that this is a thing. Like I wouldn't go as far as saying that the soul has a physical weight to it. Like, I think that's absurd, to be honest, in my opinion.
I think, in my opinion, everything has to be physical in the idea of whatever the fuck physical means, because we're physical. But besides that, what they did was learned. What they exactly like you guys are saying, didn't they already know about this part? Certain parts they did, certain parts they didn't. They didn't know about certain things happening. They slowly but surely learned over process of time. Over watching and watching and watching. Oh, I didn't know about this part. Oh, I didn't know that did that. Oh, did you know this thing swelled up and weighed 10 more pounds 3 days later? You know what I mean? Like, there was things they found out. How the body decayed and all this other shit.
Look,
Forensics was built off this.
It's easy to explain it if we know the time, right? If it
Time of
happens
what?
instantaneously upon the heart stopping, right, and you take the breath into account, you have something. If it's over a period of time, like the body's made out of liquid, liquid will, you know, evaporate. Like there
Well,
will be a difference in weight. You have to know the time. You have to know the details of
have
this.
you heard people say that they've died but not died and then came back? Did their heart stop for a minute? Did they like lose, like, I don't know, man. So that they're so that they're totally dead. What's that final sign? Like just heart stop?
You want a freak, bro? Just yesterday I was reading this. Now this is a coincidence. They did a thing, and they see that just before people die, they point upwards, like their hand raises upwards. I swear to God, I was reading that just yesterday. I don't know anything about it, but does
You know
anybody know
why?
anything about that?
Yeah, because they're seeing shit. Right upon certain, like when you're dying, certain chemicals and certain things happen, and you get that DMT, right? That little juice, and you're hallucinating. And I don't know what the fuck it means. I don't know what you're seeing. That's for you or whoever. I have no part in that. But yeah, they're doing some shit. Yeah.
And they were showing actual people in bed, and at the time of passage, they were like, it was like a haunting thing. Like it's the first time I've ever heard of that.
I would
I mean,
bet
I've
you
heard
that
of people of sitting
not
up
all people.
like days or hours after they've like passed away and stuff. And
Well,
they
yeah,
just
that's
explain that away
explained
with
by muscles and
nerve
yeah.
contractions and such.
But
But
Oh
pointing
yeah, I've heard about
upwards,
that.
what the hell, man? Pointing upwards just as you die, like just before you
What
die.
about looking up and right or up and left on some of these videos when people were in a store right before a stroke? Right before a stroke on these CC cams in these little convenience stores, gas station, ATMs, wherever these people are, they'll have a stroke at the counter and they'll all look up to the right and then boom, drop. Every fucking one of them, just all different people. But it's not all of them. Not everyone does that. Some people shake violently and then stop, and then it's a stroke. They don't look any direction. Some people that pass just pass. Like some people pass in their sleep. Did they raise their hand? I don't know. Like I don't think all people statistically can always do that thing, if that makes sense. And if they do, that would be super weird. You'd be on to like something fucking awesome, like the looking left thing. Like literally, supposedly before a stroke, people do certain aneurysm. Supposedly before, when they're dying or when they're this or when when you sleepwalk. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm 100% that people do some things. I just think that like always, there's a exception. There's like an exception to the rule 99.9% of the time. I can't even say 100% because there's
I have
always an
a friend
exception.
who works in a hospital. I'm gonna ask him just because this blew me away when I heard this, man. Like people pointing upwards just before they die.
No,
That's got to be
listen,
something, man.
I don't believe it. I've seen people die. I don't believe it.
Look what
I didn't
Zep
see.
Tepi just wrote.
No,
Look what
listen to
Zep
me.
Tepi just wrote.
Hold on, listen to me. I've seen people die and they did not point up.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I'm not. Like I said, I just
Oh,
found
okay.
out about this yesterday. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah. I'm
claiming
I'm
anything.
just giving you my personal testimony as like the 2 to 3 people that I know of did not point up.
I see dead people.
Yeah, so I mean,
My condolences, Zep Tepi, by the way. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah.
just saying, like when a loved one passes near you guys, or you guys are like the last ones to be with them right there, just look for that action. I haven't ever seen it. Now I've seen it on like what you're saying or what you're showing me, yeah, because I believe the exception is out there that people do it. Just whoever does it is what I'd say.
Well, that's I don't know. To me, it can't be a coincidence, man.
Well, what do you think about DMT being released into your brain? Do you believe that or no?
I don't know, bro. I really have no clue. Really.
Upon death. I mean, if that's a fact, I would think it would have something to do with it. If it doesn't, then I don't know, man. Just think about it. Older people, younger people. If it's an older person, you could say, oh, that person's senile, something wrong with them, they're just old. Now, if it's a younger person passing away next to an older person, but you got like a conjoiner room where they don't know what each other's saying, but you can watch them both, and they're both doing the same type of weird shit, wouldn't that be fucking odd? Like a 90-year-old compared to a 50-year-old, compared to a 30, compared to a 20, compared to a 10, and they're all passing away. And they all do like certain things the same. That would be weird. You see what I'm saying? You literally have to have those different ones. I mean, you can't go just by one. You can't be like, I'm weighing fucking Billy Bob's soul, and that's the first guy I've ever even messed with to even try to do the idea. I don't think you get there. I mean, that's the whole process of learning. That would be the first endeavor, or the first cadaver.
This is why we should humble ourselves and realize that there's a lot of things that we just don't know, we'll never know. And yeah. And when we talk about the borderline of stuff, which is God's territory, the Creator's territory, right? We should just humble ourselves and realize that
It all is. Nature is that territory. We're in it. We're talking right now. It is it right here. Whether it be through this goofy ass fucking phone we made from dirt and plastic or whatever else. I mean, and we put electricity through it, right? If we didn't put the electricity through it, would we be communicating through it as well?
Yeah, these are the geniuses. The geniuses, the true geniuses, are the ones that put this stuff that we're holding in our hands right now. Not the make-believe geniuses that tell us if you travel fast, you'll age slowly. Not those guys. No. The actual geniuses. Marconi, Tesla, Westinghouse.
If you travel fast, you will burn up.
Yeah, people like that, yeah.
The faster you go, the more of a wall of compression you create against yourself. And it's just like being trapped underground under a mine. You're going to smash yourself against the wind. And then it's going to heat up, and then you're not doing nothing. If you had nonstop propulsion against nonstop resistance, you know how hot that's going to be? It's like never stop pushing the brakes on your car while it's rolling downhill. Good luck.
Well, look, we have a guy that gave us radio. What we're using right now, more or less, to communicate. And this guy also said that he had this special form of electricity, special form of energy that can charge things without wires, that could make everything work wirelessly. And this very technology, they hid it, and they gave us this other technology with wires and stuff, you know. And they made this guy marry a pigeon, and the other guy that taught us relativity, that taught us that if we travel at a certain speed, we age different. They made him the genius.
Yeah, but these so-called wires, where do the wires get their energy from? Let's get this straight real quick. Where do these fucking DC currents get their current from?
From
If they're
generators.
so-called a generator of what?
Magnets.
So they get their current from an alternating current, right? An
The ones we
indirect
use
source.
today, yeah. Yeah.
So your direct source is caused by an indirect source. You can't have one without the other. So Tesla and Edison, Westinghouse, Morgan, they were all little butt buddies. Every fucking one of them. And they were in the middle of Hollywood too. So don't let them fool you. You can't have one without the other.
Nobody's fooling me, bro.
No.
Knowledge is there.
Not
That's funny.
you. Not you. I'm talking to everybody. Whoever's
Yeah,
listening. Yeah, I'm sorry. Not you. Just people out America. Talk like Bernie Mac. America, don't let them fool you. You can't have direct current without alternating current. And you can't have alternating current without direct current. To say that would be insane.
Yeah, but he came up with a different kind of current. This is the thing.
No.
This is what I want to emphasize on. Tesla.
Emphasize on the Earth came up with that current, not Tesla.
Well,
he just noticed. Yeah, he noticed.
He discovered it.
Right.
Yeah, it was already there. He just discovered it. Correct.
He noticed a format in which we could utilize it. Yes, sir. So what I'm going to say to you is a lot of people notice that format. He's not the only one. But how many people get allotted tons of copper to play with, tons of wattage to play with around everybody else or any way they want or to do what they want? Who gets a big building, right? Do you? Because I don't. Nobody said, hey, Democ, your stuff you say is brilliant. I'm going to bring you 18 tons of copper, 18 tons of this. We're going to bring you some of this because we have it sitting here. We're billionaires anyway. And we can't figure this shit out as well as we think that, like, you have a grasp on it or some of these people in here talking. We're going to take it to them. Fuck me. You know, not me and nothing. Just saying, like, what? Why do these people get, like, this one guy and this other guy and this other guy get the right to do all this and mess with all this stuff? But you, if you do, you're messing with the patent. You're breaking laws. You're messing with chemicals you shouldn't. It's too much wattage. You can't go over 4. Think about this real quick. But these guys are supposed to be the only geniuses and the number one dudes? No. Every human in the fucking world can see how the world works. And if you can't sit there and see or think the same way Tesla did, something's wrong. That's all I'm saying. Or Edison, or Newton, or Da Vinci, or Einstein, or you, SE. Fuck those other guys. If you can't think like SE, something's wrong.
Yeah, the thing is, bro, that this stuff is already there, right? It's not like
yes, 100%.
Somebody invented electricity, right?
That's why it's the stupid thing of a patent. What's the conundrum or the idiocracy of a patent when nature is what gave you all this stuff anyway for free? You can't patent nature and they keep trying, right? They're What's trying the to use take of a away patent nature nowadays when China's just going to fucking hijack it anyway? Exactly. And nature does it anyway, whether you like it or not, or whether no matter what. So if I come up and patent the way a tree does something or whatever, what kind of stupid shit? It's dumb. Yeah. Oh, I know how this does, and I got the patent technology on it. It happens everywhere. It's only gonna. We only have one physics. For all these people to say they got some fucking lock on some shit, it's ignorant. We only have one physics. We only have one way you can do things. And so they might have a cooler box than you, or a cooler reactor, or a different way to react something than you do. So what? Put them all together. Stop being dickheads. Stop saying mine, mine, mine. Open your fucking box up. Make it clear. Everybody can use it. It's here anyway.
That's the problem. That's the problem, because if you did that, DMOC, then you couldn't put a fucking meter on it and charge people accurately and become wealthy and rule over them. So
nobody pays the earth. You can't put a meter on the earth, and that's all they're trying to do. Trying to put a meter on the air and the water.
everything you fucking interact with, they want to put a meter on.
That's why everyone should understand the stupidity of that. The planned obsolescence thing for ignorant people to make $1 billion of something that you had to keep buying to break down is just stupid. When they could sell you one thing, and everyone who ever bought that one thing, sure, you might pay a little extra for that one thing, but it would be worth it, because anytime you got done with it, you turn it back in. Whoever owns that gets a new one, whether it be your kid or anybody, right? No matter what kind you want.
They manufacture a company that does cars, one that does planes, one that does whatever the hell you want. This world is like based on crazy design and whatever, whether it's physically possible or not. So every type of everything can be had. You turn it back in, you get your next one. They use the material from the old one to build the new ones. They don't have to keep going back and forth to the fucking dirt and do all this other shit. They just do stuff just crazy. It's just crazy to me. Everything should be guaranteed for life.
Yeah, and let me make a good point. Rakia makes a good point in the text. He says, we know that all this stuff is here, electricity, this and that, and we all agree it was created, right? And he makes a good point. He says, yet we praise men for this stuff instead of God. And let me answer that by saying, me personally, I don't praise these men. Why I bring up Tesla is to show that this technology was indeed given to us and found by this one man is being suppressed by other men. That's basically my point.
Guys, you wanna see the latest transparent astronaut coming into the studio view? Just found a new video from 9 days ago. You can see the magic of the transparent astronaut entering the whatever, the studio screen. I would highly recommend the audience to pay attention to where my cursor is pointing. There's gonna be a transparent astronaut entering the image. So as we can see, his leg and his foot already transparent. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back for the people who just joined again. So we have a transparent leg and a transparent foot. And it goes even further. There you go. Transparent astronauts. Isn't that a thing we haven't seen in a while, right? By the way, what?
Oh, I was just gonna say it's refracted, so it's only apparently there, not actually there at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Like when the transparency goes lower, it's just refraction, right? Like when he comes into the screen. So she says goodbye, and then this guy just as a transparent figure comes into the screen. And because of refraction, he just fills up to be non-transparent and slightly slower than a normal human being,
Yeah, you're seeing a few seconds before it comes around the corner due to refraction.
Right.
Let's see it. Can you see it again? Let's show it again.
We already see the transparent leg and foot because it's because it's actually not there. It's actually refraction bouncing the light. So we see him just earlier than we should be.
There's no refraction. What do you got going on? Let's hear it.
Yeah, that's refraction bending the light before it comes into the original frame of reference.
Where's the transparent leg? I don't see it.
There is the
It's refraction. You gotta wait.
Let me bet Zenek will not be able to see what you guys see, right? What I'm showing right now. Zenek is not able to see the ghost coming into the screen right there, right?
Xanax a refraction professional. He guaranteeingly will see this ghost.
Zenek, can you see how there comes a ghost leg into the screen?
Oh yeah, I do see that. Sure.
Yeah, is that how does NASA has like a new technology of making astronauts invisible and they can like
No, that's how the sun works. It's refracting.
Okay.
It's coming around the corner. It's looming. So
Or
the
could
looming
it-
astronaut.
Or could it be because this is actually a complete studio and everything they use is CGI and this guy is just being layered in too slow? That's why he is transparent when he enters the frame in the first few part. Hey,
Yeah,
that's
that's
fun.
pretty interesting. What's that gray blob beneath? Is it a bag or something?
No, that's his foot. That's his
No,
transparent foot.
before the foot. The gray thing that's right there now looks like
Oh, I don't know. That has been there the whole time during the video. Oh, by the way, this is also interesting, Zenik.
What's up
There
with the
is
rat nest of wires? Isn't this supposed to be like a high-dollar project? Like, I don't understand why this looks like some shoddy
And
fucking
no, you know
craftsmanship.
and
what
it
is
doesn't
weird?
look
One
like
second. You
the
know what
older
is
shit.
weird? There is a video of from NASA where an astronaut is floating through the whole station where you not see one astronaut once, and there is not one movement of a cable. And then you have these live streams where literally every few seconds stuff is completely changing its position. And I can show you this, right? I think it was on the NASA channel. There's a video where an astronaut or someone with a camera operator or whatnot is flying through the whole station. Review where everything is just completely still, nothing moves, and you don't see any astronaut anywhere hanging out. Like he goes through all the like as if they're all hiding behind him, right? I mean, you need to imagine there's always 7 people on board at least.
astronauts are very shy. They're very shy people, though. That's the thing.
Right.
Yeah, okay,
They
Zanik.
they're so shy to a point where they get transparent when they enter the frame.
They don't know if they really want to be seen yet. Until they decide, then you can see all their leg.
Well, they're looming decides, right?
Yeah, I don't see it transparent there.
Don't you got church or something to be
Looming.
at? Isn't like the synagogue of Satan open today?
I just
Zanik?
got done. I just
Zanik, what year does
dropped
it
off
say on those computers?
my tide to Satan himself, actually.
And let me actually download this.
Those walls look awfully 2023, and when they were supposed to be made in whenever.
Hey, look at my children's book cover I'm thinking about where they're exploring past Antarctica.
Hey, Witzit, have you seen the transparent astronaut I found?
No.
There's a video from Expedition 68 from 9 days ago on the NASA channel. And when the astronaut at the end enters the frame, his foot and leg is completely transparent. Well, I mean, it's nothing new, right? We have seen this a couple of times, but just interesting that they still have the same problems with their CGI.
So how far into Antarctica are they exploring?
I don't know. I haven't written the book yet.
But it says
That's a
beyond.
beautiful picture, man. Who made that picture? AI?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Oh, I just saw it. What are we looking at?
I'm just trying to get images for a children's book about exploring that there's more land.
But with it, you need to make a disclaimer that they've got to explore Antarctica.
What?
Will the book say that the kids are a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, or will it give meaning to life?
Yeah, that's the whole reason I'm making children's books, because they don't have any books that are actually like wholesome and based.
Oh that's that you must be crazy with it. You must be a horrible person to lie to those children, to lie to them, teaching that they're special and stuff. You're horrible, man.
Yeah.
Like telling kids that they're special and that this place is special that they've been born into or onto, unique and geocentric, you must be put into prison. It's like dangerous misinformation, manipulating children, and you should put your child back to the real good education. For example, put them to some book reading for drag shows. Yeah, I think that's way better for children. We need more drag greens reading to children books that tell them that they're insignificant.
What about just cartoons about penises and vaginas? Maybe we need them too.
Yes, of course. And that there are 72 genders.
All jokes aside, our children are being like brainwashed and attacked and have nothing wholesome to teach them. And I don't think that like screaming back and forth with Xanac is going to help protect our children from being brainwashed into depravity and degeneracy. So,
well, that's true.
Like, are we just going to sit by and watch it happen and in 20 years just be like, oh man?
No. Are you good with it today? You sound kind of tired.
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, just got back. What happened? We supposed to be praying right now or something? What's going on?
What's happening is slowly, the globe fantasy is eroding away.
Yeah, but I mean, in all reality, like what difference is it going to make? Like we've become so dependent on the system that even if we were to be given freedom and relinquished from this spell, I guess we could put it, that we're under, like most people wouldn't even want to separate from it because they're so attached and dependent on it. Like I've kind of thrown out the idea plenty of times, like just hypothetically assuming that there is more land than what's been depicted. If you could go and stake a flag and be free from the system, like, would you actually do that? If knowing like you can't bring any of what you have now with you, you'd have to start over. Most people, I think, with themselves and say, no, man, like I like what I've got currently. And that kind of seals the deal for me in saying, like, what difference does it really make? Flatter around, at that point.
That tons of children are being brainwashed into nihilism.
No, I get that. I understand like the implications, but I'm just saying, like, even when given the truth, like, will still choose the system they're within. And it's just like, it baffles me. Like, I don't understand how, after knowing how much you've been deceived and programmed to be disillusioned and disconnected from reality, that you still choose the lie over the unknown. Most people are so fearful of the unknown. Like they still would rather choose the current system. And I think it boils down to faith. I think it's, ultimately lack of faith. Like, even if you have logical discernment to realize that you've been lied to, and it's you still, have to have a great amount of faith to separate from it completely, to the point where you're in the unknown now, on your own. You, God, and nature. That's it. 911 ain't there.
A lie is nothing more than the truth twisted, and the most dangerous lie is the one with the most truth in it, because that's the one you're going to fall for. And I think a lot of people who call themselves truthers today are coming to the understanding that truth is more important than comfort, and truth is more important than coexisting with others. When someone lets you know that they're an enemy of your creator and they are your enemy time and time again, what need do you have to speak to them any further?
Well, I mean, that's still, you're still within that system. There's gonna be a need to have to speak to them at some point, being that you're bound by the system that you're so willingly within, you know. So
Those
at
who
some
believe
point,
in At some point, those who believe in the creator believe that they will become enemies of the system, and there will be a separation, and it's kind of like ripping the band-aid off. And they recognize that that's coming, and there are certain things that have to happen before that happens. That's what those people realize. However, I think a lot of them don't realize today that they need to focus on the creator instead of trying to placate to a lot of these people who are simply trolls. That's all they are. They're simply the enemy. They're trying to infiltrate, and we need to focus on the creator. That's my opinion. And if we focus on that, we'll be blessed beyond measure, and the truth will be so much more widespread. And the ones who really are going to, resonate with that truth, it'll be pretty apparent.
so let me give you a hypothetical, North. Let's just say you were to set sail, or could set sail tomorrow, to a new unfound land separate from the globe model that's been given with the 7 continents. Like, let's say the Earth's flat and there is more land, right? Would you be willing to leave everything you have behind to go to this uncharted territory that's untamed, essentially, where you have to recreate everything, all the amenities and luxuries that you have today, like that you're so comfortable with? Like, you would have to start from scratch. Like, would you be willing to do that?
Like I said, the people who are believers in the creator um, know that there's a time for everything, and so they rely on the creator, and they don't rely on their own reasoning, right? So for me to do something on my own without, first getting advice from the creator or approaching him first about that and seeing if it's part of his will, no, I wouldn't be presumptuous to do such a thing. I would much more be concerned with the people around me, trying to lead them to the creator and to the truth and to a greater understanding of where they are and who they are.
Well, I'm saying, aside from God, just like on your own free will. I mean, you could clearly see how uncomfortable that would be. Sure, there's probably some benefits, like you're not going to be under tyranny, but at the same time, like, you're going to be in the wild, man. Like, you're going to have to rebuild everything that you want, if you want it. And you don't get to bring your PlayStation or Nintendo with you, or I mean, maybe you do plug into, right? So just saying, like, end of the day, like, most people are really comfortable they're from their bedrooms, attached to the system, while simultaneously pointing out, the things that they're not happy about within the system, knowing that the system is just, or to be for them, but yet they're still a part of it. Like, Is that making any sense to you? Like, you see what I'm saying at all?
I understand what your reasoning is. I'm just saying that I come at it from a different viewpoint. I'm to be in the world but no part of it, and I'm to be here. I'm not to be just a hermit to go live out on my own somewhere away from everyone, right? I mean, there's a time for everything. Again, there's a time to flee. There's a time to go out and be on your own and leave the onions and the leeks and the PlayStations and um, the Egyptian cotton and all these things. Yeah, there's a time for that, but there's also a time for leading others to truth and helping them get out of that system that you're speaking of. And there are ways to do those things, and there are steps to do those things. There's an order to things. Like I said, there's a time for everything under the
Yeah, I
sun.
agree. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just saying, let's say that time's come, right? And it's either here or there.
The thing is, who has the truth?
Obviously,
Who has the truth?
obviously you're gonna go with what your
Neither
creator
here
tells
nor
you.
there. That's how
So
the saying goes. It's
I mean,
either
I don't.
it's neither here nor there.
To answer SE,
It's either here or there.
to answer SE, when he says who has the truth will be evident, when the time is. It's kind of like the truth is evident when you need to plant the seed. The truth is evident when the harvest is ready. And the truth will be evident when, I mean, the reality is going to be right in front of your face. It's going to be obvious. We've told you this mark of the beast system is coming. It's a literal thing. You're literally not going to be able to buy anything or sell anything.
I'm not talking about.
I'm answering SE. So
I'm
when
giving a
I'm
hypothetical, man. That was the whole
I'm
point.
answering SE. I'm speaking to SE, not to you. So SE, who has the truth? When you see the thing come to pass that the people told you would come to pass, word for word, detail for detail, that's the truth. It's reality, right?
Okay, we're appealing to the future, but I understand. Gotcha.
That's what
Giving a
prophecy is, right?
hypothetical, man. That was the whole point to what I was saying.
If I tell you something's going to happen and it happens, was
You're
I
kind of carrying
truthful
this
with
off a
you?
different direction, North.
I'm speaking to SE. Was I truthful?
I hear you, but you have to wait until it happens, though, right? You can't say, look, I'm saying something's going to happen now. When it happens, I'll be right. You see what I'm saying, bro? Like, you can claim a prophecy, but unless that prophecy comes to fruition, you can't say, look, I was right about this.
That's what I'm
In
saying.
anything,
That's exactly
religion,
what I said. That's
science, and
exactly.
anything in general. Yeah.
That's exactly what I said. So if I tell you something's going to happen and it happens exactly, there's no deviation, exactly as I said it was going to happen, then was I truthful with you? If I didn't have any part in it and I told you it was going to happen and it happened and I had nothing to do with it, was I being honest with you? Is it
Not only that,
reality
you were being
when it happened?
prophetic. Yeah, you were being prophetic as well. Definitely. You had
Yeah,
knowledge that somebody else did not have of a future event. That's something right there. Definitely.
that's something to be paid attention to. And that's what I'm saying. That's what truth is. That's what prophecy is.
Yeah, but bro, you got to be able to prove your prophecy. And you got to be able to prove that that prophecy is these times, right? Like, I don't want to get into a biblical conversation now, but you know what I'm saying, right? You can claim
Yeah,
something, but unless it comes to fruition, it's just a claim in any field.
that's exactly what I said, SE. So when it happens, it's going to be reality. And it's going to be said it was truth, right?
Right. Agreed.
Okay, then we agree. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Can we get back to my point? Because you kind of carried it off like into this whole like religious thing. which is fine, but that's not kind of like really the direction I was aiming for when I made the point.
No, I think you were
It was
asking
a
me.
hypothetical. I mean, well, you kind of chimed in, and I figured that you were going to be on point with what I was putting down. But anyhow, I was just
I
giving a
answered you,
hypothetical of like,
bro.
go
I
ahead, what?
answered you and then answered SE, right? SE spoke up and I answered him. It's not just a me and you
Well,
conversation.
you didn't answer me. I mean, you kind of gave like
I gave you
it
the
was
answer I
a
wanted
yes
to
or
give,
no.
right? I
Yeah,
gave
you
you the
gave me
answer I
what you
wanted
wanted
to
to
give.
give. That's
That's
fine.
right.
But I'm not going to tell you any different. That's fine. But it wasn't necessarily directed towards you when I gave my point. It was just towards the room in general. So I was just seeing if anyone else had anything to chime in with. But it's all good, man. It's all good.
Let's explore your point. What was your
Well, I
point,
think
bro?
the silence speaks for itself. But yeah, it was essentially a hypothetical in saying that if it was a fact that you were to set sail and find new land, given that the Earth is flat, would you be willing to separate from your current system to be on that new land?
Depending on who I
Free.
set sail with, I'd be completely 100% down for a type of adventure like that. But it would have to be with no fucking retards, right? It would have to be with people who actually know what they're doing.
Well, yeah, obviously you would want, you'd want to be in good hands, but I mean, the point is like most people, despite knowing that they've been lied to, are so beholden to and bound to the system that they're within that they're like they're not really actually willing to separate themselves from it completely. They want to change it, and that's fine. Change, could be for the better, but good luck with that, right? So if you've got the chance to be free from it without the fight of change, why would you not choose that? Even though it's going to be a struggle, but you're going to get what you want ultimately.
Did anyone hear me say
Most
I'd be
people,
willing to leave the Egyptian cotton, the leeks, and the onions when the time came? So I did answer you. So I don't know what you're
yeah,
getting at, So you
yeah,
asked
but
for
again,
you
it
asked for me
wasn't
to
towards you,
answer.
so I
You
don't know why I
asked
got to
for
keep
me to
repeating that.
answer earlier, and
No,
I
I
answered
didn't.
that.
Yeah,
And then you said, and
earlier
then you
because
said
you
I
chimed
didn't
in, dude.
answer. So you said I didn't answer your question.
This isn't for
However,
you.
I did answer the question
Holy
That's
specifically
fuck.
fine,
saying
bro.
I would be
Nobody
willing,
cares. Stop whining.
Yeah, that's
specifically
fine, bro.
saying,
Talking over each other, for sake.
specifically saying that I
You're
would be willing
specifically
to leave
whining.
when the time came. But yet you have the trolls who come in, and of course they're gonna, play victim and white knight and all these things. So you guys have a good day, man. Appreciate your time.
Wow, dude. I don't know why you gotta be so combative, bro. Like again, like I've already stated, this wasn't a question for you. You've already
He's got
answered, and I was fine with what he had to say, man. This was
looking at me.
for other people to see what they had to say. So I don't know why you got to keep putting yourself in the middle of it, like requiring some kind of attention or something. But whatever.
He like left, then came back, then left again.
That's why I said before, when we move into the territory of God Creator, we have to humble ourselves and realize that really nobody knows what they're saying here. Some people think they do. Some people think they have the knowledge, right? Some people think they have the ultimate truth, but really they don't, and they know that they don't. So it's a dicey situation. And the people in power use this basic need for a creator that everyone has in them innately, instinctively, and they use that to control you. I mean, it's very evident, it's very in your face, it's all around. The wars have been fought for that. Countries have been divided upon that. Empires have been made upon that. Lands have been taken over because of that. But somehow people just, I don't know, they go with the flow, I guess. I don't know. Just don't see what's in front of your eyes.
Well, I think it's the shiny objects, you know, and the technologies, you know, that they're comfortable with, you know, all the stuff that we've got today. I mean, it's pretty nice. You got to admit. I mean, they've got some nice stuff that keep us attached to the system. You know, I mean, look at the cell phone thing, for example. I mean, you all know they're spying on, you know, but you still have your cell phone. You know, so it's no different than that, man.
Well, yeah, he was
we're all
speaking about the biblical mark of the beast, right? Well, you're holding it in your hand right now. You're
Well, I
speaking
was gonna
into
say,
it.
with the whole juice up pandemic and get juiced or whatever, I'll just use code words, but like there's like a couple of there's like the one group of normies who are like, yeah, it's good, like we should all, you know, those like numpty funty retards. But then there was the people who knew it was sus but took it anyway because they wanted to go night clubbing and shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, imagine being like, yeah, I know there's something sus in this juice, but like, you know, I want to go fuck a chick, so like let me just put it in my body real quick.
Yeah, it's knowing that you're fooled and accepting being fooled. That's the part that
right,
blows my mind. Like,
right,
if you don't know,
right.
you don't know, right? You don't know. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, like that's why I gave the cell phone example, because that's public information. You know, I mean, people's lives were changed for, you know, what the whistleblowing on all that with the NSA, you know, spying on, you know, all sorts of individuals, right? And so that's not like a conspiracy, rather than a fact at this point. And but you still got the cell phone, right? Have to have the technology to be prevalent within today's society. So I don't know, man. It's no different than that. You know, you're willingly in the system as a slave, knowing that you've been lied to. Like, I don't know what's worse, like the Glovers or the truthers that still willingly accept it and are honest with themselves enough, and me, to say that they'd never leave it because they're so attached to it.
Yeah. These are the people I think we're dealing with.
Here, dude.
Like the Matrix, right? The guy that knows that he's gonna live in a fantasy, but he doesn't care. He doesn't want to eat the gruel. Plug me in, and I know the steak is fake, but it tastes so damn good, right?
Well, I
Yeah,
definitely
yeah,
wouldn't leave.
exactly.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't leave
Exactly.
like my baby girl, right? So like I just had a
No, no,
daughter.
no. You bring your baby. Bring your baby, but your baby ain't gonna have that medical coverage that you're so, like, you know, expected to work, you know, or the education or whatever it may be, you know what I mean? Like, whatever makes you comfortable in today's society with what you've got, knowing that your baby girl's safe currently.
I would
Like,
100%
you ain't gonna have that.
give everything away that we currently have to go see new lands and just grow some fruits.
Yeah, but then you've got a question, like, what happens if something pops up medically or just
Well,
whatever?
we use herbs. Like we're not
Okay,
going to take her to a doctor anyway. So
yeah, I mean, this is like a situation that requires a surgeon. Let's just say, you know, like just a hypothetical, just something that would require what we have here that you're not going to have there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're all attached to this system, regardless of how we feel about it. Whether or not you're willing to step out of those boundaries or not is a whole nother fucking question. You know, despite the safety of your child, like that's something that you got to put in the hands of God at that point,
yeah,
because that's the only thing that's going to cut it, right?
that's how it should be anyway, right? I mean,
True. I don't disagree, but you know, it is still a gamble knowing that this simple surgery that you could have within 15 minutes here, mainland, isn't going to be abroad. It's a hard toss up, you know. But again, this boils back to how much faith do you really have? So I think that's, like, in my opinion, one of the true testaments of faith.
See, this is what they want you to do. They want you to think that you have to leave, right? That you don't belong. That's the whole thing about the land and going out. I get that idea, but that's not the answer. The answer is not starting from scratch and relying on herbs, and which you can do, right? The answer is to keep the system that we have, because medical technology just, you know, you can't replace that. You can't replace a surgeon, surgery table. There's no way. So the answer is not to run away, is to change what we have. That's the answer.
Let's see. Do you think they didn't have surgery, say, like back in ancient Egypt, where they like mapped out the entire human body and like, I don't know, bro.
And what does that have to do? What dude, if there's land? Are you saying that if there's land that was left off?
Real quick. Say we went to a different land, right? And we took a couple people with us. But not take some fucking scalpels and some alcohol with us just in case there was an infection or something. Like, I don't know.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not telling. That's my whole point. Don't abandon what we already know and have. That would be foolish. Why would you want to go caveman already?
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. If there's land that is left off the map and we can discover it, you guys are saying we should just ignore the land so we can stay here with our iPhones?
No, go there. Bring your iPhones with you. Don't get rid of the technology. Bring your microwave. Bring your everything with you. Why do you have to abandon it?
Well, you do realize, like, all that requires, like, a grid, right? Like, you're not going to have the entire electrical grid system that you have here. Like, all this stuff would have to be replicated, and not saying that it couldn't be done, but I'm just saying, like, you got to think of how many centuries of engineering has gone into creating what you're living within, and that's not going to just happen overnight. Like, maybe within your children's lifetime, potentially.
But that's my whole point. You don't have to do that. You don't have to make that sacrifice, bro. This is my whole point. You bring the scalpel with you. You bring the surgery table with you. You bring all that with you. You're going to tell me you're not going to bring a walkie-talkie to communicate? You're not going to want that? You're not going to want...
I mean, that would be ideal. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. I mean, I agree 100%. But you're not going to have it all, right? Like, you're going to be missing some stuff, dude.
Of course. You're not going to have Saturday Night Live, right? Where you're at? Yeah, but who cares?
Saturday Night Live is trash anyway.
Yeah.
No, but you would need to send. You would need to designate explorers first, explorers and colonizers and stuff. That way they could, check the whole.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Kosho. This isn't going to be attached to the mainstream. This would actually debunk the mainstream. This would be like newfound land that's like contrary to the 7 current continents, as you guys portray. So, like, you wouldn't be welcome, for one, right? Like, we wouldn't have Globers running the show over here, hopefully, right? That's the idea. Like, that's the whole point of moving away from the current system and detaching from it, is to have the potential possibility at a new system of, based on freedom and truth, and not tyranny and oligarchies. So we don't want
I don't run the show.
explorers.
I don't run the show here either. So now that you said that, I'm going to get there first, and I'm going to make sure you are not allowed.
Look, doesn't it make sense? You bring your doctors, you bring your plumbers, you bring your electricians, you bring your midwives, you bring your root experts. I mean, wouldn't that make sense? You bring your walkie-talkies, your knives, your metals, your forges. Wouldn't you do that?
Well, you would hope for that, right? You would want all the best in all the practices, right? And fields to have a winning shot at, giving the base necessities of what's required to have, the bare essentials. So, I mean, that would be, the approach. But obviously there's going to be tragedy along the way. I mean, we can't stop that. So how many surgeons are you bringing? How many of each expert are you bringing? I mean, Noah's Ark's only so big, right?
I
Yeah,
think you'd have to do like
understood.
I think
Yeah.
you'd end up like a America experiment, phase 2 or whatever, or second attempt. You know how like because I mean that's all they did is they went there and then they basically tried to establish a a new government so it wasn't attached to the old government, right? Like they wanted to have their own the government as they've um come to know it, not like the
You talking about
government.
America?
Yeah, right. Because I mean, if you went there, you like you
Oh,
said, you want to
you
make
mean
sure
the
it wasn't.
Freemasons that came here and quote unquote
Yeah,
founded it?
I'm saying that's why I'm saying a second attempt because you would want to make sure it wasn't attached to the old world, basically, like like you said, like the mainstream or whatever. You want it to be the same governments, just in control over there. So you'd have to establish like a new government structure.
Yeah, we would want to be free from the current system. So, implying government already puts you into this category of fitting within modern society. And, we're trying to be free from that.
Well, how would you keep the government? How would you keep the current governments out of there then?
Right. Right. And I think your point was even better when you said that you'd find it first and keep me from it, because that's technically what's already happened. So I'm just saying, like, this is a challenge, but it was a hypothetical, just a hypothetical scenario was all it really was. Like, I'm not trying to stretch it too far because I don't know how realistic it would actually be, but yeah.
There's another. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
There's another thing that we always miscalculate when we talk about this, and that is the human psyche, right? So now we're assuming that a group of people with good intentions in mind are going to go find a piece of land and make this utopia, right? Where everything is fair in that. There's only one problem with that. That has never worked ever in the human history. There's always been within a system a group of people that take charge. They control the wealth, the minerals, always. Oh, it's never failed. Never.
You don't just think that's the infiltration of controlled opposition, despite the attempts of malevolent
There's
fruition.
always there's clever sociopaths, and clever sociopath is always going to attempt and most likely gain control.
Right. Well, that's fitting within a modern system, right? Because it's set up in such a way to where those types of people prosper the easiest because it's geared for them. But I'm talking, a new system. Like I understand, like all you have to work with is what you've been given. So that's kind of what you're implying, but I'm trying to be free of that.
You can't, bro.
Well,
Name me a time in history. Name me a time in history where such a system existed.
Well, I mean, you already know that history is only given by the
Yeah, I can name
victor.
a few.
So who's to say?
I can name a
Who's
few.
to say?
Figures, the anarcho-communists in the Spanish Civil War. Well, those all existed.
I don't know who
Utopian.
that was, but it was definitely a baller.
Red tape, communism.
Yeah, no, the diggers were pretty cool.
You can just like immediately tell. Like,
Wait, shut up, bald ass.
No, but the question remains: instead of looking at history, die slow, like how would you ensure that you wouldn't end up with?
I already said
like I
history
said,
is
like
a bias.
clever. No, I said forget about history. Like in this utopia, because I'm really thinking about it. Like if you really found this place and you sent people there, and let's say that you could keep out the current governments. Maybe they just didn't even know about it yet. So it was like a secret. So they didn't. You weren't worried about them invading, but you still were worried about your current people, population, whatever. How would you ensure that somebody who wasn't clever and sociopathic didn't somehow, gain, some united central power.
How would you ensure that you didn't have like a central order? Is what you're saying, like within the evolution of that system?
Yeah, like there was like you said, like you would just make sure there was no way to do that. I was just curious how you would do that.
I mean, that's a good question, but I think that would be like a long out conclusion that I don't think we really want to necessarily sit through. But where there's a will, there's a way. I'll just leave it at that. And I think there is a possibility to it. But
Fair enough.
So the reality of the matter is this utopia of which you guys speak, that a group of people could live together in harmony and share stuff, well, it just doesn't exist. Somehow it's built into human nature to be greedy, to want more, and to harm others for something you don't have that you want. It's built into it.
I disagree.
Show me an instance. Show me an
That's
instance.
an abnormal situation within humanity.
Okay, fair enough. Show me a civilization that proves me wrong.
What are the parameters exactly?
People living equally in harmony, with sharing resources.
The Soviet Union.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Oh my God, that's the worst example you could have probably gave.
Oh shit!
You believe the Glober history? What they're telling you about the Soviet Union?
Oh, you have some sort of other. Go on.
Well, yeah. You believe like these states that seem really hostile against communism, that communism's bad, right?
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Get his ass. Get his ass, red tape. Get his ass.
Yeah, bro. Let's
You
totally
seem to
support
have
the
like
ideology that killed
everything
millions of
that.
people.
Shut up! That's it.
Yeah.
Shut up! That's it.
Millions of people
No,
died.
no,
Who
silent.
cares?
Well,
He's so
yeah.
fucking
You seem to
catty.
really like think that like all these other like conspiracies are true, except like maybe they're lying about the one institution that really seemed to dislike capitalism.
Can you name one successful communist country?
Soviet Union, China.
Oh,
Cuba.
so they were successful in the sense that they murdered millions of people.
Are you saying that like America didn't
Cuba's
murder
pretty
millions of
successful
people?
right now.
Hey, did millions of people die? Yes or no?
Yes.
Dude, war happened, bro. It's not perfect if war happens.
They died without the war. They starved to death.
When?
Yeah. Why do you think that happened? There was
So
a.
you notice how everything you guys say is wrong? It's like,
Dude,
it was a war.
wait.
No, never mind. They were actually
Imagine defending like the education system
They
of
were
like
actually
these states
starving
that
to
really
death.
hate communism.
Let me teach you something, man. What
Shut up!
communism
You're
does
getting
is
this from the
create
state,
a
dude. How
fixed
can we believe
cost.
the state that believes in the globe,
Hey,
dude?
calm down, buddy.
Oh, wait. So you're going to teach us now? Is that what you're saying? You're
Yeah,
gonna
no
teach
problem.
us?
Yeah, I got
I thought you had a whole I thought you had a problem.
Oh my
I'm
god,
gonna mute
what are
Witsit
you
really
guys
quick just so I
doing?
can talk to Xanax.
Witsit, they're vampires,
I just want to go ahead and let you guys know. I promise that the
Xanax,
three
like,
psychopaths are not
have you noticed
going
that they
to constantly
believe
interrupt me.
everything that
All right,
the
well, you'll just
government
get muted.
says is
Get muted.
false?
If you think that you're just going to
Except what they say
incessantly
about the Soviet
interrupt, you'll
Union
just
and
get
like
muted.
China, communist countries.
Why are you incessantly interrupting, though?
Kind of crazy.
Because you're low energy.
Okay, well, you're going to be no energy. So,
Oh.
yeah, just try and be an adult, man. Okay, so the
Witsit.
point is that communism creates a fixed cost of goods. Okay? Fixed cost of goods. So what happens is when the food begins to run low, they keep the price the same. Now, in a free market, what happens is whenever the food begins to run out, you actually increase the price. So it stabilizes the market. But if you keep let's use a really simple analogy. Corn costs $5 a bundle. Okay, now we've run out of corn, but you just keep the price at $5. Well, then you completely run out of corn because everyone can keep buying it, even though there's not much left. Then people starve to death and die.
So what about people who are hungry now, like in a free market situation? Like, what do we do if like the prices go up and people can't buy the food and they starve?
How is that a response to what I just said?
That was his lesson.
How is it not a response to what you just said?
Wait.
Oh,
Hold on
because
a
it's
second.
called a red herring, and a 5-year-old would know that you just avoided the actual
his
point and
education
changed the
about.
subject. So that's probably how. That's probably like basic logic would be how.
Bless
Can you
your
hear
heart.
me?
Bless
It's
my
funny
heart.
how people it's
And
funny how
Zen,
people
you
that
just like to
it's
argue just to argue, so you're gonna jump in and pretend
No,
to
you
defend.
said you gave us a
Why are
lesson in
you guys
economics. That actually made no sense.
interrupting?
isn't it
Because you
funny?
won't let me jump in.
Isn't it funny how people who don't come out of a communist regime think that they know
Oh,
how
here we go.
communism is? Like, isn't that no?
Silence.
Like,
Silence,
isn't that
German.
isn't that
Silence,
isn't that
German.
isn't that just
Silence.
somehow
German. Shush.
Dude, okay, how about this?
crazy?
I'm you.
I
Next
like the
time,
way
if you
Woods was
guys
trying to
keep
give us an
interrupting, you're getting
economics
timed out and you're
education.
getting
So
warned.
hilarious.
How about that?
Why don't you talk back to the corn analogy or comparison again?
Okay,
Is
are
that what
you
you
wait,
think
wait,
that
are
we're
you
gonna
defending
educate us
communism,
on?
Zenny?
I'm talking, and you are talking over me. Let me just be one
Are you
sentence.
defending communism?
All I hear is you talking. All right, let me just ask the
Are you
question. And
defending
you can respond.
communism?
Well, what
So
an
Woods,
adult
you're
woman.
giving us an education on economics. You talked about corn, and we're running out of corn, yet the price stays the same. How do you propose we actually fight that type of situation where people will not starve to death based on economics?
Yeah, okay. So you have a free I already answered this question. You have a
You
free
didn't
market.
answer correctly though.
What are you doing, dude?
Go ahead.
People
Let's hear
are
it. I'm waiting.
grown ass children, man.
You listen to yourself. Go
This is
ahead.
why I come here.
Stop whining and just
Because
say your
No one
piece.
cares.
you just like toxicity. So
Okay, yeah, you're gonna call me names. Just say your piece. All right?
stop, dude. You asked a question, 3 words in, you're interrupting. So the free market regulates goods. So if you start to run out of goods, the price goes up. So what happens is less people buy it because it's more expensive. So it's able to maintain the goods. You don't run out of goods nearly as often as in a communist market where you actually create a fixed cost of goods regardless of supply. You keep the price the same. So even though you're running out of the corn, everyone can still go buy it for the same cheap price, and now you run out of corn. This has just been proven hundreds of times with millions of people dying and
Hundreds of
starving to death.
times? Name
So
5.
You're so confused.
I'm so confused. You're defending communism that's literally murdered millions of people.
Dude,
You're defending the flat Earth, bro. You have no room to talk.
There you go. Low IQ diversion again. What a shock.
I would never defend communism.
Can't even respond to that.
no, but like Witsit, dude. Like hundreds of millions of people died under capitalism. How many people die homeless and hungry every day?
So now all of a sudden people dying of being hungry is bad.
It is bad.
Who dies homeless and hungry more? People in a capitalist society or a communist?
Capitalist society.
I mean, go to Skid Row. Go to Skid Row and say that, dude.
Cite it, buddy. You're just patently wrong. You just make stuff.
Oh, now you believe government sources?
Oh, so now you can just make up whatever.
Like, here's the thing, dude. I can name a few examples of like capitalism causing famine. Like, there's the Irish potato famine, where they absolutely
There's the
refuse.
Bengali famine.
Like, we can bring up these things all day.
All day. You brought up one thing, and it has nothing to do with capitalism.
Yes, it did.
Explain why the potato famine wouldn't have happened if everyone was communist.
For one, they probably would have permitted the import of foodstuffs into the British state.
Oh, but they didn't allow food to be brought in because
no, they didn't.
It's because they
didn't want to fuck up the corn prices.
Who didn't allow it? Who didn't allow it?
The British state.
Oh, so the government didn't allow something, and that's
because they were under the influence of
wait. The
capitalists.
government
They were a
didn't-
free market
You
society.
notice how you always have to interrupt because you know I'm going to destroy.
You were already interrupting earlier.
So the
This
government
isn't a formal
didn't
debate.
allow. The government didn't allow something, so that's a pro-communist argument.
No, because like there are non-statist communists, like the anarcho-communists, like in Spain and Mexico and Kurdistan.
So what you're saying is that whenever the government's in control of the supplies, then you can starve to death.
Hey, I
What
think
the
we
fuck
should
is he
just
talking
all
about, man?
we should just
That
all put
backfired.
these
Well, that was
people
so
into
hard.
communist system.
Well, no, like because also the prices were high, dude. Like, like the Irish were dirt poor back in the day, dude. Like they couldn't afford the high prices for food, which is why they either fled or died.
Okay, and if the government's in complete control of the food, how does that solve the problem?
They aren't in complete control of the food. They were influenced by large landowners and others who wanted to keep the food prices high, that liked the profits they were earning, right? And so they petitioned the government of Britain to like maintain protectionist economies about food, right?
You just completely avoided it. So
how does that completely avoiding it?
Well, maybe you need to pay attention. So you are arguing that communism is good, which is where the state owns everything. And
that is not true. That is not true.
Really? So who's in charge in communism?
It depends on what kind of communism you want.
Okay, go for it.
I already mentioned it earlier. There are versions of communism, like anarcho-communists.
How does anarcho-communism even make sense?
Well, for one, they don't want a state. They have no state. Like it's like democratic control of like factories and farms and their work.
And who's in charge?
No one.
Okay, so then how's it communism?
Dude.
You can tell he totally knows what you're talking about, man. You can tell he's looked into this at all.
Wow,
God
very
bless.
intelligent remark. Please,
Well, no, man, like,
You're welcome.
there are versions of communism, just as like there are versions of capitalism, right?
Yeah, and anarcho-capitalism is a coherent phrase.
It is not. It is run by pedophiles, dude.
Anarcho-capitalism actually is coherent.
It is not.
Anarcho-communism isn't.
What do you mean? Because like anarcho-communism, you have like local groups who vote on basically everything.
Okay, so
there's no singular leader. There's no like CEO of the farm. It's like you could have syndicalists, right, who run everything via union.
Okay, what you don't understand is with anarcho-capitalism, right? Then you privatize everything. You actually hire, say the police, or you hire whatever. So everything is being paid for via like a privatized relationship, right? So that's actually feasible in logic terms, right? Like you can actually do that. Who's deciding how everything goes down if it's communism?
I already said like local groups, like work. If it's an anarcho-communist society, right? That assumes there's no big top-heavy state, right? So it's local groups deciding, oh, we want to trade with this. Let's vote on it. Let's do X, right? Because trade isn't capitalism. Capitalism is a profit motive, right? It's all about trade.
You think you can't trade in a capitalist society?
No, that's not what I said.
Well,
I said
then everything you're saying is just
primarily, capitalism is about private profit. Private profit.
Hey, who determines the fixed price of goods?
I don't really think there should be a price for goods.
Well, that's what communism is. So you don't even understand the basic economics of communism.
Dude, no, it's not.
Yeah, it objectively is.
No, it's not. Prove it.
Okay, so are you saying that it would all be free?
Ideally, but like I can give examples why it wouldn't be. Like there's transitionary stages like the Soviet Union, which never managed to reach communism.
No, there's a million reasons why that wouldn't work. What motivates people to create the goods if they don't have any money?
Not starving.
Oh, so they just go make food.
Like an example, like there's like
so you sit here and cry on Discord
historical
about
communes
get
and
all
like
the food, but then
so you're telling me that like people farmed didn't want to die without a they would just die without a profit motive?
The fact that we live in a world where people think that there's an intellectual high ground to be had with communism is insane. Tell me why someone would listen. If you and I both live in a society and it's communist, so we're automatically both going to get the same amount of food no matter what. What would motivate me?
That is not true.
Okay, so then it's not a quality of outcome. It's not ensuring that everyone has a certain amount of food.
Like, it's not going to say that you will all have the exact same thing. You will all use the same toothbrush. That's ridiculous.
You always straw man because you get backed into
that
the corner.
That is not a straw man.
It was.
What straw man was it?
It was. I never said anything about using the same toothbrush. I said same amount of food. Same amount of food. That's what I said.
Okay. Where in communism? Clay,
okay, so you're saying we can have varying amounts of food in a communist state?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that work? Who determines how much food they get?
Probably their local society.
So you just get as much food as you want?
Probably not, but
so there's a limit on how much food you can have, so we can
probably
all have
determined by like their local conditions.
Oh, so we all have the same amount of food?
Probably not. No.
So we all have the same maximum amount of food?
Who knows?
You're the one that's so intelligent and have this perfect worldview.
Like I don't know what you're doing with this food thing because, like in the Soviet Union, they didn't all get.
Well, let me ask you, Red Tape.
Like
what do you determine food as? Like, can we call insects food in your paradigm? Because it seems like you'd have to fill the gap somehow.
Hey, can we
What's
just
that?
make
Do you
this
eat crab
real?
or shrimp or lobster? Those are bugs.
If
No,
we
I'm
just
Can
if
asking
we
we
could
about.
drive the
can we just
logic
make
home, that'd
this
be great. Like it's very
quick
simple
question?
logic here. It's very simple logic here. Okay, if you live in a communist place, then you have a quality of outcome. Okay, that's it. So that means that they're going to. Now the idea is like this utopian idea where no one starves, everyone has food. Right?
No, like communism under Marxist ideas is specifically not utopian.
Okay, can you please stop? So the idea is that it makes sure everyone has food. Okay, we're using food. No one's going to starve because we facilitate the food equally to everyone so everyone can have food. Okay, that's the idea, right?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so the problem with that is who's making the food? If we're all going to automatically get the same amount of food, then
I didn't say that they all automatically got the same.
there's no other way to do it.
Yeah, there is.
No, now you're invoking capitalism again.
How am I invoking capitalism?
If you get to get as much food as you want, and I get to get as much food as I want, then what's going to stop people from just going and getting way more food than they need? How are you going to actually keep up with the supply? You actually have to keep.
You could probably have something like labor vouchers.
You actually have to have a limit. You have to have a
You
limit.
could use labor vouchers.
Hey, red tape. Why do
Like
you?
farmers in like the early Soviet Union, when it was much more like ideologically communist, there were things like collective farmers or communes where they grew the food, and this is when they started to do like state.
Can I make the big point? Can I just make the big point? So this is a fundamental problem with it. Okay, if you and I are both insured food, and there's a set amount that people can have, you can't have more than that. You have to say that, or you would run out of food. That's the whole point of the communist layout: is we ensure everyone gets food by limiting how much people can have. So if you and I can both have the same maximum amount of food, right? No matter what, it's guaranteed. Then what would be the point in me working super hard to provide the food? Because you can sit at home on your computer and I have to go into the field and work constantly to make the food. What would ever motivate a logically sane person to go work their ass off to make all this?
Lenin said, "He who does not work shall not eat." Like, yeah, sure, maybe if you were like an actual cripple, right? They probably wouldn't just like give you everything you wanted, right? Like, but you were expected to work in these societies.
Yeah, but
like,
nowadays,
if no one works, right?
Nowadays,
Hey, red
working is
tape.
dude,
Quick
you can
question.
work from your
I have a
computer.
question, guys.
No one's gonna ever answer that actual question, which is that they would never work because no one would go do the work needed to make the food because there's other people that are insured the same amount of food, and it creates a fixed cost.
Well,
of
yeah,
goods.
if you think that happens, right, then none of these societies wouldn't even last a year.
Dude, they only last a few years, and then millions of people die because they always run out of food.
Dude, no, that's not true. There's reasons why these things happen, and why are you believing like the histories of like all these states that really seem to hate communism and also believe in the round earth?
No, it has nothing to do with that. Millions of people
Oh, no,
starve.
hold on, Professor
If I go
Clay
look at
asked me a question.
Venezuela, I
Professor
know
Clay, what is the
people
question?
from there.
You interrupted
I know
Clay.
people.
You
Hey,
interrupted
either I
Clay
listen to
with
red
it. I'm
tape
going to
on
talk
the
to
internet,
Clay.
either I listen to red tape on the internet, or I listen to the people that
I'm
lived
going to
in
mute
Venezuela.
Witsit so I can ask Clay what's going on.
That
I
always
listen to
start
people.
is my thing.
Okay,
I just want to make it real
Hold on a
short.
second. Hold on, Clay.
What's up, Jeremy?
Did you want to make it close? Well, there's a lot of over talking. I just wanted to
Well,
cut
Witsit
silence for a
overtalks
second
Clay.
and
Really
gain
fucking
some order.
weird.
I don't. You're over talking me now, dude. What are you doing?
Well, I'm
Let's
just
all
pointing out
relax
that
and we'll all go
Clay
one at a time.
was interrupted first, and then Witsit just overpowered him.
Okay, so it's mommy. It's mommy. He started it. That's your thing. Just, I
Yeah,
don't care who.
basically, yeah.
I just
Yeah,
have a
and we're
quick
not
question.
5. I
I'll
don't
call
care
you
who
daddy if you
started it.
want.
We're not 5 years old. I don't care who started. Just everyone go one at a time, please.
So my question is to Red Tape. Red Tape, where are you from? Where do you live right now? Why is he muted? Dude.
Where am I from? My
Yeah.
family came from Latin America very
No,
recently.
where you? No, you. Sorry to interrupt.
As
you,
in,
but-
I also came from there.
No, where do
I am
you
from
live
Latin
now?
America. I will not say specifically, but
Okay,
I
so you
currently
live in the
United
US, right? You live in
Yeah.
a democracy, right?
Yeah.
So why not move to a country where there's communism?
Because I want to make it. Because, well, for one, my family lives here.
Okay.
I don't want to abandon my entire family.
Okay, why not make them understand that communism is better, so there's a better country to live than in a
Because we already have
democracy?
roots here. I don't want to move again. I already moved to another country when I was a kid.
Okay. So if you would be able to move, where would you move regarding a communist country?
Cuba, maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Cuba. Like from all the stuff that you have in the US regarding products and all the
I don't want to
comfortableness
just
you would.
yeah, sure. I get to consume like some kind of pig person. Sure, yeah.
I mean, you have so much comfort in the US, and you tell me that you would go to Cuba if it would be possible.
Well,
I don't
my
believe you.
ideal situation would be just turning the United States into a socialist nation. I would rather do that than move to another country.
Okay, so this is why this is what always happens when you talk to communists. Okay,
I believe in democracy. I just don't believe in. I just don't believe in capitalism.
Oh my god, dude. They avoid the actual conversation getting to the conclusion. So when someone jumps in and helps get them away from the conclusion, they'll talk to you all day about their personal bullshit ideologies, but they'll never actually follow the logic down to the conclusion of their position. They have to avoid it. Okay? So just like in Venezuela, tons of people started starving. I know people that lived there. So red tape in the United States, pretending something didn't happen, doesn't mean anything. I know literal people that lived there. People started to starve to death because they ran out of food. And then what happened was the government gave a top-down order telling the doctors to not actually write the cause of death being starvation. Okay? That's what actually happens in communism, where millions of children are dying, but they can't actually write on the cause of death that it's starvation and malnutrition. It was illegal to ever report that as the cause of death. This just happened recently in our world. Okay, when you have equality of outcome, it desensitize, or what's the actual word? There is no incentive to actually work and to put the goods forward, right? That's it. So the people that are working to make the food, they have no advantage in doing that. So there's no reason for them to do it. So, and then you limit the amount of goods, okay? And then you keep the prices the same based on whatever top-down decisions made, and then the food runs out. There's no regulation of market. There's no way to maintain that you keep the goods, and there's no motivation to actually make the goods. So then what happens is the goods run out. People are dependent on someone else to provide the goods. Now the goods are gone, and everyone starves to death. It's very simple.
That sounds like a great
So-
system.
I'm not with this. I'm not with this whole communism thing, but there's obvious problems with capitalism. Once you start just caring about the money, it leads you to weird places.
Well, Jeremy, can I answer to Witzit's idea? Like, there's a very simple explanation why Venezuela went to a pretty bad situation. They were embargoed by the U.S. Oil prices dropped for a bit, and when it rose during COVID, oddly enough, they stopped a lot of the embargo so they could purchase Venezuelan oil. And like, they still work in communist societies. They expect you to, right? You're supposed to carry your share, and everyone else will carry your share.
Bro, it's so ironic, the countries that you mentioned, because I've been to Cuba, I've been to the Dominican Republic. These are countries. Can I finish my sentence?
No, he can't do that. He can't allow you.
Well, he ended his sentence for a second, and I thought he was done. I'm sorry.
Maybe in the middle of talking.
No, bro, not even close.
Well,
It's not going to take long.
Go
30
ahead.
seconds.
Go ahead.
So I've been to Cuba, I've been to the Dominican Republic, communist countries, more or less, you know, especially Cuba. Now it's
Cuba.
The irony of this is as far as you can see, you see sugarcane, right?
Yeah.
And the ironic thing is, when I went there, the people don't have sugar. They don't have candies to eat. You know why? Because that's one of the few resources that they can actually grow there, and they sell all of it. So there's no incentive. The number one failure of communism, I'm going to say it in less than 30 seconds, is you have no incentive to work. Everything is guaranteed. Therefore, everybody becomes lazy. This is not difficult. You have no incentive to work.
For one, the Dominican Republic isn't even socialist. What are you talking about?
That's why I said in the mid sentence, Cuba is the main one.
Well,
but it doesn't matter. The Dominican Republic is run under a similar system, right?
Are
Autocracy,
they
call it
Marxist?
whatever you want.
Are they Marxist specifically?
I
Can we
think
focus
communism
on?
would be
Can
good
we
if you
focus
just.
on Cuba? Can we focus on Cuba?
Well, can I
The
respond
absolute
specifically to
communist.
the Cuba thing really quick before you
Well,
bring up the point?
Yeah.
So, could I point out for one that Cuba was essentially a puppet state of the United States before the revolution? And oddly enough, Castro wasn't even a communist during the revolution. He only kind of jumped to communism after the United States tried to bring back the dictator of Cuba back into power. Now, oddly enough, Cuba, its major trading partner and its largest neighbor was the United States. After the revolution and during like the bad relationship, when the bad relationship between the United States and Cuba started, the embargo happened. It suddenly, its main trading partner was the USSR, right? Which was also very far away. Much of the American allies also embargoed Cuba, which limited its ability to sell its goods. So its only possible trading partners were the Eastern Bloc, which were much further away, right?
Granted, I'll give you all that, bro. I'll give you all that, granted. And I'll even say that the United States started all of that. Granted. That's not the issue. No, forget that aspect of it.
Well,
the main
Cuba,
point here is if they had the island on their own, they had a whole island on their own, prosperous, right? Sunshine, good weather, they can grow their crops. Why did their system fail? If
their system hasn't
remember,
failed.
we started this show me a utopian place, right?
Well,
That's
no.
what we started with. Why did it fail?
Specifically say that they aren't utopian. That's the thing.
Dude, this is what communists always do. This what they say is, oh well, it didn't work that time, but the next time it'll be.
No, I'm saying Cuba is working. That's what I'm saying.
It's not.
I didn't say that it, yes,
what about
it's
the people that live there that flee from there and say specifically it's not working?
Well, it probably would work a lot better if the embargo ended.
So that's what I'm saying. You can always just put it off on something else and blame someone else. When I know someone that lived in Venezuela, and the reason that people the point is that you just avoid the point. Like we could sit here for 3 hours, you won't acknowledge the fixed cost of goods, the fact that there is no incentive to work hard or for labor. If you have a quality of outcome, then people begin to stop working hard because there's no purpose in it, and you create a fixed cost of goods, which causes the food and supplies to run out.
Have you guys been to Cuba?
I have not.
Okay, let me give you a little rundown when I was there, what it was like. Okay, on the way from the airport to where we were going.
Where did you go?
Part of the trip, besides the huts and people living in absolute poverty, the people that were living in buildings, right? Picture apartment buildings, block upon block. And what I noticed was when I looked inside, all the TVs were black and white. Like you have no idea, man, how lucky you are living where you're living right now.
Dude, I know.
You have no idea what communism is, bro.
America's
Literally,
prosperity.
You have no idea.
Well, how the fuck are they going to make a lot of money when the island itself isn't that resource rich? That most of their exports are agriculture or like agricultural products that they're embargoed by their former largest trading partner, right? How is that supposed to work out for them?
Bro, they can't even produce meat and vegetables. That's what
They're
I'm telling you.
fucking
They have
island.
rations.
They barely have.
You have no clue, bro.
Well, this is what I understand. If you're saying
produce enough-
communists if everyone has to work in a communist society,
Yes.
that's what he's saying. So how do you actually regulate like that people are truly working hard or how much they work or have to work?
Probably their coworkers.
Okay.
No, but the example he gave, they don't have meat to eat on their dinner table every night.
Well,
Do you
most
not hear my
societies
words,
don't.
bro?
Most societies don't, man.
What are you talking about? People are fat over
people
here,
used to
man.
eat only like plants, dude.
Well, you always get like the false binary. This is what it comes down to. Like people use like crony capitalism and then they put it up as a dichotomy against communism. But crony capitalism is a problem. The monopolistic control of the capital market is actually not a free market. And then they actually end up working with the government, which is effectively fascism. Yes, in America, we have major monopolistic companies working with the government. Okay. and they are completely drowning out the rest of the free market. So yes, there's a part of capitalism that has issues that needs to be fixed. But the solution is not to remove the freedom of the market, though, because then that means you have to give the authority to a centralized position. There's no other way. So
How are
someone has to
major
make the decision.
corporations not centralized positions in a free market economy? They would
What?
essentially be states.
What?
How would in anarcho-capitalism, how would you prevent like major corporations from like seizing more and more value and like infrastructure and productive forces?
First of all, I'm not even pro anarcho-capitalism, but like anarcho-capitalism is way more feasible. Like you would have to that is a trick. That's the tricky part of the free market is how do you prevent a company from getting so big that it begins to bully the rest of the market, right? That's true. But the solution is not to just give all the power to like a government. That's
Yeah,
insane.
I don't. I'm an anarcho-communist, dude. I don't like
But that's
states.
an incoherent phrase.
It's not. It's not.
You can't be an
How is it,
anarcho-communist because someone
dude?
has to make
Communism
decisions.
is not when like the state does things. That's silly.
No, someone has to make the decisions in
Yes,
communism.
you like anarchists believe in democracy. You would just vote.
I know this is just kind of a lowball comment, but like seriously, why don't if communism is so much better, why don't you just move to a communist country?
Because I want to live in where my family lives.
But the truth is
Why
that's
don't you and your family just move to North Korea already?
If his whole family offered to
I
move,
do support Marshall Kim in his fight against American.
if his whole family offered to move, he still wouldn't move. And realistically, none of these communists
just
would go live
talking
in
shit.
Venezuela, no matter
Well,
what.
no, I don't want to. I don't want to learn a new language. I don't want to like.
He's just talking shit. He would never actually do any of the things that he idealizes in his mind. He's just here to
I
talk.
volunteer for my local socialist society here in Seattle, right? And
Bro, 1 month in Cuba, you'd be running back to the States. You'd swim back to the
yes,
States.
yes, I admit. No, dude, I admit I like my conveniences here in the United States. Yeah.
So why are you championing communism, bro?
Because, well, for one, Cuba is never going to be as wealthy as the United States. Why would you expect like Cuba to have the same amount of resources?
No, I just gave you a scenario
has
where
way
they don't
more
have
resources.
food to put on their table every night, bro. I
Well,
just
maybe
gave
if
you.
the embargo ended, it would.
Well, then why were they doing so shitty before the embargo?
They were, yeah.
Yeah, they were doing terrible before the embargo. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know why? Because there was.
I'm sure you have another excuse. You always will just shift the goalpost over.
Wits it. Your daughter will be taken from you one day for being a flat earther. Bye.
Wow.
What? Listen to that, man.
We kicked that guy out and never let him back in.
Now that was evil right there, bro. That was evil.
Seriously, as we should literally just round up the
If
communists.
this was my server, I'd ban him right now.
Yeah, can we
round
somehow
up-
get him banned? That was fucking
Completely.
disgusting.
Oh man,
That was just
that's not
disgusting.
gonna
There was no other
bode-
description
guys,
than just disgusting.
That's not going to bode well for him in the future throughout his life. That's a horrible thing to say. Goodness.
Man, I almost want to leave Discord forever after that. Just people could just talk shit like that.
Relax.
In real life, that shit would never
I'm
fucking
modding it.
happen.
I'm modding it right now. I got
Damn
this.
it, I
guys.
missed it.
Got it.
I missed it. Damn, fuck. Anyways, I think the you guys letting him move past that other thing. That I mean, clearly there's a distinction between democracy and anarchy. So I never heard that before. That anarchies are intrinsically democratic.
Yeah, they're definitely not.
Well, he's just a retard. You could tell by the way he left. He's just a retard idealizing dumb retard ideas.
Hey,
that he
please don't
himself
call names
did.
though.
He couldn't even stick around.
He
He couldn't even
said
stick
that
around to
kids
hear
and
how we
kids gonna get
reacted.
taken away.
And I'm
but, like,
modding him.
Listen, he knew we were going to blow him the fuck up after he left, so he left right
Yo,
away.
You guys hear me? Check, mic check, modding.
Yes, Jeremy, go ahead now.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna take care of that guy. He's gonna be modded. That doesn't mean you can now start calling names too. All right, this isn't the shit show whatever server. All right, this is we don't have the shit show, so let's
Okay,
all
thanks,
relax and move on.
all right, but I'm just saying, like, he admitted out of his own mouth that he wouldn't actually do anything for any of these ideas that he says are so good. He wouldn't move to a country. He wouldn't fucking. He's just talking shit. You know what I mean? It's like if I said, "Oh yeah, I could make $1 million, but like I won't because like it takes a lot of time." It's like I'm just talking shit if I say I can make $1 million, but I don't actually produce it.
Yeah, but it's I think it's valuable I think he's specifically valuable to have a conversation with, because for the same reason why it's valuable, I think, to conversate with you guys sometimes, because his convictions are true and strong, and obviously most of us
They're literally not.
most of us don't understand why, and it's
He literally, Kosho, he
it's
literally
They're
just
literally
proved
not.
that
interesting
his
to have a back and
convictions are
forth with
not
him.
true. His convictions are not true because he said that he prefers the conveniences of capitalism that he has here instead of moving to a communist country. He's
Yeah.
literally just talking shit.
In short, he isn't putting where his money where his mouth is. He's just coming over here talking shit, not having any true convictions, and not actually backing it up with any actual fucking work or effort, or even the ability to admit, like, yeah, maybe I should move to what he's just talking shit, dude.
Yeah, but I know in his mind though he believes what he's saying. So that's what I'm saying, is that it's interesting to go back and forth and actually see where his because when Witz was talking to him about the foods and stuff like that, I wanted to see where that was going to go, because Witz was asking good questions, and then he actually did. He backed him into a corner at one point, but then it got interrupted or whatever. But yeah, he was asking him about you know like he was asking like how would you how would you evenly divide up the food, or would you have to evenly divide up the food? And he said no, but then he also said that there was he didn't have a way to decide how people would have different amounts of food. Yeah, I wanted to see where that was going to go.
The stuff that he said, the last thing that Red Tape said, man, that just the worst thing I've heard in a long time, man.
From freedom versus the illusion of freedom, and got carried off into food and politics. But yeah, it's just the original point was freedom versus the illusion of freedom, and most people are comfortable with the illusion of freedom versus true freedom. So that's all. That's the only point that I was originally addressing. I think it got a little carried off, which is fine. It's all good.
Yeah, don't forget where this started when I asked him, give me an example of this perfect system of which you speak. And he mentioned communism. Like, unbelievable.
He's a communist.
Truly unbelievable.
But I mean, I just he just exposed himself, right? He exposed himself with the last sentence. He just showed towards Witzit as being a real communist in the first place. That's just the pure communism. What he said.
What he
And
said.
the second he said, because Witzit is a flat earther, at some point his daughter is going to be taken away from him.
Oh wow.
That is the most communist thing you can actually say. So exposing himself in the first place. And second of all, I said from the beginning, let's just keep it short. Why is he not already been moving to a communist country, right? That would have just cleared up the whole thing. And that just shows his hypocrisy. Is an inconsistent fool, especially with his last statement, exposing himself.
That's similar to
That's actually a good point.
They hit
Yeah,
the nail on the fucking
that's a great point.
nail on the head, bro. Or whatever the fuck you said.
I don't think him having that ideology automatically dictates that he needs to move to a communist country, because that's
what
he said.
That's
what he said. That's what he said is the hypocrisy, because he's carrying this this position that he's not fulfilling personally, just trying to project onto others as being virtuous, but yet isn't standing up to the standard he's provided.
Yeah, but from his
and then I gave him an example of a communist country that grows sugar cane everywhere, doesn't have candies to give to its children.
Right. So every communist state sucks. We know that. And so, him having to move to a communist state to prove that he's pro-communist is obviously not an option. His only option would be to actually create a prosperous communist country, which some of us know is not possible, and others, I mean, and even if it was, he would have to, start a new life where he was like some political leader. The whole thing doesn't make much sense, and it's as silly as saying that you guys aren't true flat earthers if you don't travel to Antarctica and see if there's really a boundary.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That wasn't what that's a straw man. I said it was a hypothetical scenario, and it requires honesty, right? And but it does say a lot, and it should say a lot to anybody who weighs on that honestly upon themselves and truly ask themselves, if they're willing to separate from what they've become accustomed to versus living up to what it means to be separate from the system that we're being disillusioned by. That was the whole hypothetical point, and yeah.
And he freely admitted that he wouldn't live in such a system. He freely admitted that this system is better, which of course with all its faults. So, I mean, arguing for no reason and then realizing you're backed in a corner and leaving in such a manner, actually insulting somebody's daughter, like a newborn child, like, man, there's seriously something wrong with you, bro.
So it just exposed his mindset, right? According to him, a flat earther or someone with a different kind of worldview should have been his children taken away from him. I mean, he just exposed this pure evil communist. That's the thing. What happens with people who cling onto communism, right? They have this pure evil control. Doctrine or dogma. Like everyone who's not going by the official narrative is going to be persecuted.
It's imposing. They want to impose their will onto others, but never upon themselves.
I don't think it's fair to attribute that to communism when it was something that he said, possibly because he was intending to come across as nasty or insulting or something.
I mean, in communism, they have taken away the children from like Christians, for example. Many Christians fathers have been put into the gulag for their faith and so forth. Man, like communism is provably very terrorizing towards people who just don't want to bow down to the whole concept.
Yeah, but communism has never fucking come into fruition without having a totalitarian leader murder fucking millions of people every single time. So it's a pretty shit system. Like, I don't know how you could fall for it after we've seen case after case of it just literally destroying society and just being the most immoral fucking ideology out there. Like, it just boggles the mind how people could still hold the same view. Basically, you're essentially, to put it in lesser, you're retarded. Like
from the last statement,
not like mental I don't know, like you have to be like mentally stunted, like retarded to actually believe it.
From the last statement he did, he just proved the point, right? The last statement he did about Whitsitt and his child just proved the point. Like he exposed his very inner being of morality.
The way that he, same thing, that same point where he said that about Whitsitt having his daughter taken away for being a flat earther. Like, and if he's that's such good conviction, strong conviction about communism being better. I think it would be fair, literally, to just drop him off in Cuba. If he makes it back on his own, if he makes the swim back, he can stay. But I mean, just drop him off there and see what happens.
Yeah, but he admitted he would swim back. He admitted it.
Yeah, but I think you should force him to do that. That's what a communist would do, right?
The inconsistency within that dude was just above my head, man.
Okay, but like there's anarchists in here, right? And you mean it's like I don't know. I don't agree with that argument just because it's not like we all live in
Well, wait a minute.
Not anarchies, but there are anarchies.
What do you mean by that term?
Are
you talking about the connotative or the original denotative definition?
I'm talking about in general the definition.
Oh, the consensual agreement. Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I use words, I try to use words as other people know them.
It means without.
Yeah.
What it means without rule, without.
Well, no. Ask Kosho what it means. He'll tell you pure chaos, right? That's what you associate anarchy with.
What Whitsitt said is actually the definition, and that's the one I was using. Like I said, I try not to use words. Anyways, yeah, the way Whitsitt said it.
Which is? I didn't hear it.
Without government.
Without rule, yeah.
Without rule, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. That's good, Kosha. I'm glad you agree on something actually factual now.
I used to be an anarcho-capitalist, and I'm not anymore. I don't think that it's feasible, but I used to think like, oh, you would just privatize everything. Local communities would run it all. You would privatize every sector of life, and you would barter and trade, etc. But I don't think it's feasible now. So yeah.
That's semi-communist right there.
How?
I think birds of a feather flock together in small separate city states would be probably ideal.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with communism, Essie?
Well, if I got you right, you want to regulate everything, right?
No, I said that local communities would come together and choose to pay for whatever services they needed privately.
Oh, I get you. Okay.
Yeah.
The problem with not having a large organized, I guess, nation or whatever you want to call it is that if you're a bunch of separate, smaller city states, and then there's a nation next to you that's like a huge nation that are all like in one big organized manner, they're just gonna fucking bully you guys and tell you guys what to do. And since you guys aren't like united in any way, you're all separated. It's just gonna be so much easier, right? Like when Rome went up into like Northern Europe, right? The reason they could like win a lot of battles is because all the Romans were all together and they were all organizing and all like like doing a campaign together, whereas all like the Germanic peoples were all separated. They didn't give a fuck about the next guy. So it's, I don't know. I think you do need some sort of larger confederacy in case of like external threats, basically.
See, it's this utopia thing that people got to get out of their minds. It's never going to happen, no matter what system you try to make, no matter what intentions you have.
Well, nature itself implies that it's impossible.
Exactly. There's always going to be a group of people that are going to be stronger, that are going to try to take advantage. Always. Don't ask me why. That's human nature.
It's not human. It's not intrinsically human nature, but it is. There will always be people with different attributes, and the attributes of, like I said, sociopathy and being clever. That's all it takes. And a clever person who's also lacks empathy and that kind of thing.
This reality is riddled with trauma that we can never get away from.
Any of those systems.
So, yeah, never going to be free from it. But doesn't mean that you can't have a good attempt to try.
I was curious to hear what he was saying about anarcho-communism, because it makes sense to me, and because I agreed with Witcher that it sounds like contradictory in terms, but at the same time, I'm looking it up right now just on Wikipedia, and it does say that they have like a democratically styled, rule. To me, that seems, like I said, contradictory. It doesn't seem like anarchy at that point.
Well, the thing about communists is they just make up things, dude. So like, if you ever debate a communist, they'll be like, "Oh, well, yeah, it didn't work ever," but it's never the communist ideology that's the problem. It just wasn't done perfectly yet, and it can be done perfect. And then they want to pull out of free societies and pull out of capitalist free markets. They want to pull a good, integrate it into theirs, but claim it's somehow different. And they just have tons of contradictions because of that. When you boil down to what it actually means, their ideology actually means, they never want to bring it out to the conclusion. Like it's just a typical tactic of things, right? So that's all that he was going to do. That's all anyone will ever do, is they'll say, "Oh, well, yeah, millions of people died here because of the communists starving them to death, but it's just because they didn't do it right. It's just another country's fault. It's another free country's fault that the communist government starved everyone." And then they want to integrate like free society aspects. Democracy and communism are not the same thing, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like saying that the government or that some like centralized power is not in control of everything, but there would be still some version of that. It's just an inherent contradiction. Everything
the point is that they know when you're talking out loud about communism, they can start to hear how bad it is. So they always have to steal from free society ideals. And it's why it's kind of like a futile.
Wait a minute. Are we a democracy or a republic?
We're a constitutional republic.
Well, partially a constitutional republic and partially a fucking corporate democracy, right?
I mean, currently, yeah, like I would say so.
Like we were founded as a
but based on foundations, like I think we weren't supposed to be of that.
Right. So we were founded as a constitutional republic, but now we are a corporate democracy. Is how I would put it.
What do you mean by corporate democracy?
That we live in a corporation, and that the corporation runs off of democratic votes. Right.
I like that, but add military and industrial in there too, and you got a winner package.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's a democracy, to be honest.
I'd almost say it's more of a fascist or like a techno-fascist or oligarchy.
Corporate fascist state.
At this point, with all of the lobbying and stuff, the government no longer serves the people; they serve the big corporations, multinational corporations.
That's the trick right there. Whoever said lobbying, that's how they do it right there. Yep.
Right there.
You got it right there. You got the money, you pay the senator. Next time the vote comes along, yes, to biofuels. Yes, to this, whatever, yeah.
You guys are talking about loose
isn't the federal government literally a corporation? We could literally call it a corporation.
Yeah,
well, look, the senators...
That code that people...
The senators run the show, right? They get the votes. So what do? You go straight to the source.
I think...
Yeah, but that's...
I think this boils back to, Kosho. I think this boils back to the U.S. of A. versus the U.S. Like, originally, we were the United States of America, but I think perceptionally now, based on enterprise and commercial enterprise, that we're perceived as the United States. Like, that's the difference. Like, we are a corporation.
Yeah.
Essentially, at this point.
Literally. We are literally living inside of a corporation. Or not living inside of, but like our government is literally a corporation. It's not a republic.
The code that you guys talk about when you say that, it doesn't talk about the country being a corporation, just to be clear.
It literally is a corporation.
Yeah, no, I've read the code that you guys cite when you say that. But regardless, what you guys are talking about are kind of like what is happening in practice. But when you guys say that lobbyists, can influence the senators and they make the laws, but the senators essentially though are meant to be representatives of the state, just as the representatives are meant to be representatives of the citizens of the state. So, regardless of how corrupt they are, the government structure is still a republic.
No, well, look, we already covered what it's meant to be. It's meant to be a constitutional republic. We're talking about what it actually is in practice now.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
So how it stands right now, the corporations with the big money, they finance the campaign in the House and in the Senate. And when the bills come up for voting, they get their way. Everybody knows this.
Hold on,
this is not.
Hold on. Yeah. Kosho, you're a smart guy, man. Are you like intentionally not keeping up? Is this like a straw man attempt to divert us from what we're getting at here? Like, I don't understand why you keep doing this.
I'm just keeping the conversation so it doesn't become nonsensical and unrealistic. Because
but
when you guys say our government isn't a republic, but it's a corporate democracy, that's just not
corporation.
True. Yeah.
It's a literal corporation.
Okay, when you say the government's a corporation,
yeah, the federal government
are you citing the U.S. code that defines that?
It's literally a corporation.
I know, right? Are you citing the U.S. code?
Do you want me to go find the citation?
No, I'm asking you if you're citing the U.S. code I'm asking if you're citing the U.S. code that defines that as your.
All right, Kosho. I'll go find.
No,
Like,
I'm asking if that's
there's
what
no
you're talking
point.
about,
There's
dude.
no point in me talking. There's no point in you and me talking any
No,
longer
dude,
until I
I
go
don't want to. You
find
don't need to cite
until
it.
I go find the citation that you're
You don't
looking
have to
for.
find, dude. You don't have to find it. I'm
You
just
don't
asking
have
if
to
that's what.
address me. You don't. I don't. I
Jesus
won't
Christ,
address you,
dude.
and I'll go find it silently now. Okay.
I'm just asking if that's what you're referring to.
Let me see. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go look for it now. Hmm.
Am I still here, dude, or did the room just get quiet?
Yeah.
I'm still
Okay.
here. Sorry, I had to take a call.
1871 Naturalization Act, I think, is what it's called. At Kosho directly.
Who cares if you're a corporation? Who cares what you are? The fact of the matter is, how are you being controlled? This is the point. And the
Yeah.
answer is through the lobby system. Now that you know this information, Kosho, what are you going to do about it? Don't
Yeah. Okay.
debate
So.
what system you're under. How do you fix it?
Yeah. So the United States of America created a corporation, gave it the name United States, all caps. Occurred in 1871, part of the municipal government of the District of Columbia. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to prevent the incentive of
CUSC.
corporations persuading the mass or the legal system to fold in their benefit. I mean, it's all set up in such a way for the psychopaths to thrive. And that's what I said from the beginning. You know, it's just this is what we're living in right now.
Yeah, so C 26 USC 7701A 9 and 10.
Okay, will you post what
Income
the
tax
you said?
challenge. You can look at interview with David Williams.
Okay. Will you post the first thing that you said now?
Oh, so now you want me to go find that too?
No, the thing that you brought up that you posted.
Okay.
I mean, that
Yeah, no, yeah,
you said you were going to find a citation.
I'll go grab that too.
What do you mean grab it too? That was the first thing you said.
I don't even think there's any laws in place to prevent the individuals of these governing bodies that the lobbyists are persuading. Like, I think it's like both sides like scratching each other's backs and profiting off the masses. Like, that's pretty much what we're going through right now. Like, there needs to be like,
Pretty sure bribery is illegal. They just
well, it's not
change
bribery.
the rule. No, it is. It is bribery. They just call it something else.
It boils exactly correct. Yeah,
Yeah, they
it
call it
technically
campaign
boils.
financing. That's
Yeah,
what they call it.
exactly. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like they have these little weaselly loopholes that they use in such a way, but it's like, and we already see it. It's like clear as day. But like, why aren't there laws in place and bills written to like prevent this from being a future problem? Like, I've only recently heard of government officials not being able to personal business investments like separate from their positions, so that to prevent them from like creating these profitable loopholes where they
Yeah, I'm pretty sure lobbying wasn't always a thing. And the Constitution basically, like, constitutionalist, if we went back to the actual way that it's all written, I think we would just correct the system again for a period of time. It's kind of like the reason why Jefferson said that an armed revolution might be needed as often as like every 75 years or something.
No, he said 15
Is
years.
it that short? Yeah, but
Yeah,
so incrementally, like in the case of like the government getting out of control, basically becoming corrupt. It's up to the people to put them back in check, and like that's our responsibility. But we don't do that, and that's why it's so much out of control.
That's why you
Right.
have the right
And
to
all these
bear
other
arms.
people, and
Yeah.
all these people who want to say because the current system that we're in isn't working. Well, it's because we allowed the government to get out of control, and then they think communism would be better. That's ridiculous.
That's why they're trying to take the arms away from you, because that's why your country is the only one standing, is because you guys have the right to bear arms. No other country has that.
Yes, they do.
Where?
Switzerland. Every person in Switzerland
Written
owns a
in the
gun.
Constitution? The right to
Every
bear
person
arms?
in Switzerland owns a gun. Every
Yeah, no,
household.
they're mandate, like I believe they have to have a gun as like a standing army or whatever. Like everybody's part of the military, essentially. If there
I
was to
think
be
I think
somebody
you're
who invaded,
mistaking that for Israel. You're
but
describing Israel.
no. There's a Scandinavian country. I think you might be right about which one. Or I think it's common in more than one Scandinavian country actually, like where that's the case. But they don't
Switzerland's
have
not
it written into their constitution anything about being able to use them to fight a tyrannical government.
Yeah, if that's the case, their arms and the right to bear them belongs to the country. And when the time to give the order comes, those arms are under control of the country,
Yeah, it's
of
not
the
a right
government.
to bear them. It's
Yeah,
not a right to bear them. It's a mandate. It's like an
yeah,
order that they own them. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but they don't have posse comitatus. Like them bearing those arms is all unified under the direction of their
Of the
authoritative
leaders
faction.
of the government. Yeah, not theirs. Yeah.
Right, right. It's not of their arms. Those are properties of the states, so to speak.
It says the
Whereas these
laws.
are our firearms for us, you know,
It says the
given
laws.
by God. So,
It says the laws pertaining to the acquisition of firearms in Switzerland are amongst the most liberal in the world.
Is it written in the Constitution?
I've never read the Swiss Constitution. I don't speak Swiss.
Okay, so you understand the importance of the Americans' right to bear arms, right? Do you understand how important that is?
Hold on.
I hope you do, man, because that's the only way that you can fight
give
a
him time, dude. He's got to
tyrannical
Google it.
government.
I
I'm
see.
reading
Googling
something
it.
right
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
but first of all, you have to remember what was said by you guys or whoever said it that was responded to by me, because what was said was United. I think it was USC. You said United States is the only country in the world who has the right to bear arms. That's what you
in
said
the
in the
Constitution. I
Constitution.
said,
Right, right.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I'm
Hey,
just
if
letting
I'm
you know
wrong, I'm
that.
wrong. I'm willing to accept it. Show me.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just letting you know. So just because I said something against what you said doesn't mean that whatever you think
Well,
is
I
against
also
your
think
position is also what I'm saying. So I'm not
I
saying
also think it's important to finish like the rest of that Second Amendment there, like the way that it's written. Definitely, no other country has it written the way ours is, where the purpose of it is to defend ourselves against an out of control, a tyrannical government.
it
Yeah,
doesn't say
man.
that in the Constitution. It just says the
It
right to
does
bear
too.
arms.
Are you
In the
kidding me?
It
yeah,
doesn't say
wait,
no.
It
hold
It
up,
does
doesn't.
hold
too.
up,
It doesn't
hold
say
up,
that. It
hold
doesn't say
up.
that.
Read
Yes,
it.
it does. Yes,
Read it.
it does in the preamble.
Yeah,
Yes, it does in the
it
preamble.
says foreign. It says foreign or domestic. Like, what do you think that implies, Kosho?
In the First Amendment, not the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, it just says the right to bear arms and form militias.
The freedom of justice and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Right, and
Second Amendment.
yeah. Well,
Mm.
we're talking about the entire thing, like, because it all coincides with one another. You can't quote mine something and like pigeonhole it and to fit your narrative. Like,
Again,
this is
once
all
again, dude,
premised off of.
what I'm responding to is what somebody said. Okay, somebody said that it says in the Second Amendment that it's the right to bear
Yes,
arms against your own government or this and that. Somebody
yes.
was just saying
Foreign or
that.
domestic. Foreign or domestic. The right to bear arms and protect yourselves, whether it be from foreign or domestic invaders. What do you think that means, Kosho?
Yeah, it doesn't say that in the fucking Second Amendment. Again, for the love of God, don't like argue against what you think is against your position. I'm arguing what somebody had it literally said, and they can say, okay, well, I didn't mean it said that in the Second Amendment. And that's fine, but I'm just saying it doesn't say that in the Second Amendment.
So what? It's in the Constitution, right? It's in the
Well, read the
part of the
Second
Constitution.
Amendment. Read it
Second
out,
Amendment says
Kosho.
a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Right. It's necessary for a free state. Like who do you think would be coming in to make us no longer free?
That doesn't matter though, because like I said, I'm not
What do you
arguing
mean that
against.
doesn't
I'm not
matter?
arguing against the Second Amendment. I'm just arguing against what somebody said. That's it.
That was me.
That was you, okay?
Yeah. So who would it be that we would have to defend ourselves to keep our freedoms against? Who do we have to do that against?
Anyone who's jeopardizing the security of a free state.
And could that be an out of control tyrannical government?
Well, as I said, I'm not implying that it's not. I'm not implying that you can't. That it wasn't intended to be against anybody specifically. I'm saying that it doesn't state that explicitly. It doesn't state explicitly to be against your own government.
It's definitely implied. It's definitely implied.
Yeah, maybe. Regardless, it does say It does say elsewhere, obviously in the Constitution.
And that's why I said you have to perceive it contextually, not just like quote mining it to fit like
No
what
one's
you want it
quote
to be
mining.
perceived.
Dude, I'm literally just responding to what was said. That's it, dude. Like, for the love of God. That's why it's difficult to argue.
Because you're contrariness. You always have some like contrary perception
how's
that's
that
like
contrarian, dude?
antithetical to like what's already logically explicit.
But just so it's clear, what my position is that it doesn't say that in the Second Amendment. Okay, that's my position. Just so you're clear. So it doesn't contrarian about that.
Do you believe in the right to bear arms?
I believe that it's certainly in the Constitution, and I firmly.
That's not what I asked you.
I firmly glad it's in there. Yeah.
I didn't ask you if it's in there. I asked you.
What was the second thing I said, SE? What was the last 4 words I said?
I might have missed it.
I'm glad it's in there. It's 5 words. I'm glad it's in there.
I'm glad that doesn't mean.
4 words.
What does that mean? You're glad it's in there.
You asked me what are my opinions on it. I'm glad it's in there.
So you're for it. You're for.
No, I'm
the
against
right
it.
to bear
SE, I'm
arms.
fucking against the Second Amendment, but I'm glad it's in there. What the fuck what are you asking me, man? This is nonsensical at this point, dude. I'm glad it's in there.
All right, Kosho. All right, man. I don't know why you're triggered today. I don't get
it's
it.
ridiculous that you think I mean something different than what the words I used.
Well, we got to be sure, man, because you're like sometimes you're not even sure if you're really a man or not. Shit, like we don't know what you mean, dude. What's that smell?
I think it's the air conditioning system leak.
On the ISS?
What's that smell in the ISS? The Pooper's Delight.
Yes.
Pooper's Delight. It's all you smell in the ISS.
I wouldn't want to go
Say
to
Pooper's Delight?
Pooper's Delight, yeah.
That's funny.
You know where the poop station is? Right next to the cupola. So imagine you're admiring a view now. Of course, it's all mythical. It's not happening, but you're admiring a view and somebody right next to you goes and does his business.
And then
But
you're
if
lost.
he's not careful enough, you're gonna have some floaty bits on your face.
That's disgusting. Pooper's Delight.
Good thing it only has to contain 14.7 psi, which isn't that much.
Oh, God.
Right.
Not the guy. Not this guy again.
Matthew's awesome, dude.
Yeah, that's what all the
Matthew's funny,
Globers
man.
That's what all the Globers say.
Oh, he is a funny
of us.
dude.
Yeah,
I'm
I
still
know
I'm
one
still
thing.
trying to actually 100% buy if he's serious most of the time.
I don't know if that's his actual picture, but he looks like or
He
sounds
can't
like
be
the American
serious.
version of Mr. Bean.
I
He
love
can't be
Rowan
serious.
Atkinson. I've
He
never met him.
believes in the fucking glob.
Rowan Atkinson's awesome.
He's the anti-flat Earth Mr. Rogers.
Matthew's a nice guy. No need to. Okay, he believes in his fantasy. He admits it, but there's no need to, you know.
Yes, no need to attack him.
Seriously. Yeah, I agree.
No need to
I
insult
agree.
him, is what I'm saying.
No need to take him seriously. I agree.
Real quick, just to, I don't want to interrupt you guys picking on Matthew, but just about the ISS.
No one does, man.
But just about the ISS, very quickly. I
God.
just think it's interesting what we what you guys were talking about when I came in was about like if there were extra lands and you know what kind of who would you send there and this kind of thing, or how would you establish moving. But you understand that like the way I was thinking about it, whether you would have to establish explorers, send them, have them you know check the place out and you know see what it's like to live there and this and that. And I mean that's basically all
What do you mean?
astronauts are
Humanity survived in the harshest conditions from one extreme to the other throughout your paradigm. Like, so I don't understand like why we would have to see if it's hospitable or not if
no
we
one's
already
been
know
there.
that.
So you would
we're
need to send an
adaptable.
explorer to see if it's not if it's hospitable. So I mean, this we're talking about an imaginary place. So
like
when we're
ISS?
talking about the explorers of space, this is also a place that nobody has lived, and it actually is not hospitable. And so the conditions, like there being a cupola next to a shitter, is probably you know the least of the inconveniences, right? Because they're explorers, right? They're living in these in conditions that most
Coco
people
explores sexuality.
On the ISS, what they're not exploring anything except for the inside of that fucking trash can.
They actually believe people are up in space orbiting around. I actually believe that there's like, what, 16 guys in a fucking tin can right now going around the Earth.
No, I think
That's what
it's
people
7
actually
people.
believe.
I think
People
it's 7
actually believe
people.
that there's a group of people. Yeah, it doesn't really matter the specific number. They believe that there's a group of people in a fucking tin
Freemasonry it
can
does.
Those
hurtling
are
around.
brave women and men and non-binaries of all sorts that are pioneering for all of mankind. How dare you?
It's just, those are different arguments, by the way. I mean, when you guys brought up the shitter and the cupola, I'm responding to that. So, I mean, we can continue that conversation. We
We
want to
don't
talk
need you to
about
respond to fake fucking bullshit.
that it's actually
What do you
fake.
mean?
That's fine.
We don't
Well,
need
the
you
fake
to,
part
we
is
don't need you to theorize how some fake shit would work. Like, yeah, I think it would work this way when it doesn't even. Yeah, I'm sure fucking when the fucking Narnia fucking pixies go and meet up with fucking Harry Potter, I know what's gonna happen. But like, do we really need to theorize about that dumb fake shit?
Did you guys see my recent ghost astronaut video?
I'll
8
check it
days
out.
ago, NASA released another live stream of Expedition 68. And at the end of the live stream, when the astronaut enters the studio screen, however you want to call it, his complete leg is transparent.
Wait, where is that? Where'd you put that?
I made a video about this. I posted in live stream.
Is that this right here? Fraud?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna watch it right now.
Sure, man. It's just normal NASA transparent astronaut stuff going on. I mean, it's nothing new, man. But I thought they would have at least, fixed their bullshit, but they don't even bother to fix that problem.
Is that your channel?
My channel?
Yeah, the ghost knot or whatever.
What?
Did you say you posted this? Like, did you say that this is your video, the ghost knot channel?
Yeah.
I'm saying, but is that your channel?
Holy shit. Holy shit, I see it, dude. His foot is translucent when it first comes around the corner.
The foot and the
Wow.
complete leg, man. The complete leg is translucent.
Yo, thanks, Clay. I'm gonna download this. Thanks,
Oh,
bro.
I can give you the original. It's still up. I give you the original with a timestamp, man. 1 second.
That's just fucking amazing, bro. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know how those toxic fucking gem pandas live with themselves. Like, when they see shit, like, they must not even look at it. Like, they
No,
must
I
have
live
to.
with myself by realizing that it's a MPEG distortion.
Oh my god. What
I
kind of
thought
a
you asked how I live with
retarded,
myself. That's the
what
answer.
kind of a
MPEG
retarded fucking
distortion.
excuse is that?
It
Yeah, the
can't be.
uncompressed video
It
doesn't have.
can't be. It can't be if you connect the dots. Be connected to the issues of them grabbing non-existent objects, or them grabbing non-existent wires, or them having some people in the background attached to a wire floating around, and all these weird glitches. And I know another glitch where the astronaut completely ghosts out when it goes around the corner. No, it can have nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
Or
that's right.
objects
That's a
being teleported.
technical error in the compression ratio of MPEG videos.
See, and that's the point when you, I think, Matthew, that I'm not sure if you're just
You can't
like
take this
playing a
guy
role,
seriously.
or yeah, like I don't know. It just almost sounds as if you're just joking. I just don't know if you're serious or not, man.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, can't take this guy seriously. Did you even watch the video?
Yeah, the Ghostronauts one that he just posted. Yes.
Yeah, that's an easy one for them. They'll say it's a technical glitch.
Wait,
That's why I
someone's
like to
leg.
focus on solid stuff like the O-rings and solid physics. And yeah,
That's
that's
crazy.
where I go, what? You don't understand that? Like, really? You can't understand 20 years of no maintenance of an O-ring that's, that moves, that's dynamic, that rubs. That's what freaks me out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a leg that's transparent coming around the corner. Of course not. Yeah, of course, when you film things, people's legs are just normally transparent, just obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, every time you film something, people's fucking appendages are just transparent in some scenes. Like, yeah, of course. What else would it be?
And why don't you guys
It's fucking
explain why that's
ridiculous.
happening?
That's fucking ridiculous.
I can explain why it's happening the same way as some specialists already explained it in a live stream by, what is his name? What is his name again, man?
You would think if they were going to fake a video for production that they would not make mistakes like that, right?
Yeah, anyways, I can tell you what it is. It's because the
That's another
astronaut
poor excuse.
is actually being layered into the ongoing live stream or image. And because it's because he's being layered into it, because they're working with layers. We have proof of this with many videos. He is just delayed regarding his appearance, and that delay of cropping him into the picture is just visible right there. We have also other videos showing this same thing happening. But I just thought NASA would be fixing their stuff. But I guess, as long as people exist that defend this, they don't really need to fix it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We could just
Yeah, they don't need to
we
fix
could
it.
literally have a video of fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson saying like, "Y'all, you guys caught us. It's all fake. It's actually fake. Like all this shit is fake, and these fucking zealots will still be here." Like, no, he was just joking. He was joking, man. He was anything to keep the fucking outer space myth.
You could
Real
literally have a video
possibilities.
of you could have literally have a video of their whole setup, the whole studio glitching, where to a point where you can actually see their complete attachment, right? The cables and so forth. And that wouldn't even be enough. Like they would like, oh yeah, so they're doing scientific experiment where
Yeah.
they attach themselves to the cables, and it just looks like a green screen in the studio, but actually it's just really good engineering.
Literally. Fucking literally.
Yeah, if
Did
Neil
you hear
deGrasse
him
Tyson and
explaining that
NASA,
to Dustin when they did that show on the cupola? Did you guys see that? When he explains to Dustin how the O-rings.
So what if you have a leak?
Yeah, he couldn't even pronounce his name for crying out loud, man. Like unbelievable. That
He can't even say COVID. He says
Woo.
yeah.
COVID.
Oh, I literally have the MP4 now, so I can like make it like nice and big to take up my whole Oh my god, that's atrocious. That's atrociously fucking translucent. Oh my
You know,
god.
you know, I would actually start being in like I would be astonished if there would be at somewhere in the future a time lapse of an astronaut like for like 8 hours sleeping. And you see like how the body actually works in a zero G environment. Like that would be such an interesting thing because if you ever seen the time lapse of a normal human in a bed, we just move so much, man. And with man even has different movements also added to the whole thing. It's just insane, right? I just would really want to know how does the human body would do its thing sleeping in space. I mean, they would just move around like maybe like a children in the womb of the mother or whatnot. I don't know, man. But that's never been done, man. That would be the first thing I would do. Film someone sleeping like for 8 hours with a time lapse and uncut video, so just to be sure, right? You just provide the raw video data. I mean, they have enough money for storage, right? That's it.
Why don't you
I mean,
just
how
email the
insane.
German government and let them know that that's what you'd like to see?
Dude, I mean, if that's a scientific experiment which is so easy to do and they haven't yet made it, then
Have you
I
asked them to
think,
do it?
dude, coach, oh come on, man, it's just not possible. No one can sleep 8 hours on
No.
a string, man.
Okay, well they don't
They've
sleep
had
on a string. They I don't, like I'm saying like this is probably worth it to actually look into it because they show videos of people sleeping, just not for 8 hours. No one's really requested that I think, but they show how they sleep. They have these sleeping bags that are like tied to the.
show you little snippets, edited snippets, like sleeping in space.
What exactly do
Can
you
I
think
guys
it
just
can't? Why?
finish, please?
Yeah, I
For
mean,
example, in
why
the
is it
video
every time I
sleeping
ask you a question, all you do is talk over me?
I was
What
I
do you
was
talk
not
over me every time
finished.
I speak?
Left lane, I was not finished. Okay, so I'm just right now
Yeah.
watching a video about sleeping in space, and it has so many cuts. Okay, so many cuts, and it literally doesn't show him even sleep. He just closes the door at the end. That's all.
I mean, why do you want to see somebody sleeping in space? What's up with that?
Why wouldn't you? Do you actually know how
Why,
fantastic the
why,
human
why
body
wouldn't
is?
you?
You know why the human body moves when you sleep? Why you wake up in a different position when you go to sleep?
So, so if you had a sleeping compartment that was like a sleeping bag and you got into that sleeping bag and went to sleep, what do you expect will happen?
You would still move, man. That sleeping bag is not like a tight latex, uh, whatever. The human body would still be able to
I would
move in that.
expect people's jewel to be floating around and swapping with one another's and landing on each other's faces and shit. It's just a big mess.
Have their own
Yeah.
sleeping compartments, man. They have like their own little rooms.
You know how interesting would to see how all the muscles completely
Like it's
relax, right? Because once you fall asleep, there's like no muscle tension. Like even it just you completely relax, right? And that would be just such an interesting thing to see in zero G. That would be like the first thing I would have done like 30 years ago. Never been recorded.
It has been recorded. They have studied it.
Okay,
But
show me.
you're asking for
Show me.
the live stream of them doing it for
No,
8 hours
I'm asking
available to
for a
us.
time lapse. You can do time lapse of yourself going to sleep tonight. Okay, put on a little light and make a time lapse with your phone and watch how much you're gonna move in your bed. Okay, I'm just talking about the
I
time
think
lapse.
Kosho's mom
Oh.
still has a baby monitor already, so that's probably not a hard task.
So they do say, let's say you get that, Clay. You get the video, the time lapse
Yeah, will never
of an
happen.
astronaut sleeping on the ISS. Now let's say that you do. Then what?
Okay. Then what? I would be interesting to see how they make it, because I know there is no zero-G place that they're dwelling up in. I was just interesting to see how they faked it, but because it's just, I can imagine that it's very hard to do it, right? Because no one can sleep 8 hours hanging on a string, let alone.
Yeah, I think
Who says
we got
no? I
certain
mean, that's a
people that
straw man. Who says they're hanging on a string?
I do.
Yeah, I've never seen nor heard or don't understand your reasoning behind that. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, because you haven't looked into all the bloopers that happened on your supposed ISS. That should never
Okay.
happen if they would not truly be tampering with the imagery that you see. Just like the video I posted with the astronaut having a transparent leg when he enters the scene. But yeah, we can just completely hand wave it and say it's some, JPEG problems, whatever.
So are there other flat earthers that would have an issue that don't think that they can get in a sleeping bag and sleep? Is there anyone else that thinks that?
I think you should put a webcam in the back of your RV rig when you're on the road, so we could see, what you do at night.
Why don't you have like
Yeah.
a webcam in a certain compartment of the ISS, just permanently live streaming? I mean, there would be so easy ways to just completely destroy us stupid flat earthers about them
Oh,
being
wouldn't.
really on the ISS.
It would not
There
destroy
would be.
flat earthers, man. It wouldn't sway a single person.
Just put your smartphone on an Instagram live stream 24/7 somewhere in the ISS corner, and let's see all the astronauts doing their scientific work, floating around, brushing their teeth, eating an apple or whatnot. That's it, man. Then I would be like,
Yeah.
okay, there's something I need to
No,
explain
you wouldn't.
away. Okay.
You deny all video and all imagery from
Dude,
space
I just
as
told
it
you.
is. It would just be additional. It would just be additional footage for you to
I
deny.
just told
Yes.
you it would destroy my
All right, guys, settle down.
presumptions. 1 second, it would just destroy my presumptions of the fakery that they need to use to make the imagery that they have already provided. If they would just have a smartphone or a live stream camera, just 24/7 live streaming what they're doing with, let's say, an atomic clock right next to it to just be sure that it's live. I would have no problem, man. Maybe even like a live stream for 24/7 where people can interact instantly, like saying, "Oh, do a barrel roll, or do a flip, or I don't know, show us your current experiments," and then they take their smartphone and just go over there and stream it or whatnot. Where's the problem with this? I mean, we're living in 2023, man.
Yeah, there are videos and of live streams where the astronauts were interacting with school children and college students.
I know.
And you're
Why
going
do
to
you
deny
always
that too.
bring it to the children, bro? Come on, man.
Well, I'm just saying there are videos of what he's asking for.
Dude, I know that these videos exist, but you just don't want to understand my point, right? Why not just have a 24/7 webcam showing what is happening on the ISS? Why have these specific events where you just have like 20 minutes of them doing Q&A with mostly pre-scripted questions? And what is the problem with having like we have Twitch streamers nowadays that do 24/7 live streams where they have like a live stream camera in every corner of their house.
I'm just going to give you a
what-
simple, quick answer.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
lost
go
the
ahead.
technology. All right, Clay? We lost
Oh,
it.
okay, yeah, makes sense.
I don't know what the benefit would be of it other than to satisfy your curiosity.
Yeah, to destroy the stupid flat earthers saying that everything is just being made in a Hollywood studio.
They're not worried. Yeah.
It's given to you, and it doesn't destroy
It's not,
flat
dude,
earthers.
Like
People that don't have to produce any evidence ever will never be worried. We got you. Yep, we hear you loud and clear. Not worried about producing any more non-evidence that they haven't produced already. We know.
Anyways, I'm gonna get my food up.
Yeah, 3,000 years worth of not caring. We got you.
It's incredible to realize how simple it is to kill their fantasy with a 50 cents piece of rubber. 50 cents piece of rubber called an O-ring. That's how I kill their fantasy. Very simple, straightforward.
Yep. The car stuff breaks down every day. Every day, little seals break down. Every single day. Even in 2023. Isn't that weird? The technology.
But for 20 years, D-Mock, for 20 years, they got seals. They got 7 holes with 2 rubber seals each. That means 14 rubber seals that keeps them alive that haven't been serviced for 20 years.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, sir.
Why is it, Mark?
I don't know. Have you ever fixed anything that's broke down with seals in it, Kosho?
What would be the reason? What would be the reason why these seals would have needed to be serviced in 20 years?
Why do
if they
things
had
need serviced, Kosho? Why
how do you
things
service?
need
How do you
serviced?
service a seal?
How do you service it? You replace it,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so what if
So
these
that
things
means
aren't
you got
what
to
if-
take
what if
the
they're not
object
damaged
apart.
by replacement?
You got to take the object apart in order to get the seal back in place. Do you know that?
Okay, so what's your point?
So when are they taking the ISS apart and putting seals back in the
When have you
center?
established that these seals were damaged?
When have you established they weren't?
Well, they haven't replaced them, as he said. I'm assuming he's not incorrect.
So
I'm going to say they
non-existent
haven't replaced
stuff.
them, then they hadn't needed replacement.
So
Non-existent
Kosho, tell me how
stuff
many
doesn't need
cuts-
replaced. It doesn't exist. So why would you replace a not like that? Doesn't make any sense. I'm going to replace my imagination. Okay. With an O-ring.
How many cuts are in this video? Sleeping in space.
I'm not sure. I could count them, but maybe
Do it, man.
I would take a payment.
Do it, man.
For that. I don't really feel like I'm doing it for you. But,
Do it, man. There's so many unnecessary cuts.
Are they unnecessary cuts?
Yeah.
So there's cuts where there's for no reason. There's just a cut, or are they cuts because they're changing the scene?
No, for no reason in my belief.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, do seals ever dry rot? Do they ever go bad? Rubber pieces
Absolutely. They outgas. Take any VCR, any one of those old machines. The number one failure, D-Mock, you know what it was? The rubber rings that made all the things work inside. Ask any repairman, he'll tell you. Those
The ones
things
that were part of the
just
moving part?
evaporate. Yeah.
They use O-rings. They use O-rings for drives. They use an O-ring like a chain to drive the head and everything.
The chain moves.
And it
it's
never
constantly
deteriorates?
moving at high RPM.
And heat doesn't hurt rubber O-rings?
How hot is the ISS? What are you talking about?
You know
How
the
hot
O-rings
is hot
move,
water?
right?
Hold on. How hot is hot water when you got to replace them? If you do dishes and you work with pressure sprayers or anything like that, and you got to go cold temperature, hot temperature, you're gonna have to replace that shit.
These are just sitting there.
Yeah, but left lane, you
Sitting there.
understand the failure of these things which you said that move. It's not because they move that they fail. It's because the rubber naturally outgases.
Really?
You understand?
You
It's
know
not
that
because of the
like-
movements.
There are like 7 or 8 different materials you can make O-rings out of, right? They got
Which one
butyl,
lasts forever?
silicone, and not let's see, polypropylene. I don't know. There's lots of different stuff they make O-rings out of.
Which
Correct.
one do you
And they
never have
all-
to replace?
They
Are you guys
all
talking about the
outgas.
O-rings on it?
Left lane.
Are you guys talking about the O-rings on ISS?
Yes.
Yeah, we're wondering which one's
What are
the
they
best
made out of?
last longest.
Yeah, what are
They're
what
made
are
out
they
of
made
rubber,
out of?
Sure.
certain kind of rubber.
Which kind?
Probably silicone, I would imagine.
No, we're not going with any probablys.
I was just guessing at it under knowing what condition that they're subjected to. They're
He
not
says it in
moving;
the
they're just
video.
sitting still, and it'll tell you
Condition.
probably what they're made out of. But SE, you know the hydraulic
Condition.
cylinders on the equipment that you operate, right? Those are
What
O-rings that holds that
conditions?
hydraulic fluid in there.
Agreed,
And
but you have to
those,
understand.
you got to think
Left
about the
wing.
conditions that they're operating in, the environment, how much pressure that they're holding back, and things like that, and they work fine.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm suggesting is this: this environment that they talk about is under a lot of heat, a lot of cold, a lot of radiation, lack of pressure, and this is a dynamic O-ring system. In other words, it's a shaft going right through the wall of the ISS, right? And there's two little rings. You've seen them. They're like little rings. You've seen Dustin. Hold them up, post them. Two little itsy bitsy little rings, which actually turn when you open the shutter. You actually have to turn a knob, right? And those touch. They actually touch. So this is
Okay.
where the problem is. And there's 7 of those. In other words, there's 7 holes in the cupola, and there's 14 O-rings, and they're all susceptible to outgassing.
Every
I mean, why
window.
don't we just get one of these O-rings and we can at least put it in the temperature that they claim it's in, and we'll see how long it lasts.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
and the
exactly
pressure, yeah.
what was.
Yep.
That's exactly, and you have to have glass too. So get like a spherical thing, like a cupola, and then put the O-rings in the little piece of glass and stuff, and just see how it can hold.
Like in
Make
order
a
to
little baby
believe
one.
such a thing, it's incredible.
Yeah,
Like,
left
can't we
lane
just
should have like a baby one, like a little remote cupola that he hangs from the semi when he drives around, like hanging from his windshield, like a baby cupola.
like are these O-rings that no one else can get, or can we at least get the material they're made of and then put them in the same pressure and temperatures and see how they hold up, or like what's up?
Oh, now they're going to be some special material, Jeremy. There'll be something you never heard of. Now you won't be able to obtain them.
Yeah, have a look in in live chat and
I
look
can't. I
what
don't
they're
have time to
saying keeps them alive,
research.
bro. Look at
I
that.
don't have time to research this up. Bro. What are they made? Can we get the material they're made out of?
Yeah, you can watch the
Silicone.
video and hear what the material is. They have the
Kosho's
guy
probably
that
an
actually
expert by
designed
now.
it.
All right,
Sorry?
Kosho's probably an expert. I said Kosho's probably an expert right now. What are they made out of, Kosho?
No, we need Zenek.
See, the reason why I say it doesn't matter is because no matter what it's made out of, it's all going to be susceptible to the same thing: outgassing, cracking, brittle, cold, hot, rubbing.
Yeah, we can put this shit in a vacuum at the temperature or whatever pressure and temperature they say it is, and then see how long it lasts.
No, you can just easily replace them with these big ass gloves that the astronauts need to use when they work on the outside of the station. You can precisely replace these rubber rings.
whole glass.
I'm looking at shelf life charts on silicone O-rings, and it says unlimited on the silicone.
Oh wow!
And the fluorosilicone and butyl,
Unlimited.
and then they got 15-year shelf life on Buna-N and Hapalon, different other materials O-rings are made out of, all the way down to
So it
3
lasts
years.
forever.
At what,
Under what
silicone,
conditions?
the silicone
What?
shelf life is unlimited.
Okay, at what temperature?
Shelf life.
At
We're
what
not talking
temperature?
about sitting in a box on the
It
shelf.
doesn't give all that.
Do you guys understand that there's
Yeah,
no?
so-
Hold on. What temperatures are you assuming that these O-rings are being administered? Like
Well, they're in the thermosphere,
whatever
right?
temperature
They're in the thermosphere, right?
No, they're not in the thermosphere.
What layer? What are the? What's 250 miles up?
Hold on.
It's if that's the case that you have rubber that is not going to be a ceiling that is not going to be having a problem. Why is it that airplanes that fly at 35,000 feet
Wait, no, hold on. You might be right.
need to have replacement of sorry, that's something in my throat. Replacement of certain rubber parts.
Jeremy, you're right. I was thinking of the troposphere when you said that. My bad.
On the ISS, the O-ring
Yeah.
would be separating the outside and from the inside of the cabin, right? Of the cupola.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. So
what is the temperature swing that the ISS goes through?
Listen,
We're getting into that right now. Look, hold on.
Any
Hold,
piece of
hold your
glass has
horses.
to be added
Hang
with a
on,
seal.
Democ. I know you heard me talking. So what's the temperature in the thermosphere?
The temperature is irrelevant in this case, dude.
Well, we want to test.
Why would it be irrelevant?
Because
we
the
test to
temperature.
see if this material can hold up to these conditions. What do you mean irrelevant?
Because when you're thinking about temperature, you're thinking about what the particles that are
Holy
there.
shit!
You're thinking
Here
about
we
what the
go.
particles are- Stop, Democ. If there's no
You stop.
dude, Democ, hold on a second, dude. If there's little atmosphere there,
Magic land.
Democ, please, dude. If there's little atmosphere there to convectively transfer energy, which is basically not how the energy is transferred there. It's usually from direct solar radiation. So if there's no air to do that, then the temperature is irrelevant. The temperature is not. It's not what the the space station is like. There's like thousands of degrees of temperature in the thermosphere, right? But that's based on the particles there and the temperature of any group of particles. That's not going to have an effect on something like this.
Okay, so we're trying to check to see if this material that you guys got can stand up to this pressure and temperature thing. So we're gonna try to recreate that. We'll get our variables all in order. We'll do some actual science here and see if that fucking material can handle those temperatures and pressures.
You think we can order a couple of O-rings? What do you think, Kosho?
Why is that not an unreasonable thing to want to do, Kosho?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, what temperature would you try to make the O-ring undergo if you wanted to test those temperatures?
Okay, what temperature is the
thermosphere can go up to 4,500 degrees.
What temperature is the thermosphere?
4,500 degrees, Jeremy. But you have to.
That's when it's in the sun, right? When it's in the sunlight.
Ignore the last fucking thing I said in order for any of this to make any sense. So
You're trying to ignore the thing we're saying. Listen, so when it's in the sun, it's 4,500 degrees, right?
No, wrong. You have to refer to the last thing I. This is what makes me so angry, dude. The last thing I just said to you guys.
Is it physical, Jeremy?
Stop, dude. The temperatures they're talked about are the average temperatures of a group of substance, right? The medium. If the medium is next to nothing there, then what they're talking about is the temperature of the average, like the average group of it. So any given particle that is running into something, having that much temperature is not going to have any effect on anything. We're talking about a group. When you're talking about temperature and you're thinking about the way you're thinking about it in a medium.
It's like you're saying there's no temperature in space.
No,
Are you saying gases have elastic collisions with solids?
No, I'm not saying that either.
That's what you just
How about
said.
radiation?
You
How about
literally just
radiant
said that
energy?
in not so many words.
No, it's not.
He's trying to use convection here.
No,
How about
I'm telling you-
radiant energy? How about
I'm
that?
telling you that the what causes the heat that they have to endure is radiative heat. It's not convective heat. Convective heat.
Okay, so when the
Convective
sun
heat
hits
still happens in space, though, right? Convective heat still happens there. Transfer.
But you're only thinking of the temperature on one level. Like you also got to remember, there's like a whole nother extreme to that, being the coldness, like the lack thereof.
I'm gonna ask it again when these guys are done.
Kosho wouldn't let me. Kosho wouldn't let me because it goes when it goes into the Earth's the shade of the Earth. It's no longer exposed to the sunlight. It drops to an extremely cold temperature, right? So it goes extremely cold, extremely hot. Every 90 minutes, it makes that swing.
Wrong. So let me
Let's take it down this whole red herring.
Make this clear one last time. The difference is convective heat and radiant heat. Now, since it's not convective heat, the radiant heat from the sun. So if you were talking about if you're talking about the surface and the heat that was being applied to that surface, yeah, that'd be true. At any given time, if they were in front of the sun versus not being in front of the sun, it would have radiant heat, on that surface for that time. It would radiate away depending on the material. This O-ring,
it's a straw man, though, bro.
O-ring, which is not in
3 minutes with
this
Coach
O-ring,
after he's done, because
not on the surface.
We're not going to get anywhere like this.
The O-ring, which is not on the surface, is not getting radiant heat. It's not getting radiantly heated by the sun.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Like we legit won't get anywhere like this. So convective heat transfer still happens. Thanks, Dicewell. I know you want the shit show bad, but it's not gonna happen.
What the fuck? No, I don't, dude. Go
It's
ahead,
not a
man.
thing, dude. It's not a thing. Thanks. So listen, convective heat transfer still happens in space, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. And the temperature of the gases are how high?
I suppose in some places on average it'd be 4,500 degrees.
Okay. Can we recreate the pressure? So it's in that medium the whole time. So the
Sure.
heat, all right. So can we recreate that on Earth?
Yeah, sure you could.
All right.
And
So
I'm
that's what
asking
we
you.
want to do.
Let me ask you what effect do you think that has in a medium that sparse?
We're gonna fucking find out.
Okay, well I could tell you. You mean you can mathematically figure it out? So if you're talking about the average temperature of the gas in front of you, and you look at the amount of particles that are there, you can add up the total energy of that system, and that would and so you'd have an understanding of what the convection heat the effects will be if you put something in there. That's how much energy is being applied to that object. Now, if you put
Why are we
something,
looking
if
for
you
an
put something
average
in a
temperature?
vacuum with
We're
less
looking for the
particles,
temperature swing.
and you take the average energy of something like 45,000 degrees, you would also get the total energy of that system. It turns out that it's going to still be less than the something down here on the surface with 80 degrees or 90 degrees or something.
I'm gonna just go. Lou, go ahead with Kosho, and then I'll go next.
Wait, before
All right,
that, can I read something?
No, you go ahead. I'll assume he heard me while he was talking. He knows exactly what he's trying to
never
softly
assume
push
that,
past.
please. Never assume that.
All right, I'll say it
Before
one
you
more
go
time.
on, bro, let me just read something. Let me just read one thing.
I'm trying to know why Kosho keeps talking about an average temperature, because what we're looking for is the temperature swing. We want to know the extremes, the extreme high and the extreme low.
I don't know. Extreme high is 4,500 degrees. I'm telling you,
Right,
temperature is the average energy. The average energy. It's not the temperature in itself is an average.
How about we listen to what the experts say? This is what the experts say. The sun-facing side of the International Space Station, ISS, for example, can reach a scalding hot temperatures of about 121 C, which is 250 degrees Fahrenheit, while thermometers on the dark side can plunge to a biting minus 157 C, which is also 250 degrees minus Fahrenheit.
So that's good information right there, right? Where'd that come from? Is that some guy's
Give me a
blog
sec.
or?
Oh, he's 100% correct.
Okay,
I'm 100%
that's
correct.
good info.
You hear that?
Good info. Okay, I like that. Good information.
Well, that's
there.
what we've
So,
been
all right.
looking for, Coach.
Here
we go.
Understand what he just said. He's talking about the radiant heat from the sun, the effect it has on a thermometer. Is this effect? It's exactly right. It's not going to affect an O-ring that is a part of a system inside of a fucking gear bullshit. Whatever opens.
What?
Yeah, well, no, that's what we want. That's what we're talking about trying to test, Coach. We're trying to test it. We want to put it through those conditions.
Okay, but I'm
we
asking
want to
you-
take this O-ring.
That's
We want to
fine.
take this O-ring and change it from that very low temperature to that very high temperature every 90 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
And since we're not doing that right now, and we're just talking about it, I'm asking you, why would you think that temperature difference that he just described would be affecting this O-ring?
Because that's the reason. That's how rubber breaks down. Is
No, that's not
making
what I'm
those.
asking you. I'm not asking you why do you think it would break down. I'm saying why do you think these temperatures would apply to the O-ring?
Because it's
Why do you
literally
think
what's
they wouldn't?
separating.
First of
literally
all,
what's
I'll tell
separating
them
the
why.
outside
I'll
from
tell them
inside.
why. I'll tell them why. The radiant energy would heat up one side, and since the shutter is right there, the metal is right there, will heat it up, and some of that heat will transfer. And when the ISS in the theoretical place where it is reaches the dark spot and it goes to minus 250 Fahrenheit, then the heat would dissipate and the cold would kick in. Anybody could understand that, Kosho.
And how much heat do you think that is the wall of the ISS, the outside of the ISS? How much heat do you think it's receiving that it's transferring inside of the ISS at the time? Like it obtains this heat, right? It radiates it away. Depending on the material, though, it might store some of that energy and transfer it, right? But how much of that heat do you think it's doing that with?
It's right. It has direct contact. The rod literally goes right through.
No,
what are you talking about?
The O-rings aren't just sitting inside with the astronauts. They're what separates the fucking outer space from the inside of the cabin with the astronauts.
No,
That is correct.
It is the barrier.
no, it's not the barrier. What's the
Yeah, it
no,
is.
It is
no, it's
literally the
not. There's
barrier.
levers.
Literally.
There's levers that are turned, and those levers open up the they push like a rod that opens up and closes those doors, and that rod is inside of another like cylinder or whatever, so that rod goes through it, and on that rod, that separates that rod from the that cylinder is those O-rings. Those O-rings are in between the rod and the and that cylinder.
Exactly.
So
In
heat gets
direct contact
transferred.
with the
So
outside environment.
the heat from
Exactly
the
correct.
sun would need to not only get inside of the that those cylinder things, but transfer the heat inside of it internally into these O-rings, and that's what
Okay,
you
what?
guys think is happening.
All right, what's touching the O-rings? What's the O-rings touching?
The rod and the cylinder.
The rod, which
the
is
rod
exposed to the heat.
No, the rod is not exposed to the heat.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
It's
let's
not
see the
exposed to the heat.
schematics for the ISS or the blueprint or whatever the fuck they got, and we'll see exactly what's touching what here. We got this, right? This should be like public information.
Yeah, give me 20 seconds.
All right, you got 5 minutes. I want the schematics for the ISS.
I need 20 seconds.
Let's see where these
This is
O-rings were really.
incredible.
Obviously,
Just to even
obviously, though,
entertain this is just ludicrous.
obviously the O-rings are there to keep the gas from escaping or coming in or whatever, right?
Yep.
Is that why the O-rings are there, Kosho, to stop the gas?
So here's the rod. Okay.
Kosho, are the O-rings there to stop the gas from leaking out?
It's to make sure that the rod's able to move up and down and that the gas inside is contained. This is why they use those O-rings, because they expand when the pressure, when there's a pressure difference.
So this O-ring is in direct contact with whatever few gas molecules are outside the ship, you're saying?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
100%.
And those are
again, I got to remind you that's irrelevant, but yeah.
And those are 4,500 degrees, you said?
On average, in some places, yeah.
Maybe a little bit cooler. And then
how much effect, I'm really asking you, how much effect do you think that has? Let's say 3 particles hit this O-ring every time it closes.
How many gas, well, at 250 miles up, how many gas molecules is there per cubic meter, let's say?
I forget.
Per cubic centimeter. Do a cubic centimeter.
I think it's 7 million per cubic meter. I could be wrong.
How many per centimeter?
I'm not going to. I just told you how much it was per cubic
Just do it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it.
Just do it.
I'm not going to do it.
Cubic centimeters, bro. This O-ring's not a cubic meter big. Just do a centimeter, dude. Come on.
All right. If it's 7 million per cubic meter, then hold on. And there's 700 per cubic centimeter, but I could be wrong.
700.
Could be wrong.
That seems off. You probably are wrong on this. Anyways, it's
Doesn't
fine.
seem off. No.
Seems a little off. Okay, so there's 700 gas molecules.
Yes.
That are basically in constant contact with this O-ring.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
And they're at 45. Okay, when you say average of 4,500 degrees, is it different for the daylight side of the Earth and the night side of the Earth?
I would assume so.
Oh, so what's the temperature of them on the night side?
Dude, you're talking about average temperatures of sparse particles, right? I don't know. The maximum temperature is 45,000 degrees or 4,500 degrees. Let's just use that.
Yeah, but these O-rings go. If you have them at one constant temperature, that's one thing. But if you now have them doing constant temperature swings like that for 25 years, that could definitely be an issue.
No, we're describing the temperature of the particles and their effect on the O-rings. Why don't we just look at the maximum effect of this? That way we can determine if we're going to even need to look at the minimum.
No, because the differential is what will start to have problems. Like if you just have an O-ring in like 70-degree temperature for 25 years, yeah, you'd probably be good. But if you have that shit doing temperature swings for fucking, 25 years, that could definitely be an issue.
Yeah, let's look at the maximum and see if the maximum is even high enough for a minimum to be relevant. Like if the maximum was,
we don't even know what the minimum or the maximum
if
is.
the maximum is
an average.
Above
we go with
zero,
the
above
fucking
zero.
averages.
Okay, if the maximum is 1 degree above absolute zero, why would you look at the minimum?
because we want to see what the maximum and the minimum are, because it's probably doing that every 90 minutes, right?
Okay, but
every
if
90
maximum,
minutes, it's going to go through one cycle of maximum and minimums, right?
But if the maximum is equivalent to an absolute 0, 1 degree above it, why would you be concerned with what the minimum is?
There's a minimum on the night side, and then there's going to be a maximum on the bright side. I'm guessing that's how it works, right? And that's going to happen every 90 minutes. Like,
yeah, and the reason is, Coach, so because the O-rings, very cold temperatures will break them down as well as very hot temperatures, and making those swings does a ton of damage to them over time.
What if you only have a very small? I don't understand why you don't understand this question. If the 4,500 degrees in that environment is equivalent to absolute 0 or 1 degree above absolute 0 in a in a gas filled environment in a medium like the atmosphere on Earth, right? If it's equivalent to that, let's just say, then why would you be concerned with what the minimum is, since the highest temperature change, the highest temperature difference can only be 1 degree at that point, which is not huge. So I don't know why. I don't understand why you don't.
I'll give you a reason. How about freezing and it being brittle and cracking under cold? There's a reason for you.
Why would it become brittle?
Why would rubber become brittle and break under freezing? I can't imagine.
It's like you have to explain to you guys what heat is.
I was talking about cold.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Look, I live in Wisconsin, and I know that O-rings go bad at like before expected. Like they last longer in California than they will in Wisconsin, because we might have negative 30 degrees at night during the winter, and we might have 100 degrees during the day during the summer. And it breaks this shit down pretty fast. So I want to know how they do it in space every 90 minutes with much bigger temperature swings.
For 20
Very
years.
Good. Very
for
good.
20 years.
25 years.
Swings on the O-rings. It's important to remember that we're talking about the temperature swings on the O-rings. Do you guys understand that the astronauts inside the ISS, they're not going through massive temperature differences? Do you understand this? You understand why, I'm sure.
Yes,
So
the O-rings are getting hit.
That the heat that is being applied to the ISS is radiant heat. The convective heat, which I'm getting ready to calculate for Jeremy, for fucking whatever reason, is not relevant here. But
it definitely is relevant. There's still convective heat transfer in space, dude.
Now, I'm going to get to that, dude. But the radiant heat, which hopefully everybody else is on the same page as what we're talking about, is affecting the outside of the ISS, and it radiates away immediately. The only time that the only things that retain that heat are things that where it doesn't reflect or radiate, or it doesn't affect or radiate as quickly. So something like rubber, for instance, would retain that heat for a little bit longer, or cloth even would retain that heat a little bit longer. But this this O-ring is not being bombarded by the radiant heat. The outside is. So this is what I'm saying, that
Dude, how cold are the gas molecules on the cold? So far, we got 700 approximately in constant contact at 4,500 degrees on the light side. Let's say it's probably hotter than that if 4,500 is your average, though. I wish we had the actual raw data instead of this average bullshit all the time. Like we just went through this average thing with spherical excess. Now here we are again with another average because you don't have any raw data. This is fucking bullshit, dude. Do we have the actual numbers for what the gases are on either side, or what?
Give me 1 second, Jeremy.
All right. These averages are pissing me off. I'm not gonna lie. You feeling me, SE?
Oh yeah, this been doing this for so long, bro. This is
this average. Well, we're right back to another average with this 4,500.
Another average. This is what I'm saying, that you guys have to explain things in order to have this conversation. Temperature is already, that's what it means, dude. It's the average heat of the system. So that's what it means. So
okay, but
it's not that we're just taking averages. That's
like we're explaining to you. You should be trying to satisfy what we're looking for, not trying to call us, say that you don't understand your question. We have a question and we want you to explain it.
That's fantastic, dude. I'm in the middle of doing that. I'm telling you why it's so fucking hard to do that. It's because not only do I have to explain this, I now have to explain what heat even is, or what temperatures are, because you guys are.
All we wanted to do, look, you came in here actually trying to explain something when we were just talking about actually testing it.
Well, then go and test
But
it.
now we got to know what to test, though. Right? We got to know
Do
what
we
to
have to ask
test. So
Kosho? Do we have to ask Kosho for what to test? Why do we
no,
have
I
to
mean we
go
can
through the
go look it up.
Grovers to figure out how to do fucking tests?
I mean, go look it up. Go see what
Well,
the
maybe we
temperature
can
things
order
are.
one. Shouldn't cost much. NASA prices maybe 100,000 or so for an O-ring. What do you guys think?
Like
How
I'm
much
trying
you
to deal
think
with it
an O-ring costs?
from NASA.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you go get one at Lowe's for a buck or something.
$2, yeah. $2 from Lowe's, let's say. How about NASA? At least 50,000, no?
Well, it's probably made out of some special. That's what I mean. We get the recipe for this O-ring, what materials it's made out of. Then we get the pressure and the temperature, and we do it up.
If it's made with anything synthetic, rubber, anything, there's nothing that doesn't outgas, bro. So there's no argument here whatsoever.
Well, I
There
mean,
is no special fabric, plastic like that, an O-ring that doesn't outgas. It doesn't exist.
they're basically flying around in this 225-degree oven.
Yo, why does
They're like
Kosho keep
they're like a
interrupting,
baked
man?
potato. They're like a baked potato floating around in aluminum foil in this 225-degree fucking medium.
Isn't it strange that everything that's pressurized that you put in a vacuum, like a can of Coke, just explodes? Like everything that you put in a vacuum just explodes that is pressurized. The
Yeah,
only
forget
video
about
we
the
have,
vacuum for now, bro.
the only video
There,
we have of an astronaut, like with a real astronaut suit going into a vacuum and just falls over, and his tongue starts boiling, right?
yeah. But even without the vacuum, which of course we mentioned, they're telling you that you're going from 250 degrees Fahrenheit from an oven to 250 degrees minus Fahrenheit, freezer, the coldest freezer you've ever been into, every 90 minutes for
Right,
25 years.
exactly. And let me read you this, man. Let me read you this. This is interesting, right? Why you're just mentioning this, right? The SR-71 airplane, right? Throughout its nearly 24-year career, the SR-71 Blackbird spy will remain the world's fastest and highest flying operational aircraft. Flying at 3.3 plus Mach at 80,000 feet, it could survey 100,000 square miles of Earth surface per hour. The high temperatures generated in flight required special design and operating techniques. Major sections of the skin of the inboard wings were corrugated to not smooth. Aerodynamicists initially opposed the concept, disparagingly referring to the aircraft as a Mach 3 variant of the 1920s era Ford Trimotor, which was known for its corrugated aluminium skin. The heat would have caused a smooth skin to split or cure, whereas the corrugated skin could expand vertically and horizontally and had increased longitudinal strength. So what it basically means is the SR-71 was capable of leaking fuel because they built it this way to withstand these high temperatures and the speed that it would go through, right? And then when you slow down and you go lower again and go slower, the skin would change again, right? So I just wonder how is all that stuff needed for an airplane like this, but somehow when they are still flying in low Earth orbit, which according to the paradigm, there's still an atmosphere, right, in a certain type of way. Why is the ISS not having any problems with this type of stuff? Fuel leakage and like normally we learn that when metal is being heated and cooled down, it changes in size,
Or you're
right?
still talking? Are you still talking from before, or did someone else go in between now? I'm just wondering. Yeah, that's what we've been asking them the whole time. How can it go through these crazy temperature swings every 90 minutes for 25 years? You know, we want to test it out, get the temperatures right. You know, it's going to cold, hot every 90 minutes. It's gonna be tricky to recreate that in a lab.
Yeah, zero chance.
How
They would have
could
done it
you
already.
even do that? You can't even do that.
No, there's no way. There's no substance on Earth that can do that. Can't happen. Physically impossible. Unless they created something
So
new
you
that
just
I'm not aware of.
yeah, you just transfer the thing from I don't know what like liquid nitrogen and then into a furnace and every 90 minutes.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's
twice
insane.
back and forth, you gotta do both within the 90 minutes, over and over and over again for 25.
Gradually though, you gotta have it to go gradually.
Yeah, if you want to do a proper test, but yeah, you'd have to somehow heat the chamber and cool it like that. Well, you take the chamber that you've got it in and you dip it in the liquid nitrogen and then put it into a furnace. And it'll gradually change in between, like on the inside.
This is what I'm saying. You guys conduct a test like that, you would be doing nothing because it's not at all in any way related to what you're talking about. And the fact that you guys still don't get what that is means you're not listening to what's being said to you. You would not dip it in liquid nitrogen at all.
Yeah, they're not dipping O-rings in liquid nitrogen on this space station.
Yeah, I'm curious. What did you find there?
I did say you wouldn't have to dip the
Found
ring
something there.
itself. You put the ring in, in an aluminum or what's the ISS made out of? Titanium. You take it a titanium container. You put the O-rings in there, and then then you do the test.
Well, here's the thing: the inside of the ISS is maintained at about 75 degrees, and it'll swing a little bit.
They're the wall. They're the barrier for the outside.
And even if the outside was measured up to like 250 degrees Fahrenheit, you still got these O-rings that are sealed within this gland that's not exposed to the really direct outside of the spacecraft. And it's just I would say, heck yeah, that would work. That's no problem. I don't understand what y'all's issue is.
No, the O-rings directly touch the outside gas molecules that are on average 4,500 degrees. I got Kosho getting us at more accurate numbers. Kosho's going to get us the raw data now because once again we're dealing with this average thing.
Yeah, the surface of the space station on the sunny side can be measured up to 250 degrees.
That's hot.
Well, it's pretty hot.
Think you can make your coffee?
It's just over boiling water. Do you think that you could put an O-ring in a pot of boiling water and it destroy it?
Eventually it will, yeah. After 25 years of from the boiling water to the freezer, from the boiling water to the freezer. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got it going from the boiling water to the freezer every 90 minutes for the past 25 years. How do you think an O-ring's going to hold up then?
Yeah.
We just need to look at.
You don't know? Hold on.
Yeah, the silicone.
You don't know how it holds up?
I'm going to look at the operating range of silicone O-rings, and I'll be better able to answer that.
You don't know how that O-ring would hold up for 25 years every 90 minutes doing those temperature swings?
But I do know that there are many mechanical systems that I've worked on that are subjected to way more severe conditions than this, and they work.
How often do they change them out?
Oh, I don't know, like the cylinder heads on a big pressure washer. It just depends on the amount of use that it gets, but you got to think there's a piston running in and out of that O-ring at a high RPM. And it's just not comparable. So I wouldn't be able to gauge.
You're the one who
shaft O-ring on the. Well, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking about it. I wouldn't compare like the O-rings in a piston on a pressure washer that runs at about 250
this was your example. I wouldn't use it either.
Yeah, but you got to think all this thing is doing is a little crank that opens and closes the shutters on the ISS. It's not high RPM. It's just however fast you turn it. I don't think it would be an issue.
So you think we could just get the O-ring that hot and then that cool every 90 minutes and it would just be fine?
That's not happening though, dude. I don't know why you don't
No,
get
it
that.
doesn't
It is
happen like
happening.
that.
Okay. Is
I'm about
the
to tell
heat
you what the
not?
convective. I'm about to tell you the convective temperatures, dude, and what it's compared to.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
You also have to consider that this thing's inside a baked potato wrapped in aluminum foil the whole time too. So that there's going to definitely be some heat transfer there.
What?
Radiant? Is it going to radiate heat to that?
Wait, say what you
That
said again.
250 degrees has to get radiated somewhere, right?
Yeah, it gets radiated somewhere. Which direction do you think that radiation is going?
I'm just saying, if the metal gets that hot, I know if I get a baked potato wrapped in aluminum foil that hot, it's going to be cooked.
Yeah, in a vacuum, it radiates immediately. So what happens is it radiates towards the vacuum immediately. I don't know. I really don't understand what you think is happening to the O-ring because of the radiant energy. It's happening to the surface.
Like I said, wrap a baked potato in
How-
aluminum foil, put it in your oven or something at 250 or whatever the temperature of that thing is, and we'll see how the baked potato looks after 25 years.
So if the heat is being radiated automatically into the vacuum, which matter is it being given over to? Like, you know, when heat is being transferred, it's being transferred onto another substance. What is it in the so special about the vacuum that it can directly get rid of the heat?
What? That's what heat does. I mean, that's what happens. Like when heat,
Yeah.
when
Why does
radiant
it
heat is
want
being
to
applied
be?
to something, it's either going to absorb, I wouldn't say absorb, but basically transfer it and retain it, like fabrics can do, and some rubbers and stuff like that. But what metals will do, and it will radiate most of it. It's still radiated away, but it just happens a little bit slower. Whereas metals will radiate away energy immediately.
Okay, has that ever been proven?
Yes, this is yes.
So if I put like a glowing metal in the vacuum or space, it will like instantly cool down.
Get frustrated, Kosho. Get frustrated. I had to deal with Lael last night. You think I feel sorry for you?
Lael was being funny last night, though.
Yeah.
I just don't get I just don't get where the heat, like why the heat goes over into the vacuum. That makes no sense
It's
to
just
me.
because that's what radiation does. So, but there's something called radiant cooling. It's what the Earth does. Like
Why
every
doesn't
day,
want
the
it
Earth
be?
receives heat from the sun. It retains some of that in the atmosphere, but it's immediately radiating it away. And that's why at nighttime, places that have less what do you call it? Places that have less atmosphere in general, but less water vapor, humidity. They have less humidity in their atmospheres. They become cold at night, like in Arizona, because they radiate away the heat that they got during the day.
Into
That's
space
just
or
what
what?
happens.
So the heat goes into space, but the oxygen stays on Earth. Is that what it
No.
is?
What? What?
I mean, where does the heat go? I just don't understand where it can go in a vacuum. I understand where it can be distributed on the Earth, being given over into the molecules
Some
of
of
the
it goes and
air.
touches the O-ring. That's where it goes. Some of it, not all of it. Some of it's going to go touch the O-ring.
The O-ring would be fried, right? Like you would fry some toast in a toaster.
I don't even know why you say
Or
that.
toast. Yeah, because like the only thing I can imagine is, first of all, the whole pressurized can of the space station would explode in a vacuum, and second of all, everything would be just burned and simultaneously, when it's not in the sun, put into an ice cube. I just can't imagine how it's actually possible to survive that kind of surrounding. Anyways, I'll be back.
Hey, who's breathing?
Me,
Hopefully,
probably.
everyone.
Is somebody breathing?
I think it was probably me. I had my mic close.
Jeremy's such a Nazi, dude. You can't even breathe in here.
Yo, your boy Jace needs to get his shit together, dude. Don't blame me for that, bro. It sounds like he's walking in piles of poker chips or some shit. I don't know what that noise he's got going on is.
Yeah, what he has to say to us is infinitely more valuable than most of the other people most of the time. So you know, you can put up with some of the background noise.
Jace needs an inhaler.
No, we don't need. Yeah, Andy's always out of breath too to top that all off. Like, yeah, it's a mess. This shit's a mess, bro. Can he ever talk to us when he's just like chilling at his house on the couch or at his
It was like
computer or something?
he's like walking upstairs
fuck?
doing parkour and shit. What the fuck?
Like, at least once in a while, I don't have crazy shit going on. Like, I'm fine right now, you know?
Give me a second because I'm trying to get this equation to work. So hold on.
I'm gonna make a
I
joke
want to
now.
talk to Jace. Yo, I want to talk to Jace. All right, but the background noise is fucking killing me, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna make a joke about Jace, so don't get triggered. I don't think Jace is a scientist, right? I think Jace is a dog walker.
Why would they?
It's all a
joke
facade.
that wasn't funny.
It's all
because he's always walking his dog and he's out of breath. That's why.
He's always walking his dog because he walks his dog. Or he talks to us when he's walking his dog.
I have more evidence that he's a dog walker than whatever other scientist thing he says he does at this point. So,
I'm just curious, really quickly. Kosho, does your mom leave simultaneously while he's walking his dog, or is that just like a coincidence?
Yeah, I have always wondered that. Weird that happens, yeah.
Thanks for playing along, man. Good.
I don't even know what that would imply, dude. My mom.
Maybe he's taking your dog out or your mom out, and that's his dog. I don't know, something like that.
Okay. I get it, man. It takes me a little while sometimes. Okay, well, yeah. For some reason, this stupid math's not working out the way that I need it to. Just give me a second.
Like, have you ever like tried to procure like aerospace grade like gasket like caulking or anything like, I don't know, whatever, like sealant, anything like?
we just need to figure out the material.
It's so expensive.
SC, maybe they put the emulsion on it from the film and they're good.
Hey, Kosho, the math you're trying to work out real quick. It's not working the way you want it to work out. What's it coming out to?
No,
what are the results
it's
right now?
not that, dude. It's not the math's not working out the way I want it to. It's the numbers I'm working with. It must be wrong. So give me a second.
It must be wrong because he already knows the outcome.
No, it has nothing to do with it. Has
do,
nothing to do with that, dude. I'm trying to make a calculator and it's just not working. Just give me a second.
I know. We know your game. You're not going to get away with this.
You can just use a regular calculator and probably do it a little quicker, but give me a second.
None of you guys are going to get away with this, bro.
Okay, what are you going to do about it? I'm a big, tough guy?
Bro, Merle
fucking telling a little baby, dude.
Yo, Merle said that one day in Gems, bro. I was dying. I was fucking dying, bro.
You're not going to get away with this.
There it is.
You and all your ilk are going to pay.
That's really good, dude. That's really, really good.
Who is that, Snacks?
That sounds like Snacks, dude. Well, it sounds like Merle, but I mean, yeah, it's Snacks. That was really good, dude.
That was good. That was perfect, Merle.
That was perfect, dude.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I once heard him tell Moyak, he said he's gonna snap. He said he's gonna stab him in the eye with the ice pick.
It looks like Lori's in the text chat saying we're not going to get away with it either.
Just funny. Okay,
live
almost there. The actual fuck.
Well, that does it. Turns out those O-rings wouldn't survive.
Oh, there we go. I got it.
Oh, now they'll survive.
Got it.
He fixed the mat. Yeah.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me get some pimping in it. Hold on.
I'll switch a decimal point here.
He found that special material that doesn't outgas.
What doesn't outgas?
Okay, now we're cooking with now we're cooking.
Yo, you're gonna be cooking. You're a baked potato up there floating around in aluminum foil every 90 minutes. Yeah, you're gonna be cooking.
Okay. Well, just to give you some rough numbers. Remember how earlier I told you? Oh, actually, let me do one more conversion. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't trust his
Sweet.
math.
So they got a baked potato up there flying around called the ISS, and is wrapped in aluminum foil. And one side of it has been 250 degrees for the last 25 years. How often is it not? Does it get in darkness?
Almost there, buddy.
How often does the ISS get in where it can't see the sun? Does that even ever happen? Yeah, it should happen.
Yeah, the way I'm picturing it, it would probably be in the sun more than it's in the shade, right?
Yes.
Like significantly.
I don't know by how much.
Otherwise, it will just run out of power, wouldn't it? Yeah, how much
Yeah, a lot of
batteries could they
those
have?
solar panels would be cooked too, dude. That's another thing that ain't making it. Fuck this fucking O-ring gasket bullshit. Those solar, you know what happens? You know how to make a solar air heater? Look up solar air heater. They basically have that going on with the solar panels. Them shits would have been fried.
Nothing they say can function
solar panels
in
have
that
made a lot of
medium.
solar panels have gotten a lot better over the last 25 years too. They weren't very good
Yes.
25 years ago.
Stick them in a pressure cooker and tell me how good they were.
That's the thing. Nothing can work in the medium that they say it works. The stuff works, but not where they say it does.
Okay, well,
That's the issue. Yeah.
let's dispel.
What about replacing the batteries, the hydrogen nickel batteries that are good for 20,000 cycles? Have they gone through 20,000 cycles of them yet? Do they need to replace? Have they ever replaced them?
Good question.
Just
To all
general
of that.
maintenance.
Yeah.
Let's dispel Jeremy's Jeremy's assumption first. Okay, we'll just do Jeremy's first. Okay, because yeah, after doing the rough numbers, actually I did the accurate numbers. First thing I did was I compared our environment, our atmosphere, because that's what we're used to. So when you describe temperature in our environment, it makes sense to us. I compared our atmosphere to the atmosphere that the ISS is in. Okay, the density, the number of particles. Okay, and then what I did was I compared the temperature of that, what they say, 4,500 degrees. Well, I converted it to Kelvin, it's about 2760 Kelvin. I compared that to that amount of atmosphere, and I got a value. And I'm using this value as the total energy.
What
right? So then I applied that total energy to the amount of particles down here, so we can kind of compare what that would be like. And earlier I said, like, what if it was like 1 Kelvin? And you were trying to see that that's the upper limit. So the upper limit is about 9 numbers after the decimal place.
Oh yes.
9. So 9
Oh
zeros.
yes.
9 zeros and then a 9 degrees Kelvin. That's the equivalent to it in our atmosphere. So
Yo, were you talking to me this whole time? I'm just checking because I got a toddler here.
the point is,
long
Jeremy,
drawn
the
out
fucking
answer, man.
convective heat of those fucking few particles are going to do.
And I almost fell asleep.
They're absolutely irrelevant.
Pretty sure this is just a complicated red herring. Seriously, we know the thermometer says 250 plus and 250 minus.
Yeah. So with that, again, that was going to be talking about the radiant heat. So we can go ahead and completely get rid of the.
That's always where you want to bring it to, bro.
We're going with the radiant heat because the convective heat does next to nothing. The radiant heat,
But
on the other hand,
we're not even talking about. We're talking about the adverse of that. The
Yes.
antithesis.
Exactly. So the antithesis of the convective heat is nothing. The radiant heat The antithesis to that is that the temperature of the surface of, let's say you put a thermometer on the surface and the heat is bombarding the thermometer, it's going to be able to read this this radiant heat from the sun. However, the O-ring, which is inside of this fucking metal tube that is inside of the that's on the shaft for the fucking cupola windows or the shield or whatever, this is not being bombarded by radiant heat. The radiant heat is on the outside, so it's not the O-ring is not going
So
to
we're
be.
just covering the same thing over and over again, is what you're saying. We're just going to keep disagreeing.
No, I'm
Like,
asking you what effect would it
the
have on
O-ring
this?
is literally what separates the outside from the inside. It is the wall. What you're saying, you want to just
not the wall,
keep saying it. You want to keep saying it until we agree with you that it's sitting at a
Why do you
comfy
say it's the
69
wall?
degrees.
Why do you say it's the wall and it's not the wall?
Because it is what makes this separation between the inside of the cupola and the outside outer space.
Yeah, only in reference to the shaft. There's a shaft that that pushes the window open, and there's a lever inside the window that you twist or whatever. And inside that shaft is a rod that pushes up that window so it opens and closes. And the thing separating that shaft to that rod is this O-ring. That's true, but it's not in direct contact with the radiant heat of the sun. It's in contact with the walls of the of that shaft, which the outside of which is receiving this radiant heat. You guys are suggesting that the transfer of heat is coming from the surface on the outside, inside the cupola, and affecting the things inside of those same walls.
It's just that the O-ring has to mediate the inner diameter, which is the material of glass, and the outer diameter, which is a metal, so that they're going to be at sort of different temperatures, I would imagine. But
No,
maybe
that's not where the O-ring is, though.
Well, that's where
Listen.
the stressors would be most great and start to eat at the seal.
Yeah, but those aren't those
Yeah,
shield.
I know you have an answer for everything.
Yeah, there's got to be another seal there too. It's not the O-ring. It's not the O-ring, the specific O-ring you're talking about. But again, there's some kind of seal there too.
Yeah, probably. I mean, but then we're going to talk about that
Probably
instead.
there has to be.
We're
There
going to
has
talk
to
about that
be.
instead because this problem is solved, or what are we talking about then?
No, what? Because you just keep on trying to basically throw red herring after red herring at us instead of addressing the argument that's being presented.
The argument is about these O-rings. Are you saying that it's now something different?
It's all the seals on the whole thing, I would
Okay, so
say.
it's
But
something
yeah,
different. All right.
specifically from SE, he was talking about the O-rings on the doors, right? So, yeah, we can just keep on.
Isn't
More
there
on
a lot of wires?
Well, if
Isn't there a lot of
there's
wires
things on
and
the
shit?
outside of the cupola that need to be replaced, I don't think it's very difficult to replace them. So I don't know what
He doesn't think so.
Okay.
Isn't there a lot
The
of
reason
wires
why
and
I
shit?
brought up those specific seals, you guys have to understand, is because it's a dynamic system. So we got a ring, we got a rod, and we got these things wrapped around them, like a ring on your finger, and your finger turns. Every time that shutter opens, it turns. So you got to understand, not only are they there taking the heat, but they're actually touching and turning.
So it's a
every
piston.
time.
It's like a ring and piston in a cylinder of a automobile, right? Like a combustion.
It's more like
engine.
that. It's more like
Yeah.
that. It's nothing like it doesn't turn, but like how the piston goes up the shaft. If the piston had like rubber rings on the outside of it as it goes up and down, this is
No. What do you mean it doesn't turn and it's incorrect?
doesn't-
It's
those don't turn.
absolutely correct. It turns. Do you think it doesn't turn?
the where the O-rings where the O-rings are not in a place where it's turning.
That is, excuse me for laughing. That is exactly what turns.
I'll just go ahead and show you the picture again.
Yeah, the piston will turn inside of the O-ring. The
Yeah.
O-ring might stay in place, but the piston is going to turn inside of the O-ring.
Either way, there's friction, right?
Exactly.
That's the whole point.
Yep.
And when you have friction, Kosho, what's required to prevent the substantial wear and tear from the continuous friction upon a surface? What is it? Is it a lubrication?
I don't think they do have any
So-
lubrication. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what lubrication
Well,
is.
here's the fascinating fact about nickel iron boron is the friction actually generates its own self lubricant from what they claim, and this is what they've learned to create bolt carriers for like
Yeah.
certain ballistic what's the word I'm looking for? Basically gun parts essentially. But whether or not that's true, like I mean, I don't know, because you would have to imagine if it's like a self-lubricating system that's going to help like in preventing friction, then at some point it would have to like down and disintegrate, um changing its characteristics, you know what I mean, in such a way to deal with that
Yeah, absolutely. He
heavy.
wasn't even
Yeah.
aware, bro, of the fact that it turns. He wasn't even aware of
See, the part that you're talking about does not turn.
that. You're so wrong, bro. You've
I'll
never
show
been
you the
more wrong.
schematics, and we'll see if you'll apologize. If you never
Yeah,
do.
either the O-ring is attached to the piston that turns, and it doesn't turn in relation to the piston, but it does to the whatever is out. It's sealing against the outer wall, or that's the way it probably is. It's the opposite of what I said before, where I said that the piston would be turning inside of the O-ring. The O-ring would probably be affixed to the piston, and the piston with the O-ring would be turning inside of the other side of the seal.
That's what I would guess. But either way, there's still a dynamic system there going on. And he's saying, no, that's not happening. It's not turning. And how I'm going to be wrong. Kosho, you're going to be embarrassed when you find out how it works, bro. Sorry.
I'm looking at schematics, dude. I'm just taking pictures so you can see. But just so
yeah,
you
they have to turn the rod
hold on,
open
dude.
the shutter.
Kosho. There's a lever on the inside that turns. That turning turns a rod or pushes up a rod, pushes it up and down. That rod opens the window and closes the window. Okay? On that rod, in that shaft, the one that goes up and down, there's O-rings around that rod such that whenever there's a vacuum or whatever, they expand and it creates a seal. Okay, that's in between the rod and the shaft. That part doesn't turn.
Nope. As far as I'm aware, and what I've heard the guy himself explain it, the O-rings are on the shaft, and the shaft turns, causing the shutter to open. Unless you can show otherwise. In any event,
we just get the fucking diagram or the blueprint or schematics or
he's
whatever
just trying to
it's called.
confuse. He's just trying to confuse. Whether they go up or down, sideways, zigzag, it doesn't matter. It's a dynamic system, and the rubber touches the metal.
Or does it turn? Because again, what you said was it turned, and that's what I'm fucking responding to. You fucking went on and on how I don't know anything about it, and so you're just gonna go ahead and admit that it doesn't zigzag or turn.
I said, as far as I'm aware, I repeat it again.
Hold on. I see. Which picture is it?
I just put it's the last picture in there. It's from me. It has it's a blueprint. I don't know why. What the fuck?
Yeah, is it this? Which one's showing us the motion? I'm seeing a whole bunch of shit here.
Yeah, where does it say up and down specifically? I just see one part where there's like a circular motion. Where does it say up and down?
Hold on.
I see it up and down part possibly. I don't really know what I'm looking at here though. So walk us through this.
Hold on.
I gotta get my schematics guy on this. Hold on.
He's gonna try to dance anything to not address the outgassing, the heat, and the motion. He's gonna try to make it that it doesn't go this way, maybe that way. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You have to address the material, the outgassing, and it being a dynamic system, which means it touches metal touches the O-ring every time that window is operated. Whether it's a zigzag motion or any other motion.
I'm on a cell phone. I can't even see where the fucking gasket is on this. This isn't the crispest picture I've ever seen either. Shit looks a little fuzzy to me.
He just posted the first schematic he saw there.
Where's the O-ring at on this? First of all, let's get that fucking straightened out. I can't even read this shit. Do I need to get my eyeball checked or what's up?
Yeah, like I'm not really a dummy with looking at blueprints and
It's
schematics
mad
and stuff,
fuzzy.
and I'm not really seeing it either. It is fuzzy, but I haven't identified exactly where the O-ring is on this piston, like or its relation to the shaft, right? Like we need some kind of cutaway
Exactly.
diagram. Yeah.
Yeah, where's
He
the
just
fucking
posted
O-ring?
anything.
Yeah, where's the O-ring at? First of all, before we can even get started here.
First of all, this is part of the schematic.
It's analogous
It looks like
streamline
he has
flow.
part of the piston, part of the rod to me, and part of where the rod fits. It looks like he has a
Yeah,
hodgepodge of
the two
things.
grooves at the top are where the O-rings go.
The two grooves at the top is where the O-ring
Yes.
goes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I would have assumed, but now I want to see the O-ring in those grooves and the shaft also.
Matching, exactly. Because the one up there, if you're referring to that one, doesn't exactly match. Unless it's enlarged. Right? So
Oh, those little
you gotta do
grooves,
better
those
than
two
this,
grooves?
bro.
Saying those two grooves right there in the right bottom picture?
Yeah,
Middle
those
bottom
are the
picture?
seat. Those are the seat for like where the ring will sit. Like that
Yeah,
where
okay.
it'll go. Yeah.
Oh, and it's on the left too. All right. The one on the bottom left and the bottom right one?
Yeah, the grooves apparently. That's supposed to be I think the grooves in the shaft.
What's with this circle A? See how there's A and it's going in
Yeah,
a
guys,
circle?
you guys are battling a straw man. Coach already dipped out, man. You guys got him thinking about gay porn and all this shit with shaft talking.
He's got nothing, bro. Trust me,
See
he's
how?
got nothing.
What's the A? In the bottom left picture, what's the A?
That looks like an enlargement of the middle one, where
going in a circle.
where those grooves are, or where the O-rings are supposed to go in. That's what he said.
What's turning right? Is that an indication something's turns right there, or you see A bottom left?
That's what I would say. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Going in and
But
out
he
though,
says
or
it's an
or
up
is it
and down
consistent?
motion. I don't know where he got that from, but hey, if it is, it is. Let's see it.
Your mama sure cares about your education, son.
Flo's been roasting us the whole time in the background.
Sorry.
So, Kosho, you went silent? What's going on?
He'll be an expert. Give him like 3-4 more minutes. I mean, surely they recorded this whole shit, right? Like as they were building it, they had like cams, body cams.
Absolutely, every square inch, I'm sure, and they have maintenance records of how often they change these O-rings. I'm sure, right? Readily available.
They got to record everything to the last fucking step, ain't it?
Yep, I'm sure any American taxpayer could ask for those O-ring maintenance records.
Think about how it is in like the military or even just with like a racing team or something. Like you build something and you say you're going to get this many uses out of it. It has to go on a maintenance schedule. You record like everything and yeah, all that stuff should be documented somewhere.
Yeah, even for our floor cleaning machines, like we have documents on that of when did we last change this or that, because it's the same thing. It has it has a odometer on it basically, and you get so many run hours or whatever off of it.
So many square feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's comical. I've been asking them for years. Trust me, if this information were out there, they'd be slapping it all over me. But there isn't.
You're saying we don't have the raw data once again?
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
It's a fucking shocker. You noticing a pattern here or what?
Yeah, there's a certain pattern of BS, shall we say.
Why are we never getting the raw data?
Because they don't have it. Just makes
So Winston's going to audit them.
It looks like Kosho probably has access to it, but doesn't want to share it. He just wants to show us what he wants to show us.
That should be the first audit. That should be the first audit.
Maintenance
Show us the O-ring maintenance records, please.
These guys are sitting here fighting that they don't even have to Flagging. Hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're good.
You heard? You heard? You can.
Yeah, do you assume when we don't talk over you that you're not being heard?
Yeah. How come no one's talking over me?
It's as easy as a 1, 2, 3. You guys heard that infomercial yet? Oh gosh, it bothers me. Yeah, we got you, Jeremy. What's up, bro?
I don't watch TV anymore.
No,
Yo,
this is like
why are
Pandora.
Yeah, I know. I hate fucking YouTube ads. Are killing me. I'm almost about to buy the ad-free shit. Because they spend a lot of money to manipulate you with those commercials. What you hear, what you see, like that's the biggest
Fuck yeah.
mind manipulation
Yeah, but
industry going is marketing.
Don't give money to Google, like to YouTube.
I'd rather to not see the ads though.
Yeah, no, there's
Pay your
actually I haven't used
The
it in a
ads are
while.
why. Ads is
But there's
why
like a
the ad.
third party thing that you can get where it's you can get the ad free. Basically, it's basically free YouTube Premium. Through it's like a third party thing though.
The ads are why I stopped watching television back in the day. For that, because the ads.
Yeah, I get you. I hate ads too. I pay for Spotify Premium, but at least it's not Google. You know.
Well, can you get it on the iPhone?
No, I'm on Android. I think the thing I was talking about for the free thing, I think it's Android only. I don't know if there's a iPhone version of it.
iPhone got their shit on lock. I'm seriously thinking about switching. But I don't know. Anyways.
Dude, if you get
Yo,
a new
isn't there all kinds of
YouTube
wire?
account every month, you get free YouTube Premium.
That's a
Is there a
No, it's not.
isn't there wires? Isn't there wires all over the outside of the ISS everywhere?
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why do you think there's wires all over the outside of ISS?
I don't know. I always see him doing shit, intricate shit. Let's see some
Yeah,
up
because it
close.
seems
Do
like
you
they
have any up
mounted
close?
everything. It seems like they mounted everything to the outside so that they could have some stupid spacewalk to be able to do anything to it.
Yeah,
Do
you
we
know
have
what the
any like
killer of this
photos?
is? How many wires are outside of a submarine?
How many
Put
wires
everything
are
on the
outside
inside so you can
of
get at it.
Just ask that question and it's game over. How many wires on the outside of a submarine?
They obviously are going to put everything inside so your guys can get at it. But let me just ask: Do we have any photos of the outside or like some nice pictures or video of the outside, the whole outside of this thing?
Real quick before someone answers, I just wanted to say that was a good comparison, but not necessarily an accurate one. Because when you're talking about a submarine, you're talking about pressure, external pressure imposing on the internal, where in this environment, it's the complete opposite.
We're aware. We're aware. Everyone's aware it's the inverse, man.
Right.
Yeah.
But you also
thanks for
gotta.
clearing
You
that
also
up.
gotta. I'm just making sure because, like, engineering.
We weren't
like the way we engineer things here, like in this environment, is always accounting for the opposite of what is experienced up there. So, like,
It's still a good analogy because either one has a very harsh environment on the outside of the thing that you want to avoid sending people into to service it.
That's the
Because we
point.
can
Yes.
survive in a vacuum.
Yeah, no,
That's the point. The environment.
So it's still not a good analogy.
You would obviously put all the wires and stuff where you could get at them and shit. But do we have any photos and pictures of the outsides? Maybe some video of the outside of this thing, like some good ones.
Yeah, there's 8-hour live streams every time they do a spacewalk. Just look up one of those.
Yeah, we gotta get see some wires. If you got wires and shit out there, like there's no way to. You got any wires, exposed wires anywhere, you're done. I mean, just this is like a baked potato wrapped in aluminum foil and just put it in that condition. Your shit's gonna
with a
get
rat's
fucked
nest of
up.
fucking wires, bro. Like, and here's these guys all fucking flying around through this thing all willy nilly, and there's wires everywhere, and no one's getting caught up and tripping, ripping
Oh, that's
fucking
on the
cords out of
inside.
the. Yeah, bro. But I'm just saying, man.
It literally looks like, I don't know, like a high school kid freaking set up his ran all the wires for his gaming PC, like just all willy nilly tangled spaghetti mess. Like these guys are supposed to be
You went to your
engineers. It should
friend's
be.
house. You brought your
Yeah,
Nintendo to your friend's house, and you got the wires all crazy.
yeah, and you got a couple surround sound systems with all the fucking wires for them all tangled in there, and just everything.
It is an absolute Mickey Mouse mess on the inside of that thing. I gotta say, Jesus. And they got water
It
flying
looks like a
around.
hoarder apartment. It looks like a hoarder apartment the way that they keep
You know,
the fucking thing.
they just be flinging water all over the place, like
Right.
crazy.
Having all those homosexual wet dreams and stuff just flying around. And anyways, sorry.
You get a drop of water
I bet
on
it smells like. I bet it smells like cat piss in there.
where they're not even in that thing.
Do things rust in space? There's a thing called hydrogen porosity or something like that. Do things rust in space due to high amounts of hydrogen? Like
You also have
ISS
not only do you have high amounts of it, you also have crazy temperature swings of it, because on the dark side it's going to be different than the light side.
Yeah, but then you got to decide what temperature is and kind of figure that
What's
out.
What's the gradient like on gas
Yeah, I
pressure
know,
inside that environment, that low G environment?
You said what's the pressure inside the ISS?
No. What's the gradient like within an environment inside that low G environment? Like, what's the gas pressure gradient like?
It's probably indistinguishable from the top and the bottom of the ISS on the outside. Probably.
The new thing is
the same.
No, I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying it's probably indistinguishable.
Indistinguishable. Like, I'm just wondering, like, are the lighter gases going to like evenly disperse amongst the outsides of the extremities of that internal capsule, or is it going to be like
I'm sure there's still
centralized?
What?
Oh, this would be like when you have a balloon.
It's going to be a lot less different.
Yeah, this would be like methane or helium gases, like lighter gases in comparison to like what's required for them to breathe. Like, how are they going to settle? Like undisturbed. Like,
yeah, theoretically, right? The lighter gases would want to go to the center of the thing, and the heavier ones stick to the walls, right?
yeah, something. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's got to be some sort of
Hold on. Do you know
a natural order that things are going to fall with?
Kosho, you know when you're in a car, balloon, something like that, right?
So what about a balloon in a car?
When you stop or press on the gas, the balloon goes a certain direction.
Yeah, when you accelerate the opposite direction, the balloon goes in the opposite direction. That's right, yeah. So when they're braking, for instance, and the balloon goes forward.
Yeah, because of the air in the car.
Or the balloon goes back or whatever, it goes the opposite direction.
They're always accelerating because they're going in a circle, right?
Yeah, but that's not this. Jesus Christ, dude.
Is the ISS accelerating?
Come on, Kosho.
Why don't you like that one?
Google can't keep up with the questions, or what, bro?
Dude,
this
is fucking 101 day. Every fucking thing you're saying is fucking fundamentally wrong, dude. Dude, it's acceleration, Jeremy. But what kind of acceleration is that? It's called centrifugal acceleration. Okay, that's the effect that you would be expecting. You wouldn't be expecting something like you're expecting in the Smarter Everyday video when he has the balloon in the car. Okay.
Centrifugal acceleration. That's when shit sticks to the walls, like in the gravitron.
That's right.
Yeah. So wouldn't there be like basically simulated gravity then, where everything is sticking to one outer wall, the one that's farther away from the Earth?
I don't see anything sticking to the walls up there.
Yeah. What would happen if you turned a gravitron on and you had to go around once every 92 minutes?
If something was floating in the air, I'd assume it would go towards one of the walls.
Okay.
Hopefully the outer one.
No. Say
again. Kosho?
What's that, dude?
I'm just saying they wouldn't have needed Velcro if this shit was real like thing.
Turns out they're orbiting the Earth in free fall. Okay, and they're going around once every 92 minutes. So
free fall isn't quite right though. Free fall would be like just linear. It would be a single direction. It's rotating.
Well, their direction down that they're traveling, they're accelerating at what 9.9 Gs towards the Earth, but they're also already traveling perpendicular to that. So their free fall speed.
Yo, hold on one second,
I
Coach.
mean, their free
Left
fall
lane.
acceleration is.
Hold on one second, Coach.
Yeah.
Left lane, you're hot again.
So they're in free fall, but they're also going around the Earth. So it's not you observe the
Spinning.
orbit. You observe the orbit.
It's double speak. Just because you guys have been saying it for years doesn't make it true. It's double speak.
They're free falling and they're going really fast. That's not double speak. Those are just two different directions.
Okay, so we're in ISS and we're accelerating.
It's like if Tom Petty and Marty McFly got together.
We got this.
Oh, right.
We got this gravitron thing going on, right? Centrifugal gravitron thing. You guys love that example.
Yeah, we got Tom Petty analogous for free fall, and then Marty McFly for his. Oh, go ahead, dude. Come on.
My mom and dad smoked a joint with Tom Petty. I was just gonna say. My bad.
That's
Go ahead,
awesome, dude. Fuck yeah.
I was trying to make the shit show Saturday happen, or it's Sunday, but you know, better late than never.
Let's hear about your free fall, Kosho.
Kosho, we got this centrifugal gravitron thing at the circus going on, right?
When you're at the circus, you don't get on a gravitron, dude. That would be stupid.
What's the thing where you stick to the
At
wall?
the fair.
What's the thing where you stick to the wall? Whatever kind of circus
Gravitron. It's not
fair,
a
goofy
circus,
stuff. Whatever, dude. The fair. Oh, you like the word fair better?
How about the wash machine, Kosho? Let's keep it, simple for the poor people.
Turn your washing machine on and make it go once every 92 minutes.
If I do put anything in the center there, eventually it's going to spin towards it's going to move towards the outer wall, right?
Prove it.
Like if you had a flat bottom or something.
Definitely prove it. Yeah, eventually it will have to. Like you have to agree with that, Kosho.
At what
Like
point
if I put a
is
ball,
centrifugal acceleration going to overcome the friction of, let's say, I don't know, a pencil? You put a pencil in the middle. It's sitting there in the washing machine. You turn it on so that it rotates once every 92 minutes. How long does it take for it to reach the outer wall? Or does it?
First of all,
use the
they're in a near
merry-go-round.
frictionless. First of all, they're in a near frictionless thing. It's just the air we're talking. Like if you leave something just sitting in the air, next to no friction, you're trying to roll a number 2 pencil with squared off edge. Come on, dude.
Put a marble not in the dead center of a merry-go-round. Make a perfectly smooth merry-go-round, and put a marble not in the dead center, but near the center. Which direction is it going to go? Even if it moves once every 90 minutes.
That's even too much friction than just leaving something in the air. So we're,
Yeah, we're getting it closer because a number 2 pencil's got like an octagon or some shit like that.
You couldn't have picked a big pen or something or a cigarette.
I wanted a marble. I wanted a marble that
He tried to use a die.
We got Kosho's mom in the middle, and we're playing Duck, Duck, Goose. We got 92 men going around in a circle at once a minute. How many times is she gonna? Oh, never mind. Go ahead, Kosho.
Jesus.
We're just trying to drive him nuts at this point. Like how many more circular things are there that move?
Kosho, seriously though, it's gonna eventually move towards the outer edge, right? It has to. It's near friction. I mean, come on. They're only moving through the, like if you set something in the air, it's only in air now. That's like the lowest friction, we can get for even regular use case. So you guys scared him off. Take it easy on Kosho. He gets beat up a lot.
I don't think ChatGPT can keep up with the demand, bro.
I think we just won.
It's over. Pack it up. Seriously though, shit would have to go to the outer wall, right? Whatever wall is away from the center point.
Kind of like when your second grade teacher spun a bucket of water around in a circle and then told you that was gravity.
Yeah.
They're teaching my kid that the rotation of the Earth causes the rotation of hurricanes.
Oh my god, dude! I saw a TikTok. The guy was on the equator. He's like, "This is so awesome. This was total globe promo shit." He's like, "This is so awesome." At the equator, they had a sink on a sink on either side. He's like, "The water drains one way on this side, another way on this side." They had like a line painted on the ground. I'm like, "Yo, this is fucking stupid." They Ben gave that water Coriolis bullshit up a long time ago.
Yeah, they're still spinning it off in one way or another. No pun intended.
So yeah, shit would have to go to the wall in that near frictionless environment they're in. I don't even know why you brought up friction. That don't help. It's air. You just set something in the middle there, and it's just the only friction it's going to have on it is the air. It's like nothing.
I'm just thinking because you got these astronauts in there passing gas. You know what I mean? Like how are they filtering that out if the pressure gradient within gas pressure would be different in that environment? Like how are they accounting for all that? And not just having this
All the
fucking
farts.
localized cloud of fucking just a death cloud of methane where people are passing out and shit, dude.
They
And they're
got
not knowing.
oxygen scrubbers and shit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume they would.
Some kind of
There
nerd
would have
shit.
to
I'm
be
sure
a
they got some nerd shit for that.
constant flow of the air within there passing through something. But
How do they clean how often do they clean the inside of that, and how do they go about it? Like, think of all the dead skin cells and dandruff and shit floating around in there.
They probably just change filters or something. It's probably just a filter change. You'd have to clean out yeah, I hear you though. You'd have to clean out the ducts and shit at some point, or you'd get some serious issues because they'd be having water flying around and shit in there. They're playing games with their apple juice, playing with their food like they're little kids. Why they
Yeah,
always do little kid
all those
shit?
women with
They were on
with
the
their
moon.
long flowing hair, or not really flowing, but you know what I mean. Like, you lose how many hairs follicles do you lose every day? Like, these women everybody should have shaved heads.
Yeah, you wouldn't send anyone to space with hair. You just
You
shave
put
their
it
head like a fucking space monkey.
yeah, or
No.
if they have hair, they'd have to wear a hair net.
Why they go up to space and do little kid shit? You got guys up on ISS playing with their lunches. They were fucking bouncing around the moon like little toddlers on the playground when they went to the moon. Like, why they always do little goofy kid shit when they go up there?
How does menstruation work in 0G?
oh god, that'd be horrible, dude.
Well, think about it. It wouldn't necessarily, because they wouldn't drip out. It would just be clinging to the walls of their freaking uterus.
Yeah.
Talk about feeling bloated. Kind of
You
disgusting,
can
I know.
always tell. You can always tell how they're faking it by the hair. The hair is actually a dead giveaway. You would think they would have just made sure everyone shaved their heads before they went up, because sometimes the girls will have the girls that have like medium length hair, they'll have it in like this straight perm all frizzed out, and it'll be like kind of like bouncy but not really like flowing around. And then other times the women's hair will be like free flowing and shit like you're in water. So I feel like they're faking it like They got some 0G shit going on they're using, and they have some wire harness shit that they got
Oh
going
yeah,
on.
they're doing it in multiple ways. They're
And
using.
you
They're
can tell.
using.
You could tell which way they're doing it by the women's hair, though. If there's a women with long hair in it.
Yeah, like the spacewalks, I think are probably done in the pool. You know.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about for
Stuff
the
on
inside.
on the inside. Yeah, they're using the 0G planes for sure. That's where their hair would be flowing, and then when it's permed, sprayed, they're just in some stationary freaking thing.
Wires or something. Yeah.
In some studio somewhere.
Because that was
probably
the lady. Remember the guy with the USMC shirt? In that video, she pointed to her hair as proof she was in space, but it was like this static kind of straight perm thing she had going on. Like it wasn't like
the hairspray shit. Yep. Look,
go
yeah,
ahead,
I'm in
Dice.
space.
Go ahead, Dice.
Oh, I was just saying they probably got a tunnel underground, kind of like an elevator shaft, that where they can just like drop these people for a limited time. And
yeah,
then,
me and Kosho were. Oh, go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, no, I was about the gist of it.
Yeah, me and Kosho were talking like, how long can they drop someone for? You know what I'm saying? Like, how high can they get to actually drop someone for? Because they got some things where it's like a few minutes of unedited footage. So
It's hard to say, man.
Well, that would be that would have to be on the 0G planes. Like that, you'd get the longest on that with the 0G planes. You're not going to be doing that with like some tower that reaches down into the earth. You might get some time out of that, but you're not going to get long enough.
how much can you get? How many minutes?
Yeah,
go
ahead. Go ahead, man.
How many minutes can you get out of the 0G shit? I think it's like 30 seconds or something. Could they have a modified one where they get one for longer?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't doubt that they have ways of going longer than what they tell us anyway.
Okay, what would you hypothetically like? What would be a way that they would do that, make those longer?
Well, when you're on a 0G plane, you get it going up and down, right?
You get it going up and down. That's right. The top of the
So
arc.
the whole from as soon as you start going up to as soon as you're done on the descent, you're getting it that whole way, right?
No, it's the other way around. It's when you hit the top of the parabola. So like it's actually like as it starts to level, it's going up, right? You're stuck to the ground of this thing or whatever, the wall. As it levels off, you start getting that 0G, and it can take that parabola. You get it for part of that and for the descent, and then you hit the wall again when you change direction again, level off again, and start going back up.
No, it's the whole top. It's the whole top of the hump. So the top of the hump up.
Draw a picture of it and put it in the chat, will you?
You can get it for more than just the top part of the hump. You could get it for the entire descent too. You just have it all would have to do with like how high the plane goes and how low it goes before it actually goes up again.
What about like like a gradual corkscrew type geometry where you're getting more meters, per second based on the longer like length at which it's traveling. Does that make any sense? It's not I guess it would be the overall
I know
length.
what you're trying to say. Like if it kind of turned over, like it banked over to its like to the banked over 90 degrees. Like somehow you might be able to. I don't think that would do it, but I think I know what you're trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah, like Kosho, what you said, where it's just the top part of the hump, like basically that leveling off on that parabola. No, it would be for that plus however long you were in descent, as long as you were descending fast enough.
Yeah, that's what
you
said when you said the top of the hump. So the whole top of the
Here
hump.
we go. We got the diagram now. Where does it start? In the blue part?
The blue part is where it is.
Whole fucking thing right there. Could you not just make that bigger?
Yes, you can make that bigger. How
big can you make it?
Question is, well, that's the question is how big. So that's 20 seconds. So you want it to be however long. Yeah, how long do you want it to be?
Yeah, how high and what shape? Like The parabola would
Give
have
me
to be, and what speed you would have to be going, because that's all into there also. So the speed of the aircraft, the height that it's doing this, like how big that parabola is. I'm sure
give
Kosho
me.
could do the math on it.
Hold on. What's hypergravity?
Looks like a little bit more than 1G.
Yeah, because you're.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
So it's more. Okay.
Yeah, you'd be
So
pulling G forces essentially, like when you're going into a bank turn on a racetrack.
all right. So make it high enough to go 6 minutes.
Okay.
No, come on. You were talking about they've got like 2-minute and 30-second cuts or something somewhere. That's
Bro,
like the
they might
longest
have
one.
like 6-7 minute cuts, bro. I'm not sure. They got this 60-second thing, or sorry, they got this hour-long ISS tour or some bullshit. There are some spots in there that look like maybe there's cuts, maybe there's not. I don't know. It looked like there might have been some 5, 6, 7 minutes. I don't know. That's why I don't know. Who knows? It's all about how high up you can get, because all you got to do is drop someone from really high up. You don't have to do this parabola thing. You can just go really high up.
We'll just reverse the math. How high can any of our planes go? Like, let's say they did it. What height does the SR-71 fly at? So just take the highest altitude that a plane that we know of can reach.
This is when it starts getting funny, because the highest planes are rocket planes, because planes can only go, where there's the atmosphere for them to use it. Rocket planes are the ones that can go higher because they use
So
rockets.
60 miles.
Rockets, so might as well not extend it to where rockets planes can go, but where rockets can go, and rockets can go to space.
So the Kármán line is 60
What about
miles.
What about the Red Bull space jump? Like, what about that sort of a distance?
Well, that's just a balloon. Planes can't regular airplanes can't fly that high.
Yep.
What's
the Kármán line?
That's not bad though. Let's use it. Let's say they could get a plane up to 128,000 feet.
Why are we not using the Kármán line? What's the Kármán line?
60 miles.
Okay, why are we not using that? What is the Kármán line? What does that mean? What's that arbitrary line for?
It's more of a political thing as far as I understand. It has to do with what is owned airspace by like a country. So like,
that's not it. Kosho, what's
No. Hold on.
Jeremy's trying to set us up.
You were right. It is arbitrary. So it's
not.
It's
Hold
not
on.
really.
Hold on. Kosho, what's the Kármán line for?
He knows what the answer is, Lou. That's why he's doing this. You tell us, Jeremy.
Tell him. No, you tell us. I don't know. This is your model. You tell us.
You know it. You do know it.
You tell us. I don't even know.
Neither do I. Let's leave it at that.
You don't know what the Kármán line?
Let's leave it at that.
It's the edge of space. It's where the vacuum begins. That's it.
That was funny.
He's using the definition because it relates to something to do with aerospace, like something. It has something to do with usable air or something like that. But airplanes can't use that, so it doesn't matter.
No, you don't. Do you know? We don't know what the definition. I'm about to Google it right now.
Okay.
With the Kármán line, why is it that point? Let's see. Hold on. Let me get the Google machine up. I wish Chemo was here sometimes. We put it on a big screen for you.
What, are you serious now, Jeremy? You don't know this stuff?
Shout out to Chemo.
You don't know this stuff?
What
You're
the
going
Kármán line is.
down to top 11.
I know what the Kármán line is. I want to get a good definition. I know what the Kármán line is. I want to get a good definition. Why is it the Kármán line? Here we go. Ready? I'm on this little cell phone. I need a.
Yeah, it sucks for your phone, man.
Yeah, bro, this is tough. I'm looking up citations on this little ass iPhone screen. All right, you ready? You ready? I got it up though. The Kármán line is an attempt to define a boundary.
Research something. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, ready? The Kármán line is an attempt to define a boundary between Earth's atmosphere and outer space. It offers a specific definition set by the Federation Aeronautic something. I don't know. It's a French word. An international record-keeping body for aeronautics. Hold on, that's not even a good definition.
Okay, here we go.
You know why they named it that.
Kármán line is named.
Stop playing.
This one might help. but it won't. But it says the Kármán line is named for Theodor von Kármán. He's an engineer from Hungary and physicist who was active in aeronautics and astronautics. In 1957, he was the first person to attempt to calculate a theoretical limit of how altitude of airplane flight. So it's possible.
Oh, Lou was actually right a little bit there, though. Look.
Yeah, I know. You should have let me finish.
My bad.
Because it has to do with owned airspace and if a country is above the Kármán line with anything, what they call satellites, satelloons, anything like that, what could be used as a spy device or anything like that, it's not actually owned like that space above, say, the U.S. Let's say China flew their balloon over the Kármán line over the United States. We cannot by any legal means take that thing down because we don't own that airspace.
See, the Glovers for years. Well, the Glovers for years have been telling me it's where you can't achieve lift anymore.
Well, no,
Yes.
that was originally. That's what I'm saying. According to this Kármán guy, that sounds like that's the original, determination of what it was. But obviously, planes can't go that high, so it's not what it's determined as. So, I don't know what to
Did you know that the Americans have a different, so to speak, Kármán line? In other words, for the Americans, if you fly over 50 miles, I believe it is, you get your astronaut wings.
Bro, listen.
Where the international community spaces at 60 miles. So understand that there's two definitions of space.
No, listen. You don't even need to worry about it. You're letting fucking balloons fly in our country, all right? You're worrying about 50 miles.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here. Let me just read this, just so it's clear. This is Kármán himself. He's just saying, where space begins can actually be determined by the speed of a space vehicle and its altitude above Earth. Consider, for instance, some fucking plane who was flying a rocket plane. It flew 2,000 miles per hour at 126,000 feet, about Felix Baumgartner's height. At this altitude and speed, aerodynamic lift still carries 98% of the weight of the plane, and only 2% is carried by inertia or Kepler force. But at 300,000 feet, 57 miles up, this relationship is reversed because there's no longer any air to contribute lift. Only inertia prevails. This is certainly a physical boundary where aerodynamics stops. So actually, you know what? Because I was thinking about that 300,000 feet, and that's how high rocket planes can go. And 57 miles is just below the Kármán line. So might as well just use that. Not.
So who's right? Who's right? The Americans or the rest of the world? Who's right on this one?
It doesn't matter who's
Who
right.
is correct?
2 miles is the same thing for what anybody cares to. It doesn't matter.
10 miles is the same thing? You really think that? In latitude and altitude? You really think 10 miles is trivial?
I thought it was 60 and 62. What is it?
No, it's 50 and 60. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're way off the rails. Who has it right on the Kármán line thing? How high can they get you to? How long can they drop you for to get that free fall effect?
I'm gonna let you know what the fucking parabola has to be. Give me a fucking second.
Well, or it could just be straight drop. They could be doing straight dropping something. So let's not rule that one out either.
You might want to rule that one out.
Well, considering that, like, do they have to drop them at full speed?
Yeah.
In order to have that effect, or can they kind of like drag it along to kind of like help extend it, like to create that full duration that we're.
Well, the thing about just doing a straight vertical drop is that would work, but you can extend that by using the arc of the parabola also. You'll get more time doing it the way Kosha was talking about.
So to go and free fall for 6 minutes, you need to spend 6 minutes free falling outside the atmosphere. Just to be clear. So you might want to rule that one out.
We need to get this low gravity thing for 6 minutes going, yeah. How high do we, how is it doable or what's up?
Give me a second.
You're saying you get more bang for your buck in this parabola type thing, Will?
Yeah.
You will, except for you might lose a little bit at the bottom too, though, because a plane can't like reach the floor. You know what I mean? It's gotta turn back upwards at a pretty
anything.
pretty high height, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna lose some there, but you're gonna gain at the top of that arc. And I don't know what speed of any plane Kosho is going to use to figure out this parabola. If you have a plane that can go faster than what he's using, you could extend
Make it last
arc
longer.
Longer, yeah.
So what speed we using here? Let's pretend they can get up 60 miles, and you can go stupid fast.
Why would a faster plane be better?
I don't know.
Well, because it'll be able to make that turn for longer of a time. Like it'll be able to do, in your parabola diagram that you showed, it could be a wider parabola, like that would extend your time at the top of it.
So speed is not going to extend the parabola. The distance itself that it has to travel in that parabola is going to be the same regardless of the like for the speed. The speed's irrelevant because
it's distance based.
No, I'm pretty sure it would. Man, I'm pretty sure it would.
The size of the parabola is going to be consistent regardless of the speed, and the size of the parabola is going to dictate what the speed has to be to.
Well, no, because not necessarily. That's only for a downward vector. Like if you had enough G-force flying in one direction, and you had something internal, right? Like let's just say you had a plane that was flying parallel to the surface, right? And it was flying at such a speed, and something internal within that plane could oscillate, countering the force of Earth's gravity by the G-forces within that plane,
like thrust,
and create that effect.
Okay,
so you're saying when it's 1.5 Gs in hypergravity, you would also get the zero gravity thing, or what? What?
So what's the upward?
What I'm saying to Kosho about a faster plane.
I know.
So like, you see your diagram that you put at 339 or 39 minutes after the hour? Right. Like if you have a faster plane, see where it's initiated there. It says at, what is that, 47?
Yes.
I can't tell, 47 degrees. Yeah, that's where it'll be initiated. But like however many degrees that is, that's gonna like the amount of time between the start and the finish of that will become lengthened if you are going at a faster pace and you widen that arc.
Okay, so what is the speed at the top of the arc going to be in the upward direction? When the plane's at the top of the thing, what's the speed going to be at the upward direction? I'll just tell you.
You're saying like for figuring it out mathematically, like theoretically,
it's just going to be zero. And it's going to accelerate on the opposite side of the arc, identically to how it decelerated on the other side. That's why it's a pair. That's why it's symmetric.
Hold on. When is the plane speed going to be zero?
At the top, upwards at the top of the arc. The upward speed of the plane, the upward speed.
Yeah, so at the peak of it, it essentially stalls for a second, right? And that's kind of what you're saying.
Direction, yes. So going back down, it's going down at the same rate that it's speeding up downward at the same rate that it sped up upwards, right? So the they're going to be consistent regardless of how fast it got up there.
All right, bro. How much distance do we have to go then for this or how high or whatever? What do we need? More height or more distance?
Okay, listen. The speed that you're going upwards is going to dictate the length of the parabola. So, or the length of the time that you're going to be in that portion of the parabola. So, give me a second.
Correct. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
That's what Lou was just saying that you fought him on.
No,
dude, what the fuck is wrong?
Listen, I'm telling you that fact of it, that's going to be the thing that you have to figure out is what is the size of that parabola. Okay.
Let's pretend we're doing this on an SR-71 Blackbird and make this thing as big as possible. How much time can we get?
You need it for 180 seconds, and so that's what I'm trying to determine is what the size of the parabola has to be to achieve that 180 seconds. So give me a second.
Bro, that's only 3 minutes. That's good. We'll do 3 minutes for now.
That's still a long time.
Yeah, we'll do 3 minutes for now.
Hold on, I didn't mean 180.
Just do 3 minutes.
I didn't mean 180 seconds. I meant 18 times the length of this probably.
Do 3 minutes.
You said 6 minutes.
Just
Yeah,
do
I think
3 minutes.
like the longest cut that anybody's found on any of these is like 2 minutes and like around 2 minutes and 30 seconds approximately, somewhere around there.
No.
Well, they got the hour-long ISS or whatever,
Me and Gio watched it, and he says there's 6 cuts throughout. I won't buy it, but the longest
there's
one
places where you could
6 minutes.
Dude, there's places where you could do cuts. Did you ever see that movie
I know.
that has no cuts in it?
You're exactly. I know. That's what me and Gio were talking about, and that's why we were looking for scenes that were that you couldn't even do that in. And I think the longest one we saw was like 6 minutes. There's the whole thing has literally like 1 or 2 actual cuts.
Fine. But how high up or how much distance or how fast we got to be going, whatever the fuck it is it doable? If we can get up 60 miles and go stupid fast, or like what do we got to do to get 6 minutes here?
I'm in the middle of okay. That's what I'm doing. Dude. Just don't ask me anything else.
Yeah, you can't punch the math while we're arguing with him.
Don't let him get back to us 2-3 minutes. We'll have this
argue amongst ourselves for a minute, or just talk shit about Kosho. Don't respond, Kosho.
So if you can get up that high, like let's say you do have. I mean, I wouldn't even say we know what they have that can be up there. They might have something, some dope ass shit we don't even know about. I don't know. I don't think anyone here knows all the technology the fucking government has. So, despite what the Globers think, you got dudes that think they know what happens in every fucking room.
Given the Blackbird came out in like the 70s and everybody's known about it for all this time, you know that they have something that kicks its ass.
Yeah, dude, they probably got some crazy shit. So whatever. I mean, I don't know. I want to see. I don't put a cap on shit when it comes to the sky. Like I don't know. Maybe they can get stupid high and drop someone from, miles up or something. I don't know.
If you were the government and high ground is number one thing in military, and
right to the moon, baby.
Yeah, okay,
right to the fucking moon, dude.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate high ground. But I mean, realistically, wouldn't you put something or someone or a camera on a balloon and just the simplest way to reach high ground?
Yeah, the Chinese government did that, and then you let it fly into our country. Nice fucking work.
Yeah, okay, right. Well, I can't help how squeamish our freaking government is, bro. We couldn't shoot it down. I mean, yeah, you're the mighty Americans. We know that.
Like, it don't matter what Canada got their Kármán line set at. You can't even get there.
Bro, you guys got a different Kármán line. Your Kármán line is at 50 miles. And the rest of the world is at 60.
And again, it's a political thing. Like, we're supposed to, things like NORAD and shit are supposed to automatically shoot unidentified craft out of the sky that are inside of your airspace. And we don't do that, clearly, for 9/11 or balloons. Might as well make the Kármán line 40,000 feet.
Didn't the first shot they took, they missed the balloon?
That was the second or third one. That was the one over Lake Huron that they said they took down.
So, Jeremy, I wouldn't be bragging, huh? You missed that shooting down a balloon.
Okay, at least we shot it, though, bro. You guys just let it fly right into our fucking country, dude.
If we had that missile, we would have shot it down too, but we don't have it, bro.
I'm just saying, man. You let it float right into our shit.
No,
That could have been anything,
hold on.
dude.
There was the second one. The United States took down over Canada because Canada called the U.S. and said, "Can you guys please help us take this balloon out? We don't have the capability."
I know, we're a bunch of wimps over here. There's no question about that. Definitely.
Hey, you're out there using fucking snowblowers. I know.
There's no question that the American military is far superior than the Canadian military. There's no question about that. Than any other country, really, if you think about it. But why are you guys so lazy at 50 miles though of the Kármán line? I don't get it. All the other countries could go 60.
Oh, that's so that they can give people astronaut wings and medals that they can brag about without actually going anywhere.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past that they might be able to get higher than that. Like they might be able to drop someone from 200 miles and get this 6-minute free fall thing. Who knows? It doesn't look like it from the trajectory of their fucking rockets, but nonetheless.
No, but think about it, bro. We know that balloons could go up. We know that they can float, right? We've known this for over 100 years. If you're the military, wouldn't you find the strongest material, fill it up, attach a cylinder that you can put pressure on it, and put a man or a camera up there? I mean, that's a no-brainer.
But they can leave balloons up for a while now, but I don't think there's anything that can stop the helium or hydrogen loss. No matter what you do, some of them are double line. They use double line ones. Like they can keep them up there for 6 months or something
They're using
crazy.
Like something like that for the ones that they're showing us. But like what about making a dirigible out of carbon nanotubes, the strongest and lightest material known to man?
Something, yeah. I just want to see what this height is or speed or distance. I don't even know what we need for this fucking parabola thing, but how high would you have to go up to drop for 6 minutes?
Kosho's working.
You would have to go. Yeah, I told you. You need to go above the Kármán line, above the atmosphere.
Okay.
You need to go above the atmosphere an extra 100 miles.
So if we get 100 miles, 150 miles, we could drop for 6 minutes. Okay. There's your cut. There's your cuts right there.
There you go.
There's all your cuts. 150 miles.
So if you go up to where the ISS is, basically.
Well, a little under it.
A little bit under the ISS. You should be able to achieve that.
Almost halfway. A little more than halfway.
More than halfway, yeah.
Or you can do it in a studio.
No, this is something.
You would need to be a free fall to do this in a studio.
Yeah, you got to be free falling for this. Though some of it is shot in a studio. I do.
No, you don't. You can be on wires.
That's also assuming that you would think that you would be able to catch their cuts and editing and stuff. They might have really good software for that we're just not seeing the cuts.
Oh yeah, they're using augmented reality, I think. Like
well, they admit using that. Like have you seen the ISS one where they have like a little puppet or stuffed animal thing that they just make vanish like magic? Yeah, that's using that blue screen shit that they got with the grid on it. It's augmented reality with the grid for the spatial. It was what did you say? What stream?
No, they said the blue. You talking about the blue screen?
Blue screen. Yeah, the blue screen with the white grids on it.
Why would you need that in CGI? Why would you use that?
Guys, when they do it in the movie.
No way. Go to Kosho is here. Nice one. Hello, bud.
Thank you, buddy. Why would you use that in
How you doing?
CGI? To make a green screen or whatever. What would we do?
No, that's for the augmented reality. So they also have augmented reality contact lenses that aren't available to the public yet, but they've been out for quite some time.
Yeah, they are.
They're just too expensive. They're just too expensive to give to the public yet. Like they're not. It's not practical. But my guess is that the actronauts are wearing those augmented reality contact lenses so that they can then interact with something that isn't actually there, and then the feed can be given to us artificially.
My God. First of all, that scene that she did was not in front of the blue screen. That blue screen is a thing that they do for the same channel.
How do you know that there's not a blue screen behind her and that the background's not fake?
Because that's what I was asking. What's the blue screen for? And what you're basically saying it's used for is it's like a green screen.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing, but it's the reason for the grid. The reason for the grid is for them to track the spatial like recognition of like where things are, so it tracks properly.
That is 100% correct.
That's part of augmented reality.
That's what it's used for. Not in augmented reality though.
Yeah, the grid would show up in a blue screen situation.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it's something. It's not exactly the same as blue or green screen technology. It's something more advanced than that, but it's similar.
Okay, well, it turns out there's nothing that exists that's like that. We can invent one right now, and it maybe could work if we put it together. But in reality, usually
you're just saying it doesn't exist because you don't know of it.
Right? Exactly. I don't know of it. You don't know of it. Nobody knows of it. So bioparticle
Well,
particles. Yeah.
you seen like the clip where there was like a tour going on at NASA, and you saw that exact screen in the background, right? Like,
Yes.
yeah.
Yep. Because that guy
Yeah,
was
but
part of that.
George Herbert Walker Bush was being walked around in a wheelchair. Do you
Yeah.
remember that?
It turns
So
out
I'm
every
What's
thinking
it
that,
called?
and it's
Chroma.
obvious. It's
What's it?
obvious, and
every
that's
time they
what's fuel
do
for
those,
Kosho to come in and defend an obvious
every
sort of
time they
declaration.
do
Go ahead, though.
lessons
Go
for
ahead.
kids that are scientific lessons, and they're doing different scenarios, demonstrations, and stuff, they do it in front of that blue
What's
screen.
that screen called?
It's like
Chroma key.
what?
What's that grid called? Chromo key or something?
Yeah, I think it is related to Chroma Key anyway. Like, yeah, that's the same thing. I mean, my Logitech webcam for my computer has Chroma Key though. You know, like I'm sure they got something way more advanced than my Logitech.
Yeah, I know, but that's it's for the kinematics of what they're displaying to the kids or whatever. They're doing little scientific demonstrations, and that's exactly what it's for.
Hey,
But
Jeremy, did you
it's not
promote Kosho
for
to the go-to
anything
man?
that
Any
will make
problems? Any
people
questions at all? Go to
feel
Kosho.
competitive.
Coach, what is scientific about faking stuffed animals on the ISS?
Well, they don't do that in front of the blue screen, Lou. So
How do
that's
they do that then?
not Lou. That's not related to what we're talking about at the moment. That's something different for kids, not necessarily scientific.
Why is
But
it always to ooh and ah and amaze children?
that specific thing, that's the mascot of that
That's
kid.
what all of the ISS shit is. None of it's geared towards adults.
Yes, it is. What are you talking about,
You
dude?
got the NORAD satellite
You're
Santa
a
Claus
man child who gets
tracker.
off on
Dude, come on, you guys are really exhausting me, man. I mean, honestly,
Going
What's wrong,
overboard.
Kosho? What's wrong? You don't seem to have the same problems with the same things as the rest of us do. What's wrong? What's going on?
Pete, I'm going to start saying nasty things to you, dude, and it's not going to be well for me. So just
Oh.
last night you left us in a very nice place, Pete. You said the loving things and
Yeah, what did I come back and say now? I'm just asking you to use the same critical eye with the stuff that's presented. Do you not think it's obvious, as we saw George Bush being rolled through in his wheelchair, the setting, and there was a blue screen in the backdrop? I thought that was obvious. Of course, everyone's going to jump at it immediately and say, well, look, space is fake. But they wouldn't have shown us that unless they
right.
wanted us to see that. And now you'll have a go-to response
What you need to observe,
play.
what you're talking about, is a third eye, an eye I don't have, or maybe I once had. That most people, it's not a beneficial eye; it's a detrimental eye that sees things that have no reason to be there. So it's true that the president,
Are you giving me
it's
the
true that the
evil eye right
president and
now?
his son, it's true the president and his son were both presidents. It's true that they probably visit NASA. It's probably true that people take pictures of them all the time. So there being a picture of George Bush in a wheelchair at NASA is not shocking to me. It's also true that if they're at NASA and there's a screen showing what they're doing at NASA in the background, that there's going to be astronauts in it. That's not shocking to me.
Yeah, but then it also matched up perfectly. What was going on back there matched up perfectly to another feed that faked the person on the ISS.
Yeah, but why do they have footage of people using that screen for scientific demonstrations?
Well, this is my point, isn't it? Can I make my point to Kosho? I'll take a
Why would
break
be
then.
used to
Can I make my
also show
point?
scientific demonstrations?
Kosho, can I make my point here? So there's many layers to the onion. The point is that it's sort of like candy for the conspiracy crew, you know, with the internet and all that and all the different conspiracies. And suddenly then we're going to cling to it, and there'll be many different fucking discussions and topics opened up on this because all the flat earthers or whatever conspiracy crew will say, look, they're faking it via blue screen, but you'll have a different explanation, which of course I've heard. But the point is that there's many layers, and if that was a real representation, we would never get to see it. We were obviously being fed something, so there's different layers beyond that, and that's all.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Pete. There, that's most likely what it is, but it's also possible that they're just they didn't expect there to be the camera to catch that, and they didn't, sure they could have tried to scrub it later, but maybe it just didn't get caught, or they didn't think that we would catch it. You know what I mean?
That's a possibility, but here's my conclusion on the matter is that they want you to declare that space is fake completely and forget about all the things that they have in motion up there, taking advantage of the ether winds and the lack of atmosphere That's what I think is going on here more specifically. Many different layers to the onion. Karl Rove said, George Bush's right-hand man, said that no matter what level you think you're at, that he was talking to me and you as conspiracy people, we're 7 layers ahead. Go look it up if you want. So that's all I'm saying. We got to be Sherlock Holmes here. It's an obvious is obvious.
Yeah,
Kosho is obvious.
like I said, for the most part, I agree with you. Like they have to be better than that. Yeah, they like the whole reason these whole recent years, like with Trump and with Trump and Biden and it like and some of the other antics that have gone on within government, the failures like this Chinese balloon and all this stuff. They want you to think that they're completely inept. That somebody, if they're that bad, how could they ever fake something so good?
They want conspiracy people to think that they're smart. This is my point. Of course, we are smart relatively, but everyone is smart. Proper context for our thinking, a proper emergency situation, I guess, we can all become the best there ever was. But the point is that, yeah, if there's deeper layers, you don't make it to these levels unless you have massive levels of, it's not even intelligence, it's sort of insider knowledge as well. So you're let into a greater schematic in a sense. Do you know what I mean? And yeah. Imagine. Okay, I'll just say this. Imagine if I could subdue you. The best way I could do it was by making you think you were smart, and you've discovered something that the vast majority of other people haven't, and you spend your time then convincing them, even though I delivered that clue or that hint to you. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
It's a huge psychological operation, like a psyop against you. Yeah, they want you to think you're super smart while feeding you the shit to make you think that, and also making you think that they're very stupid.
Right, exactly. And the whole point is here, a 14-year-old, a dog with a ballad up his arse can spot NASA fakery. It's been made so obvious. So obviously, as we understand, there's higher minds in play. Come on, don't underestimate the enemy. Like Sherlock Holmes, you are Sherlock Holmes in a sense. If you're a truther, you're on a truthful path, and you have to identify who your Moriarty is. Kosho is a good candidate, I should think, for your biggest hurdle. I think so.
What? Just give me a second.
Taking away from you, of course, Kosho. I love you, bud.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this fucking thing, dude. Just give me a second.
Real though, we have to get real.
Yeah, we need a 6-minute. We need a 6-minute free fall, Coach. How high we got to get? 150 miles. Okay, 150 miles. I remember now. All right.
I'd also like to see you. I'd also like you to see if you just used the speed and altitude of the Blackbird. How much time could you get out of a plane like that?
With a parabola,
isn't the Blackbird a rocket plane?
That's a good question too, because if it makes it better, if you actually get more, more bang for your buck, yeah, you probably wouldn't have to go as high or something, right?
Right. Yeah. Like if you hit the top of that arc going faster, you could level off for longer and then drop for longer also because you go at such a high altitude.
This could be just a speed distance thing now, yeah, instead of a height thing. You get up to where the Concorde or something above it. What's this SR-71 thing?
Blackbird. That's again.
I know a guy that used to refuel
old technology, but yeah, I think they say it goes up to what, like, I mean, they don't even disclose its actual height, like altitude, but what is it, like 80,000 feet that they tell us, something like that?
85,000.
85.
I know a guy that used to refuel those planes, right?
Yeah, no comments.
That's your boy.
Yeah, he's my boyfriend.
That's your boy.
That's right, dude. He's my lover.
No, it's your boy.
Peyton Asher is my fucking gay lover. That's right.
All right, we are all fired up today, Coach. So relax.
Yeah, I am a little. Dude, you guys are fucking exhausting, man.
It is exhausting.
It's working. Eventually, he's gonna leave.
Yeah.
We don't want to chase Coach off. He's my Google guy. He's my number one Google guy.
I need to go spend time with my girlfriend, dude.
Tell her I said holler back.
I'll tell her holler back. That's the first thing I'm gonna say to her.
No, not until you reverse the math for the Blackbird.
Tell her Jeremy said. You know,
How
say
long could
Jeremy,
we
that's
get with
how
something like the Blackbird, and then go spend time with your girlfriend? Let her slap you around for a little while.
All right, hold on. Hold on.
I mean, I in my mind, I already have this all figured out. But yeah. I mean, if you don't have to go as high and you could just go a distance, that's that's another way they could fake them free falling for 7 minutes, or them being in microgravity for 7 minutes doesn't prove they're on an ISS orbiting Earth.
So then, what the fuck is the point, dude?
Well, Lou wants to know. Lou wants to
Yeah,
know how
yeah,
much
yeah.
to get out of the Ark.
Just trying
I'd
to
like to know
compare.
too, honestly. Yeah. If you don't have to go 150 miles up and you get away with going maybe only 60 miles up, that'd be interesting.
You know what would be useful? Just to learn the calculus yourself, and
I
possibly
told you to ignore us.
not only would that answer this question, because it would answer this question, but it would also possibly answer a lot of other questions that come up that you might have that might make you think differently about the paradigm you currently have. Okay.
Oh, you think this is gonna turn us into Glovers?
No, not me figuring this out for you, but you being able to figure this out for yourself. It might help you answer other questions that may also alleviate this. They're not going to be nasty.
Math ain't gonna help, Kosho. Math doesn't dictate reality. It's a descriptor. I don't need to know how to do the math to know if it makes sense or not.
Okay. Actually, it does. Okay.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. I just need to know what the numbers are.
Let's pretend like somebody just told you, let's just make the parabolic arc bigger so they can do free fall for longer. Would you not need to know math to be able to figure that out?
Yeah, that's where you come in. Do it up.
That's what I'm saying, dude. So yeah, math does help.
Yeah, math helps, but math itself on its own is not reality. Like it's only a descriptor of reality. It's a tool.
That's right.
Listen, if I learn how to do the math, what are we going to need the nerds for then?
You wouldn't. That's the point, man. That's the point. If you knew how to do medical science on yourself, you wouldn't need doctors anymore. Okay.
2 years with a heart surgeon. 2 years, day in, day out, 40 hours a week. He could show me how to do fucking heart surgery. I wouldn't need to go to school for anything.
Right. And if you knew all the laws, you wouldn't need a lawyer because you could pass.
We're in Mexico. We're in Mexico or something.
I don't think that's true. I don't think knowing the law is really what gets the job done, and with all that, it's more about who you know. It's
He's just saying because it's illegal to do it, and
yeah, you can't.
That's why we're in fucking. We're in
the bar?
Argentina or something, or something, dude.
If you
We're in
pass,
the Amazon rainforest.
okay, what? Why?
2 years with an open heart surgeon, doing open heart surgeries day in, day out. Him describing it as he's teaching me. I'd be doing open heart surgery after that. No school, no math,
Exactly.
nothing.
Sure, but you don't understand that lawyers and doctors, they have the same setback. Like it takes the same setback between them and normal people, and that's learning the collection of prior examples. It's basically what they have. They have all the prior examples cataloged or memorized, and so they know what to do when new things come up. That's
and they keep that information to themselves in their own little circle. You have to pay for the degree to be able to get that knowledge, right?
That's right. That's why. I mean, that makes sense. That's the only reason why they would be valuable, and so they're going to make it so that they are the only ones who have that value. Of course, yeah. But I mean, honestly, learning anything it takes skill. So yeah, you're required to also learn those same things. But I bet you will have AI lawyers before long, before too long.
Yeah, watch out, all you white collar people. You're all gonna get fucking replaced sooner than the blue collar.
I don't know about that.
Kosho's on his way out right now. I got Kosho. How's that Chat GPT thing working?
It's going great, actually. So the reason I was going to study math and physics at school, and then I switched it to computer science because I could see where the world was headed, and learning to, you know, being the mediator between machines
Dude.
and people is not going to go away. So being able to program computers is
A
not going
lot.
to go away.
No, there might be some jobs that are still available, but literally the AI, that's one of the things that's already like one of its best attributes is that it can write code faster and easier than people.
No, it can write code that people tell it to write. That's true. I use it all the time to write
Yeah.
code. That's true.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to replace most of that entire industry.
Well, no, it's going to replace the people who. It's going to replace anybody who's replaceable, like people whose jobs can easily be done by something else or automated. Or
Anyone who writes code. Doesn't this chat
anyone who
GPT
writes
thing write
code.
code?
Anyone who
Yeah.
writes code
Yep.
that is like remedial, or that you're just basically getting them to do.
What happens when the AI starts
mundane
writing code that starts writing code and keeping it secret from you, where it's got its own code that only it understands and that you can't do anything about it?
How would it do that?
What do you mean? How would it do that?
Why would it do that? Why would it ever do that? Why would that ever happen?
Would it be
Fucking Terminator shit, bro. Skynet.
I know
Inevitable.
that. I understand that. What's his name?
I mean, think of the example that might have been bullshit, but the example where that they gave us, that they fed to us about the Facebook chat bots that started creating their own language and talking to each other. Why did they do that?
Because they've had a fundamental flaw in them. That's it, and it did something very useful.
The flaw being that they wanted to be secretive away from humans.
No, that they did something that we couldn't comprehend. That's
yeah,
that's
what I'm saying.
There's no longer any use
AI
for
is the most dangerous thing we could possibly invent at this point, almost.
No, it's not.
Yes, it literally is. Even Elon, your boy, don't make me pull out Elon Musk quotes on you, because even he knows it.
Yeah,
everyone that fucks with AI knows it's the most dangerous thing we could possibly invent.
Elon Musk, the reason why he started and helped fund or helped start OpenAI is so that artificial intelligence was
it's because he's an open transhumanist who wants to merge man with AI, merge with the machine.
So that the public, so it wasn't controlled by secret, like Google or something like that. Like he wanted it to be open source to the public, because the fears of it is not that the AI is going to fucking take us over. It's that people are going to use it.
Yeah, that's what he said. But the truth is that he's a transhumanist, and he also has stock in trying to get people to take his neural lace and shit like that. He openly talks about our only chance against AI is to merge with it.
So you think that he's both afraid of AI's capabilities?
Yeah, what he says openly. No, I don't think he's actually both.
You keep doing this, man. Like every time I start saying anything, you start talking.
I don't think he's actually both. I can stop you before the straw man starts, right?
Okay, but Jeremy's saying the other thing that you're saying, so you should argue with him instead. You guys argue against each other. I'm going to work on this thing.
Let's have it out, Lou. What's your argument?
All right. So, actually, it is with Kosho. But we'll just talk about him. We'll just talk
Good,
about
I'll battle it out with you. Let's go.
Yeah.
What do you got?
All right. So, Elon Musk with his warnings about AI, like that's for the fanboys. That's for the public. That's part of the scheme. That's the fear mongering that he puts into place in order to sell what he's selling, the neural lace or the neural net, where he openly talks about trying to merge with the AI in order to be our only resistance against it, basically, because otherwise it's going to leave us in the dust behind it. It's going to find us obsolete. So that's from Elon Musk. It's not that he's actually afraid of the AI. I mean, we could just choose not to create it. No, he's for it. He's a transhumanist, and his goal is to get all humans merged with machine.
Yeah, this whole thing's a straw man. Either I don't care if he's with it or against it or whatever. He just said it's the most dangerous thing we could fucking invent. It's mad dangerous.
But he's also one of the guys inventing it. Like he's behind it.
I think Google already has it, honestly. Google is doing exactly what an AI would do. Get all the information, right?
Oh yeah,
Like right off the rip,
they have the
you
head
want
start
all
on
the
everybody.
information.
Yeah, they have the head start on everybody. They've been working on it since when did Google take over Yahoo? Like I was still in high school at that fucking time. God, so late '90s, like Google pretty much
Yeah.
came out and destroyed Yahoo.
What is the first thing an AI would do, right? It would get all the information, right? Wouldn't that be like the smartest move? Because
And
just get all the information you can.
and they also made it so that I mean they would also use trickery. Like at first, they some what's the right word? Essentially claiming that like things that were open source, like Google, like a lot of stuff is open source, like and saying that it's like that's for to make them more trustworthy. Like you can see what
Wait,
they're doing. You know,
hold on. Who told you Google was open source?
not all of it.
Well,
It's
hold
not
on.
completely open source, but no, a lot of this stuff was like
Turns
it's
out it's
kind of
not.
changing in the beginning. In the beginning, no, it was. Weren't they big proponents of open source stuff? I don't know if Google itself was open source, but big proponents for it.
Hold on.
Like a lot,
Does
like
anyone have
all this stuff was like .org and shit like that in the very beginning.
Does anyone have more information than Google right now on Earth?
Yes.
Who?
Wait. Information about what? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, just information about the world we live in.
Okay, so what Google has is a wealth of information about people. Probably every person that like every average person in at least America, let's say, Google has like a profile that's probably more extensive than any that person has on themselves, and probably knows more things about that person than that probably they do about themselves. Like not going on in their head or whatever, maybe even going on, maybe psychological even, but they have a profile for every single person.
Yeah.
And that, like I said, that also depends on how much you use it and what protections you take against that. There's easy ways to protect against that, but
Let me finish what I was saying there.
Go
So
ahead.
maybe I said the wrong thing about open source. Like not that it was open source, but they made a huge effort to try to gain the trust of everybody, and it worked wonders for like 20 fucking years or 15 years, let's say. It's not until recent years where people started to distrust Google. Otherwise, everybody was like, Google's the greatest thing in the world. Like, I'm going to hand over everything.
People still do that, and there's people who
Yeah, most people still do, but now finally a lot of people are waking up to it when they see that all of the creepy shit that's coming out of it. Like they're trying to de-Google everything.
There's not that much
What's the relationship between
easy
Google
ways
and
to
you,
protect
Kosho?
yourself.
What?
Go ahead, Peter
What's the
Shea.
relationship between Google and the man, Kosho? Ultimately, this is what it comes down to, isn't it?
What's the difference between Google and man? Is that what you just asked?
No, I said, what's the relationship between Google and the user of Google? I think this is what it comes down to ultimately. Remember, though, if you're on a computer, everything, if push comes to shove, all of your information, all of your history, everything you've ever done over the internet or through Google is recorded. It'll be brought up at the drop of a hat.
That's
So what
true.
is the ultimate relationship between you, the living man, and Google?
It turns out Google doesn't even make up 1% of the internet. So before
don't.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Hold on, man. I've been dying to get in.
Yeah, I know. If
Don't
only
they-
you can get in, then maybe we'd all be rid of you. It'd be good.
So, I thought Google had these giant servers that were under the ocean or in rivers or some shit to keep them cool. Like it's only 1%.
Yeah, they're in rivers, specifically the Mississippi River. Most of the servers are in the Mississippi River at the bottom of the river.
Does Google? I know there's giant server warehouses in very cold climates in the very far north and south, and even in Antarctica. Are they not?
That is true. Maybe not Antarctica, but it is true that there are specific facilities that have a lot of server banks that they have interesting ways to keep them cool. That's true.
What's the relationship between you, the living man, and Google, Kosho?
Great question. What would have been an interesting Black Mirror episode though, because this will honestly happen. This will happen in the future, where you'd be able to not Google, but search somebody's name. Let's say you meet somebody, you search their name. You're not just finding stuff that like have like their prison record or, Facebook, profile, but you'll be able to search everything they've ever done on the internet in the future. Like
I would
So
argue,
basically,
you might not have access to it, but I would argue that they've got keyloggers on everybody where they literally know every stroke that you've ever typed, even if you didn't send the message.
That's not true.
hold on, you're saying they got Google has profiles of every human on Earth?
That's what I'm saying. Most likely, yeah. And probably the keylog strokes as well.
Not the keylog strokes as well, but yeah, definitely the profile thing.
Because they
Keylogs
got
require access to your PC that somebody can hack you and get those, but they're not going to have those, just because you use their search engine. They might have those. They might have those based on what you're typing in on their search engine or using their thing, but just using your PC in general is not. They're going to have that.
Let me say something here. 1 second. Let me say something here because it's actually everything's controlled by I would say the priesthood. If you want, think back to the old days in the confessional box. The priest was the source of information. Then you went in and confessed your sins. Hang on, please. Can I make the point here? The priest was the one that you went to confess your sins to. So therefore, the priest was the possessor of the information. And if there was information there that he could use or they could use against you, then of course it will be there for swaying. And I think this is what Google, in a sense, is as well. And you can be sure that anyone who has any sort of position or any influence to make some sort of change, their history will be looked up, and anything can be used against them, will be blackmailed against them. What about that? Go ahead, though.
If they gain any kind of evidence illegally, it cannot be used against you. No. But if they gain evidence because you search something on Google, sure, that can be used against you because that's not illegal to capture that information.
They could still use it. They can still use it against you. They just couldn't present it in court. So, like, if they were to
using it against you,
well, no, it is like they could gain suspicion for something, using that stuff, and then start watching it closer, and then and then just hit you through what is legal.
Actually, even that they you can't do that. Like
not if they got busted for it. No, that would be illegal if they got busted for it. But they would keep that pretty tightly concealed.
There's this interesting docu-series on Netflix called like the Web of Lies. It's called like the I don't know, something like the Web of Disinformation or Lies. Anyways, and it's got different episodes about different cases. Like the first one's about like this swatting dude. Anyways, the last episode is about this dude who like spent his entire life like as a hacker who was like off the grid. Like he had like fake aliases and he just basically
that sounds like you, Coach.
Yeah, he was basically like changed his identity all the time. He did all these online scams, so he like credit card scams, tax scams, all this kind of stuff. And it was responsible for like millions and millions of dollars of theft. And so the FBI and these other people were after him. Anyways, they ended up catching him, and he ended up in prison.
They hired him.
No. Well, now they kind of do, but the point is he was in prison, and he ended up defending himself in court. So he got he didn't defend him. He had a lawyer who was helping him, but he did most of the work for the lawyer. So he like helped. The lawyer was one who was out. He wasn't allowed to use the internet, so he had to get this guy to use the internet for him. But anyways, he ended up defending himself in court, and he found the fact that they used this thing. It actually is a big case because the police were doing this for a long time. They were using this thing called like Stingray. It's like a device that allows them to like they can put it in a van and they can travel around and they can intercept communication basically. Like they intercept like your cell phone communication or
just little bug they stick under your bumper or some shit like that, right?
Well, they drive around with it and they can intercept. I mean, they can put it in any location and it will intercept all the shit in that location.
Yeah, we know that, Coach. We know they can do this.
And he found out that they used this thing and then they've been using it. And he presented this to the court and he ended up getting he got set free because of that. Because it's now illegal for the cops to use that. because it
But
was.
the Arctic Court, hang on. But Arctic Court, that's a movie show you were talking about there. But Arctic Court's in reality bound by any restrictions, Kosho. And how should you remember? It goes back to your relationship with Google as the living man and your relationship with the courts as well. But are they bound by any sort of standard ultimately? If you know who you are, in other words, if we're in a completely corrupt society, anything can be twisted and distorted. Google can put anything on your drive from years ago and set you up something. You know
Well, the
what I mean?
problem
But you
is,
know what I mean? Yeah.
the way I see it, the problem is it's not just Google. Like Google's just one of these entities that works with the government. I'm sure they have backdoors and deals with the government where they
Right.
can see anything that they want with all the shit that they collect. But it's also with Amazon and Apple and
Well, if you look up,
probably it's all. And I'm sure Microsoft as well. Clearly, Bill Gates with his bullshit that he set up. Like every single thing that goes into Microsoft Windows, like there's backdoors for the government and all that. It's the whole reason why they went to Windows 10 and made it all cloud based and everything else. Like once it's on there, it's all like free reign for them.
all right, so there was this thing called Project Echelon back in the 70s, and they were spying on every telecommunication, fax, beeper, everything, right? So I'm sure they're doing that nowadays. I don't know why people got all worked up with that Snowden shit, because
Because
I
that's
mean
the
they've
same
been
project, dude. That's
Oh,
why.
that was
they've been doing
that
shit.
was a controlled leak. Snowden was a
Yeah, that was a
controlled leak.
psyop.
That's why.
Yeah,
No, it
That's
wasn't.
why. That's
Why
why
would
they
that be?
didn't
Why would that
actually
have been a
do anything
controlled
to
leak,
Snowden.
dude?
Snowden did his job. Okay, he did what he was
yeah,
supposed
nice
to
one.
do.
Why does that make sense to you, dude? I want to see. I want to see
Because
why that makes
why?
Yeah, I
sense to
agree
you.
with him,
Because
by the
what
way,
did they
Coach.
do about it? What did they do about it? What
They
when
made those
he
things
exposed
illegal.
them?
It
What?
wasn't
Yeah,
illegal before. They made those
they
illegal.
made they made what was illegal spying legal. That's what
No,
they did.
they made it illegal. That was
They made
legal,
it legal.
and they made it illegal.
They made it legal.
It
The
So
was
part they
take it
made
easy,
was
man.
legal.
illegal.
It was
They
legal.
made it
They made it
legal for
illegal.
the American government to spy on the American people without
Yeah.
being a suspect of anything.
Yeah,
That's what they
Coach,
No,
did.
take it
yeah,
easy,
because
bud.
it was no.
Take it easy, bud. Just because you're an
They
official
used
ball
it
earther
out.
doesn't mean you have to be an
God
official
damn
man
it,
all the way down
Peter.
the line, bud. Take it easy. Take it easy. Let's
The,
hear
the,
it.
the
Peter,
only
I'm
thing
talking
the
to
only thing that
you.
they
Shut the
made
fuck up for a
illegal out of
second.
that the only thing that they made illegal out of that
You
was
were gonna say
already
something, dude.
illegal.
I'm telling you.
The part where people were spying on their spouses and shit, that's the part that was already illegal. That's maintained that still is illegal. Otherwise, what they did is they said, "Is it true that you were spying on otherwise innocent
Right.
Americans just based off of suspicion?" They said yes, and they said, "Okay, well, what are we going to do about it?" They said, "Well, you could make it legal," and they
Listen
said,
to me
"That's
for a
what we're
second.
going to do."
Speaking
Yeah,
with
he made it
Peter,
on international news.
Pink,
Great
shut the
stuff.
fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fucking waste my time on this shit. I'm not doing this. Not getting into all this shit.
But you
I'm letting you
shut the
know.
fuck
Shut
up,
the fuck
man.
up for a second, dude. I'm letting you know that Prism, Project Prism, they fucking asked the fucking networks or the ISPs, okay? ISPs being AT&T, fucking whoever the fuck. They asked them to get if they can get that information. They legally handed it over, okay? There's nothing illegal about that. What happened was those after this happened, after they found out that these ISPs were allowing them to do that, they supposedly stopped allowing them to do that.
Supposedly, I like how you had to preface it because it's
I'm not saying
supposedly.
that they absolutely did, but it wasn't illegal when they were doing it.
Why are you so passionate about this, though, Coach
Dude, I just want you to
Because
shut
you
the fuck
never
up.
read
I'm
any
talking,
conspiracy
that's all.
forums. Anything Edward Snowden revealed, and remember, he made it onto international fucking television, so we know he's a fucking stooge to begin with. But anything revealed was already known well to people with the fucking internet or interested in conspiracy. And we're looking up David Icke or ATS or fucking Godlike Productions. So nothing new there.
And
Yeah.
the whole game about him, running to whatever country it was in South America and then over to Russia,
Russia.
like, and
Yeah.
eventually Russia, um, like pretending like they were giving him, safe haven there. Like, dude, the American special forces, if they really want him dead, it doesn't matter where in the world he is. He's fucking dead.
We'd never have heard about him. He would not have made it to the mainstream news. And here's the thing, right? Imagine it's all an effort towards a war effort. World War III is planned. We can see an East versus West determination in play at the minute. So Edward Snowden, there's war now in the middle of Edward Snowden, right? But because he then went to Russia, all the conspiracy people, isn't it funny, will go to the Russian side or maybe the Chinese side because we realize the core corruption in the Western world. Kosho will be on the Western side, pointing out how the Ukrainians are so wronged and so hurt, and how Russia and China are cunts, excuse my language, for Corona and other things. So that's the thing, isn't it? That's the thing, isn't it? How far are we along in understanding their pre-scripted plans? As an individual, I'm speaking to. Obviously, if you haven't seen True Kosho at this stage, well, you want to accelerate your awareness. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kosho. Give us some fucking suspicion outside of the official story, bud. You can defend the official story regarding Ball Earth, but surely you're not going to defend it on every individual particular topic, for goodness sake. It hurts your credibility. It's not as if it's not serious as well, and war is fucking beckoning on the door. Apparently, in Ireland here now, there's another 160,000 Ukrainian refugees coming in from a fake war. I'm already sure of. So there's a different agenda and plan, but there's an emergency fucking situation in play about the building of houses for these people who are running from horror, the horror that the Russian people and the Chinese now are associated with. Iran is associated with China, and fucking hell, man. The fuck? I know it's all fucking scripted. They all went along with the corona hoax to begin with. So we all, as conspiracy people, should recognize that it's all scripted out. Whatever's going to happen, I guess it's going to happen. Retain your own calm and understand the difference between fucking fake and real. Kosha will always present the fake is real and the real is fake. That's his limitation.
Anything that's like put on in the national or international news media, it's all part of the script. None of that is natural. Zero. Yeah, I know you know. Like, and most of us know. But yeah, these guys we argue with, they
Kosho no. Hey Kosho, why you don't know, Kosho?
I'm gonna stick a no up your fucking ass if you fucking say anything about me again, please.
Guys, if you chase Kosho away, you're gonna have to deal with Zanuck. You don't know who they're gonna send to replace this guy with. So
No, they already told me that NASA Shield's coming after me. So
see, so be easy.
I'm going anyway.
You got it made. You got it made right now with Cole. You could be trying to deal with Zanuck or something crazy.
Zanuck's a good guy. He's a smart dude, and
Jeremy, Jeremy, I think you're all good guys, Kosho. Jeremy, let me just say this to you.
No, we're not all good guys.
I do think so. I already said this. Kosho, I left Jim Pandas for him, but Jeremy, can I say this to you particularly? You ever seen those paragraphs where you can still read them, even though the words, the letters are sort of jumbled up, but you can still make sense of it because you have the greater sort of grasp on the paragraph. You know what I'm talking about there? Just
they'll have the first and the last letter will be good, but they'll jump up.
Yeah. They'll take out a bunch of vowels.
Right. So here we go. So therefore, we have a sort of a greater piercing through the words presented. We sort of fill in the gaps and we understand the greater. Look at Edward Snowden now. It's within the middle of it is war. Within Edward and now within Snowden. Now he went to Russia, right? Which was his.
He didn't go to Russia. He didn't go to Russia first, dude. Right? That's right.
Yeah.
Hold on. What kind of word games were we playing with his name?
What was it? Peru first? It was someone in South America.
That was Argentina.
You're thinking of somebody else, but that
all you got to do is go to Argentina. They got a non-extradition treaty for whatever.
A lot of places like Russia does too. He was trying to go somewhere else, and he was in Russia when he decided to stay in Russia because of they were trying to capture him. So,
yeah, but I thought I was talking to Jeremy and asking him a particular question. Now, if you look at the word Edward Snowden, we have war and now. So subliminally,
where did you get war now from? Hold on.
Who is talking when I'm talking, man?
How did you get war?
5 letters, dude.
That's Kosho again, isn't it? Okay, thank you, Kosho.
Edward. Okay, I got it. And it's in the Edward part.
Yeah, so we have war now, and now we're in the time where we have the war against Russia, and what? It's the East versus West. It's the hot war.
You don't
That's a
have
new
war against
term
Russia.
coined by Peachy, I guess. Hot war, not the Cold War anymore.
You
It's
don't
the
have
East
war against
versus the
Russia.
West. It's the whole of the East versus the West. So Edward Snowden being a fabricated character to instigate or to encourage these sort of conspiratorial, especially divisions. Well, in the midst of it, then the subliminal influence, which is war now within Edward Snowden, the fabricated character.
Okay,
Very
Pete,
good.
If you want to
can I
call
ask
it
you a
a,
question? I
go
want to
ahead.
ask you a question, Pete, and that's how when did you come up with that right now, or is that something that you've had from before? How long did it take you to come?
Oh no, I've heard that before.
Okay, you've heard that before. Okay, never mind that because I was going to say.
You've heard the hot war before? Because
No,
a
you
hot
hear
war
that
is like
war and
one of
now
the
Hot
version.
war.
fastest
Hot war
ways.
is my own. Hot war is my own.
Yeah, no, it
But he was
would
talking
be more
about
like Cold War too, because there's not bullets being fired or anything. It's just
bro. They're
another.
firing. They're firing bullets. They're saying. Do you ever see them things with the? They're called the armas, ironically. Or there's a couple different names for them, but the turrets that shoot the planes down and things are fucking awesome.
Yeah, they have a lot of guns
Anyways,
they're fighting
you were
with.
talking about that war now thing, but this Snowden thing happened a crazy long time ago. If it was war now,
That
this
was
shit
like
would have
what,
been
2008, 2012, somewhere in
yeah,
there.
that shit was like 15 years ago. So it was he should have said war later or something.
Yeah,
If it was like
exactly.
war later or
War 10 years from now.
Jeremy, they're preparing the trail. That's why he was in the news for so long. Jeremy, like predictive programming for 9/11, they're getting it into your brain. Imagine the script is already laid out, and everything that's going to happen is going to happen, and you're
okay,
just
that war
coming
now
in
thing is a
leading.
stretch, Pete. It's more than a stretch. War now.
It's not more than a stretch. It's exactly within his name. And Edward Snowden is a fabricated character. There's no doubt about
Bro,
that.
it was
Hang
15
on one
years
second.
later.
1 second, please. 1 second. I have lots of research done, and I'm just telling you my deliberation on this. You know the technology that comes out now about so you sitting in a
Now
room,
or 10 years from now?
you could be Cruise,
When you
Tom
say
Cruise, right?
now, do
So
you
the
mean
same thing
10?
with Edward Snowden.
Okay, when you
What's
say now
going
though,
on,
do you
Jeremy?
mean
Can we have some moderation here and let me finish my
I?
sentiment?
Yeah, my bad, Pete. My bad. I'm just saying when you
Actually,
say
Pete,
now. Well,
yeah,
when you
but
say
no, I
What
now,
think
I'm saying
I
is,
could maybe relate and help to fill in for Pete. Like, he didn't mean now, but maybe it was like the preamble to what we're seeing
yeah.
right now. So, like,
Yeah, what I'm saying
uh,
is what's released to us
it
right
kind of
now
is.
as yeah. Okay, that's my
It's
point.
sort of a
So
marker of the start of new tensions with Russia. Look at all the stuff that we saw um, towards the end of the Obama administration, and then all through Trump, where it was where they started saying that he was uh, some what was he was in bed with Russia, and like even before he got in during the Obama thing, all of a sudden there was like some scare
preparing the
going on with
ground.
Russia. But
That's my point
now
here.
everything's been Russia, Russia, Russia. Like we've had
Yes, that's my
all this
point here.
media about Russia. Yeah.
Let me make my point here.
Sounds like I'm watching the Brady
But
Bunch.
please, as sort of especially to Jeremy as well, who's been in this business much longer than I have been. So if their plans are laid out
You talk
from the
about
start, so
fucking
9/11,
gay prostitution?
being, yeah, but what's going on, Kosho? Why are you doing this, man?
this shit was worth it though. That was a good one.
I guess okay. I didn't even hear what he had to say, but as long as you're happy,
It's because you
Jeremy,
never
very
stop
good.
talking. You can't hear anyone.
I'm sorry. I really,
I
honestly,
never
I'm being bad. I'm sorry.
I never stop talking. You've never heard what I'm going to say from anyone else. I'm not saying it's come solely from me, but the idea being that all of the script is laid out. They think in terms of generations, right? So the whole of the Russian antagonist, the whole sanctuary being sold by truth seekers from America, Edward Snowden, is presented to lay the ground. Right. Here's the point I made about Tom Cruise and the facial sort of overlays. They had this in play. That's Edward Snowden. He's not a real man. There's a face overlaid on a character,
They
and
got
he's
that
just
Mission Impossible
presented.
face.
And that's why his name is Edward Snowden now, right? No war now, and this is the connection between Russia. Come on,
Dude,
consider it.
I can agree. Look. There's certain things that you say that I can agree with, but then you always destroy it with something like that.
That's his fucking MO. That's
You're kidding me,
literally
right?
his
You
mo.
think that Edward Snowden is a real person?
Modem operandi.
That is where I agree with you. No, like I mean, I think he probably is a real person, but he's not like his role and what he did. That's all fake. Like he worked for the NSA and he's in American intelligence and he did his job. Okay, he did what he was supposed to do.
Listen, he's been on.
Do you know
Joe
how many
Rogan.
people have told me Pete says some dope ass shit and then ruins it with some crazy maniac shit?
I don't even know how I ruined it.
You ain't the
here,
first one
bud.
I heard say that, Lou.
Hey, Lou,
trust me, I
nice
know.
to meet you, Lou. I don't even
Yeah,
know why you're saying that then.
No, this isn't the first time we met, Pete. Look, we've talked plenty of times before.
Okay, but why are you saying that I ruined it? What's the thing that I ruined it by? By saying Edward
No,
Snowden was not a real man?
for me, it's the giant leaps and of the gematria and stuff like that. Like all of that ruins it for me anyway.
I never mentioned gematria tonight.
Whatever. I know. No, I want to know like what was the name that you said?
Whatever
like, what does
crazy
his name
word
mean?
games. Whatever
Yeah,
crazy word games you be playing.
Edward Snowden. Hang on, for God's sake here. What the fuck is wrong with people here? You want to think yourself smart for spotting NASA fakery? For fuck's sake, for spotting a blue screen that you just pressed a YouTube video and you saw George Bush being rolled through. You want to think yourself smart? Get the fuck out of here.
You're the only one that...
Kosher will make you feel smart by constantly answering you intelligently. Go ahead. Fuck's sake.
You asked where I thought it was where you ruined it, and that's it. Like you made some giant leaps that none of us can follow.
Okay. Because you can't follow it, that doesn't mean that other people haven't investigated this. I was a member of Clues Forum for years, where we were investigating fakery on all levels. Cluesforum.info, in case you're never heard of it, Lou. I'm sure you have at this point. But the point was that these things were investigated. Are they using advanced technologies to present some sort of character as real, appears to us as real, like the fake Tom Cruise, right? But it appears to us as real, but it's not actually. It's a fabricated character to help along these greater, determinations, whatever.
Are you saying they did a deep fake for essentially for Edward Snowden's face? Like he's just not a real person. It was AI then.
Yes, that's the idea.
I mean, look, if you would say that, that's not a complete stretch. That's not a giant leap. But like,
there's lots of evidence collated as well that is the case.
You also have to. I mean, but I still don't see the reason why they would have to fake his face. Like he could just be a real actor.
Well, I guess you haven't heard what I have to say about Barack Obama being Osama bin Laden and Will Smith playing the role of both.
That's the trifecta. That's the trifecta right there.
Fakery. I guess you're not aware of the deeper scripted nature of our reality and all of these fabricated characters put in play. I guess maybe you're not.
Right. See, like again, that's where I'm no longer going to be following you on there. Like I can agree with you up until there.
Yeah.
Osama, Obama, Will Smith, and Betty White, all the same person.
Osama Obama was obvious, bud. Jeremy, you've been in this conspiracy world longer than I have. The Osama Obama thing was obvious. It was made obvious.
Is it because their last name sounds similar?
Obvious. Okay.
Is it because their last name
sounds similar? Show them the upside down nose. Well, hold on, Lou. Show them the upside down nose.
I saw the upside down nose a couple of days ago, or like maybe a week ago. I didn't know what it meant. But I saw it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That's Elon Musk's nose as well. Rockets, you can't say SpaceX without saying SpaceX.
It was just a dick nose.
That's
you were saying they got a dick nose,
McFarlane, right?
I thought it was a dick nose.
Dude, he uses that upside down shit to show how these people look like the other people.
I thought it was to show that their nose looked like a dick.
No, this is because he's
dick nose. And the point was that it was Elon Musk's nose. Elon Musk is a fabricated character, a man in a mask who is Seth MacFarlane. Elon Musk has his dick rocket going up into space. So that was the connection ultimately, yeah.
So it does have to do with dicks.
Yes, everything has to do with dicks, bud.
He's fucking gay. It's fine, Pete. We still love you.
I am. Don't blame NASA for all their dicks. Sex in the clouds. Don't blame NASA.
Lou, you ever see Superbad? Remember the kid who couldn't stop drawing dicks?
Yeah, it was the veiny, hairy, and so on and so forth. The best dick he ever drew.
Pete's
Yeah.
got something like that going on.
Yeah.
Well, what about Dr. Evil? What about Dr. Evil and Austin Powers? So it's me. Pete, put the blame on me. I don't mind.
Pete,
Blame on me.
you be saying some dope ass shit and then you lose me out in the weeds or something. You're out of bounds. And I've heard that from multiple people. Like, I didn't just
Let
make
me
that up.
answer.
Lou didn't.
Hang on, please. This world is a strange place. A strange place. If everything is a fabricated setting and we are great, imagine we were gods or something much greater than the material, then we've entered into this sort of Cirque du Soleil, a big circus underneath the setting, right? Now, here's the point. I'm 100%, I would say 100% sure Will Smith plays the role of Barack Obama, plays the role of Osama bin Laden. I would say I'm about 90% sure that Seth MacFarlane plays the role of Elon Musk and other
Bro, do you
fabricated
know how
characters.
hard
All
it
of
would
these
be?
fabricated characters. From Joe Biden to Donald Trump, from Joe Biden to Donald Trump to
Pete, can
all
we
of the rest of the
respond at
characters
some
on the
point?
mainstream, they are all actors played by different people that you are well familiar with. That's what I
Okay,
would say.
but do you know how hard it's going to be to be president and shoot Men in Black 3 at the same fucking time?
Not hard at all if there's a deception in play. The CIA or the higher powers can arrange anything. They can give any stories out about anything at all. They can set up any scenario. Even you mentioned, Kosha mentioned that Barack Obama was in Afghanistan while Will Smith was filming in, what do you call it, America at the same time. It could be a Barack Obama lookalike and he didn't say anything. He was just a ceremonial visit. Or they could, are you saying that you denied that they can set up any scenario, Jeremy? Come on, man. I've never seen
I
Wag the
just think
Dog.
it would be tough. I don't.
I've never seen
I
Wag
just
the
think it
Dog.
would be tough.
Might be tough, but it depends on your frame of mind. If you are just a normal person, it would be very, very tough. If you're a conspiracy-minded person who's especially aware of fakery and fake masquerades, well, then it will be less tough. Less
Like,
tough.
don't heads know? Don't a lot of people know where the president is while he's president?
Right.
He was
What's the
most
possibility on
absolutely.
Tommy Lee Jones playing Joe Biden, or the other way
I
around?
mean,
What's
even for that, like I would argue
who
that the
expected that to
presidents
say?
probably all have body doubles for a lot of their appearances.
Right,
Like, why would
exactly.
they? I mean, yeah, none of them have to be like legitimately there. I mean, just look at what was it? Bin Laden had 20 or 30 freaking body doubles supposedly, or Saddam Hussein did, and Bin Laden had a bunch also. Hitler had a bunch of body doubles. Like all these different freaking world leaders in the past had body doubles, and they did surgeries to make them look more authentic. Why wouldn't they do that with our own presidents and shit?
That's what I'm
That's a
saying
good point.
here.
There's
So even
people
though
that
the
interact.
code,
Hold on a second, Pete. There's people that interact with him like intimately on a daily basis. You don't think you would know if somebody you worked with for years and years and years just sent a body double in?
Well, the people who work directly with him would also be sworn, to
you know,
secrecy. They'd be in on it.
I'm just saying, that's a lot of people knowing where you're at. So,
and imagine that, Jeremy.
I mean, if there's a body double, why even have them be the same? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, why would you
Hey,
ever present the real
hey,
president even, right?
yeah. One
Yeah. So
second.
why? So they're not the same people then?
Well, one second. I think I make a great point here. I'm not sure if you've seen this, what I posted before, Lou. Jeremy, I'm pretty sure you might have. But here's what I'm saying about the different layers. Anything obvious is obvious. So obviously there's something deeper beyond this. This is why I turn images upside down. So now, have a look at that image
I
I
told
just
you, Lou. It
posted.
wasn't just to show it like it was a dick. I told you.
Have an image of it.
That's
This
how
is
we
nothing to do
showed
with Dick.
you how
Have a look at what I just posted there. Look at any man who's growing a beard. Listen. Can I make my point without the scoffing and
Yes, I
mocking?
want to
Look at
hear it.
the
I want to hear it. I want to
cheeks
hear
and
it.
the chin.
Anyone who's wears a beard knows that there's a direct connection between your mustache and your beard. We can see directly as we turn it upside down now that these are skin flaps that are placed over an actor that are covering up the beard. And here's my point though. You're no great thing to recognize this. They're showing you this purposefully because they're telling you that there's more to the story. When you peel away those skin flaps, you get Barack Obama. But the thing is, what do you get when you peel away Barack Obama's skin flaps?
Will Smith, a fucking dude, thank God for this picture.
You heard about the movie they're coming out with where Will Smith is going to be playing Barack Obama, right, Pete? You didn't know they're making a movie?
It's in your face. I already did a 3/4 of an hour
You
presentation
didn't know they're
on my
coming out with
channel
that movie
about
soon?
4 years ago, and I'm absolutely certain it's Will Smith, and he even admits to it in a different way.
I know, but did you hear they're coming out with the movie where he plays
Yeah.
Will Smith's going to play Obama? You didn't hear about
Been
that movie coming
talking
out?
about that for years, Jeremy, and they won't ever do it. Been talking about it
No,
for
it's
years.
coming out next year. They're already shooting. They started shooting it.
No, there's going to be an assassination of Will Smith before it happens, and they're going to pull.
No. I actually suspect there will be no next year. I think everything is going to be revealed.
No next year.
Why is he
Where
going to
the
slap
world
Chris Rock,
ends.
Oh, well, the world as
2023.
we know it ends, and I feel fine.
Hold
The
on,
fake
guys.
world.
2023. This is it.
Yeah.
End of the world. 2023.
Me suggesting Will Smith as Barack Obama, I'm telling you, if the majority of people on Earth found out that that was the truth, imagine it was just declared as truth, they'd be so much more up in arms than it ever would be about finding out that the Earth is not a spinning
Pete,
ball.
let me ask you about the end of the world. like when you say the end of the world, do you mean like really the end of all humanity, or just like a major cataclysm of some type?
No. There's nothing to fear here. The end of the world as we know it. Go and look up REM's lyrics. Please pay attention.
As we know it.
What
What does that mean?
Yes,
See, no,
the world
now
as
that's
we know
great.
it
So
is a
what does
spinning
that mean?
ball Earth. Spinning ball Earth, the heliocentric model. The devil is defeated. So it's the
Okay,
end.
Well, what
so
about that one song?
It's still going to be a 2024, but we're all going to become flat earthers.
Yeah, this is the last year in the sense that a new timeline will now emerge, and we'll understand that we don't tell time by the sun. It's like
All right,
looking at
that's a
it's
huge
like looking
relief,
at a
dude.
broken watch and telling the time by the wonky hour hand.
Right, REM's out of time.
That's a huge
Pete,
relief
you got
because
what
I
about that
swore
song?
he just said that there would be no 2024, but now there's going to be a 2024. It's just that everything is going to change.
Yeah, we live forever, bud.
All right.
P, what about that song when it's like, yeah, we live forever. What about that song where it's like, we didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the world's been
Oh, I was
turning.
only thinking about that the other day, Jeremy. Fuck off out of it. Can I just say, because I told, so used to being over Jam Pan, there's no music allowed. It's the end of the world as we know it.
It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine.
And I feel fine. Why does it feel fine?
Right.
REM,
Yay.
Michael Stipes. Yeah, come on.
The P. Shea Show, everyone.
No, it's not. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it always is with you. That was
Jeremy, these are some
that was your
fucking
little
very
theme
interesting
music for your
things
P.
to
Shea
talk about.
Show.
What you want to do? Go back to Coach Show. God's sake.
Hit me with
Why
the
don't you allow
P.
me
Shea
now,
voice
George?
next.
Respect for your fellow mans now.
We do
They're liars, all of them, Jeremy. Actors in plays, I
the
say.
wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
You know as well as
You
I
gotta
do.
follow the clues.
Alice in Wonderland is
Hey.
typically
Yeah, go
filled with because you all know that the author was a stammer. He's had a very effective stammer. Urine penises, Barack Obama.
You do a better Merle. Your Merle is spot on.
Sorry, you cut me off, guard.
Just relax.
Can we do the wheel in the sky keeps on turning, Pete?
Well, the wheel turns over our head, right?
The wheel in the
The
sky
earth doesn't
keeps
move,
on
and all the
turning.
stars move in unison. All the stars move in unison.
The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. I don't know if I'll be here tomorrow.
And the big wheel keep on turning, neon burning in the sky. That's Dire Straits. Imagine there was clues everywhere for us. Fuck's sake. Remember, the minute we decide that, hang on, I hope you've decided, have you understood that all history is fake, right? So all the characters are all scripted out to help us. But the only way the ball can develop is with the decision that the Earth is moving. That's the order of things. But as we look back in the historical record, the ball itself was suggested as a reality by Pythagoras. Okay, yeah. But it was only later on that it was decided that the Earth was actually in motion. But ultimately, Einstein, that's the raison d'etre for Einstein. So I think everything is scripted, but it's scripted in a sort of reverse manner. So yeah, once we come to flat Earth or stationary Earth, and then flat by extension, and closed system. Then, because the Earth's surface is stationary, that means all the sky lights have to move together, with the exception of 7 or 8 wandering distinctions. Oh yeah.
Well, I would agree with you that I don't know about all history being fake, but even in their own paradigm, their own history is not lining up with what they've said in the past. So,
Yeah. Well, I was actually going to press him on that too. So, like, when you say all history is fake, like, where that's kind of an ambiguous statement. So, like, does that mean that history has been twisted, like spun, or does that mean that it's all inserted artificially? And then if that's the case, like, when does real history start? Because
Right. Okay. I'll bring you closer to home. 11. No one died. It was a fabricated tale, but it was a greater symbolic tale, right? It was an orchestra. It was the greatest movie blockbuster of our time. It will go down in history as a literal thing.
did you
It will
say
go
nobody
down.
died to start that?
And no one died on 9/11, but surely you know that at this stage.
Yeah, no, I mean,
oh
look,
my
look, I'm
God.
a 9/11. I've been a 9/11 truther since the day of 9/11, but I still think that there must have been at least some deaths. Now, whether or not it was the recorded number, like originally they said it was like 3,000 people or 2,000, whatever it was. Now it went up like 1,000 people, whatever it was. It was like at some point another extra 1,000 people died. But now what I would say that at least a few hundred people would have had to have died.
Why? Why would you say that? It's denying that
Uh,
2,800 people died then. So why would you deny 2,800 people
do you
died
think
and
those
then
buildings? Do you think those buildings were both completely empty, or like all the buildings? That would be the Pentagon. They said was originally there was no deaths at the Pentagon, but they added a bunch of deaths to the Pentagon. Um,
They
and
didn't do
then
that out of pressure or something that they fucked up on the story. Remember, it's all a script beforehand, bud. So I'm surprised you haven't got so far as to understand that it is a media and a victim hoax. No one
what
died.
about? I mean, so you're saying what
Few
about
people died. But fuck it.
what about the passenger list? What about the passenger list on the planes? Was there nobody on the planes that they
There was no one.
said
There was no
crashed?
planes. Not to mind, no one on the planes.
Okay, so there was no planes
Hey,
in
go to the
any of
cruise
the four
forum and
hijackings.
send
There's
them a
no
cruise.
planes
Go
that
ahead.
ever crashed in any of the four hijackings.
No, it's all bullshit. 88 drills and exercises going on the same
Okay,
day.
so even still, then, even if that's true, then what happened to the passenger list? What happened to them?
Doesn't matter, man. They're fabricated characters or they're actors who
Okay,
just
okay.
exist for each
Now,
left.
now, buildings 1 and 2 and 7. 7 would have been evacuated because it was later in the day, but even still, there was. I'm sure they probably have a few recorded deaths there. But the two towers, though.
Where are you coming from here, Leo? Where are you coming from, bud? Where are you coming
Uh,
from?
well, look. I'm saying that there had to have been some deaths.
Why? Did there have to be some deaths at Sandy Hook? Why does there have to be some deaths? Really, that complicates things. If you're going to
For
fake
something
fucking
that big in such a busy
1,500 deaths,
in such a busy
why
city and
weren't you
such
fixing
large
2,000
buildings,
deaths?
there had to be some people who died. Even with the firefighters that were there, like actually climbing the stairs trying to save people, like at the last minute, like those people, those heroes, right?
It's
Like some
part
of
of
them
the
had,
story, man. Why are you quoting the
them had
official story? What's wrong with you here, bud? Why are you doing that? Bring me back fucking
Are you
years.
saying there was
Why
no
wouldn't you finish my
firefighters? Are you
story?
saying? I'm just asking you. Are you saying there was no firefighters in the buildings
No
when
one
they fell?
died. No one died
Did
in
the
9/11.
buildings fall, or did they exist in the first place?
I don't like you already, man. I don't like you. I told you I was okay with you. I don't like you now.
No, dude, you should still be okay with me. I'm just pressing you
Typical
on this.
baller
You don't like it.
answer.
You don't like me
It's a typical
questioning you.
baller
Look,
answer. Yeah, response. Oh, are the buildings there at all? Stupid shit.
Well, why don't
dude,
you
when
tell
you
them how
say
you think they
nobody
came
died,
down,
you
Pete?
don't understand. You don't understand. Saying 0 people died is a pretty extraordinary claim. Even when you're talking amongst 9/11 truthers, right? To say
Oh, it's
0 people died, like I want to know how they pulled such a stunt off without any deaths. And I also want to know what regard for human life do these psychopaths actually have? Why would they spare everybody?
right. Okay. 21 years, 22 years now since 9/11. I assume that you've been into truthing for a long time. There's many different layers to the 9/11 story. If you haven't come to 9/11 being a media and a victim symbolic hoax at this stage, I don't know what to say, but what am I supposed to do? Justify how someone had to have died?
No, I'm trying to
Because there
have
was
you
no plane
corroborate.
crashes. Because there was
I
no
want
plane
you to.
crashes. Because there was no shut your mouth. Because there was no plane crashes. All the videos you saw showing plane crashes are fake. Now, because
It doesn't
yeah,
require
we
planes. It doesn't
suspected, now
require
we can
planes.
look at all the
Did the
collapse
buildings fall?
videos of the towers as being potentially fake as well. The victims themselves, there's an account of yes, there's no victims in the planes because there
No,
was no
no,
plane.
no. Fine, fine.
The
I'll go
towers
with.
were empty, the
Let's say
floors,
no.
so
No, that's fine.
therefore
That's
there
fine.
weren't the thousands of people in the floors. If it was a pre-planned demolition from the start, symbolic in nature, then no one needs to have died. So if you're quoting me a main official story, I don't want to hear it, man. I don't need to
Well,
hear
I'm
it.
just wondering. Look, when it comes down to it, look, fine. I'll even agree with you when you say no planes. Possibly there were no planes, but something still hit them. Whether it was a missile or something like that, right? Something still hit them, and it's not what brought him down. It would have been part of the show. It would have been for effect.
Yes,
I still stand by that. Like they use thermite or whatever else to cut and other secondary and explosions, all that stuff to create the explosive effect from falling when it was falling, and to cut the beams at the foundation level, right?
right.
Now these are
Right.
massive. These are
I get that.
massive buildings that
Okay.
physically stood in the
Okay.
real world.
Okay. But that's very, very
And
early basic
there
level
were
of
people. There were
conspiracy.
people close to the building and running into the building, I would say. Now you're saying
I
like no, there
trust
was
any of the
nobody.
videos. But I've heard all this before. I don't need to. Okay, I don't mean to be impatient here, but I thought we were sort of beyond a certain level. We all do you know Sandy Hook was
No,
fake, by the
you
way.
can't just you can't just
You know
expect
Sandy Hook was
everybody
fake, by
to.
the way. But do you know Sandy Hook was fake, right? You know Sandy Hook was fake, yes or no?
I know that it was. See, like again, fake is kind of ambiguous. So like, was it a false flag or was it a
It was fake. It's fake media. No children died. No one was killed. It was 7. If you're not aware of that, I'm not interested in arguing with you because there's deeper layers to all of this that you should have got to at this stage. That's all I'm thinking
Look,
about.
no,
I don't even know
I've
you
been there.
actually.
I've been there on all of it, but some of this I can't be 100% certain on. Like, in fact, I wasn't there for either one of those things, so I can't say for sure what happened. I know the theories on it. I know what the official story is. I know that that's not true, but I'm not going
Right.
to draw straight, definite
Fine.
lines and say this is what
Yeah,
happened.
fine. Fine. So maybe you should talk less and listen more because I have drawn a definitive line. And if you're interested,
I should
I
just
don't know.
trust your definitive line.
I don't give a fuck if you do or not. Why should I? I don't know you. I should think though
No,
that if
no, but
you're a truther,
what makes you? No,
if you're a
the
truther, you
thing
should
is
have
here is that
realized that 9/11.
your attitude
If you're a
towards me.
truther,
If I
so you
don't,
must talk now. You must talk to get us back. And someone had to die.
no,
Someone had
look,
to die at Sandy Hook.
your
Someone
attitude
had to
towards
die
me
in
asking
Odysee
these
because
questions.
the elites are terrible.
Your attitude towards me asking these questions, where you just try to write me off as a nobody or somebody that you disrespect because I don't agree with you 100% without asking questions, that makes me want to write you off for the rest of time. Okay, like you need to offer me the respect that I'm giving you. I want to hear you out, but you take my asking questions as an attack of sorts, which makes me give you less credit. You understand that, right?
I guess potential friendship. Maybe we need to get
I don't
beyond
give a
these
fuck about the
points.
friendship. You don't seem to give a fuck about one, so why should I?
No, what I'm quoting, what you're telling me is sort of an official conspiracy level there, you loose change sort of thing back in 2005 or whatever. Now that we're 20 years later, if you haven't investigated the possibility that 9/11 was a completely staged affair,
I've seen the
I don't know
Judy
where
Wood
you've.
stuff
I'm
also.
not
I've seen all of
finished.
it.
I am not finished, man. Who the fuck are you?
Dude,
Stop
I can't
interrupting
just
me.
poke in for a sentence. I'm
I'm
not trying
not
to talk
finished. If
forever
you
like you.
haven't investigated, if you're a truther and you haven't investigated the likes of Let's Roll forums or Clues forums or September Clues, I don't know what to say to you. I have no interest in spending my time debating you if you haven't
Right.
reached those levels at least, because
Okay,
they're
you're
not
gonna
the
write me
final
off
level.
unless I have the same understanding as you. I can't ask you questions.
Oh, but
Got
tell
it.
me why someone had to die. Tell me why 200 people had to die. Give us your justification, Dan. I won't write you off. Give us your justification.
Because the place, for as far as I can tell, was surrounded by people that were kind of lingering around. Debris and everything else would have had to have taken at least one or two people out. And the firefighters, I don't think that they were in on it. Like they were literally rushing up the stairs trying to save people. I think the firefighters would have had to have fucking. Some of them would have had to have died as well. Um,
Yeah.
like if you say there was nobody in or near the buildings when they fell, I think the burden of proof is on you, not on me.
That's fine, man. I guess you won't understand then if I mention that Kid A was the soundtrack to the greatest blockbuster of our times or era. You won't understand that the singer, the lead singer, was the Dodo was motion picture soundtrack. You won't understand this greater theatrical setting. So I'm not interested in debating these things with you. I'm sorry about that. I'm not really not. You should have come
Right.
further in your
Well,
own
that's fine. No,
understanding.
you can write me off all you want. You got to understand though that I lost
It
even more
was a
respect for you than
movie.
you have for me.
It was a movie presented to us. Sandy Kubrick and all of the other major movie directors were involved in it, man. What's wrong with you?
All right.
What's
No,
wrong with you? You're
don't
quoting.
pretend
You're
it's what's
quoting.
wrong with me.
Listen,
You treat me
bud.
a certain
You're
way, and
quoting.
I give it
Listen.
back, and now it's
Listen.
now it's
Listen.
double in
You
my
are
direction.
quoting. Okay, you are quoting half of the official story and half a conspiracy story. You trust the video images of the firefighters and everything they were involved in, that it was an exact replica of what, or a representation of what was going on that day, without considering that there was lots of fucking fakery involved. You haven't considered that. So if something is suspected of being faked, like the plane crashes, for instance, or like the 2,800
Look,
deaths that you
here's the
admit,
thing.
now then everything might be suspected as fake, right? Everything.
No, everything. Yes, it is possible, I suppose. But it would be extremely tough to pull off. So, like, in order to sell any lie, it has to be mostly truth, or at least partially truth, right? Like, so you have to have at least partial truth. You blend the two. You mix truth with lies in order to make things hard to distinguish, right? But to say, I mean, to every one of those family members who claim that they lost a person,
Here we
that
go.
their
Here
family
we
member
fucking
is
go.
not dead, or is just
Okay,
left them
forget about
somehow.
that for a minute. Crisis actors. You've heard of crisis actors, right?
Dude, not everybody's a crisis actor. You know how many crisis actors that would be on that day? If that's what you're
Like,
going to
are
call a
you are
crisis
you a
actor.
flat earther, bud? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I am.
No, you understand that you say, how big the operation would have to be to pull these things off. They fucking faked your
No,
world.
you're not
They
listening to
faked
me.
your unit. Stop talking
It,
over me when I'm nearly finished my sentence. They faked your
don't straw man
universe,
me.
bud. They faked your universe.
It's a whole straw man.
Think
You're
that
not
they
a
can
flat
minor
earther if
operation.
you don't agree with me.
Then
No, but
if you don't
sort
agree
of in
with me
some
on
aspects,
9/11,
it's
you're
not a
not a
ball
flat earther.
earther.
I can do the
A
same
ball
to you.
earther in
If you
general,
don't if
a
you don't
ball
agree
earther in
with
general
me,
is an
if you
anti-conspiracy
don't
man.
agree
Ask
with me
Osho.
about 9/11,
Hey,
you're not a flat earther, Pete.
hey, who are you, bud? Who are you? Showed this such
Who the
disrespect.
fuck are
I haven't
you?
heard from you before.
Who the fuck are you? I've only
Who are
heard your
you?
bullshit a few times before.
PJ here. Who are you? Who are you?
Who am I? Dude, you know who you're talking to. You said my name about a half a dozen times already.
Only because I heard it here. The first time I heard that name is Lou.
Dude, you've
Lou
been talking to
whatever.
me
The
You've been
first time
talking to
tonight.
me occasionally for like 6 months at least.
Under a different name.
No, same name. I've always been this way. I was a moderator in 24/7 for the last fucking 6 years or something like that.
Oh, is that 24/7 Quantum Erasers channel? Is that?
No, I left that server like 2 or 3 months ago, probably 2 months ago.
You were a moderator up until that time.
Up until 2 months ago when I left, yeah.
You can fuck off then. You're a fucking fake. It's off out of it.
Oh, you have no logical reasoning for anything that
It's
you
off
decide
out
to
of it.
say.
I don't need to talk to you anymore, bud. You're a fucking
All right,
fake.
because I was a moderator at 24/7,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, because you're instructed. You're instructed. I was over in 24/7. You're instructed to fucking keep the conversation amongst flat earthers so restricted. And if any topics come up that are not fucking suitable for the palette of Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley, and the rest of the fucking agency, then you're instructed to fucking do that. And because you were a moderator for 6 years, that tells me
Well,
you're a
you're
fucking
you're, you're allowed
limited
to, dude,
fucking
everything you just
player.
said. Like everything you just said, it happens to be your own made up opinion. There was no instructions for
Oh
anything
shit!
like that for
What's your real
anybody.
name? What's your first name? Peter here.
My
Peter Sheehan.
my
What's your
real
name?
you want to know my real name? It's generic. You can look it up so you won't find the actual me. But my real name is Michael Johnson. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pull my Johnson. Pull my Johnson, Michael. Pull
There's
my
way too
Michael.
many of
For
me
two
to fucking
names.
find.
Two names for a penis, people. Two names for people, ladies and gentlemen. Michael and Johnson. Get the heck out of here, fucking Lowell.
A Michael is a penis? I've never heard that
Yes, it is.
before.
A Mick or a Mickey. A Mick or a Mickey.
All right, gotcha. What does that have to do with anything?
Exposed.
Shit.
Your Michael Johnson has been exposed.
Pete is short for Peter, and Peter is also a fucking schlong, right?
Yeah, you're exposed, bud. Don't worry about it.
All right, go draw some veiny dicks, dick sucker.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
You want to
Bullshit,
try
come
to
back
write me
in.
up? You
Come
want to
on,
try to write
continue
me
on the
up with
bullshit
an
talk now. Go
illogical
ahead.
bullshit, dude? All I'm doing is looking to follow a logic train, and you want to skip steps and say if I require the steps that you're skipping, then I'm not a real truther, or that I'm not a real flat earther, or I'm not, dude. All I was doing is trying to understand you, okay? And it's not possible. Nobody understands you.
Excuse me,
You're
please.
borderline
Excuse me,
schizophrenic.
please. There are plenty here who
All
are
your
9/11
all your
hoaxers. Have you never
gematria and
heard
all
of
that.
Tim Osman?
You're
Have you
fucking
never heard of
schizophrenic.
other flat earthers, Blind Stavely? Have you never investigated the possibility that 9/11 was a complete hoax? How do you justify, I'll ask you again, that 200 people must have died, even though you denied that 2,800 people, according to the official story, died?
No, like I
What are you
said,
going to do?
dude, if you would have listened to me, I said that most likely their official numbers are wrong, but that they would have had to have some deaths. Like there would have to be some in order to give it I mean to make it believable. Like you would
Why
still have
would
to have
there? Why would there? Fuck's sake, if it was an
why
operation,
would they
if it
care
was an
why would they
operation
care to save
involving
human life?
exercises and drills, 88 exercises and drills, the most massive operation, cooperative operation in
Pete,
history, why would
why
you,
would they give a
excuse
fuck about
me, excuse,
sparing human
who
life?
the fuck are you, Michael Johnson?
Who the
Fuck's sake.
fuck are you that makes you think that, dude? We can't have a back and forth. You interrupt me, and then I'm
Oh,
not allowed to interrupt you back in the middle of the
no,
sentence.
because you're not
It's the
actually
same
saying anything
fucking
to
thing.
me and
You're
learning
not saying
nothing from
anything to
you.
me.
Learning nothing from you at
I'm
all.
not learning shit from you except for psychopath bullshit.
Yeah. As I said, another fake identified. Limited
Dude,
hangout.
Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. It's your life after all. Fucking
You're
figure
not
out the
helping
fucking
anybody.
fakes.
You're not
Figure
helping
out the fucking
anybody, dickhead.
fakes.
Listen, everybody else wants to know your line of thinking when you go down this shit. I'm just trying to get down to it. I want to know the details. How did you make these connections? How can you corroborate what you're saying? Okay? Because you can't. I know you can't. These are guesses. These are wild theories.
Flat Earth is about divide and conquer. Lots of people have been put in place to, once you get to a certain point, then you're divided off, diverted off. Patricia Steer, Antonio Subarat's controversy, lots of ether controversy, as Whitsitt what do you call it? Witness, right? But yes, divide and conquer. You have these people like Michael Johnson here, two names for a dick, bringing us back to sort of intermediary
All
level
right,
stuff.
Peter. All right,
Intermediate level
Peter.
stuff, and they will never move beyond it. They'll learn to keep you stuck there, but don't forget, have faith in yourself. Fakery now is predominant. Everything can potentially be faked, but when we look at the evidence, I'm not just speaking from my arse. I mentioned sites like Let's Roll forums, Clues forums, fakeologist.com, September Clues that have been active since 2008 or beyond, and all of this information has been collated. So you haven't got and picked up the baton because, well, whatever, you might be a bit retarded, or you might just be a part of the intermediary crew themselves to keep
Your
us
mom dropped you on your head or you smoke too much drugs, man.
getting nowhere. What do you mean no one died? What do you mean? What do you mean no one died? Someone had to die. Someone had to
No,
die.
dude, I'm not saying they had to have died. There is a possibility, very, very, very slim chance that nobody died. But you failed to back that up. Like, all you're doing is asserting such a thing. Most
There was
likely
no
there was a
floors.
number of people who died.
There was no floors in the buildings, man, or very few floors. They were prepared for demolition. And Jeremy asked me actually to tell you how I think the buildings came down. I think they took the buildings down in one piece. So skeletal buildings with the steel structures. They blew the basements and they collapsed them into holes that were there waiting for them, elevator style, right? And then they dismantled them
I
safely
would have figured you would
because
have
there
gone
was
with
no planes.
U-11.
There was no planes, there was no floors, there was no real victims. It was a movie set.
So
If you were
they were all just hollow, nothing buildings. There was nothing in them.
yes,
Okay, can you prove that?
you,
I don't have to prove the negative. You just made the claim. Can you
oh,
prove there was nothing in those buildings?
you're an official story man. You won't look yourself. You won't do your own research.
No, this is just how it works. The person who makes the claim, the positive claim, has to back it up.
No, I do not. I do not, because I've been here long enough and talking about the same thing. What you should be more interested in is, okay, Pete, now that I've accepted that you're on that pathway for years,
You're asking for me to. You're
stop
asking me to
interrupting
prove a
me,
negative. That
dickhead.
doesn't work.
Hey, dickhead, Michael Johnson, stop interrupting me. You should be asking
I
me.
don't
I
have to
should say.
prove the negative.
You should be asking. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. Why am I engaging with someone I don't fucking know?
Dude, you don't know anybody here. You're some dude in fucking Ireland, and you've never met a single person here.
I've had more. Listen, I've had conversations with other people I'm more familiar with. One on one, there'd be no problem. We're just
Dude, this is
discussing
like the
ideas
fourth
here.
time. This is
But what
like the
you should be
fourth
interested
time
in
you
is
said, "Who
not
are you to?"
disputing.
Not just
What
tonight.
you should be
Not
interested
just
in as a
tonight.
truther is not disputing where I'm.
Pete,
What I have to say. You should be
Pete,
interested in where I've come from, understanding that was a
Pete, there's been
situation.
at least
Not a
3 or 4
it's
other
very
times
directional
before
right
tonight.
now. But because you keep talking over me, because I know you're a fucking 6 years at 24/7. You're a fucking fake. Fuck off.
All right, look, there's been at least 4 times before tonight where the same thing has happened. As soon as we disagree about anything, you say, "Who the fuck are you?"
I never
And you
heard from
try to
you
write me
before.
off.
I don't
You try to
remember
write
you.
me off like I'm a nobody,
I
okay?
don't
I'm
remember
not a
you.
nobody. You don't have a fucking standing above me because you said that. You
No,
got to
no, no.
understand that.
And as
And
far as I'm concerned, you're a new
I'm not
person
gonna
here.
bow to you because you
You're a new
think you're
person here,
somebody. You're
and
not.
after giving your game away by being a moderator for 6 years over 24/7, and it's full of fucking crooks. It's full of flat earth fucking liars.
Whatever you want to think, Pete. But
I fucking
I
know
guess
it.
this
You know it better than
conversation is
me.
over between me and you. Like, in fact, I'm gonna write you off for real. You keep forgetting. Trust me.
Couldn't give one fuck Michael
The next time we
Johnson.
talk, you're gonna pretend like you've never talked to me. The next time we talk, you're gonna pretend like we've never spoken before. But what I'm gonna tell you is,
I don't care. I don't care.
yeah, no, I think you drink too much or something because you don't remember any of the fucking
I would just
occurrences.
remind everyone who's listening that you haven't heard my deeper delvings then into what's beyond the literal interpretation. Michael Johnson here, a newcomer to this forum who is part
Not a
of our
newcomer.
forum, has just sort of brought back to these basic objections, I guess. Almost ball earther objections in a sense. What do you mean it can't all have been faked? Some of it has to have been real, but the fact that he's so assertive about it without doing the necessary research himself, that tells me a lot. Being a moderator over in 24/7 for too long, and you've been told what to moderate, what to think, and what to fucking do.
Nobody told us any of that stuff.
Pete, let me ask you something. You talk as if you don't know there is a bigger group of people, much bigger, that don't think the way you do. So why are you talking so controversial? Share your insights, share your views. Please, I want to hear you, but I don't want to hear you make enemies. I want you to share your visions. Please, Pete, I love you.
Thank you, bud. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I don't need to be.
No. You
Hold on,
are.
please. Let me respond, and don't interrupt me while I was responding to what you had to say,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
I was trying to share my views, but I don't need to be brought back to a basic level of opposition, which is what this new guy here,
Look, no,
Lightwater, is doing,
Pete,
who's
you were
Michael
calling me
Johnson, because I'm trying to move further on.
Pete.
That's all.
You were being respectful towards me, and I was towards you up until the moment we disagreed about the no deaths on 9/11. Now you want to write me off as a nobody. Okay, like this is a tactic that you're using because you can't back up your claim.
What you guys talking about? Osama bin Laden and Obama being the same person?
There you go. Oh.
Yeah, that was sort of where it started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me create some sort of a balance here then. Anything I have to say, you have to go along with me. As just you mightn't agree with it, but it's on the basis of 9/11 being a media and a victim symbolic hoax. No one dies in hoaxes. Now I can get on to more what Lightwater has requested and my deeper thoughts on the matter. But if I'm going to be hung up on the basic things, Lightwater, then what's the point in that? I can argue the night away on that, but you have to go along with that. So it's like flat Earth and beyond. It's 9/11 and beyond. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. If you haven't come there, I don't know what to say to you. As a to you, they faked your fucking world. They faked your universe. They can't fake 9/11 and fake deaths. They don't kill their own. They don't kill their own. That's the attack on the very richest.
Do you think that because you're a part of a nation that they consider you that their own? They have no regard for the citizens of this country. They're glad to throw us under the bus if it's going to sell some worldwide agenda. They have no.
Their
They have
own
no
in terms of
regard
the richness. I'm talking about the monetary level. That was the richest real estate. It was represented as the big apple, the capital, material capital of the world. There was multi-billion-dollar companies. It was the richest. Yeah, exactly. They don't kill their own in that sense. You can't get away with that.
Right,
Remember,
but they'll
none of
they'll
these conspiracy
gladly kill gladly kill the plebs, the fucking wage slaves. They'll gladly kill them.
Well, there was no wage slaves in the towers in 9/11. They were all part of multinational companies, bud. They were all millionaires. They were all whatever, upper
Look,
class.
Pete,
Yeah, dude,
if you punch a 9 to 5 anywhere in the world, you're a wage slave.
There was no tower.
both
There was
rich
no
and poor people who
floors,
died in the
bud.
buildings,
There
dude.
was no floors. Aaron Dover talked about this. There was no floors. When I reminded Aaron Dover that Let's Roll Forum had said that, suddenly Aaron Dover Kosho up and fucking died.
Aaron Dover is a dumb shit. So there you go.
You're not interested in truth.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
So
very
there's two flat earthers. Let's call them.
truth.
Let's call these two flat earthers Chocolate Sand and Johnny B.
Where's
Both Chocolate Sand
Sand?
and Johnny B. Happen to know people or have been in the building that day. Chocolate Sand had a delivery at the World Trade Center that same day. Johnny B had gotten a praise from somebody who worked in the building, who liked his music, who had sent him a message like a couple weeks prior.
Yes.
So there's people who working in those buildings.
And I had that out with Johnny
This
B.
is evidence by flat earthers.
I had that out with
I
Johnny
hate
B.
agreeing with
admitted
Kojo, but
Freemason.
yes,
1 second,
I've
please.
talked with Chocolate Sand, and no, hold on 1 second. He's right though. There's plenty of truthers. People, maybe you don't respect me, but you probably respect some of these other truthers who live in New York.
Chocolate Sand is a fake. So is Neil Constantine. They're part of the Nathan Oakley
Basically, anybody
crew.
who lives in
They're
New
part
York.
of the Nathan Oakley crew, the 24/7. You don't get on that crew unless you adhere to certain
You were
principles.
giving
Are you
praise to
Bible
Johnny B
literate?
yesterday. You said Johnny B yesterday.
Kosho.
Yesterday you
Hey,
said Johnny
Kosho,
B.
why are you bumping in here? Why are you
Yesterday
bumping? Tell
you
us what
said
happened on
Johnny B
9/11,
was great,
Kosho.
great man, right?
Tell us
Johnny
what
B
happened
said
on
he had a
9/11,
friend who worked in the
Kosho.
building.
That's what happened on 9/11, Kosho.
Midi HC also lives in New York and also knows people who supposedly died in that building.
Kosho,
in
tell
those
us what
buildings.
happened on 9/11, Kosho. Go ahead.
I fucked your mom. It's a coincidence. It was
On
You're a
9/11.
fucking scumbag, a Jewish scumbag, right, Kosho?
Yeah, that's right. A Jewish scumbag
aren't you,
sticking
Kosho?
down your mom.
Here you go. Here you go.
You know what else a Jewish scumbag did? I showed you death certificates from people who died on 9/11, dude.
You're a fucking
I paid for
scumbag.
those,
You
Pete.
wouldn't dare say that. Show your face on camera, you little fucking coward.
I'll
Any
show my
man who
face on
doesn't show
camera.
his
I'll tell
face
the
on
world
camera
that
at
I
this
paid for
stage
death
is a
certificates
coward.
who died on
Any
9/11.
man who
So
doesn't
do
show his
you.
face on camera at this stage, Jeremy included, Geo maybe even as well. You're a coward if you don't show your face on camera and put your fucking face and your name behind your strong views, because this is a battle. This is a fucking war. This is a fucking war. And it's not just you're warring against the fucking enemy is obvious, Kosho.
This isn't a war.
They're obvious. The enemy within, though, is always what brought down empires.
This isn't a war,
Go
Pete.
ahead, Bo. Live
This
your
is a
fucking life.
conversation between friends who have sex with their other friend's
Sure
mom.
it is. Sure it is. What did you say about my mom again?
I said I've made love to her.
Dude,
That's it.
Kosho, it's when you say stuff like that when we can build a bridge between flat earthers and globe earthers.
I'll be honest with you. When Pete talks about nobody dying on 9/11, knowing that I paid for death certificates to show to him that people died on 9/11.
Nothing can be fake. Imagine it was 88 drills and exercises. Wouldn't
Again,
it not have in the
even though
greatest...
I'm very angry at Pete right now, look, a death
fuck up,
certificate,
man. I
a
was
death
told, who is
certificate
this
can be
guy?
fake.
Who is this
I
guy?
don't know, dude. I have as little regard. I have as little regard towards what you have to say, Pete, as you have
88
for
drills
me.
and
So I don't give a
exercises.
fuck. Look, I'm
88
talking to
drills and
Kosho, not to
exercises.
you. I'm talking to
If it
Kosho,
was
not to
any
you.
level, they would have detailed all of the different drills and exercises, acting part. They couldn't have faked it. They don't have control over the whole system. Get the fuck out of here. Whoever this guy is, John Thompson, you're a fucking
John Thompson? What about Johnny B? Johnny B. Do you trust what Johnny B says? Pete, be honest. Pete, listen, Pete, I'm sorry what I said about your mother.
I'm a
okay?
member of
I'm
Johnny
sorry.
B's Discord, and I've talked
He's trying
to
to say
Johnny.
my real name, but
Excuse
he
me,
forgot it.
I've talked to Johnny for personally. For I know things about Johnny. He's a Freemason. Johnny told the story. He was an initial 9/11 faker, but then he got this mysterious contact from someone who was on the floors at 9/11, and he had this story to
Making
tell.
shit up
But he
now,
also
man.
tells you at the same time that he is playing his part, and I already know it. I already
Pete,
fucking know it.
Pete, how can he be a 9/11 faker and then get a message from a guy who died on 9/11?
Because
He
he's
got the
telling you
message
he's
before
playing.
9/11
He
happened.
is telling you he's playing. Johnny B is telling you he's playing his part in this arena. That's all.
Pete,
Just like you are, Kosho. Just like you are.
Pete, I
Just
take
like
back what I said.
Jeremy
Pete,
is.
just listen to me,
Just like
dude.
so many others are.
Pete, I
Gem
may have
Panda,
something against
Mother
your
Crew,
brother and you, but I
Mark
don't have anything
Sargent,
against your mom.
Patricia
And I'm sorry.
Spear, Go Busters, Witset, all playing a part.
What's the sun here, Pete?
All playing a part.
Are we all getting paid to do it, or what?
Knows, man.
Am I getting paid? Is Witsit getting paid to play a part in a Discord where
Knows.
gets basically zero traffic? Fucking
No, Witsit
like,
left right as soon as that guy said that thing about his kid, dude. That was fucked up.
no, I'm just saying, like, no, because he's saying anybody who is a moderator over at 24/7 is playing a role.
Well,
Like doing a
there
job.
are mods over there who are trolls, who aren't real
No,
fighters.
dude,
Hey,
I don't
Johnson.
disagree. There are some who are
Johnson.
trolls, but are they paid people? Like, are
Hey,
they
Johnson,
paid
I was there for
actors?
6 hours and I got banned. What were you told to? Anyone who mentions ether, are you told to restrict the conversation in any way over there?
Pete, anybody who doesn't
No.
ban you on first, meeting you before they know you very well, I'd say would be suspicious to me if they didn't do that.
That's
But
fine,
after
Kosho.
knowing
But the
after
thing
knowing you
is,
for a while, I wouldn't ban you. But
Kosho, thank you, Kosho. Yeah, the thing is, though, Kosho, you're allowed to speak openly and freely everywhere you go.
I'm not. I
And
got
that
banned. I got
interesting.
banned from 24/7 300 times.
You just said you fucked my mom on 9/11.
I did. I did.
No, I had the 9/11 part.
You ever
I
know
don't want
you're
you
a
to say it like
liar?
that, Pete.
You ever know you're a liar?
It's funny when you say it like that, Pete. But I'm sorry for saying that. I'm sorry.
It's funny it's funny on me, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm having a great time among truthers, but you didn't even hear what I have to say about how 9/11 connects to flat Earth, connects to our reunification. You don't give a fuck about that.
Yo,
Someone
good.
must have
Just tell
died.
us.
Someone must have died. Someone must have died. Someone must have died.
Pete, just tell us. Okay, but honestly, dude, here's like the truth. Okay, I once heard Alex Jones call who's the Australian fucking dude who talked about lizards again, lizard people. What's his name?
Damn it, the English dude.
Is he English or Australian? I thought he was Australian, but it doesn't matter.
I thought he was English. David Icke.
David Icke, that's right. Yeah, so David Icke, I once heard Alex Jones call David Icke a turd in a punch bowl to his face. Like a turd in a punch bowl being like there's a punch bowl and there's somebody who puts a turd in it and spoils the whole thing. And sometimes, Pete, there's things about 9/11 that I know for a fact lead to conclusions that make it very suspicious, especially if you're somebody who believes in the mainstream narrative about it. But when somebody else comes along and says that nobody died in 9/11, and not only is disrespectful for the people who really did die, but it takes away from the people who are trying to shed light on the truth of it. So,
Okay, fair enough.
it's important
It's a
to.
fair enough point, and I accept it at face value. But the problem is, though, I will bring back to you then. Look at the number of people who died at the hands of the American retribution or revenge.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about that?
Bunch of Irish people too, dude. In the American Revolution, I'm sure there's some
Just
Irish
making a
people.
laugh of it all, aren't you, man?
I'm just like, no, I'm agreeing with you, Pete.
Planes crash. You're an expert at many things. Did planes crash? What about all the visual evidence that shows that we're dealing with CGI?
That's
CGI.
another thing. Actually, you know what? Me and Lou, I got so pissed off at Lou because he was probably drunk that night and he wouldn't fucking stop interrupting me. But you remember that, Lou? That was in the other server.
Yeah, I was in Tartaria. I got see, like, I didn't start out drunk, but I started drinking whiskey, and then by the end of it, like, I was obnoxious, I'll admit. And
I
you
was
got
so
very
pissed
angry.
off, dude. I just fucking left. But that's what we were talking about. We were talking about planes hitting the building, and that's another angle that I actually, when I was in the Navy or like years and years ago, I used to go that angle, kind of. But the more you learn, the more you realize that angle is fruitless to argue with anybody about, because the physics says that can happen the way that they say it happened. So using physics to describe the event and then say that it was an inside job is also it just takes away from the truth of it. And so I don't argue anything about planes not hitting it or whatever. But the footage that they show the planes hitting it and the buildings going down, all that is plausible. All that is plausible stuff. So yeah, and that's all. That's what pissed me off when I was in the other server, just because you guys were interrupting so much. You didn't even realize my actual position was that I also, I know the truth of it, but I just don't argue about the planes hitting the building.
One word, you
I understood your position,
One
by the
fucking
way.
word you say, Koto, not one word.
I understood your position, by the way, but I was picking on some of the more nuances about what you had to say. I forget exactly in specific now because that's been a few weeks, I think. And
Even Whitsitt had he changed his argument. Like he doesn't argue in real time, because we were arguing about like the plane hitting the building and how the second plane looks like it came out the back of the building, and then like I was showing him that like there's like footage of like 50 shots of that same event, and showing that that's not just like faked or CGI'd or whatever, but that's, and I think it was Zanuck who said that was the blast coming out the other side. It's not the plane coming out the other side. But yeah, you can see that all of that looks like it's legitimate if you.
It wasn't the points either you or I was making that made you angry. It was the fact that I kept cutting you off because like I was anticipating what you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because it's not just getting cut off, but getting cut off and getting strawmanned or whatever, and then other people are expressing your argument as something different than what it is. That gets frustrating real quickly. Yeah.
I know. I knew I did it. In fact, like, I went to sleep and the next morning I was like, I was kind of addicted to Kosho.
Yeah. It's all right, Lou. It's all right, man. I mean, I just, like I said, I was, even, I don't like getting like that. I don't like getting pissed off. Like saying what I said to Pete about what I did on 9/11, I was obviously just kidding with Pete. I wouldn't say it to anybody just out of anger. But yeah, I don't like getting nasty like that. I just don't like getting nasty in here.
What's funny though is since then, like you just finally for the first time used my name, like you know who I am and remember me. Like all day earlier today, for days you've been going whoever that was who was just speaking, like you don't know my voice or fucking know me.
No, that's not what I meant. I said there's so many people. Like I was talking to you and SE, and I forgot who made what claim. But I know, and I've known you for years, Lou. I know who you are. But yeah, when I said whoever said that, I meant like I don't remember who said that. Like I don't remember if it was you who made the claim or SE, because you guys were both making similar claims.
I figured it was probably more of an airheaded mistake, but like yeah, you've been doing that for days, and I was wondering if maybe it was because of your no longer liking me from that conversation that you just brought up.
Dude, your voice, I'm not like Jeremy, dude. Jeremy can't remember anybody's voice, but your voice is fucking indistinguishable, dude. So, I mean, indistinguishable. No, it's, that's not what I meant. The opposite of that. Indistinguishable. Whatever the opposite of that is.
So Pete, when you keep saying now, who is this guy? Like I just showed up on the scene. Am I corroborated? Like people know me for years.
He says that about me still.
Turns out Pete just says shit. He left because he got muted. But yeah, I just I didn't mean to. I take back what I didn't mean to say that about his mom. I was I was fucking around. But
no, that was hilarious.
That's so funny. You fucked my mom on 9/11.
Yeah, no, you said you fucked his mom, and I added on 9/11, and he thought we were the same person.
That's actually pretty good. So where were we before that whole Pete Shea show started?
Talking a little bit about, well, I mean, Pete Shea.
The parabolic arc. How high can we do it?
Oh, dude.
Super fast.
I gave up on that, man. I got to go to the grocery store in a minute. I'll be back. I got to do calculus and all that for that, dude. It's
dude,
not...
Get your priorities straight, bro. Get organized.
No, I'll be back. I'll get you that, dude. But just.
Well, Lou's waiting, so.
Whatever, dude. I got to think about what Lou said too, because sometimes you guys say so many things, and I disagree with it, and so it causes me to say wrong things because I have to fucking respond so quickly and stuff. And
you're usually wrong. Yes.
Yeah, no, I get that. We overwhelm you when you're going against 3 people at once. I get it.
Yeah,
So,
so I was trying to think about what you said, Lou, about going faster.
yeah.
And yeah, so I just got to think about that a little bit more on what exactly, because I just got to think about that a little bit more too.
Think of it like a sine wave, right? Like with frequency. So like if you have like a high frequency, it's usually got like a sharp peak. But like if you were to kind of make it a lower frequency and scale it down on an oscillator, right? Like if you're it would be less of a parabola. It would be a softer arc, but with that speed, you could keep the same amount of weightlessness. You could lengthen it across the peak of that wave.
I got to think about
So
it.
if you were like 40, 50 miles up where there's a very thin atmosphere, you could be going dumb fast and stretch that arc out over a long distance. You're saying?
Yeah, basically.
Actually, I'm going back
And
to
it would last
disagreeing with you.
longer.
I disagree.
Well, what does going faster do? Obviously,
The problem there is
doesn't matter.
there's always a trade-off. There's always a trade-off. So yeah, now the plane is going faster, which means that it's going to also drop faster. Like you have to do that trade-off, like the pro con, the cost benefit analysis. Like does having a faster plane lengthening the crest of the wave? Does that benefit you for longer time? Because you're also going to descend faster. You have a plane that has to go faster.
You won't descend faster. So I'm thinking about it again now. So the thing that's going to determine the length of time is going to be the vertical component of that arc.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could stall the engine at the crest and then just free fall from there and then kick it back in towards the bottom.
Yeah, so the vertical component of the arc is going to be the only thing that determines the length of time, and that vertical component is always going to rise and fall at the same speed. So regardless of how fast you're going,
not fall, just rise. Well, you're going to fall at the 9.8 meters per second squared, which is what you need to try to establish to get that weightlessness, the simulated weightlessness in the 0G plane, right? So you're going to you're going to basically stall it at the peak, at the crest, and then you're going to fall freely with the people inside. And then it's when you kick the engines back in and start to rise back up, and that's where you get in that what was called the hypergravity or whatever.
Yeah, but let's pretend like you're only looking at the top 1,000 feet or the top 10 seconds of the arc. So on the way up and on the way down, the top 10 seconds and then the 10 seconds after that, or the top 1,000 feet or 1,000 feet after that, those are always going to take the same amount of time. Like that's always going to be the same distance for the same amount of time.
What I'm arguing is that if you hit the beginning of it at a faster speed with like a more powerful engine, right? You could, instead of making it like, let's say you have a standard wave, right? Like where you're planning on basically going up, stalling, and going straight down. Instead, you're now making a much wider. The crest of your wave is wider. It's like a lower frequency, like I was saying. So you have a longer sine wave, something that looks more analog towards like the crest of a wave in the ocean or something, right? Like just these very wide highs and very wide lows in between, not so high of a amplitude. Right?
I see what you're saying, but the way I think about it is whatever happens after the arc. So whatever happens at the top of the arc and then afterwards is always going to happen at the same speed, and only in the vertical trajectory. So
I don't know if it has to. I think that's my argument here. Is like you could hit it with the wide amplitude, or like the wave I just described. You could hit that going in, but then what you said, you could basically then, once you reach the crest, you could then let that naturally take. So you have the entire top arc of the crest along with all of the free fall that you're going to get before you have to freaking start leveling off.
No, but no matter what, if you throw a football, you shoot a bullet, you do a parabolic flight in a plane. If you look at the 2 seconds after the peak and the 2 seconds before the peak, it's going to be moving at the same speed. It's going
That's
to be
in the sine wave. That's in a sine wave. But
yeah,
what
that's what
I'm
it does.
what
It
I'm
does a
describing.
sine wave.
But no. What if it doesn't? What if it does
It does.
more like what do they call it? What do they call it? Where it's not quite the same as a digital wave. So like where it's more like plateaus. It goes straight up. It's on, and then it's level, and it goes down,
I see what
straight
you're
down.
saying.
Like
It
right.
doesn't do that
But
though.
what if you have a slope going up and you level off, but then it drops.
That'd be interesting, but that doesn't happen though. That's what I'm saying. Like it just doesn't happen that
No,
way.
but that would be possible. It's not. You're saying it doesn't happen because that's what you know of how zero G planes work.
I don't know
But
how
that would be
how
possible.
gravity works. What I'm talking about, but yeah. Like if it's same thing with the cars. Like if you have a car and you are applying acceleration. Well, let's not use a car. Let's not use this parabolic flight. If you throw a football and you throw it up in the air and it reaches a point and it comes back down, or you shoot a bullet straight up in the air and they say like it comes back down the same speed. That's without the atmosphere. But so let's pretend there's no atmosphere. You shoot the bullet up in the air, it comes back down. 10 seconds before it reaches the peak, it's going to be traveling at a certain speed going upward. And if it falls back down at 10 seconds after it reaches the peak, it's going to be traveling at the same speed it was at when it was going upward.
I think you could get. At least 30 seconds just in that top part of the crest, and then you could probably get another 30 seconds, or maybe even a minute in free fall before you have to kick those engines back on. Especially if you did this in an area where with a specialized plane, of course, but especially if you did this in an area where it was like a no-fly zone and like an uninhabited area, you could you could actually possibly get pretty low to the ground before you even did the leveling off.
I wish Zanuck was here because he can talk a lot faster than me and a lot more about it. But for all I know, he might disagree with me.
I'm just talking about in theory. I'm not saying I know what plane could do this or like what speed it would have to go or any of that. I'm just talking about this is more has to do with the little bit of knowledge that I have towards that for the credits I took in electrical engineering. I never finished, but yeah, I had 17 credits leaving high school going into college, and I took 2 semesters of college towards a 2+2 degree. That was going to be the first 2 years was technical, electrical technician, and then the second 2 years would be towards getting the engineering thing. But I did drop out because I had bills and shit like that, and never
I'm
went
not gonna
back.
hold it against you.
But like, yeah, so like I'm just talking about some rudimentary electrical knowledge, like about sine waves and like just waves in general. Like this is the way it works. This is sound waves. These are like just all of it relates.
Well, yeah,
And
parabolas specifically though that portion of the sine wave, like like I said, specifically the parabola trajectory. If you any bullet or anything that goes upwards, like if you look at the velocity that takes to slow it down and reach zero.
yeah, but with a plane, it's not like just an object that's in motion. It has its own power. They could have flaps. They can slow itself down. They can control that. So like you could have a different angle going in than you have coming out.
Yeah, and they apply thrust, or they apply thrust so they can get lift a little bit, so that make sure that the terminal velocity in the atmosphere doesn't slow them down, because they want to make sure that they are simulating 9.81 meters per second squared, downwards the whole time. So they actually do apply a little bit of thrust to make that happen.
Right, but even that could like somebody else mentioned, like that could fluctuate slightly. It doesn't have to be exactly 9.8. We wouldn't catch that like watching it on a YouTube video. The problem would be is if they had to make like a hard bank to do it or something like that. That's where they would get thrown against a wall or something. So it has to be pretty smooth, but they could make slight alterations there.
I'm still gonna figure out the problem, the answer for. I'm still gonna figure out the answer. It just involves calculus. I got to sit there with the graphic calculator.
I'm sure.
Calculator.
Calculus is the reason why I dropped out of electrical engineering. I got the book and I looked into it and I went, holy shit! Like, I should have taken pre-calc in high school and I didn't.
Well, we do have
like,
the guy. We do have the guy when he went to do the 360. We got that guy falling when he went to do the 360. So that could have been a little, that thing you were just talking about with the plane does a little cut or something.
Felix Baumgartner?
No, the guy on ISS. Went to do a 360 spin in the air like they do, and he fell.
He got slammed, and then he got slammed.
Fell.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we've caught that exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Most likely.
Probably
well,
not.
Why do you fall? Why do you fall if you're doing a 360 on the ISS? What would cause you to fall?
I forgot. I was analyzing that video and I forgot if I even.
Right, I bet you did forget. I would have forgot too.
Yeah, I know you would have. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
but,
no, I didn't forget because I'm trying to actually find the NASA fakery, and if they're playing us, you're not. You probably subliminally blocked it out or some shit.
Yeah, it's called cognitive.
I already answered you earlier. I had answered you earlier about something. Fucking forgot I already did it. I don't even remember what that was.
We got heads doing 360 flips, falling, and zero gravity.
Listen, Jeremy, I don't know if you were listening from the beginning. Kosho was basically apologizing to me a second time because the parabola has to do with the speed of the aircraft going into that turn.
Yeah, but I took that back.
Now you're taking it back?
No, I took it back.
Yeah, you didn't hear me take it back.
What is that again? Well, hold on. Let me get involved in this one.
Yeah, there we go. Xanax there. Thank God.
Yeah, see, Lou, this is what you're gonna get now. All right.
Xanax tag.
I told you to take it easy on Kosho. You didn't listen. Now you got to deal with Xanax.
Sorry, Lou. What are you talking about now?
Oh, we're not starting over, Xanax, just for you. You're not that.
It's Jeremy. Wrap it up in a few seconds. Trust me.
This is hours into it. Like,
doesn't matter.
It's not hard. Yeah, but it's.
You're right. It's
exactly.
Not
it's not. It doesn't take hours to explain it.
So what we're talking about is zero G planes. Like, how could we lengthen? Like, how can we get the maximum amount of time of weightlessness, simulated weightlessness, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a zero G plane. And I argued initially or Kosho said that it wouldn't matter, and I said that it would. As far as like, if you had a plane that could travel faster, accelerate faster, you could lengthen the time at the height of the parabola that it makes before it descends and combine the two for a maximum amount of weightlessness. And he said that initially that the speed didn't matter, that it would be the same no matter what, like going in, going out. And he actually, something along those lines. And then he later retracted it and thought about it more.
And then he retracted the retraction, though.
Yeah, I did. I did retract the retraction. I quickly, but then regardless, just be clear on what I said. Just make sure Xanax not, fucking think I'm dumb or something. Okay, just be clear. All I'm saying is that in the parabolic flight, assuming there's no atmosphere, so let's ignore what the atmosphere is going to be doing. The vertical, so basically the vertical component of that parabola, right? The y component is going to fall at this. It's going to take the same amount of time to descend from that arc as it is to get to that arc.
You're saying that the descent would have to follow the exact same, the inverse trajectory as the ascent, right?
Yeah. Think of a ball being tossed up.
Well, I understand that, but that's not true when you have powered flight.
Yeah,
and you have
well, you
flaps
can
to
augment
slow
that.
descent and stuff like that. That's something
Yeah, it is.
that's true. That's true. That's true for a ball that you throw into the air. It's going to go up and descend on the inverse trajectory, but not for powered flight. That's
Well,
different.
absolutely for powered flight, because you got to realize no
No,
matter what
because you
power.
can you
Hold
can
on,
you can you can you can
the
slow or
powered or
cut the
not.
engines
Hold on.
or
Here,
deploy
hold on.
flaps or whatever
Just
else.
a sec, lunatic. Hang on. I need your mind made up, but I'm here to just kind of add some color to it. Doesn't matter what you're doing with power at all. Once you nose the plane over a little bit, you are in free fall. So there's no power being utilized. There's nothing that the plane can do. Flying and following a 9.8 per second vector down, even though the plane's going up. So you're free falling going up and you're free falling going down, just like a ball, no different.
You're not free falling going up. Got to
Yes,
correct you.
you're free falling going up, absolutely.
You are not free falling
You
going up.
absolutely have to be. Yes.
No, okay. Maybe look. There's something that you're missing to add. You're forgetting to add for that.
If you're
Like
decelerating on the way up,
I know. I think I know what you're talking about. So like when you reach when you're reaching the crest of the parabola. So like there was a Kosho. Could you post that diagram that you put in again?
I'm looking at it right now. It's actually a decent diagram. Talks about having had speeds on there too. Speeds on there. And if you, as Kosho mentioned, the point where the plane noses over is exactly the same as when it
Right. So where it says it's
out.
at 47 degrees or whatever, that's where you start getting the weightlessness, and at 47 degrees is where you end getting the weightlessness, right? That's
Right.
what they're showing.
You're free
Now,
falling the entire time.
now
On the way up and the way down.
the argument that I was making, no, that you're not free falling on the ascent after the first 47 degrees. It's simulated weightlessness because of the change of the, but you're
Free
not
fall.
free falling. You're still going up, dude.
There's
You're
no
still
lift.
going up. You're
There's
not
no
falling.
lift.
You're still going up.
It doesn't matter.
That's
You can
free
still go up
falling.
and still have negative.
Tell them how
You
you're
can
free
still go
falling
up
when
and
you're
have
going up.
acceleration downward.
You're still going.
Tell them how
You're
you're
in the
free
plane.
falling when you're going
Okay,
up.
you say you're going up. Lunatic. You're going up. Let's say you don't know if you're in the plane. You don't know you're going up. You don't know anything of what you're doing. Once that
You're
plane
not
knows,
free falling until you reach the crest of that wave.
no, you're free
After the
falling.
crest of that wave, you're
Listen,
falling.
you're fighting me on this. Just relax. You're free falling on the way up and you're free falling on the way down. It's a free fall from the moment you hit that 47-degree pitch and you nose the plane, the nose over.
No, it's
Dude,
it's
you're not free
simulated
falling if
because
you're going up.
because of
Yes,
the angle of the
falling on
craft
the way
and
up.
the velocity and the conservation of momentum.
Oh, now you're
You
using
start
military terms? You can't even get this concept straight. Do you not, when I let go of a ball on the way up, is it in free way up?
What's the
no,
definition
nothing
of
is
free
in free
falling if
fall
you think
going
it's
up.
happening?
No, it's inertial. No forces are
What's
acting on it.
what's the definition of free falling if
No
you think you're
forces are
free
acting on it.
falling when you're going?
No
All right,
forces
relax,
are
relax.
acting on it.
That's the definition of
Record.
free
Make sure
falling.
you clip this part
Yes,
out.
inertial.
Blowers think you're free falling while you're going up.
Yes.
Yes, he
It's not
doubled down.
Glovers. It's physicists. Anyone who knows anything about physics would know this. And it's not very much, by the way. This is less than high school. It's like 8th grade.
Dude, I don't even know where to go from
Yeah,
here. Like,
exactly. You
how
don't.
can
You
we?
already made your mind up incorrectly because you don't understand how free fall works. When I throw a bait, that's why I go
What
back
is
to basics.
falling? What
When
is
I teach the
falling?
kids about
Let's
What is
get a
falling?
let's get
when
a
I teach the
different.
kids
Let,
about this,
Define falling.
listen, basketball
Lou, you
you're
might
on
want to.
trampoline. Once you leave the mat, once that your feet leave the surface of that mat that you've been jumping on, the moment that you detach yourself from that mat, you are in free fall on the way up and on the way down. No different
You're
than
in
the
free
beach ball.
fall the moment you leave the mat while jumping.
Yes, it's
You
a
people
hard
are
concept to
convoluted.
understand.
You people are convoluted.
No, you're being educated, and I'm not trying to be a teacher here.
I'm not being
I'm trying to inform you.
educated.
All right, you
I'm
just
being
don't
educated
understand
on
it.
your stupidity.
No, you're
Thank
being
you.
stupid. Now you're not. Now see, stupidity is forever. Ignorance can be taught. Which are you?
Here we go. You ready, Lou? Free fall. Hold on one second. Here we go. Free fall. Move under the force of gravity only, or fall rapidly. So you're not going to be free falling if you're going up in any
Yes, you are,
kind of
because
circumstance.
yeah, the
Are you
acceleration.
moving under the force of gravity only when the plane's
The
lifting you
acceleration
up?
on the way up is exactly the same as the acceleration on the way down. That's why people don't know whether you're going up or down.
Danik, hold on a second. Moving under the force of gravity only. Is that what's happening when a plane is taking you up?
Yes.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not kidding. I'm trying to help you understand it.
You're not moving up by the force of the
Don't try.
plane?
Stop trying to help us.
You
Dude.
have an
Stop trying to
acceleration.
help us.
You have an acceleration
For real, bro.
that is down. So think about the ball or the trampoline.
Dude, it has
Once you leave
semicolons
the
after it.
you're not listening.
Fall
So
rapidly.
this is your problem, Jeremy and Lunatic. You've already made your mind up and you don't want to listen to reason. You're wrong. And I'm
This
trying
is
to
definition for what you're saying. Because I have a definition and it doesn't fit what you're saying.
You do this all the time.
So
with the
either
dictionary.
cite
You
it
don't
or
understand.
let's move on because
The
we're not going to have
dictionary
you
is
circle
for
jerk
the
us.
explanation of these
We're not going to
words.
have you circle jerk us for an hour with your made up
I'm not
definition of
circle
free
jerking. I'm
fall.
trying to give you the information you need to actually understand this.
Cite it. Okay,
You can't
cite
go
it.
to
I have a
dictionary.
different dictionary definition I just
No,
read
it's
out
not.
loud.
Go to the physics definition.
It was
Physics
physics.
definition.
It says to move under the force of gravity only. Does that sound like
That's not
physics?
There's no such thing as a force of
That
gravity.
doesn't sound like physics?
There's no
To move
force
under
of
the force
gravity.
of gravity only?
Gravity's not a
You should
force.
bring that up with physics.
No, I do, and I teach it, and I've explained it to you and
Your
Jeremy. You're not
definition.
getting it. When you have a
Go
ball,
get your definition
Are
and
you the
come back to me.
citation in this case?
yeah, I'm the citation.
No, we're not. We're not buying. We're not going to let you circle jerk us for the next 20 minutes on
No
your made up
circle jerk.
definition.
I can let you figure it out for
Go
yourself.
get us the
If you leave
definition, or we're moving on.
You were blindfolded, and once you bounced off the trampoline, you would not.
I'm in free fall as
Not
I'm
doing it.
as I'm going up towards the peak of that jump after I bounce off the trampoline. I am in free fall as I'm going up
shouldn't have muted him
before I
right
start
there. Hold
falling.
on.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't know.
I
We're
don't
not.
either.
Just don't let him circle jerk us for the next 20 minutes on this.
Yeah, no,
his
you're
made up
right. You're right.
definition.
Yeah. No, this is
Jeremy,
stupid.
can you let
It's
me speak,
stupid.
please? So there's no better proof than the drop tower in Germany. They used to just drop things. Then they figured out that they could accelerate it in such a way where they could let go of it once it left the cannon. They'd get the same exact effects of dropping the free fall on the way up and on the way down. There'd be no difference along its path. Zero. It's in a vacuum. Once it's projected, accelerated, and it
Is there a
releases
difference
that
between?
cannon.
Is there a difference between?
Let me finish. Once it leaves that cannon, there is no difference from the moment it leaves the cannon to the moment it comes back and hits the sand
What?
pit. None.
Is there a difference?
Zero.
Is there a difference between deceleration upwards and acceleration
You're
downwards?
showing you're not a physics person. No such word as deceleration in physics. It's always
Fine.
acceleration. Positive value.
You're accelerating in the negative upwards and
No,
positively in
acceleration
the.
is a vector and a magnitude. It's a vector. It's going up.
If you're slowing down, fine. Let
Going
me
down.
change my word.
Always going
You're
down.
slowing
Vector's
down
down.
as you rise.
The vector,
You're slowing down as you rise,
the vector,
and you are accelerating.
the
You are
vector
going
is,
faster as you fall.
dude, the vector is always down. Always. That's why so in your language, you decelerate on the way up and you accelerate on the way down. But it's the same thing. There's no difference. You don't know the difference between the two. Because once you're in free fall, once you leave, okay, I'm done because I'm trying to help you, and I really am trying to help, by the way. And you're just like fighting me, laughing because you don't
No,
understand.
dude, it is laughable. You
No, it's
cannot.
not laughable.
Hey, you
don't
said some
understand
crazy
physics.
shit.
I
Let's see
get
if
it.
Kosho
A lot of people
agrees.
don't understand physics. They
Kosho,
wanna
if you're
laugh. I get it.
going up in a plane, hold on, Zanik. Kosho, if you're going up in a plane is actively bringing you to a higher elevation. Are you free falling?
Jeremy, reread your definition. You'll have an answer to that. But
My
real quick,
definition says no. It says no. That's not correct. Because
you might need to
be
reread
moving
it.
under the force of gravity only.
That's right.
And if you're getting brought up by a plane, I feel like that's not the force of gravity only because the
You're not
plane's
getting brought up. You're not getting brought up by gravity alone. Once you get out, once you let off the thrust, the only force acting on you is gravity, which satisfies that definition.
Well, like in this wave again. So there's also going to be conservation of momentum, which is what's going to give you, what is going to give you the early weightlessness feeling before you actually start going
Why are you bringing up
downwards.
conservation laws? You have no idea what you're using those for. That's not
You
a
don't.
proper argument.
So,
If
Kosho, just
you're
you
moving,
think
if
we're
you
you
have
think you're free
a
falling?
momentum in a
Hold
certain
on a second.
direction,
No.
Kosho, you think you're free falling when we're going up? Is that what you're saying? You agree with that?
There was two definitions in what you read. What you read, the one that you recognize is the second definition, but the first
no,
definition
he only
is
read one.
is the physics
That was one
definition.
definition. First of all, that was
No, it's
it
two.
was
You
it
read
said
two.
the first part, and then it had semicolon rapidly. However, I just for the record, do you think we're free fall? Just for the record, do you think we're free falling when we're going up in an airplane?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's neat.
You are. That's the only way this can happen. Why do you think
Are you
everything's
saying
free
are you
falling in
saying
the
that
plane?
just to agree with Zanuck? Because I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
I heard
he
you
is.
like 30 seconds ago
Partially,
fucking
yeah.
agree with it.
Partially I am. But also,
I mean,
if anything is not untrue.
flying. The plane is flying, but everything in it is free falling because of the angle and the velocity changes that it's making. Now, you control the plane. The plane's not like just in free fall. It's actually aerodynamically flying, but it's flying so that it can, and using your language, lunatic, it's decelerating on the way up. Very crude understanding, but I'm letting it pass just because I don't
What,
want to fight with
dude?
you about it.
You look.
Hold on.
I
You're flying the
understand what
plane.
your correction is,
Lunatic,
okay,
you
but
gotta let me finish. You got to. Just let me finish. You
you can pause
decelerate the
for a
plane.
second.
You decelerate the plane on the way up, and then you accelerate the plane on the way down. Those are the terms you like. I get that. But in actually, what's happening, everything inside that plane is in free fall because you're matching that acceleration, that deceleration, and that acceleration that you're forcing the plane to do is matching that object's inertial state, which is 9.8 meters per second squared downward. And you do that with the parabolic path. Now, these are big words. I get it, and it's hard to understand
No,
concepts.
they're
This
not
is
big
what,
words.
look,
It's
they are.
not that.
You said it's laugh. You already mocked me, so you're already in the
No,
wrong.
it's
You're
what you're saying is
already in the
laughable, and
dunce
let
corner.
me tell you
You
what,
already
it
have
is
the dunce cap
laughable.
on in the corner of the room. Okay, you're the kid in the corner
Shut
that's
up.
facing the wall right now. Just
Shut the
remember
fuck
that.
up, dude. Dude, you're gonna take it there. Listen, how is
I'm
it
not
that
listening
you
to
can
you.
be
You're
rising in
an idiot
elevation? How can you be rising in elevation and falling at the same time?
because the change of velocity is such that it dictates you are in free fall. Do you not understand these words? I speak to you.
I know what you're trying to say. Don't try to
What am I trying
pretend
to
like I
say then?
don't get you.
And why don't you repeat? Steel man, my argument then. Go ahead.
You're saying that as soon as the
You can't
just
do
like
it,
you
man.
said with it, no, hold on.
You
Just like you
can't
said
do
with
it.
the trampoline. Just like you said, you're not going to
No,
allow
you
me
say
to.
it. Don't say how like I said it. You say it. Steel
I'm
man
not going
might.
to say it like clearly
Say it
the
how
way
you
you
want
want me
to.
to, but hold on, just allow me to
Just
fucking
say it.
say it.
Spit out the words.
Dude, you're a fucking prick. First
Hold
of
Okay,
all,
on,
all
man.
right.
I'm
You
gonna
argue on
fucking
exactly.
I'm gonna
Hold
go to
on.
your example. I'm gonna go to your
You
example
had
like
your
with the
time, Xander.
trampoline. I'm gonna go to your example like with the trampoline, and you're gonna say that the moment my feet leave the trampoline that I am in free fall. Okay? That was your example. So what your argument is that the moment I am off the ground, gravity is the only thing giving a force to me that is going to return me back to the trampoline, right? So the entire time from when I left to the entire time that I landed, gravity is the only force. Therefore, the whole time that I'm in the air, I am under those forces and free falling. But falling is moving downwards, okay? Rising is the inverse of that. I think I steel manned you pretty well
Nah, it
once
was
you
a good.
got muted.
It wasn't a horrible attempt. You're still, and I know what I have a compassion for it because I understand this is kind of a little bit mind twisting. It's all about
Yeah,
it's
it's meant
all
to
about
be. It's meant to be.
well, no, it's not. It's not meant to be. It's just physics, and physics gets to be a little bit like this. There's plenty of other parts of physics where I got twisted as well along the way. So don't worry about it. It all happens to everybody. As you leave the trampoline, we're talking about a change of acceleration is a change of velocity. You understand that, right? This change of velocity is an acceleration.
Yeah,
Primarily,
change of velocity is acceleration, which is why going in a circle, like an orbit or around the sun, is acceleration all the time.
even though you're going
Yeah,
the same
or going
speed.
around.
even though you're at the same speed on that in that example. I didn't want to go there, but yeah. So you get into the details of the term of change of velocity. It can be either direction or magnitude of the speed. In the case of the object that's jumping on the trampoline, you have a change of velocity, which is a change of speed, not direction. So the direction still stays the same, but you are changing the velocity. Its velocity goes down at such a change that is an acceleration downward, because you're slowing down on the way up and then speeding up on the way down. And those are identical. Those are equal. In physics, there's no difference between those two, other than the direction change at the top.
That's
No
kind of a
difference
major
whatsoever.
thing, the direction change, isn't it?
Well, you have a direction
Especially if
change.
you're debating flat Earth.
Well, you have a direction change and you have a speed change. So what happens? So if you have, those charts, those cartoons, they show little arrows. One's for speed, one's for direction. So the speed one goes down, the direction stays constant, and then the direction changes, and then the arrow starts building up and it starts getting bigger. So that is physics. There's no difference at all between the moment you leave that trampoline. And
There's no Are you saying
none,
there's no
none,
difference
other than the
between
direction
going up and there's no difference between going up and going down?
all there is the direction change, which is happening at such a way that you never feel anything, because the constant change of velocity dictates that there will be no change of direction felt or sensed by anybody. You'll never know.
Wouldn't it just be easier to concede the point and say, like, because just use layman terms instead of fucking trying to complicate things through physics terms and convoluted definitions and things that you admit are a little bit like weird, okay? Like, wouldn't it be easier to just say, you're not falling until you're going down?
Or can I say you're falling upward then?
No,
that
wouldn't.
where you're going.
I mean, you could say that. You could say that, but you could say that, but you're gonna.
Trying, but I'm gonna sound like an idiot to me, I'm gonna sound like a moron if I do it.
Yeah. You could say that, and then we're gonna laugh at you. You can say that, and then we're gonna laugh at you, and you go, "Why are you laughing?" And
you're already laughing at me because you don't understand it. And now if I talk in your
I
language,
understood it, and that's why we laughed in the first
it's going to
place.
sound stupid either way I say it. So I'm going to just say it the right way. Know that I sound right to physicists, but wrong to you guys, and I can live with that. So when you
sound like people
as soon as you release the trampoline, you are falling downward. Falling down as you go up, you're falling downward, because falling means an acceleration downward. And your
acceleration downward is different than, by the way, again, you're talking about an applied force. An acceleration downwards.
No, there's no force.
Again, this becomes a question about little g and big G. So,
no, partially, you have little g. You have little g on you.
Yeah, little g is what you're talking about.
Yeah, so hold on to that thought. This will be easy.
But little g is not described. I mean, little g is just an observation of the
acceleration. It's acceleration. Little g is 9.8 meters per second squared.
Observation of acceleration. Yes.
Okay. If I give you an object,
it's an observation of acceleration. But big G.
I don't want to talk about big G.
No, dude.
You want to learn
you keep telling me to stop it, but I'm the one who can't get 3 words in without you saying, dude.
So you stop. Okay, hold on. Little g is what we're talking about. That little g is applied to that object the moment it leaves the trampoline. It has little g in a direction down at 9.8 meters per second squared. But you say, well, how can that be? It's going upward, because the rate of change of the speed, this magnitude, is changing to be a lower number as it goes up. The object, if you're the object, would just think you're in free fall, because that's what happens when you free fall. You go at 9.8 meters per second squared.
It's simulated free fall. That simulated free fall.
Free fall.
Simulated.
If I take anything on the earth, put you in a box, and accelerate you downward at 9.8 meters per second squared, you will be.
How about if you put me in a box and accelerate me upwards? What is that going to feel like?
Well, now you're going to have multiple G's pressing you to the floor. But once you stop accelerating, because that takes a force, then whether you're going up or down, so you're in the box, right? And I accelerate you, the trampoline, or a gun, or a cannon, or something. Once you leave the cannon, and you're going straight up, and let's say I fucking accelerated you with like 10 G's, right? Or 100 G's, straight up, right? Like out of a catapult.
Yeah, as you're going upwards, you're going to be having more than a G. You're going to have more than a G.
Hold on.
of G force.
Yes. So 30, 40, 50 Gs just before you pass out, you're accelerating. You know you're pressed to the floor of this thing. Once you're released, trampoline example, once you're released, instantly, that's what's cool about gravity. It has instantaneity, which is unlike any other force. But once you leave that cannon or whatever, you are instantly floating. And everything in this box is floating. Water bottle, helium balloons. Hold on, just let me finish this one little sentence. Couple of all little things, sand, water, everything's floating on the way up and on the way down. You'll never know when you made that change if there's no windows going up and from going down. That because you're accelerating the entire time, accelerating 9.8 minutes per second.
You completely distracted. You've completely distracted from the whole
I didn't. I
point why
gave
we
you the
started
best
this.
possible example that any physicist would try to
I
explain.
already covered this before you got here.
I'm hurt. You're hurt my feeling.
Dude, before you got here, yes, you're right. If you launch a cannonball or a tennis ball out of whatever, something that doesn't have powered flight, it's going to take that same trajectory going down as it took going up. Okay, I agree with you guys about that. But with an airplane, it's powered flight, and you
Doesn't
can
matter.
control that stuff.
Yes,
it
and
does
you're trying
matter.
to control. What you're trying to do with the plane because it is flying. You're trying to make sure there's air over the wings that you're still controllable, and you are controlling it so that it does climb at a negative, using your terms, a negative velocity upward, deceleration or a deceleration downward.
Yeah, I
and
didn't use
into
that term, but I get
apex,
what you mean.
and the entire time, because you have that deceleration, use your term, on the way up and the down, you are in free fall. Everything inside that plane will be in free fall. The plane is actually flying through the air, but everything in it, including itself, is inertial, even though it's flying, because it's matching a 9.8 meters per second acceleration on the way up and on the way down.
Nobody inside of the plane feels weightlessness until that plane dips its nose. Okay?
No,
And the reason, yes.
Wrong.
Can I try something very quickly?
Oh, dip is, yeah. On the way up, you're going up and then you dip the nose a little bit. Yes.
No, what? No, you're on the way up. It's even.
Well, I think you dip is no. I thought he talked about at the top of the apex. Yeah, on the way up.
Yeah, nearing the top of the apex.
No, not nearing the top. From the bottom. From the bottom, when you dip the nose on the way up, because you're going 600, kilometers an hour, and you dip the nose a little bit, then you start
aiming upward.
Accelerating. That deceleration is matching 9.8 meters per second.
It's not until the plane changes its angle that the people inside feel the weightlessness.
Yes, at the bottom of this curve, the very bottom. Not the very bottom.
47 degrees according to the diagram.
40, exactly. 47 degrees.
Okay, real quick. Can I say something? I gotta say, well, first of all, I gotta disagree with you about something, but we can talk about it later. But you said it. I've heard you say it before. I heard you say it before too, and maybe you mean something different than what you say. So we'll just talk about it after. I just want to say this other thing.
You got my curiosity. What are you talking about?
I know that's why I was. I always.
Right, you got a Glover meeting. You guys go do your Glover meeting. Do your Glover meeting
by making
just give me the category.
I'll tell you, but promise me we won't talk about it until afterward.
Yes, I promise. I promise.
You don't want to do damage to to your story.
Well, no. I've heard you say before, and I heard you say just now that gravity happens instantaneously. It's unlike any
the moment you start going up, gravity. The moment you start going up is.
I just want to see.
Side note. It was a side note. He's heard me say that.
I want you to explain that.
Has nothing to do with what we're talking about, by the way.
The speed of gravity is instant. Yeah. What do you want? That Newtonian stuff?
The instantaneity of gravity is something that complicated, but it is true.
Something that's not real.
I want to hear about it afterward. Sorry.
Yeah, Coach was trying to talk, man.
Yeah, I want to say this to Lou real quick. First, though, Zank, is I thought about this. I just want to just follow me for a second, Lou. But let's pretend we have a car. And that's called a car. It's a cavity. It's a brand new car. It's called Cavity, and it's got a function on it where it doesn't have an accelerating pad like a regular car. It has a button on it. The button only has one acceleration. It's called a bungee button.
On or off. Gotcha.
Digital. Yeah, it's a bungee button. Digital. The bungee button applies the exact acceleration every time, as long as it's on. It's a bungee button, and it has a there's a thing that happens that when the bungee button is on, as long as there's no other cars pushing it, or it's not like on a conveyor belt while it's doing that, so it's only has that one acceleration. when the bungee button is on, it
only accelerates upwards at 9.8
no,
meters per second squared.
it just travels at the acceleration, but the effect is called meatball. It's called a meatball. And anyways, so it's true when you press the button, the bungee button, it's always a meatball. Okay,
You're
and
talking about, I mean, I know people who drive like that, where they just like press the pedal, then let go, then press the pedal, then let go.
yeah, but it's not like that. It's like you press the button and it travels at the exact acceleration until you stop pressing the button. But anyways, so you're in bungee or you're in meatball mode when that's happening. So let's just pretend like the dude who owns one of these cavity cars is traveling backwards for some reason. He's in reverse, going very fast in reverse, and he presses the bungee button while he's going in reverse. And so it applies the same acceleration. And he's in meatball mode. He's going to be in meatball mode the whole time, right? While he's traveling backwards still, and before he starts traveling forward, meatball mode is going to be the mode he's in the whole time, right?
This is kind of a bad analogy.
I know, it's a stretch, man. But I'm trying to trick you, so it's difficult.
Thanks for admitting it's a trick. All right, you go have your Glover meeting.
Oh no! So meatball mode is free fall mode, okay? And the cavity is called gravity, and the bungee is 1G, okay? So it's true that when you're traveling in reverse in this car, and then you press the button and you're accelerating at 1G while you're still going backwards, you're going to be traveling at 1G while you're still going backwards, and while you continue to go forward.
Yo.
That's the same thing that happens on Earth with the
All
gravity.
right, cool.
Nobody has. Am I alone in not having a clue what he just said? For all that
No,
time?
it's cool. He's got the worst analogies in this whole arena.
Well, dude,
anyway.
I thought about that for a while. It took me a while, dude. So
okay, listen, that doesn't mean it doesn't
have a
suck.
heart, dude.
So listen, hold on, man. We're doing that Glover meeting right here because this instantaneity of gravity that Xanix's talking about is not a thing. Like it doesn't go instant.
Xanax first to see exactly let him redeem himself before we even get started.
He said it 10 times this week. Gravity's instant.
I've heard him say it too.
I know.
See what he means by it though.
Probably some more fucking ridiculous nonsense. Let's hear it, Xanax.
Because it is so. It's real simply explained by the fact that a fictitious force is just that. It's a fictitious force. It's dependent upon the reference frame that you're looking at it from and other objects that are keeping you from following a certain path. So like the ball on a string, fictitious force, because if you break the string, the ball shoots off at a straight as an arrow direction wherever you break that string. If it's connected to the string, that there's a force, that centripetal force is created by that string. Centripetal force. You cut the string, the moment that string is cut, instantly that ball shoots off into a different direction. Instantly. That instantaneity is important concept of gravity, which does not become an attribute of any other types of force, like magnetism or other types of things. Now,
so you're saying the speed of gravity. So you're saying the speed of gravity.
Yes, this is.
So you're saying this.
It's not the speed of gravity; it's the speed of fictitious force. There's a force that's applied, and if you remove what is keeping that object from traveling directions it wants to go to, like a wall or a string or anything, you cut it. Immediately, the moment you cut it, just like your gas pedal, like example that Kosho was mentioning, you step on the gas. Once you remove the gas pedal, you cut the power. Instantly, you are not accelerating anymore. Instantly. So, and the only caveat with the instantaneity of gravity is it only works well on the local scale, not on the galactic scale. It only works in small scales.
Yeah, because it's not instant. We know.
I still want to hear more from Xanax, actually, just to make sure I understand what he's saying. But it's important to understand, Xanax, that Jeremy's not going to be listening to you, Xanax. So he already has his idea of what you're saying beforehand. So
he's not even talking about gravity.
Yeah, it's true, but
yeah, no, it's simulated gravity. Simulated gravity.
Gravity is a fictitious force, and if you're standing on the plank on the end of that ship, pirate ship, and Captain Bill says, "Cut the plank," boom, you're instantly instantaneously are dropped into the water.
It's not true. That's not even true in your paradigm.
Remove that force.
That's still not true.
Let's decide how we're going.
No, I mean it is true that you'll instantly start to fall, but you have to accelerate up to free fall speed.
No, let's really explore.
This instant thing is. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Free fall is not a speed; it's acceleration.
Right.
Okay,
Well,
listen.
no, with terminal velocity and all
If
that,
you
like
cut a string, hold
in
on,
in a
guys.
medium, yeah.
We're
The
not
thing
talking about
Xanix's saying is not even true, though. Can I just explain why? Because you know the stick, If you have a stick on the sun and it reaches Earth, and both guys pull on the stick, yeah, that's why Xanix's thing right here still is an instant.
I understand.
You're
I
still
understand what
wrong.
I understand
Nope.
the contention. I understand Zanuck now, and I understand how Zanuck can rephrase it a little bit. And that's only to help it not be confused is
Right.
because Zanuck. I think what you're saying is that in those cases that you're describing, gravity is actually, it's not that it's instantaneous, it's that it was continuous. It's like it's always acting on the person on the what do you call it, on the fucking plank. And so when you remove the plank, the gravity that was already acting on them is just, they're now allowed to realize
Right.
it.
They'll follow the path that they
But
were.
that fits perfectly in with exactly what I say about the whole relative density thing. Like,
No, God, no.
often,
Where did you get that?
often flat earthers, when they talk about that, like, I mean, okay, I don't
Hold
have a
on,
reason. Look, I can't get too much
That's
into
not
the
even related.
specifics about. No,
yeah,
it's
but
related. Hold on.
it is related, but just not just. Let's conclude this first though, because I just want to just say that, like I said, Zanuck, the reason why it like perks Jeremy's and my ears up is just because obviously uh, the one of the big distinctions between Newton and Einstein was the instantaneity and I can't say that word, but the instance.
Instantaneity.
Yeah,
Instantaneity.
gravity working at an instance, meaning like if you were to introduce a mass instantly somewhere, it would instantly have an effect on some object at some distance. But really, that takes us. They say gravity travels at the speed of light for that reason. But what you're
The law
describing is something different. You're describing gravity
is a
continuously
fictitious
working on
force.
something.
The fictitious force of gravity.
But right, but like I
That's
said,
right.
That's what it
There's
is.
always
you
That's what
there's
it all is.
acceleration. There's acceleration acting on you because, and so subsequently a force because you're not able to move. So this Earth, that this is where Jeremy will get all twisted around the axle because the ground is accelerating up. Not that it's accelerating upward; it's that it's trying to keep going the direction we want to go in because the lines of space time have been curved. So now we're running into something, and it's keeping us from going where we want it to go. And as long as that mass is warped space time in such a way where it's bent, then we're going to have a force acting on this object, keeping us from going where we want to go. Once that force is removed, that object is removed, and we are now able to free fall. That'll happen at an instant, and that's on local scales. It doesn't work on the macro scales.
Hey, Zanuck, I got a question for you. I know you race cars, right? So, like, if you hit like a high banked wall going really fast, and you're pulling, what do you pull, like 3, 4 Gs, 5 Gs, even possibly?
Yeah. I mean, lateral Gs or braking Gs? 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, maybe close to 2.
So, are you in free fall when you're doing that?
God, no. We have 2 Gs acting on us via the tires. The stick of the tires is keeping you from going laterally. So you're like that. That's the centripetal force acting on the car, keeping it from sliding off. And it almost seems like it defies the laws of physics that you can have a car that has. Like my dad was also an engineer, and he never could understand how could you, because he was an airplane guy. How can
Now,
you
let me
have
ask you this.
2 Gs when you're on the ground? How could something sticking to the ground while you're rolling make you have 2
Yeah.
Gs? It doesn't make any sense.
Is that okay? Better question. Is that actual gravity? Like those G's, are they gravity?
No, it's also a fictitious force. Well, the real force, the centripetal force, is a proper force. That's the tires acting on the ground.
Yeah, that's a real force. Yeah.
Yeah, but G
Yeah,
is an
something.
acceleration.
But the car wanting to slide outward.
So is it a misnomer to call it a G?
No, it's G. It's
A G force.
a ratio, or it's proportional to and measured against the acceleration of gravity. So if you want to pull 2 Gs, there's no difference of pulling 2 Gs laterally as there is 2 Gs if you're accelerating upward.
The G is like the meter, basically. It's just their standard.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like
I
an
understand.
AU.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
the
just
standard
trying to
for
see what he
acceleration
was.
The
now.
G
I know.
is
I'm just trying to see what he would answer. I kind of
9.1
thought he would say.
squared.
I kind of thought he would say that is gravity based off of his other answer on the parabola.
No.
So I define what Zanuck is saying right there, so you're clear. This is analyzing motion for objects in free fall. Free fall is a special case of motion with constant acceleration. That's it.
Yeah, when you accelerate a car, that's not constant acceleration. That goes down proportional with the velocity, because that's the only way you can keep it
Why?
constantly.
Because it's powered.
Well, because you only have for power, you only have a certain amount of power. That power will manifest itself in a torque that will decrease with directly proportional with velocity. So as you go faster, there's less torque available. It's just a fact of physics. But a rocket engine theoretically can have a constant force, which means the horsepower goes up as it goes faster.
That's interesting.
And it only
I
has a
didn't think
certain
about
limit
that.
as well. Some certain power that can accelerate.
I didn't think about that. That makes sense. But Zank, I'm still curious though, just because, like I said, the way that you said it, it sounds different than whatever. But what you're saying, it makes sense. That like when you move the plank, it's happening. But I think it's because not that it's happening, not that it's working instantly, but just because it's working continuously.
Well,
So
that's
like,
an interesting way to look at it. That's not a bad way to look at it. It's already there, and all you're doing is allowing it to go and
right, yeah.
realize it's manifests its direction. That
All right, so back to
it wants
flat
to
Earth,
manifest its
though. This
direction.
is what I was getting at
Yeah, but
relating to that.
I see
So
what you're saying, and I
often,
agree with
I
you.
just want to
Hold
correct
on.
something. I
Hold
just
on,
want to
real
correct
quick.
something that a lot of flat earthers say that I disagree with about equilibrium. So, like, they'll say like an object at rest, like an apple on the ground, right? They'll say that that is in equilibrium. I disagree. I think that it's on the ground because it's always trying to seek equilibrium, but being hindered by a solid mass in its way.
Yeah, that's every
And so
force.
the moment, what like you're saying, the moment you take the plank out from underneath it, it's going to try to move towards equilibrium at, well,
Yeah,
for
that's true.
whatever reason, acceleration speed. So like, you know, that 9.8 meters per second squared.
That's true.
I don't know why it accelerates, but yeah,
Well, it accelerates for that. So the thing that Zanuck was saying, it's true. But the way that another true way to say it is that there's two types of acceleration, and there's coordinate acceleration and proper acceleration, and it's always undergoing proper acceleration. But only when the plank is removed is it allowed to undergo coordinate acceleration. And that might not make sense to you right now, Lou, but what you said about the balance thing, this is true for every force. So, in the case of something at rest, it's possibly undergoing no forces, but that's usually never the case, or never really. It's most likely has balanced forces. So, like hydrostatic equilibrium, or something resting on your floor or on your desk. But that's because there's
yeah,
a balance.
there's an
Two forces acting on it.
opposing force that makes it appear to be at rest.
Yeah, exactly. So the apple being on the ground, it's not seeking. I mean, it is seeking its equilibrium, because there's one force acting on it, and there's not yet a equal force in the opposite direction. But when it hits the ground, there's the normal force, and there's still that downward force, and it's just those two things are balanced basically. But that the force downward, the thing we call gravity, that thing is continuously acting on it. It never goes
Yeah.
away just because it's on the ground.
Yeah. And again, what we call gravity, see, that's what's really the main thing that's in contention between flat Earth and globe Earth, and even amongst globe Earthers. Like, nobody, if you guys just discuss it amongst yourselves, you will keep arguing for an eternity because you can't prove it.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I honestly, I don't think that even if we and you talked about it long enough, because I did this in 24/7. I wish I recorded it, but I was talking to Witsit and Fe Jedi years ago, and it was in the mid morning, like 5 a.m, and I got them to agree with me about every aspect of gravity, except for
Well,
the
this
name
is
of it.
not
Except for the name of it.
it becomes about directionality and acceleration. So, like, why does it accelerate and why down?
Yeah, but
Like,
is it accelerating downward?
those are the two big questions, right?
Yeah, but the question is is it causing things to accelerate downward? Like, is this thing, whatever we want to call it, there is an acceleration acting downwards on everything, right?
I mean, as we measure it, yeah, I'll say, like, yeah, we measure an acceleration of solids in the medium of air
Everything.
moving. No, not everything. Like, again, the helium balloon goes up. You know, like you got
Everything.
if I were to let go of an anvil at the bottom of a pool of mercury, it'll go up. Like
Yeah.
it's a relationship to the medium that it's in, for the most part. Now,
Well, hey,
directionality then becomes the question. So that's where Witsit starts talking about electrostatic
potential. Yeah.
acceleration and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah, but put that
This
aside
is
for
where
a
we
second.
can show that in the instantaneity is the differentiator. The instantaneity separates the proper forces with electrostatics, electromechanics, magnetism. Everything takes time, moves at the speed of light. However, fictitious force is instant. As Kosho kind of gave
well,
the really interesting
if I let go of an anvil at the bottom of a pool of mercury, it will instantly start moving upwards, and it'll accelerate upwards till it reaches the surface.
Yeah, but
no.
that's
Well, there's a lot of forces in terminal velocity in that situation too.
yeah, but in the case of the anvil or a basketball I like to use better than an anvil. And so a basketball in a pool, or a
Well,
helium
no,
balloon. Well, but
it's the
hold on,
same
wait.
example. It's the same example.
I know it is. Okay, fine,
I think,
fine,
and I would argue that the anvil and mercury is a
fine.
better example because it's so extreme. We
Sure.
think of
Let me bridge the gap then between the
Yeah, because it's
anvil
much more dense
and
than the
what we're talking
anvil.
about.
The anvil accelerates upward for a little bit until it meets
Come on,
terminal
guys.
velocity. But the whole reason
until
it's
it
going
meets
up
the
is because
surface of
the whole reason
the
it's going up.
mercury.
Hold on. The whole reason it's going up is because the mercury is heavier than the amount of displaced mercury is much heavier than the anvil itself, and that's the
Right.
exact force acting up on it. And of course, then you can take into account the
So
force
is
of
that gravity moving it upwards then?
Yes.
well, yeah, indirectly, yes, absolutely, because it's just like if I'm pushing myself through a crowd. When I push myself
Exactly.
through a crowd, I'm pushing on people. They're pushing on me. If I'm making progress,
Hold
and
on,
I'm
I want
pushing
you guys to both say that one more time for the audience. So an anvil moving upwards in mercury is
Yes, it
gravity in
is.
action.
It is, but you have to let
yes,
us finish.
absolutely.
The reason why I said that, the reason I permitted that, but Xanax thing, I gotta go to Xanax thing real quick because what he said about the crowd was always an analogy that I try to make big and it never grew. But I'm glad Xanax is also using it, maybe of his own thing or whatever. But if you imagine a crowd like buying tickets, or I'm sorry, buying beers at a bar, like there's a club, a big concert, and there's people buying tickets, and there's different kinds of people. There's people who have like a regular ticket, and there's people who have VIP tickets. Okay, and the people that have regular tickets are in line, and the people who have VIP tickets get to the front of the line immediately. So there's people in line with regular tickets, and then VIP people come and they get in line, and they get in line in front of the regular people. The regular people are going to be pushed back in the line, but they're still moving towards the fucking bar, but they're now further back in the line. And this is what buoyancy is doing. It's like there's basketball at the bottom of the pool, but the water has precedence against the gravity because it's more dense, and so it pushes the basketball up. And now the basketball is still waiting in line to get to the ground, but the water is now in its way. So, and that's what I was going to say about the anvil, the basketball, and the helium balloon. None of these things are not being
Yeah,
accelerated downward. They're all being accelerated
look, I
downward at the same
understand.
rate.
Yeah, I understand the density buoyancy like thing also, and if I steelman it for you, Xanac, I will. So, like, yeah, it's the displacement that you're saying that the mercury is being accelerated downwards, and that force is what's displacing the anvil, pushing it upwards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, how does that prove that we live on a globe?
Okay. It's a good feeling because at least we've gotten to an agreement on that part of it. And I don't even remember what the point was to begin with.
Yeah, the acceleration is the same. The force is going to be different. There's more force on the with mercury because the mercury is heavier per unit volume, so it has a greater force. Even though
Yeah,
the acceleration
it's
is
more
the same.
dense. It's more dense per volume,
Right,
per
right,
area. Yeah.
right. So the force is going to be greater because the acceleration is the same, and that is the determinant
Well,
factor.
why does it accelerate upwards?
It's not, no, the acceleration is the same. They're both the same. That's what gives it the
Why
greater
no,
force.
why does the anvil accelerate towards the surface?
Being displaced by the
Because
mercury.
it's being pushed up by the heavier, more weight per
So, but
volume
this is a
mercury.
relationship
You're not.
between mediums.
You're forgetting. Listen, the acceleration is fixed. Both. That's why we have. If the acceleration wasn't fixed, if it didn't there wasn't gravity, there wouldn't be a bias. Everything would be in free fall. Everything would be floating. They could have more mass, it wouldn't have any bias. The bias is based on this acceleration, and we don't have acceleration. They're not moving. So what do we have? We have forces, and the force is the weight. If the weight is higher of the mercury, it'll push the anvil up. It literally will push the anvil up because mercury wants to go down more.
Yeah, but this is like this is like our argument. This is Archimedes' principle. This is literally just density. This is
It's not your argument because if I drop your mercury and your anvil from the building, remember we talked about this before in the box. Now we got the mercury and the anvil and we drop it and we know, you know what? I'm going to match that acceleration. I could do it dropping it or put it on a pulley or whatever I want to do. Just make sure it goes 9.8 meters per second squared in this gravity field, gravity well. Everything will float. The anvil will float, the mercury will float. There will be no bias. So your bias to density description is incorrect, provably.
All your idea is only about directionality, like I said earlier. And that is something that you or I, neither one of us, can prove. Okay,
Yes.
it's just a philosophical idea.
Not because I can drop the box downward or put it on a pulley system. See, I only knew the number, and I don't. I can drop it. I can do any aerodynamics, any terminal velocity, none of that shit. So you can have in a box, mercury, anvil, you, me, helium balloons, air, helium, whatever you want to put in there, and we put it on a pulley, and we're going to make that pulley tied to a motor through a gearbox, and it'd be a servo motor. We're going to accelerate it to 9.8 meters per second and keep that acceleration going for exactly 10 seconds. Right? We will know we will get to about 150 miles an hour in about that 10 seconds. But the entire time we're accelerating, everything in that box will be floating. There'll be no directionality of anything in that box. Everything will be floating because you know why? We have equaled the acceleration due to gravity. And the force only comes into play when we stop, just like we see when we stop.
Can the same be done in inverse? Like if we put somebody in a, like theoretically, obviously you can't do this, but like if you put somebody inside the anvil that's inside the mercury.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody's floating.
Everybody's floating in that too?
You're floating in that too, right. Because that's what the gravity that causes the acceleration is what allows you to float. Because everybody wants to be inertial. Our natural state to not have gravity, not have anything acting on it. We are in free fall. And that's why when we jump off of a building, or someone removes that force, which is this thing keeping us from falling down, that puts us in free fall. And we are in free fall, that means we're inertial.
But so they're going up, and they're going up. They're being forced up, accelerated upwards, and floating.
Yes, because
you guys are nuts.
So they're not going to be accelerated upwards.
And it's a paradox because how can we measure something accelerating and know by measuring no forces acting on it? The paradox. Our answer is bending and warping space-time. That's our answer. Newtonian mechanics doesn't even address that.
Okay,
paradox.
prove.
Hold on.
Without just asserting it mathematically, actually prove it in the real world, the bending and warping of space-time. Then we'll be all satisfied.
Before we get into that, I wasn't listening for a second. What was accelerating upwards? Were you talking about something?
I was talking about the anvil in the mercury.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Now he gave the example about put somebody in a box and drop them and how they'll be floating. And I said, now I know you can't actually do this, but theoretically, let's just put the people inside the anvil that's accelerating upward.
The whole thing.
And he said that they would also be floating as they're being accelerated upward.
I understand. I disagree with it for one reason, but I agree with his sentiment. It is true. But there's one thing that I think was the only difference is there's still terminal velocity acting upwards.
No, we got rid of. You missed it. We put it on a.
Okay.
And there's terminal velocity going downward.
I told very clearly. I give servo motors and a belt and pulley system, programming this PLC to control that motor to make sure that motor accelerates from the moment we push the button at 9.8 meters per second squared for 10 seconds. At the end of this period of 10 seconds, it'll be going at a speed of about 150 miles an hour. But along that path, everything in that box would be floating. We don't even care about terminal velocity. Nothing other than the
I don't know why.
Gravity well. We're talking about this 9.8 meters per second squared.
You guys are absolutely insane, but luckily my name is Lunatic and I like crazy people. So you're kind of on me with this shit.
He's the moon makes you crazy.
Yeah.
I got to take care of something. I'll be back in a bit, though, guys.
We're reaching the near
Thanks,
moon,
thanks,
aren't we?
Xanax
The
took me
full
out in a
moon.
big way.
I'll try to listen on my phone.
Yeah, and yeah, that's why I needed Xanax, because I tell you, dude, you guys have been exhausting me today, dude. You guys have been exhausting me. But I know you were into relativity, Lou, and that's why I just want to make sure we were.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to get. Look, I'm not. I only mentioned it. I was gonna pass that off, hoping Witsit would come in or something, because I'm not the guy when it comes to Einstein relativity and quantum bullshit and whatever else. Like, I'm not the guy.
Witsit isn't either, but, No, but
Well,
that's what I like
whatever.
about
Well,
Witsit
he's willing to take it, whether he's the guy or not. He's willing to take
I
it
know.
on.
That's what I like. I like that about Witsit, that he even though he gets things wrong, at least when he'll admit things later on that he's wrong, and then also he's willing to actually learn, or he makes claims first and then tries to learn about it, which kind of sucks. But at least he does take the time to try to learn about a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy who wants to just poke holes. I don't have to know. I like the math or I have a pretty good understanding of physics. I have a pretty good understanding of electronics, actually, like decent, more than your average schmo anyway. Not like engineer or anything like that, but I've got a pretty wide general knowledge. I'm kind of a jack of all trades kind of guy. Like, I'm not an expert in anything, so I'm willing to poke holes in things and take you down the road. But when it gets into those really fine areas, I'm hoping somebody will kind of jump in who is an expert, or will at least pretend to be one. Because I'm not willing to pretend. I'm an honest dude. I'm a truther. I'll tell you when I don't know something. I might lead you there and point out the contradiction. But when you want me to go, when you say, well, if you're such a smarty pants, prove it. I'm like, dude, I don't know if I can do that. I'm just saying what you said. It doesn't fully make sense. I've got a good common sense. I got a good head on my shoulders.
Sorry, I'm typing to somebody.
It's an awkward time. You should have responded to that. Now I just feel like I was gloating.
No, I'm listening to you. I just was typing. Push to talk. You know how it goes.
You're doing your Glover meeting with Zanuck now?
No, it's not Glover meeting. I agree with Zanuck is saying.
McToon, FTFE, who is it?
No, not really a fan of FTFE. And I feel bad because one time Witsit was debating conspiracy cats, and he had asked for something. I forgot what it was, and so I told him, I said that I've got this list of quotes that Witsit might bring up. I'll send them to you, and I sent it to him, and he told Witsit during the debate. He's like, "Yeah, by the way, Kosho sent me this list of quotes you were gonna do." I was like, "Dude, why the fuck did you say that, dude?" Made me look like a fucking
now, where is that motherfucker? Fucking speak up now. Hold your
conspiracy.
fees. No, I'm saying, once they name you, it kind of puts you on the spot, right?
Yeah, put me on the spot, yeah. But hold on, what's his name? Flatter Data is here. He's muted. I know he likes to speak. He always likes to speak.
Yeah, I like Data, even though he can be a bit of a pain in the ass. But I am actually a fan of Data, even though there's a lot of flat earthers even who are like, fucking Data.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great thing to say when he's here with us. However, I think maybe he should be unmuted and he could possibly respond. I don't know. Maybe
unmute him. I like him. And I'm done talking for a little while. I want to listen to
hey, what's up, Data? Hey, Data, what's going on? I sometimes say bad things about you, and there's a lot of flat earthers also who say bad things about you. It's probably not maybe not the best thing to say to him, but yeah.
No, he knows. He's aware of it.
What am I aware of?
I'm not trying to help anybody's feelings.
What am I aware of?
There's been certain flat earthers who they, whatever, just they don't really like the long-windedness or whatever it is, or they disagree with certain points that you make. But I personally, I was saying that I'm kind of a fan. Not that I always agree with you, but I like hearing it.
All righty. What things do I say that the flat earthers don't agree with? This is going to be fun. What is it?
Look,
So being pedantic, okay?
Don't take offense. Look, I'm talking about certain flat earthers. Like everybody's an individual. Some love you, some hate you. Like that's about it.
The jerk douchebag flat earthers say that.
That's expected, though, isn't it? We're kind of in like that's the kind of realm that we're in.
Of course, that's expected. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a long time listener, first time caller, Flat Earth Data, long time fan. You know that. Actually, to be honest with you, like I saw you just now, it was refreshing. Oftentimes, just like Lou, Lou, Pete, even Jeremy. Who else? There's a bunch of people that annoy me in the moment, in conversation. Jin's another person, very much annoys me a lot of times. But in like this place is made by people like you guys, man. So, it wouldn't be the place it is without.
You're a good man for that. You like being challenged by somebody with a succinct point. Now, whether you think they're wrong or misguided or not, you like that challenge.
Yeah, that is true, but I never said that was you guys. You guys don't have succinct points. I mean, you do. Lou, to be honest, you do have succinct points, although sometimes you overtalk. But Data, Jin, Pete.
Okay, Pete, don't throw Pete in this.
Well, I'm throwing Pete in there too.
Are you telling me that I don't have succinct points?
Yes, I'm telling you that, Data. I'm saying that to you.
I have nothing but succinct points. If you go back and listen, they may be pedantic, but I ended up repeating myself at least 5 times over.
But how is that succinct? I go. Maybe I'm using the word
because I'm succinct in how many times I have to repeat myself exactly what I stated. So if I state the same thing over and over again 5 times, that's pretty succinct, isn't it?
No,
that's the antithesis of succinct.
Yeah, so the succinct in the definition where it's understood is a different, probably a different meaning that you're saying. When I repeat myself, I repeat it succinctly as far as the same rhetoric, the same approach over and over again, just like I'm doing now.
Just say it once.
So that you get it clear. But the point is that even though I repeat myself the same manner, and maybe it might be a slight variation, but it's the same context, the same explanation, and it's basically exactly what it is. So if you can't understand it or relate to it, then maybe you're not understanding the point. And that's what the pedantic nature of the explanation becomes a problem, because it's too much information and then you lose the point. But that's on you guys and not.
That's true. And that was succinct what you just said too, but maybe
that
only
Canadians. That was pedantic.
Left lane, sorry, go ahead, left lane.
Wait.
Now, yeah, so maybe we have a different definition in America because there's English, we have Canadian English, British English. I think
you're looking for a definition that's succinct or an opinion or an explanation. I repeat myself because it seems that when I do explain, it's lost in translation. So you bring up an example. Let's talk about one point and see if it can be explained in a succinct manner.
Okay.
So lost in translation is the opposite of succinct.
Yeah, but that's on you. That's on you. If it's repeated, if it's repeated, let's say another phrase. If it's repeated verbatim, and maybe slightly, just for explanatory reasons, maybe some delivery is shortened or compressed in with fewer words. The idea is that the words are there. The opinion is stated. It's there. I've listened to myself. I've repeated myself over and over again intentionally, just to see if my point can be addressed. And so half the time when I make a point, nobody can address it.
My reasoning for using that word is like I say it,
That's
and I say
on
it
you.
once.
That's on you.
Just look. Yeah, I'm saying I say it and I say it once, and people are expected to understand. And if they don't, I don't repeat it. I leave them behind. It's like, fuck you. You didn't get it. Look it up.
That's not nice, but I do see your strategy. That is an okay strategy. I will say though, like in Canada, succinct probably means saying the same thing several times or as many times as it takes. But in America, it means briefly and clearly expressed. So if it's clear, it only has to be said once.
That's the way I mean it. That's the way I mean it.
It's only once as well. So, but I don't want to. This is another thing. We're going to split hairs on this. I know what you mean, Data, and if consistency, as I would say, you certainly are consistent. So yeah.
So if I have an explanation and it's consistent in the response, there should be some sort of ability for you to pick up on what's being explained. And that's when I ask for an example. There's no example. It's just that it's not succinct.
Right.
We're in the arena where sophistry is huge, fallacies are huge, reifications are huge. So incredulity is huge, Dunning-Kruger is huge. So these are all entertainment aspects of the unseen, the unknown, and people who have an opinion about it all, right? So how are you going to be succinct if it's an emotional how are you going to be succinct when it's an emotional expression, your opinion that is, on cosmology?
Well, see, I would argue data that if you've already stated your point succinctly, that somebody who can't catch up doesn't need the repeating. You, again, like I said, you leave them behind. You allow them to catch up or drop out. You don't. You got to keep in mind there's an audience as well, and they should be keeping up if you were succinct.
Well, I will say this as well, that my things, the things I value in a conversation, well, there's a lot of us here, and I like that. And so I like to hear everybody's opinion at some point. And in order for that to be the case, it's always important to me that people are both brief and succinct and also non-interruptive, because people are being succinct and they know they'll have a turn. So those two things, though I value both those.
Well, if you're looking at a language that is obviously has double meanings, triple meanings, like words, the English language that has multiple meanings. And if you're going to get into a debate, are we doing Socratic methods here, or are we using sophistry? Most of the time, when I hear Pete or you or half of anybody that's in this, most of anybody that debates, they're using a lot of sophistry, right? So
I love it. Yeah.
How do you? Yeah, exactly. So it's a language that's used to deceive, right? So what's more important? Something that requires deep thinking and critical thought, or the practice of sophistry for deception?
The latter. No, listen,
well, the latter for military
data.
purpose. The latter for military purposes, absolutely.
I'm kidding.
For control groups and think tanks. That's exactly what it's for.
Fantastic.
You're right.
Data, but that's not. I'm just joking. Absolutely, of course. People accuse people of being sophists all the time, but that's only because they don't understand the realm that we're in conversationally, and that's a scientific one. We're often in scientific debates, but for some reason, probably because one side of the debate lacks that as part of their argument, they decided to include a logical framework to a scientific debate, which is interesting, but also annoying. So it's not that people are sophists; it's that they're communicating about science scientifically, and the other group is communicating about it logically. So it becomes
So sophistry in the angle that I'm mentioning is the form of deception. So it's storytelling with the intent to deceive. That's what sophistry is, right? Yes, it is.
It's using fallacious argument. It's using fallacy.
With the intent to deceive. With the intent to deceive. That's what sophistry is. That's what it is, buddy.
Yeah, but not what you said, storytelling or something.
Yes, abduction. The heliocentric model is abduction. It's nothing but the best explanation possible. Not based in science. Not based on any fucking repeatable, testable. It's an unfalsifiable best abduction explanation. That is anything outside of your realm of observation, the unseen. That's exactly what that's designed for. Unfalsifiability creates your model of belief, which creates a sophist in return. Sophist needs to use abduction for their model, and then they have to use sophistry to defend it. That is that is just without question, bro.
You ever heard of the one thing? What's it called? There's logical fallacies, and I always forget some of the names of them. But there's one called the consequence. Something to do with the consequence. Was that
affirming the consequence? Yeah.
Affirming the consequence. There you go. That's a logical fallacy. Indeed, it is. But it's not a scientific. It's not a scientific flaw, though. Assuming the consequent is a scientific necessity.
Affirming the consequent, right?
No. That's a pseudo-scientific necessity.
No, it's a scientific necessity. It actually is.
It is not.
It's not. It absolutely is.
It's not. I'll tell you right now. That's how smart Ptolemy is. Ptolemy himself said, without a presupposition modern science would have nowhere to go.
Okay, well, affirming the consequence is necessary when you're, let's say, conjuring up an experiment for a hypothesis. In order to conjure up that experiment for a hypothesis, you have to affirm the consequence in order to be able to predict your results.
No, wrong. You have to make your hypothesis, which is a guess. Now, when doing the experiment, if it does not fit with your guess, your hypothesis, you say, well, this didn't fit. We have to adjust the experiment until it fits. Now you are affirming the consequence.
Okay, so no. So when you're doing the test, how do you know if the test fits the hypothesis or not? Or if the result
The hypothesis, look, your hypothesis doesn't matter to the result of the experiment.
Yeah, I know, but how do you know if the results match it or not?
You're affirming the cause.
Look, through experimentation and repetitive testing
I know,
and
but
peer
I'm saying
review and all of that
specifically.
stuff. So the results of the experiment could be one thing, and it might not fit your hypothesis.
How will you know that, though?
It's just your hypothesis is only what you think is going to happen.
No, yeah, sure, right, but how do you know if the results match your hypothesis or not?
Not with affirming
You
the
make
consequence.
you make a
That's
prediction
pseudoscience.
based on the hypothesis, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. So you
yeah.
affirm the consequence in order to determine what you're looking for.
No.
Here's an
You're
example
not
of affirming the
it.
quantus. Here's an example.
Look up
You
the-
see the
look up the
sunrise.
definition.
You see the
Look at
sunrise. You see the sunrise. You see the sunrise. You see the sunset. Therefore, it's a ball. That's affirming the consequent. I'm going to make a prediction on this ball Earth. The sunrise is going to measure up. We're going to rise at this azimuth at this time of the day. I make a prediction. Therefore, ball. That is not science. That is affirming the consequent.
Yeah, if you're making a test, when you're thinking about what test, when you're thinking of
Pause
what
a
test you're
second.
going to make,
Please pause a
hold on,
second.
Lou. Hold
Look
on.
up what does
Lou,
affirm mean?
Lou,
Affirming
hold on.
something. What does
Lou,
it
hold
mean?
on.
Look it up.
Lou,
Look
just
it up.
hold
What
on.
does affirming
I will
something
look
mean?
it up, Lou. I promise I will. Just hold on, though, dude. Yeah, when you're thinking of an experiment and you come up with, you have a hypothesis and you say, what experiment could I do to test this? Well, in order to even have a good idea for what test you could do, you need to affirm the consequence of the result, like of what you're considering.
You have a presupposition. Yeah, that's the tool. That's the tool of theoretics. That's the tool of the metaphysical world.
Yes,
that's the tool. That's the tool of the metaphysical world. We
and
get
then
it.
once you do that,
It's not science.
It's
philosophy.
Your
Science at this point. It's
hypothesis is
philosophy.
not an affirmation. Your
Okay.
hypothesis is a guess.
Fine.
It's not an affirmation. The result.
I have to finish what I'm saying so you can know what I'm saying, so you don't think I'm just saying the first thing I said that you're arguing with for whatever reason. Because after you come up with a hypothesis and you come up with a test, the thing you do then is you think, what will the test, like what results of the test, what results should I look for to confirm or deny my hypothesis? Again, you have to affirm the consequence to do this. You're not concluding that is the fact of nature.
You really need to look
You're
up the
not
word
concluding that's the
affirm.
fact of nature.
Affirm.
Dude,
Like the reason it's
Lou,
done with an AF.
Lou, you're going to be arguing with a straw man at this point, dude.
It's not a straw man. You're just not letting me fucking say it.
Look,
Look,
because I say one sentence and you think I'm done every time. Oh, okay.
to
Anyway.
affirm something, it's after. Affirm is basically after. So after the consequence, after the thing that you've done, you've now made your decision as to what it is, right? But it's when you've already come to a conclusion before you have affirmed it, and then you adjust your results, or you finagle it in some way, whatever. Like that's why it's a fallacy, is because look, and I'm not looking this up. This is just based off of I'm kind of thinking of the
paper.
No,
it's a fallacy. I can explain it. It's a fallacy because and half their arguments are like this, and even Ruhif will admit it. So if you got a guy and he eats 10 cheeseburgers, then he's full. So if he's full, that doesn't mean he ate 10 cheeseburgers, though. So they do this with their weight change with latitude and Foucault deviation with latitude change. Almost all their arguments are affirming the consequence.
Yeah, when it comes to things that you can't physically test and manipulate through the scientific method, The pseudoscience, yeah, that's all they have is affirming the consequence.
It becomes a philosophy at this point. Anything unseen and untouchable becomes a philosophy.
Your hypothesis, though, is not an affirmation of anything. The affirmation would be with the result.
Hey, Jeremy, you want to know a good fallacy? Look up appealing to the stone.
Appealing to the stone. What is it?
Look it up, man.
Dude, just tell me. I don't have time to be looking shit up.
Well, it's a fallacy. By ignoring the evidence presented for the opposition and then using mockery and humiliation tactics to prove the other person wrong, right? Let me just get the actual definition just to be, because I've been using it for a while, but I forgot maybe the entire thing. But appealing to the stone. The logical fallacy that dismisses an argument as untrue or absurd. The dismantle is made by stating or reiterating the argument is absurd without proving through the argumentation. Theory closed. Tied proof to assertion. Proof by assertion due to the lack of evidence behind the statement is attempted to persuade without providing any evidence. Appeal to the stone. It's an informal fallacy, which means inductive reasoning in an argument is to justify an assertion. Informal fallacy contains erroneous reasoning and content of the argument, not from the structure of it, as opposed to formal fallacies, which contain erroneous reasonings in the argument form. So most people who are introduced to the concept of flat Earth, they appeal to the stone. They just immediately brush it off as absurd, ridiculous. Now, do you think the words flat Earth had a spell put over them? Because it's pretty spellbinding.
Flat Earth on its own, those two words together, they're not perfectly descriptive. It's kind of hard to describe what it is that we're saying in only two words. So I have embraced flat Earth. You know, it took me a long time actually initially. But like, you know, it's such a I don't know. It's a shitty argument that a lot of like low level Globers when they first come in, like, are you saying it's 2D? Like, no, of course it's 3D. You know, there's still hills and valleys, and crests and valleys to waves. But we're talking about overall, like, this shit's flat. Yeah, like flat Earth is it's sort of misleading to a lot of people.
It's not
But that's
misleading. I was pressing the wrong push talk button. I thought you were just kept going, even though I just told you. It's not misleading, and nobody ever says that. Flat
Well,
Earthers
no,
often
dude, I've
often
heard
try to
many
make it
people.
just. No, nobody says that, dude. Flat
I
Earthers.
literally heard.
No. Don't say nobody says it. Lots of people who are new coming into this say that.
Yeah,
It's not only new
anybody
people,
says
but
it,
somebody made that argument in here a few months ago.
yeah, they're saying it to make to like make it like it's obviously not flat and there's this and that, but nobody thinks that that's what you mean when you say flat Earth.
No, literally, I brought it up to my
Every-
mom. I brought it up to my mom, and she asked me if that meant that there was hills and valleys, like, or mountains. You know, like
Mom
that's
aside.
the way that people when they're brand new, they go, "What do you mean by flat?"
No, but they don't, though, is what I'm saying. People know that whenever people say flat Earth, first of all, if people thought that's what you meant when you said flat, it would automatically imply the first thing, the real flat Earth meaning. So people all automatically know when people are claiming the Earth is flat or whatever, that they mean that it's not a globe that it's a plane.
It's wrong for you to say that nobody says that. It happens every day.
No, but the point is, if even if somebody were to say that, like in an argument, they already fundamentally understand that that they're arguing against it not being a globe and it being a plane. Regardless of what they're also thinking that there's like hills and valleys and all that. For that to even be in contention, it first has to be in contention that the Earth is a plane or a sphere. No one thinks that the Earth is a sphere, but also flat. Nobody thinks that any flat Earthers think that either.
Right?
Think
No,
the
I
Earth is a sphere
understand.
but flat.
No, look, it takes somebody who hasn't put much thought into it to say a question like that. But that is initially what a newcomer comes in, kind of questioning, thinking, because that's how terrible our education system is. That's how they just even indoctrinated everybody into believing the globe and that everything is only possible on a globe.
No, but that's no. I'm telling you, there's not a single person who thinks that there's any flat earthers, or even the first time they hear about it, they think, oh, they still think it's a globe, but they think it's flat, like it's a
I've
flat globe. Nobody thinks
literally
that.
heard dozens of people, if not over 100 people, like say that, like question whether or not we believed in, rise in elevation.
I know, but in order for them to even first consider asking that question, they have to already be on the same page with you that you think that it's a plane and not a globe. They don't think that you think it means because clearly that would mean it's a perfect sphere. Like the Earth is flat but a globe, so it's a perfect
Yeah,
sphere.
most people think that it's a perfect sphere too. It only takes till you get into this argument where you get on the nuance about it.
It's gonna be hard, man, right now because I
The
have
words flat Earth misrepresent the argument. This is right out of because I'm an individual that asks questions to just people that I through the passing, and I've got comments from people that don't naturally adhere to any of the model, but they still think they live on a ball. But at the same breath, the two words flat Earth, they don't look into it for the reasons, like I said, appealing to the stone. It's just absurd and it's just ridiculous. And for whatever reason, those two words physically trigger people. Physically trigger them.
triggers them.
Yeah.
And
And
no,
that,
it does.
that's why we have true earth and all this other stuff.
It's misleading.
I was just at a party, and I've known a guy for a decade. See him every other year at this party, and he asked me what I was up to, and I said, I've just been down the rabbit hole for a few years.
Checking out the planet Earth.
I decided to write a book about it to see what the fucking what comes of it, because to my amazement, it exists, and it's not new, and it goes hand in hand with what's happening politically. So I was like, holy shit. I bring it to this guy. He asked me, and I say to him, well, I'm doing this thing on flat Earth. Literally, when I said flat Earth, he physically got I've known this guy for a long time. We've had many conversations, many philosophical ideas, but you cannot say the words flat Earth around him without him getting aggressive and angry and going, I would never ever look to you for any evidence. You're not a scientist. You don't know. And I've known this guy for years. He knows exactly, who I am. So there's no reason for that behavior at all. The point of the conversation wasn't to ever convince anybody the Earth was flat.
Right.
It was to apply those words and to see the responses.
I've seen it before too, man.
Because
Like-
what happens is when you, I'm almost done. I'm sorry, I'm pedantic. So like I said, there is a documentary out there called Flat Earth, Andrea Barnes, In Search of the Edge. They literally did this exercise in the 90s. When you find that out, you're like, interesting. So there is something embedded into the human being that there is either you get it or you don't get it. And if you don't get it, these words are angering, like triggering.
Yeah, they literally their eyes change, they scowl, they get real stiff, they stand up straight, they kind of puff out, they literally look like they want to fuck. Some people look like they really want to actually hit you, and most likely they then kind of tuck that back, they take a breath, and they go, look, we're never going to talk about this, or I'll never respect you again, or something along those lines. Like I had a friend
Basically,
who, yeah. I'm gonna completely ignore you for everything from here on out if you talk about this anymore.
Yep, it's exactly that. And just recently, here's the funny thing: I've been testing the experiments. Or let me say this again: using the 12-step program to turn a person to a flat earther. I've been using the techniques, if you will. And it's funny enough, I just did something. I went to this shindig, and I just did this little observation to show how light diffracts. Not one person in the room ever saw anything like it, ever thought anything like the diffraction where you get converging rays or where God rays, right? And that to me was shown to me in the documentary. Anyway, these are things that people have never been introduced to conceptually. And when they see it conceptually and they understand the principle behind it, their thoughts change. That is impressive. And it's just from one observation you can do.
What's the observation? Hey, by the way, Data, I just want to say
Diffraction of light.
Okay, there you go. That was the thing.
Or the divergence of light, right? So if you look at the distance of an object that produces light, and how far away it has to be from, let's say, a solid object to produce a diverging outcome of the rays. So the idea behind it, of course, is that the closer light to the object, the light passing through the holes at a closer distance will diverge the rays. So it's not really what the consequences of that is, or let me rephrase that. It's not what the premeditated approach is. That the idea is that do they know that light operates that way? It has nothing to do with the models, flat or globe. It has everything to do with, have you ever been shown the phenomenon and the paradox, which is the phenomenon is how light responds or diffracts around circular things or objects in general, and then how light diverges based on the fact that parallel or close light is the determining factor to get corpuscular rays or God rays, whatever you want to say it, right? So,
well, Data, I gave you a compliment very briefly at the beginning of what you said, because I said that was succinct. I was impressed. You said one word answer, but you did stop there though, because you actually kept going on. So I have to take back that compliment.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm never going to be
the
offended.
word of the night, isn't it? Succinct. The word of the night.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was succinct. You said refraction. You said refraction, or you said, I forget exactly what you said, but one word.
Succinct doesn't mean one word.
I know, but one word is definitely succinct.
It sure could be. It could be.
Question for you: how many people would understand the paradox in that situation and understand what the significance is in the phenomenon that is observed? And the phenomenon is the close light versus far light interacting with an object in a medium. When it does so at a closer distance, the rays diffract and diverge. When it's farther away, it remains parallel, right? How many people do you think the average person has ever thought of that observation and the significance of it?
Good question.
Well, that's the kind of stuff I wrote about, Kojo.
So not succinctly, I kind of want to go back to this story I was just telling about my friend. Like literally, this guy was he had me stand up in his wedding. We were really good friends. And one day, I forget what we were talking about, but I said something. It wasn't even really flat Earth, but there was something I said. There was something that I said that he was like, "Oh, don't all of a sudden don't tell me you're like a flat earther or something." And all of a sudden, I kind of had to like raise an eyebrow and be like obviously, because he's a smart dude.
Obviously not.
He's a smart dude. He knew with only there was a small tell of me being a flat earther. This is early on in my flat earth experience, like becoming a flat earther. And all of a sudden he was like, "Oh, don't give me some flat earth bullshit," and I just raised my eyebrow and I was like, "Well, I wasn't planning to go into it, but," and that's where he cut me off and he literally said, "Look, I stood in this guy's wedding." He said, "If you talk about the flat earth for one more word, I will never be able to talk to you ever again."
Have you talked to him since?
Twice, but only over the phone.
See, on the other hand, Kosho has alternative measures because he's here all the time, sucking up all the data.
You don't want to know what I've been sucking.